Chapter 1. The Birthplace of Advancing City. What should I do? What am I to do? Beads of sweat, akin to small pearls, appeared on Katie's forehead. The stench in her nostrils was unbearable, and the atmosphere around her was unimaginably oppressive. After an hour of observation, Katie finally confirmed her location and circumstances. Everything before her felt both familiar and foreign, as this was Impel Down, the largest prison in the world of One Piece. As a seasoned fan who had followed the series for over a decade, the name Impel Down was as familiar as the back of her hand. She knew its structure better than most of the people here. However, the problem was that she had never envisioned herself visiting this place one day, especially not through such a clutch manner as crossing over, with no prior warning whatsoever. While Katie was lost in contemplation, a sudden voice broke through, and one particular name caught her attention. "Hey, did you hear? That guy, Fire Fist Ace, was captured a few days ago. Is that true? He's the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and a natural fruit user. How could he possibly be caught? I heard it's true he's locked up in this prison, but I can't say which level." The astonishing news left the others momentarily stunned. After all, this was a member of Whitebeard's crew, and the Navy had dared to apprehend him. My goodness, what is the Navy thinking? How dare they capture one of Whitebeard's men? That old man is the strongest in the world. Doesn't he fear the Navy headquarters being turned upside down? That's hard to say. While Whitebeard is strong, he's just one man and getting on in years. The Navy, on the other hand, is different. They have 3 admirals at their peak, along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary Hero Garp. If you add the 7 warlords of the sea, the outcome is truly unpredictable. Hey, are you a pirate or a Navy supporter? Why are you defending the Navy? I'm just stating the facts, all right? A cacophony of voices erupted as the group engaged in lively debate, a way for them to pass the long hours of prison life. Meanwhile, Katie stood frozen in place, having overheard their conversation. Just moments ago, she had been praying that the current timeline was still a decade or so away from the Marineford War, allowing her to cultivate her skills in prison and then escape alongside Luffy during the breakout, perhaps even participating in the war to attempt to save Ace and Whitebeard. Such actions would surely establish her reputation, bringing her closer to realizing her dreams of marrying a wealthy and beautiful partner. But now, with Ace already captured, it meant the war was imminent. Even a mere 10 days would be a blessing from the heavens. With her current level of strength, akin to cannon fodder, she was utterly unqualified to partake in the upcoming monumental battle. Luffy might not even consider taking her along. Binding successful, initiating binding process. As Katie was lost in her thoughts, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Who is speaking? As soon as she spoke, Katie regretted it to the others in the cell. She was a newcomer and likely an unwelcome presence, and she should have minimized her visibility, but this outburst shattered her intentions. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Katie, bewildered by her sudden outburst. Hey, new girl, are you trying to get yourself killed with that racket? Just then, a burly man shouted at her, his gaze decidedly unfriendly. Enough, Hook, leave her be. She looks like a poor soul who just stepped on a Grand Line and got caught. Her head must be a bit off. Don't stoop to her level. What bad luck to be locked up with such trash. It's disgusting. Throughout it all, Katie merely kept her head down, silent and seemingly fearful. Only when they turned away did she lift her gaze, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent sparking in her eyes. The reason she refrained from acting was twofold. First, her confidence was lacking, and second, she was more intrigued by the mysterious voice in her mind than by eliminating Hook. Binding successful. The stronger to God system is at your service. To prevent the host from meeting an unfortunate fate on their first day, the system has thoughtfully prepared a beginner's gift pack. Does the host wish to open it now? Suddenly pinching her thigh to confirm her reality, the sharp pain assured Katie that she was not dreaming. From this moment forth, she too possessed a system, and with it, the prospect of punching Akainu and kicking Kizaru became tantalizingly close. There's no rush. I would like to first understand what kind of assistance you can provide and what I need to do. Faced with this unexpected surprise, Katie chose not to hastily open the gift pack, but instead to clarify what the system entailed. With my help, the host can randomly extract certain abilities from those around them. Of course, this is limited as each individual can only be drawn from once. Additionally, The system provides the host with a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters. Anything except living beings can be stored. Moreover, to challenge the host's abilities and encourage their progress, the host must complete tasks assigned by me. Each time, I will present 2 distinct tasks for the host to choose from. Completing them will yield considerable rewards, including exchange points for the system's marketplace. Should the host fail or deliberately procrastinate, while there are no penalties, they will waste numerous opportunities to grow stronger. In summary, the choice lies in your hands. Whether you wish to be a dragon or a worm depends entirely on your own will. With that, the system's voice fell silent, but the words echoed repeatedly in Katie's mind. Though she was uncertain as to what had caused her to cross over to this place, now that she was here, she was determined to carve out her own niche, to pursue her desires, and to alter the course of this world. System, open the beginner's gift pack. I wish to know what you have prepared for me. That will depend on the host's luck. The items within the gift pack appear at random, and even I cannot control them. Upon hearing this, Katie's expression darkened. Her luck was typically mediocre. While not exactly akin to an African chieftain, she was far from a deity of fortune. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the soul-cutting blade void break. However, today was destined to be Katie's lucky day. Although she was yet to comprehend what unique abilities the newly acquired soul-cutting blade might bestow upon her, the mere thought of it filled her with excitement. That was a soul-cutting blade. Once she mastered its initial release or final release, it would equate to acquiring a special power. If fortune smiled upon her, and she were to obtain a decent devil fruit as well, she would essentially become a dual fruit user. The prospect was simply too alluring. Yet at this moment, Katie had yet to truly grasp the system's power, and it would only dawn on her later how simplistic her current thoughts were. Chapter 2. Luffy's Arrival and Buggy's Escape. System, can you tell me what abilities this soul-cutting blade possesses? Curious about the soul-cutting blade that had just come into her possession, Katie wondered what assistance this never-before-seen void break might offer her. Space. The ability of this blade is related to space. The specifics will require the host to explore and familiarize themselves. Though the system's description was brief and vague, Katie was utterly astonished. The 2 most crucial aspects of the world structure were space and time. Space determines the physical form of matter, while time dictates its changes. Katie never expected her luck to soar to such heights. She firmly believed that this soul-cutting blade was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. As her consciousness entered the storage space within the system, she gazed adoringly at the silvery white void break. Growing more enamored with it had circumstances allowed, she would have eagerly drawn it out for a closer examination. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired entry-level martial arts LV3 from Pirate Learn A. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired entry-level gunmanship LV2 from Pirate Learn B. While Katie meticulously observed the soul-cutting blade within the system, a series of notification sounds rang out unexpectedly for half a minute. Once it concluded, Katie discovered that, unbeknownst to her, her personal interface within the system had suddenly accumulated 10 new abilities. The one that caught her attention the most was a swordsmanship skill named Half Moon Slash, which she was astonished to learn was acquired from Hook. Most ludicrously, there was even a skill related to charming women, which had reached a staggering LV5. System, is this the power you provide? What does entry-level LV3 mean? Why does each skill have a plus sign after it? Skills vary in strength. Entry-level is the weakest tier, with others such as Proficient, Master, and Grandmaster above it, each containing 10 sublevels. As for the plus signs, they indicate the potential for skill level enhancement, although this requires skill points. The higher the level, the more skill points are needed. Skill points can only be obtained upon completing the system's assigned tasks, though diligent practice can also increase skill levels. Nodding slightly, Katie naturally grasped the underlying logic behind the system's words. It seemed she had no choice but to find a way to accomplish the tasks assigned to her. Upon detecting the host's intent, tasks will be arranged accordingly. Task 1. As the freest pirate upon the vast ocean, one cannot tolerate the insults of others, not even for a second. The host must devise a means to personally deal with Pirate Hook. Task reward: 2 skill points, 1,000 exchange points. Task 2. Sometimes, restraint can also be a strategy. Ignore Hook's insults and engage in a battle of endurance, seeing who will succumb to imprisonment first. Task reward: 1 skill point, 500 exchange points. After confirming that her eyes had not deceived her, Katie understood the system's tendencies. It was clearly urging her to stir up trouble, rendering the first task significantly simpler by comparison. With the ability to pierce through the air, taking a life posed little difficulty for her. The only concern was how to confront the guards of Impelled Down afterward, and the possibility of encountering that fellow Magellan loomed large given her current strength. Facing him would surely lead to her demise. Conversely, the second task was fraught with complications. Risking her life in a contest of endurance was precarious indeed. This was Impelled Down, where fate was entirely dictated by others, and unexpected events could transpire at any moment, making it infinitely more challenging than the first task. Moreover, the rewards paled in comparison, leaving her with no real choice. System: I choose the first task. Task confirmed. We hope the host will complete it promptly. Gazing at Hook's unguarded back, Katie felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down immediately. Yet reason urged patience. She needed to await the opportune moment, which would coincide with Luffy's arrival. Unbeknownst to her, that opportunity was already at hand. A naval warship was racing through the waters just a day's journey from Impelled Down, carrying with it the only female warlord of the sea, the ruler of Amazon Lily, known as the Empress Hancock. Princess Hancock, we have arrived at Impelled Down. It's time for us to disembark. The voice of Rear Admiral Rat echoed through the door, reaching Hancock and Luffy's ears. They exchanged a glance, and Luffy quickly darted into the folds of Hancock's dress. Once everything was in order, Hancock finally stepped out of the room. Lead the way. Even in the presence of Rear Admiral Rat, Hancock's demeanor remained as frigid as ice. Perhaps it was only when facing Luffy that a long-lost smile would grace her features. Staring at the door Hancock had exited for quite some time, Rat finally averted his gaze. For reasons unknown, Hancock's behavior throughout the journey had been exceedingly peculiar, making it impossible to overlook, yet he found himself unable to pinpoint what was amiss. Is there a problem? No. We are about to enter Impelled Down. I called you out to prepare. Oh. Regardless of Rat's insistence, Hancock's responses were consistently monosyllabic. Observing her icy demeanor, Rat felt he might be overthinking matters. There was no reason for her to undertake any actions detrimental to the Navy. As the towering iron gates before them slowly creaked open, a musty odor wafted through the air, accompanied by the faint sounds of anguished cries from the imprisoned pirates. The world beyond the gates resembled a nightmarish abyss, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Quick, quick! That scoundrel Buggy has escaped. We must recapture him at once. In an instant, the long quiet Impelled Down erupted into chaos. As a department directly under the world government, they would not permit anyone to escape from this place. The escape of the Golden Lion over a decade ago had long been a source of shame for them, and they would not allow such disgrace to occur a second time. However, it was not just the guards whose emotions were in turmoil. The pirates incarcerated on level 1 of Impelled Down shared the same sentiment. Having languished in this lightless prison for far too long, they were desperate to seize even the slightest glimmer of hope to attempt an escape. Where is Buggy? Open the door for me. I will do anything you ask if you let me out. Buggy, Buggy. In no time, the name of Buggy echoed throughout the first level of Impelled Down, with everyone eagerly anticipating his arrival. Yet, thus far, none had laid eyes on Buggy, let alone found a way to escape. Watching Hook's anxious figure, Katie felt an unbearable itch in her heart. Her desire to strike was insatiable. Buggy's flight signified the onset of Luffy's prison break, and with just over 30 hours remaining until the Summit War, this was not only the prelude to the battle at headquarters, but also the best and safest opportunity for her to flee Impelled Down. However, before that, she had one task to complete: swiftly eliminate Hook to fulfill her mission. Chapter 3. Kill Hook. Katie was oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It was inevitable that she felt a twinge of anxiety at this moment. Her gaze remained fixated on Hook's back, ever ready to draw her weapon. Damn it, what the hell is that, Buggy? Hurry up and save me. Hook's voice grew increasingly irritable since Buggy's escape began. He had yet to catch even a glimpse of Buggy, which only served to heighten his agitation. However, Katie exhibited no semblance of urgency. Rather, she crafted an excellent opportunity for herself. The more furious Huku became, the higher the likelihood of her striking him down with a single blow. Useless, worthless. As Huku vented his frustration against the iron bars of his prison cell once more, Katie sprang into action. The pent-up energy erupted in an instant, and a gleaming silver katana materialized in Katie's grasp. Onlookers merely caught a fleeting glimmer of light, with some failing to notice Katie's movements altogether. A haunting cry pierced the silence, jolting everyone awake as they were struck with disbelief at the sight of Huku's chest impaled from behind, the assailant being the recently arrived youth. No one comprehended how the blade had come to be in Katie's hand. Naturally, they were too preoccupied to ponder this mystery. The unexpected turn of events left them utterly bewildered. No one had anticipated that the formerly timid Katie would erupt into violence. Wielding a weapon that posed an unequivocal threat to them all, blood streamed from Huku's lips, and the searing pain in his chest, coupled with his blurring vision, made it painfully evident that his time was running out. Huku struggled to accept this grim reality, reaching out desperately into the void, his eyes pleading for salvation. Yet, the indifferent gazes of those around him plunged him into despair. Please, spare me. Have mercy, in his final moments. He even began to plead with Katie. However, Katie had no intention of granting him clemency. Setting aside the system's stipulation that required her to eliminate Huku, she understood the principle of eradicating threats at their roots. After a few futile struggles, Huku fell silent. Task accomplished. Huku has been successfully eliminated. Rewards have been credited. Please check. Yet, Katie's demeanor remained tense, for the chilling stares of those around her conveyed their fear of the weapon she now possessed. A perilous object in the hands of the unarmed, I only target Huku. The cold words echoed within the confines of the small cell, and coupled with the crimson stains on Katie. All present were filled with a newfound reverence, no longer daring to underestimate this youth. Though he appeared young, he was undeniably formidable. With that, Katie sheathed the blade and returned to her previous position, patiently awaiting the arrival of Luffy and Buggy, or perhaps the guards. Everything that transpired had already been relayed to the guards via the video snail. Who arrived first was no longer her concern. As the battle concluded, Katie's consciousness delved into the system's marketplace interface, her gaze traversing a plethora of formidable skills. Each skill at the top captivated her, from Tree World Descend to Flying Thunder God Technique. And even the most powerful natural type abilities like the Rumble Fruit and the Quake Fruit possessed by Whitebeard. However, she soon noticed an anomaly. The price of Ace's Flame Fruit in the system's marketplace was shockingly higher than that of the Quake and Rumble Fruits. This sparked a potential theory in Katie's mind, though its veracity remained uncertain for now. After some time, she finally located the skill she wished to exchange, the Marine 6 Styles Moonwalk at the entry level of LV1. Upon seeing its price set at a mere 700 exchange points, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. She currently possessed only 1,000 points, and thankfully, the cost of the moonwalk did not exceed that amount. As for the skill's level, she decided not to be overly demanding. System, exchange for the skill moonwalk. Exchange successful. 700 points deducted. Host balance now 300 points. Additionally, it has been detected that the current task is complete. Would you like to initiate a new task now? Commence. The swift emergence of a new task exceeded Katie's expectations, yet she felt no inclination to hesitate, decisively opting to proceed. The rewards from task completion were simply too enticing to resist. Though she had not yet tried it, as soon as she successfully exchanged for the moonwalk, a torrent of information regarding the technique flooded her mind. Katie was confident she had fully grasped the moonwalk. Host detected to be in the prelude to the Marineford War. 2 main tasks have been prepared for you. The first, assist Whitebeard in turning the tide of battle to secure victory in the Marineford War. Specific rewards will be determined based on the host's final performance. The second, since you already know the outcome, why pursue it? The task requires you to assist the Marines in capturing the escapees from Impel Down, thwarting Luffy's rescue efforts, thus aiding the Marines in achieving greater victory in the Marineford War. Rewards will similarly be contingent on the host's completion level. Faced with the system's dual tasks, Katie fell into silence. The second task appeared significantly easier, considering that the Marines were destined for victory in the Marineford War. A mere nudge from her would suffice to amplify their triumph and effortlessly complete the task for rewards. However, if she proceeded in that manner, Ace and Whitebeard were doomed to death. Although she held no familial ties to them, She found herself reluctant to act, as she had shed tears for them while watching the anime. Yearning to save Ace if only it were possible. With a loud clang, the heavy prison door swung open, yet no one chose to flee, for dozens of guards stood ready, guns trained on them. Inmate No. E50301, drop your weapon and assume a crouched position. A multitude of guns pointed menacingly at Katie, and the tension in the air stirred anxiety even among the onlookers. Yet, perplexingly, despite being threatened by a dozen firearms, Katie's expression bore not a hint of fear or panic. Instead, a playful smile graced her lips, as though the weapons were not directed at her. Clear the way. I'm in a hurry. Gum Gum Pistol. As the situation escalated, an unexpected third party emerged. An arm exceeding all expectations suddenly appeared, effortlessly dispatching all the guards. At this moment, Katie made her decision. System, I choose Task 1. Chapter 4. The dragon breaks free from the abyss. Katie would no longer remain a passive observer. It was time to escape this cramped, dilapidated cell. As she stepped out, two figures materialized before her. Buggy, clad in prisoner garb, and Luffy, wearing his straw hat. Hey, Straw Hat, I know about your brother's situation. Can you help me unlock these handcuffs? The urgency in her voice halted Luffy's hurried pace. You know about Ace. Quickly, tell me. Though he was unaware of who Katie was, any scrap of information regarding Ace was something Luffy was unwilling to miss. No, I'm not referring to your brother Ace. I mean your second brother, Sabo. He is alive, part of the Revolutionary Army, and even serves as a chief of staff. You're serious? Don't lie to me. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his mind went blank. Sabo and Ace held irreplaceable positions in his life. Sadly, Sabo had vanished during the turmoil in the Goa Kingdom, and Luffy had believed him dead. Yet, Katie's revelation ignited a flicker of hope within him, compelling him to confirm her words. It's true, but he suffered a severe blow to the head and has some memory issues. He can't recall his past. The benefits of her identity as a traveler allowed Katie to easily gain Luffy's trust. Sabo was indeed alive and had been rescued by Luffy's father. Sabo is alive. Sabo is alive. I must save Ace and tell him this news. Buggy, quickly unlock his handcuffs. We need to rescue Ace together. Wait a minute. We don't even know if what he is saying is true. The Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army is a significant figure. Is your brother really that impressive? My dad is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Do you think my brother is not impressive? The atmosphere grew eerily silent after Luffy mentioned his father's identity, the tension palpable as everyone's expression shifted, jaws dropping in disbelief. All right, I'm surprised too, but could you please unlock my handcuffs first? Sure, I'll do that right away. Bucky's mind lingered on the moment when Luffy revealed his father's identity. Upon hearing Katie's request, his body instinctively complied, unlocking the handcuffs on her wrists, observing Bucky, who appeared to be lost in thought. A flicker of unusual brilliance shone in Katie's eyes, for she had acquired an extraordinary skill from him. Mastery level tier LV7. In contrast, she had only attained master level 6 powers. Shave LV5 from Luffy. While the level disparity was considerable, the effectiveness and potential varied significantly. The exchange points required for Shave at the system shop were less than half that of the tier skill, making the difference evident. As a user of the Chop Chop fruit, Bucky possessed the ability to fragment his body into multiple pieces, which seemingly rendered him immune to all slashing attacks. After all, he had withstood the strikes of Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, without a scratch. However, the tier skill appeared rather peculiar. The effects of the Chop Chop fruit were confined to the user's body and did not inflict harm externally, whereas tier could cause direct destruction to the outside world. Upon reflection, Katie could only surmise one possibility. Bucky's fruit ability had awakened. Only after the awakening of a paramecia-type fruit could it exert direct influence over external matters, making Bucky's possession of the tier skill entirely plausible. Although Bucky had been portrayed as a comical figure in Akira Toriyama's narrative, two facts were enough to suggest his extraordinary nature. First, he had once served as an intern on Joel D. Rogers' ship alongside Shanks. Second, he was one of the earliest supporting characters to appear consistently in the storyline, even before Mihawk. With a more substantial role, Katie was convinced that Bucky was concealing his true strength. But the reasons for his secrecy eluded her. Perhaps he sought to avoid attention, or maybe he was entrusted with a mission by Roger, or perhaps there were other motives at play. My name is Luffy, and I aspire to become the Pirate King, he declared. It was only upon hearing Luffy's self-introduction that the magnitude of his courage sank in. After all, everyone set sail in pursuit of Roger's legendary treasure. One Piece, and this declaration could be seen as a challenge to the majority of pirates. I am Katie. All right, let us go rescue Ace. With an additional companion, Luffy was naturally elated, shouting about their mission to save Ace. Wait, I do not intend to accompany you, Katie replied. Why not? Wouldn't it be safer for everyone to go together? Luffy's astonishment was palpable. He had not anticipated Katie's refusal. Seeing Luffy's bewilderment, Katie felt resigned. While watching the anime, she had perceived Bucky's misfortunes due to Luffy's arrogance, but experiencing it firsthand made her sympathize with Bucky, who had been dragged from the first underground level to the fifth, while going together provided mutual support. It also increased the risk of exposure, making it easier for the guards to take notice. It would be wiser to split into two groups, thereby significantly reducing the risk of detection and enhancing the chances of rescuing Ace. Moreover, she was confident she could navigate the descent alone without issue. Wow. Katie, you're so clever. Let us do as you suggest. Bucky and I will go ahead. Without allowing Bucky the chance to refuse, she seized him and charged ahead. Wait, why aren't you going with Katie? I can manage alone. Bucky's cries faded into the distance until they vanished completely, while Katie prepared to set her plan into motion. The reason for not choosing to accompany Luffy was indeed partly due to the risk of exposure. But it was not the primary reason. What she needed most at this moment was strength. Compared to her initial capabilities, her current strength had improved, but it still fell woefully short against the enemies she would soon face, rendering her little more than cannon fodder. However, the existence of the system transformed Impel Down into a treasure trove awaiting exploration for Katie. With the system's assistance, she could effortlessly acquire corresponding abilities from others, meaning that for every prisoner confined in Impel Down, there was an opportunity to gain new powers. Although some abilities would be redundant, the vast numbers rendered this inconsequential. Furthermore, as she descended, she could also complete the tasks assigned by the system. Upon confirming the main quest, the system simultaneously presented subsequent side quests. Upon reaching the 6th underground level, the task reward included 50,000 exchange points and 7 skill points. Instantly, Katie was astounded by the exorbitant reward. In comparison, the initial assassination task's reward was mere pocket change. However, the difficulty of this task was anything but trivial. Chapter 5. Descent to the 2nd underground level. As Katie contemplated how to infiltrate the 6th underground level, a large shadow suddenly loomed overhead, and a signal of danger surged from behind. Reflexively, she swiftly retreated to widen the distance from her adversary, her body spinning to face the enemy, her hands deftly drawing her weapon, the breaking void, to block across her chest. Having completed these maneuvers, an attack descended upon her. A heavy iron axe crashed down upon the blade of breaking void, the immense force traveling through the weapon, causing her hands to tingle as she struggled to maintain her grip. At that moment, Katie finally discerned the identity of her assailant. A blue gorilla, a guard from the 1st underground level, possessing the strength to slay sea kings, explaining the overwhelming force it wielded. Congratulations, host. You have acquired rookie-level physique LV9. Katie marveled at the blue gorilla's formidable strength. The system's notification chimed in late. Meanwhile, a powerful surge of heat coursed through her body. With a slight exertion, she discovered a remarkable change. Her strength had more than doubled compared to before. Yet, Katie could not revel in her newfound power. While her physique had significantly improved, it was still classified as rookie level, a designation that inflicted 1,000 points of damage to her pride. Roar. Katie's indifference enraged the blue gorilla, which charged at her once more. Howling in fury, since you seek death, I shall oblige you. Tear half-moon slash. A crescent-shaped sword aura swiftly formed, slicing through the air toward the advancing foe. Faced with Katie's strike, the blue gorilla would not sit idly by. It swung its iron axe to cleave the sword aura in two. Ha! That kid is doomed. He dares to attack the blue gorilla. Soon, he will be dismembered. The taunts of prisoners from the adjacent cell echoed, filled with envy and malice, relishing Katie's predicament as the blue gorilla targeted her. However, the ensuing scene exceeded all their expectations. At the moment of contact between the iron axe and the sword strike, a crack appeared on the axe's surface, almost penetrating it entirely. The next instant, a resounding snap echoed as the iron axe shattered completely, while the sword aura surged forth unimpeded toward the blue gorilla. A spray of crimson blood erupted as the blue gorilla's robust form collapsed. The outcome astonished all witnesses. They had never imagined that the young prisoner from the 1st underground level could possess the strength to single-handedly slay the blue gorilla. As a guard of this level, the blue gorilla wielded overwhelming power, yet it had been felled in a single blow. Nobody could have anticipated such a result before the battle commenced. Not only the onlookers, but even Katie herself was taken aback by her own prowess. She had merely entertained a whimsical thought of combining the tier skill with the half-moon slash, curious about the result, yet she had not expected it to yield such an impressive outcome. Capable of killing the blue gorilla in an instant. Please, Great One, let me out. Those quick to react began pleading with Katie, hoping to escape this hellish place. However, Katie had no intention of heeding their requests. She had heard their earlier insults all too clearly. In the previous moment, they had mocked her, and now they sought her aid. Was that even plausible? Turning swiftly, Katie hoisted a guard who lay unconscious on the ground. Her departure as graceful as a wisp of cloud, leaving behind a cacophony of howls from the crowd. In a dimly lit corner, she donned the guard's uniform, and with this new guise, she proceeded to act with much greater ease. No longer burdened by the incessant pleas for rescue from others, significantly reducing her exposure to danger. Before long, Katie traversed the first underground level. However, the outcome was less than favorable, yielding only two somewhat useful skills: Basic Swordsmanship Level 7 and Introductory Skill Cross / Level 5. The former barely qualified as a skill, more akin to an understanding and application of swordplay. After all, the pirates imprisoned here had bounties ranging from 10 to 20 million berries, making this meager gain somewhat acceptable within the realm of the four seas. Observing the eerily quiet first level of the prison, it was evident that Luffy must have already breached the second or even third underground levels. Otherwise, such tranquility would be inconceivable. It appeared this level had little more to offer her. It was time to descend further. In her recollection, Luffy and Buggy had reached the second underground level by falling through a passage in the center of the Hell of Crimson Lotus. Yet Katie was unaware of the exact location of this passage, as the anime provided no specific directions. Nonetheless, she could discern the position of the Hell of Crimson Lotus by the agonized cries of the prisoners enduring the relentless torment of thorns. Furthermore, having meandered through the first underground level, she could estimate where the hell might be located. Before long, a crimson forest appeared within Katie's line of sight, the air thick with an inescapable scent of blood. This forest was not a true woodland. Everything visible to the naked eye was sharp thorns, as lethal as blades, tearing into anyone within. This sight, Katie felt a surge of relief for having chosen the moonwalk skill. Otherwise, this challenge would have proven formidable. Noticing the absence of others, Katie hesitated no longer and took decisive action, her feet propelling her into the air with astonishing rapidity. The sensation of air rushing past her sides was utterly exhilarating. Leaving her at a loss for words to describe this moment, Katie reveled in the thrill of flight. The guards below became aware of her presence. However, her disguise as a guard obscured their perception. Though it was only a matter of time before her ruse would be unveiled, the number of guards on this level was limited, and they were all familiar with one another. No one had heard of anyone mastering the moonwalk. And even if someone had, there would be no reason to traverse the Hell of Crimson Lotus in such a manner. The guards would don specialized gear to enter the hell, and her trajectory clearly aligned with the escape route of a previous prisoner, rendering her action suspicious. Hey, the person flying above, which section are you responsible for? Get down here immediately. Upon hearing this, Katie realized her cover was blown. Yet, it mattered little. She had spotted the dark opening leading to the second underground level. At this distance, the guards below posed no threat to her, making further concealment unnecessary. Fire! The guards below, recognizing the anomaly, swiftly issued a shooting command. However, despite dozens firing nearly 100 rounds, not a single bullet found its mark. Captain, this is futile. The distance is too great for our bullets to reach him. Faced with this outcome, the guard captain felt a sense of helplessness. It was evident that the enemy's strength exceeded their capabilities. Find out who this person is. Why are they wearing our guard's uniform? Is there a traitor among us, or has someone stolen a uniform to impersonate a guard? The captain quickly regained his composure, striving to take action within his means. Chapter 6. The Return of Magellan. Meanwhile, after a prolonged descent, the elevator finally came to a halt as the doors opened. A tense and oppressive atmosphere rushed forth, causing even the Empress Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, to frown in discomfort. This place did not sit well with her. Moreover, what surprised her further was the realization that the common understanding of impelled down was flawed. There was not only the 5 levels of prison but also a 6th level. That where Fire Fist Ace is. Though she harbored suspicions, Hancock felt compelled to confirm. Yes, he is right ahead. I will lead you there. With that, Magellan took the lead, guiding the way, while Hancock, now certain, could not suppress her worry for Luffy. Ace's location was far deeper and more perilous than she had anticipated. Upon arrival, just as Hancock was consumed by concern for Luffy, the advancing group came to an abrupt stop. It was then that Hancock noticed a peculiar cell containing 2 prisoners. Gazing inside, she instantly recognized their identities. The young man with black hair and an exposed torso was undoubtedly Luffy's brother, Fire Fist Ace. The other, however, was a surprise to Hancock. His deep blue skin, robust physique, and visible gills on his shoulders led her to identify him as Jinbei. Another of the 7 warlords of the sea, sharing a status akin to her OWN. As Hancock assessed their situation, Jinbei and Ace scrutinized her in return, puzzled by her presence at this moment. Particularly Jinbei, who felt a sense of foreboding. Did Hancock's arrival signify the involvement of the warlords in the conflict? If so, the pressure on their father would only intensify, causing him to furrow his brow in distress. Your Highness Hancock, this is Fire Fist Ace, but honestly, I fail to understand what compels you to come here in person, Magellan remarked, still bewildered by Hancock's request to visit Ace, compared to the other warlords. It seemed quite peculiar. I merely wished to see the person capable of inciting such upheaval. What manner of individual could provoke such chaos? Is there a problem? No, none at all. Even Magellan, the most formidable man in Impel Down, found himself momentarily at a loss in the face of Hancock's indifference, silently acknowledging that the title of Empress was not unearned. Hey, that woman seems to be the Empress, Hancock. Is that for real? How did she end up here? No, wait, she really does look like her. Hey, beautiful, come over here. I'll treat you with utmost gentleness, so come quickly. Hancock, look over here. Quickly, look this way. As the prisoners recognized Hancock's presence, the entire 6th underground level erupted in chaos. Each inmate felt a sense of despair, uncertain of the fate that awaited them. In this stifling atmosphere, Hancock's arrival ignited their desires, despite knowing it could incite Magellan's wrath. Silence. Magellan would not let this go unchecked. His furious voice echoed throughout the 6th underground level. However, the effect was minimal, failing to quell the prisoners' unrest, and instead, they retaliated with insults. Shit, Magellan, why don't you go squat in the toilets? Can't hold it in. So you shat your pants, huh? Shit, Magellan. The prisoners' jeers thoroughly infuriated Magellan, veins bulging on his forehead, a clear sign of impending rage. Those familiar with him instinctively took a step back, wary of approaching him at this volatile moment. Disobedient and disregarding orders, as the warden of Impel Down, I possess the authority to execute you on the spot, Venom Dragon. With those words, Magellan's body became enveloped in a thick, purple liquid, from which several dragon-like heads emerged, surging toward the most vociferous agitators. No, please. Magellan's truly furious. In an instant, a wave of panic swept through the crowd, particularly affecting those few unfortunate souls who had caught the attention of Magellan, the venomous dragon. Despair consumed them, and they cried out in heartfelt pleas for Magellan's forgiveness, with some even falling to their knees, hoping for mercy. Yet, at that moment, how could Magellan relent? The onslaught of the venomous dragon intensified, becoming ever more ferocious, and in the next heartbeat, it descended upon its targets. The once boisterous atmosphere was replaced by anguished wails, as the prisoners instinctively distanced themselves from those assaulted by the dragon. As a user of the venom fruit, Magellan's every strike was laced with potent toxicity. Any contact would inevitably lead to death. N01 was foolish enough to linger in such peril, amidst the chaos. Hancock swiftly approached the cell, her lips parting as she silently conveyed a message to Ace. That a thunderclap resounded in Ace's mind, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. The news brought by Hancock was overwhelming. He never imagined that Luffy, that reckless fool, had dared to infiltrate Impel Down to rescue him. A tumult of emotion surged within him, frustration, worry, fear, yet not devoid of a glimmer of solace. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for how to react. Jinbei, standing beside Ace, quickly noticed his friend's unusual demeanor. The expression on Ace's face was anything but normal. Though unaware of Hancock's words, Jinbei couldn't help but feel a sense of concern for him. Very well, Lady Hancock, proceed with your intentions. I have silenced them, Magellan stated, having just quelled the prison riot and turning back to Hancock. However, to his surprise, Hancock simply turned away, showing no inclination to take any action. I have seen the individual. Take me away. That I do not wish to linger here for another second. The conditions are abominable. She cast a questioning glance toward the nearby Vice Admiral, only to find her own confusion mirrored in his eyes. Although it struck them as peculiar that she had traveled such a distance only to do nothing but observe, they could hardly act against her wishes. After all, she was a distinguished guest of the Navy headquarters and deserved to be treated with utmost respect. After a moment's hesitation, Magellan acquiesced to Hancock's request and led her back to the upper levels, confident that Ace would not encounter any further trouble under his watchful eye. Thus, they departed swiftly, their stay on the 6th level lasting no more than half a minute. Yet, within that brief span, Ace's heart, once dulled to the depths of despair, began to beat anew. To Mr. Ace, what did Hancock tell you? Jimbei finally dared to inquire once everyone else had left. My brother Luffy. He has come here to rescue me. Chapter 7. The enraged Magellan. How could this happen? Why was I not informed before matters escalated? Magellan roared upon returning to the 4th level of the scorching hell, his voice echoing in fury. He had only been away a short while, and already several escapees had emerged, yet none had been apprehended. Is this not due to your infatuation with Hancock, neglecting your subordinates' reports? The blame lies squarely on you. Why do you not step aside and allow me to take command? What began as a quiet complaint escalated into a full-blown tirade. With Hambani inadvertently voicing all his pent-up thoughts, realizing his misstep, he cast a nervous glance toward Magellan. What did you say? This is all my fault, Magellan interjected, providing no leeway for Hambani to clarify before delivering a swift blow to his head. Relay my orders. The 2nd underground level is to be overseen by Salute Eyes and the Blue Gorilla, while the remaining forces in Impel Down are to concentrate on the 4th level. Suddy, you will guard the passage to the 5th underground level with the guards. Hambani, you will lead the remaining watchmen at the passage to the 3rd underground level. This time, we must ensure that the Straw Hat Kid and his companions remain on this level. Understood, Director. Just as the others turned to execute their orders, Hambani suddenly recalled something and turned back. Director, the guards from the 1st underground level report that, aside from the clown buggy, there is another prisoner named Katie who has also escaped. Strangely, he has not chosen to flee outward, but has instead delved deeper into the 2nd underground level. However, this individual has not been seen acting alongside the Straw Hat Kid, nor has he been noted to have any prior contact with Ace. Furthermore, he is dressed in the attire of the guards, making his current whereabouts a complete mystery. Additionally, it is worth noting that the report specifically states he possesses mastery of the Navy's 6 powers, particularly the moonwalk. Hambani relayed all pertinent information regarding Katie in one breath. How could a prisoner from the 1st underground level possibly master the Navy's 6 powers? What sort of inspections were conducted before incarceration? Why was such a prisoner not confined to the 3rd underground level? Facing the wrath of Magellan, only Hambani dared to speak up. Director, this is not the fault of anyone. It is a failure of intelligence. Katie's current bounty is merely 100,000 berries, just meeting the minimum standard for our Impel Down facility. Who could have known that this fellow was hiding so deeply, only revealing himself now? Hambani's words managed to quell Magellan's rage momentarily. The unknown was often the most terrifying aspect. Katie's modus operandi was evidently distinct from that of the Straw Hat Kid, cunning, cautious, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the underbrush. Unassuming, yet possessing the deadliest threat. Notify Salute Eyes to suppress the riot in the 2nd underground level, while also searching for the prisoner Katie. Should he be discovered, inform me immediately. I shall personally send him to hell. Yes, at that moment, anyone with a shred of sense could feel the palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from Magellan, and none dared to respond with anything less than utmost seriousness. Achoo! Achoo! Who is speaking ill of me behind my back? What rotten luck! Feeling the oppressive heat of his surroundings, Katie could no longer bear to remain there a moment longer. However, he had yet to achieve his most crucial objective, just half an hour prior. He had escaped from the 2nd underground level, the beast level, to the 3rd underground level, the hunger level, successfully eluding Salute Eyes' pursuit. Yet, despite thoroughly exploring both levels, he had not attained the desired results, merely acquiring 3 relatively useful skills: Advanced Swordsmanship Basic Level 3, Advanced Physical Arts Level 5, and Advanced Swordsmanship Skill, Aurora/Level 7. To be frank, these enhancements significantly bolstered Katie's strength. After all, he had previously been a complete novice in the art of swordsmanship, lacking any foundational knowledge. While he could not yet be considered a master swordsman, he at least wielded a blade with some semblance of skill. Nevertheless, such capabilities would render him little more than a slightly stronger pawn in the ongoing war at the headquarters, far from sufficient to influence the tide of battle or fulfill the tasks set forth by the system. At present, what Katie most urgently needed was to enhance his physical strength. The rookie-level Constitution Level 9 he had obtained from the Blue Gorilla was utterly inadequate for sustaining prolonged combat. When he had traversed the Red Lotus Hell to reach the 2nd underground level using the moonwalk, He had nearly exhausted himself. His physical fortitude had become a glaring shortcoming. In order to address this deficiency, Katie considered a unique creature residing within Impel Down, those hybrid beastmen with remarkably robust physical attributes known as the guard beasts. According to the former warlord Crocodile, these guard beasts were awakened Zoan-type devil fruit users, possessing formidable physical prowess. As it stood, if he could acquire strength comparable to theirs, his shortcomings would cease to be an issue. Fortuitously, as the plot unfolded, one such guard beast named Minotaur was currently located on the 3rd level. Having been knocked unconscious by Luffy. In this light, Katie saw a glimmer of hope to fortify himself before descending to the 4th underground level. After all, Luffy was destined to encounter Magellan there. Should fortune favor him, and he happened to cross paths with the venomous warden, having enhanced strength, while it might not ensure victory, would afford him a better chance to struggle against his fate. Conversely, if luck was on his side and he avoided Magellan entirely, the augmented physical prowess would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Guided by a vague recollection, Katie finally arrived at the site where Luffy and Buggy had exited the 3rd underground level in enormous fit. Still bearing the remnants of their battle. To his relief, he spotted his target at the far end of his line of sight, a guard beast lying unconscious amidst the debris, its upper body resembling that of a bull, while its lower half maintained a human form. Approaching cautiously, Katie's heart raced with trepidation, fearing the possibility of acquiring some erratic ability from the beast. Congratulations, host. You have acquired mystical level Constitution level 5. Before this moment, Katie had never imagined that an electronically synthesized sound could be so melodious, evoking a sense of wish fulfillment that was simply exquisite. This marked a significant leap from the novice level to the advanced stage of the mysterious physique. The surge of heat coursing through her body was several times stronger than before. With a mere clench of her fist, she felt a power surging forth that could obliterate a mountain standing in her way. Just as Katie reveled in her triumph, a faint sound suddenly reached her ears. In the next instant, her attention was drawn to the Minotaur lying amidst the ruins. Although she had not yet awakened her observation haki, she instinctively sensed a potent life force gradually stirring. Accompanied by an overwhelming hostility directed towards her. It was now impossible to leave silently. She had been locked onto by her adversary. It seemed that a battle was inevitable. Her calm gaze transformed into one of fiery determination. Apart from her encounter with Hyuk, she had only engaged in a genuine battle against the prison warden, the Blue Gorilla. However, that confrontation had concluded far too swiftly for her to truly grasp its essence. What lay ahead would be a series of life and death struggles, and since this creature before her did not intend to let her pass unchallenged, it was an excellent opportunity to hone her skills. With a bellow, the Minotaur rose to its full height, its crimson eyes fixated on Katie without wavering. Chapter 8. Battle with the Minotaur. The ferocious Minotaur exhibited no hesitation, charging directly at Katie. In an instant, it closed the distance, casting a massive shadow that enveloped her entirely. The enormous mace in its right hand was raised high, propelled by a fierce gale, and came crashing down towards Katie. Yet, in the face of the rapidly approaching weapon, Katie merely smiled, drawing her sword just as the mace was about to strike. She positioned it before her, intercepting the Minotaur's devastating blow. However, the ground beneath them was less fortunate, cracking with dark fissures that extended several meters before ceasing. To Katie's satisfaction, even confronting such a formidable impact, she felt no discomfort. Had this been before, Lewis would have never dared to take such a risk. Evading with the 6 styles, this was all due to the mysterious physique she had acquired from the Minotaur itself. Now it's my turn. Get back. With this singular strike, Katie gauged the depth of her strength against that of her opponent and was not one to hold back. Accompanied by a fierce roar, her formidable power erupted, driving the Minotaur back, cross/tear. In the blink of an eye, Katie unleashed 2 powerful sword strikes imbued with tearing effects, sensing the imminent danger. The frenzied Minotaur wisely opted for defense, raising its iron mace to block Katie's attack. With a resounding crash, the massive iron weapon shattered into pieces, leaving the Minotaur astonished, unable to fathom that its long-time weapon could be destroyed in a single blow. Did no one tell you not to lose focus during a battle? In an instant, the Minotaur's body tensed, hair standing on end as it instinctively recoiled, narrowly evading a crescent-shaped arc of slashing force that sent blood spraying into the air. The agonizing sensation jolted the Minotaur awake, its gaze snapping back to Katie, finally realizing that this individual before it possessed strength rivaling that of the intruder who had previously knocked it out. With a growl, the Minotaur discarded its broken mace, eyes blazing with fury, muscles erupting in a display of raw power, transforming its already formidable physique into a veritable mountain of muscle. Its crimson eyes brimmed with unbridled madness and ferocity. Confronted with the full force of the Minotaur, Katie silently sheathed her sword. "Come, little bull, let's fight." Her provocation incited the Minotaur's wrath, its hind legs scraping against the ground as it vanished in a blink. In this moment of facing such an opponent, Katie's naked eye could not catch the Minotaur's movement. Nevertheless, her body instinctively reacted, crouching low as her arm shielded her right side. Just as she completed this maneuver, a massive shadow blanketed the sky above her, and the Minotaur's fist struck down with overwhelming force upon her arm. Despite Katie's physique having reached the mysterious level, she was still sent hurtling backward by the sheer might of the blow. After all, her physical prowess was only on par with her adversary, making it difficult to withstand the Minotaur's full assault. A sharp pain radiated from her arm. In that instant, she felt as if her bone might fracture. Yet, there was no time for lamentation, as a dark silhouette swiftly approached from the depths of the haze. Undoubtedly, the Minotaur, once more at a momentary lapse in concentration, had led to being struck down. Even if her opponent were a powerful beast of a warden, such a mistake could not be excused. "You bastard, get away from me." Channeling all her strength, her muscles erupted, and she concentrated her power into her right fist, causing the fabric of her sleeve to burst into tatters. The next moment, the two colossal fists collided with a force that shattered the air, causing devastation greater than anything prior. A smirk crept onto her lips. Despite the lingering ache in her hands, the Minotaur could not help but mock Katie, standing firm and unyielded after their clash. 3, 2, 1. Down. Chapter 9. Magellan Strikes. Luffy captured at the moment Katie's voice fell. A powerful and peculiar force suddenly manifested. The contemptuous and mocking smile seemed to freeze like a paused frame on the face of Minotaur. In the next instant, the look of agony replaced the earlier derision, transforming his visage into one of sheer horror and ferocity. His upright form began to retreat step by step, blood spurting forth from his right arm, countless wounds marring his body, as if he had been struck by a multitude of sword energies in an instant. With a gaze filled with confusion and disbelief, Minotaur lost consciousness once more, collapsing to the ground. Satisfied with the sight of the fallen Minotaur, Katie recognized that this strike encompassed not only her full strength but also her tearing ability pushed to its utmost limits. The clash of power was merely superficial. Katie's trump card lay hidden in her tearing ability, and the outcome did not disappoint her, as she had swiftly defeated Minotaur, who possessed equal physical prowess. However, gazing at the unconscious Minotaur, Katie pondered deeply. If even a comical character like Buggy wielded such formidable strength, what schemes might those hidden masterminds possess? This thought led her to realize that the pirate world she perceived was merely the most superficial layer. The true nature of this world lay obscured beneath layers of mist. Sighing, she decided to set aside such thoughts, acknowledging that enhancing her own strength was of utmost importance, knowing everything would be futile without power. Peering down the ventilation shaft, an unsettling aura washed over her. Although she had yet to master observation hockey, she surmised that Luffy must be facing Magellan head-on at that very moment. The dangers of the fourth underground level loomed large for her, where even the slightest lapse could cost her life. Yet, she could not afford to be disappointed. With a determined leap, Katie plunged into the ventilation duct, her feet gliding through the air as she raced toward the fourth underground level. Danger was inevitable, but the opportunities were unprecedentedly vast. If she could successfully infiltrate the sixth underground level, with the system's assistance, her strength would swiftly ascend to the Vice Admiral tier, granting her the capability to alter the course of the war. Although the final mission rewards remained uncertain, Katie was confident they would be substantial. After all, merely infiltrating the sixth underground level would yield 7 skill points and 50,000 exchange points. This would further bolster her strength, allowing her to establish a foothold on the seas. There was no reason to hold back. "If you desire these hands, then I shall bestow them upon you." Jet handgun. As a cloud of smoke enveloped her, Katie's figure became obscured, and with a swift motion, her right fist launched forward at an unimaginable speed. "Futile. Even now, do you not comprehend? No one dares to touch my body. You are no exception." However, in the next moment, an excruciating pain rendered Magellan momentarily dazed. How could he have been struck by his opponent's fist? How dare he? Yet, upon witnessing the purple liquid on Luffy's fist, Magellan fell silent, unable to recall the last time anyone had dared to do such a thing. Through the eyes of the Straw Hat Boy, he perceived an unwavering determination emanating from the depths of his soul. "That I must admit, your resolve exceeds my expectations. But do you truly believe you can survive after being tainted by my poison?" Your efforts are nothing but a futile struggle. Ace cannot be saved. You too shall remain here. As Magellan spoke, Luffy felt the invasive assault of the poison, his palm feeling as though pierced by countless steel needles. The pain resonating through his very core, compelling him to his knees. Yet, despite the agony, his mind was consumed solely with thoughts of Ace's safety, entirely disregarding Magellan's words. If that is the case, then you shall remain here. Poison Dragon, a massive, purplish, viscous dragon, surged toward Luffy. Though surprised by Luffy's resolve, Magellan was acutely aware of his duty and showed no mercy. Watching the poison dragon approach, Luffy, despite his intentions to evade, found himself powerless. The poison had already pervaded his entire body, rendering him incapable of escape. In the next moment, Magellan's poison enveloped Luffy entirely, the excruciating torment overwhelming his senses, forcing him to scream in agony. The sensation was akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his insides, a pain that pierced to the very depths of his soul. Observing Luffy's state, Magellan understood that the Straw Hat Boy had reached his limit. You shall remain here to accompany your brother. With that, he turned to depart. Yet, just as he began to turn away, a trembling voice interrupted him. Give Ace back to me. Turning around, Magellan was taken aback to find the Straw Hat Boy, who had seemingly succumbed to the poison, somehow back on his feet. Though his body trembled uncontrollably, he refused to fall. Furrowing his brow, Magellan reluctantly acknowledged that he had underestimated his opponent's resilience from the outset of their battle. Luffy had absorbed an overwhelming amount of toxins, enough to fell hundreds. But here he stood, unexpectedly strong, still upright. You are truly courting death. Poison Dragon. This time, Magellan unleashed 5 poison dragons simultaneously upon Luffy. Third gear, giant pistol. Despite his exhaustion, Luffy was not ready to give in. His right fist ballooned to the size of a giant's, and he swung it fiercely at Magellan. The two figures crossed paths, and in the next moment, Luffy collapsed once more, ceasing all struggle as he lay motionless on the ground. Watching the fallen Straw Hat Boy, Magellan fell silent for a moment. Bring the Straw Hat Boy to the 5th underground level for confinement. Awaiting judgment. Yes, Director. As Magellan surveyed the now quiet 4th underground level, a wave of relief washed over him. He had finally captured the troublemaking Straw Hat Boy, rendering the remaining prisoners inconsequential. Report, Director. Urgent news. Just as Magellan began to relax, a subordinate's voice echoed from afar. What is it? Why the frantic demeanor? Director, the fugitive Katie has breached the defenses of Lord Suddy and the jailer beasts, infiltrating the 5th underground level. What did you say? How is that possible? Although he knew his subordinates would not lie about such matters, Magellan found it hard to believe. The strength of Suddy and the others was well known, and prior intelligence indicated that Katie was still on the 2nd underground level. How could she possibly have arrived here so swiftly and breached their defenses to reach the 5th underground level? Chapter 10. Battle with Suddy 20 minutes earlier. Phew. This 4th underground level truly lives up to its name as the scorching lair. It is unbearably hot. Upon entering, a wave of heat assailed Katie, making her feel as though she were on the verge of being roasted. However, the remnants of purple liquid in her line of sight instantly heightened her tension. It was evident that Luffy had already engaged with Magellan. Her gaze flickered as she hastily concealed herself from prying eyes. Surveying her surroundings, she recalled the vague impressions in her memory, identifying the general direction leading to the 5th underground level. And she sprinted toward it with urgency. Though the prisoners confined in the 4th underground level could significantly enhance her strength, time was not on her side. Moreover, if she could successfully infiltrate the 6th underground level, then any loss incurred here would pale in comparison. The battle between Magellan and Luffy would not last long. Once their confrontation concluded, Magellan would regain control over the entire Impel Down, and it would only be a matter of time before she was captured. Only in this fleeting moment could she seize the opportunity to continue her descent. As she faced the 4 figures blocking the corridor, Katie's fists tightened and relaxed repeatedly. 3 jailer beasts and 1 head jailer. Suddy. To be honest, she felt far from confident in her ability to defeat them. Yet, the passage of time allowed no room for hesitation. Life is a performance, and she had to go all in. With that, she dashed towards Suddy in a state of frantic urgency. Lord Suddy, no, it's bad. The fugitive Clown Buggy and the former Baroque Works member Mr. 2 have released a large number of prisoners on this level. All fugitives are attacking the entrance to the underground 3rd level, which is defended by Lord Hambani. The Lord is on the brink of collapse. What do you mean? Where did they get the keys? No sooner had the words left his lips than Suddy realized that the fugitive known as Mr. Two was none other than the Candle Man, who had consumed the candle fruit and could conjure keys out of thin air. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Suddy hurriedly made arrangements. Koala, take the two of them to assist Hambani. I will handle things here. Go quickly. With a roar, Koala complied, leading the other two guards, a rhinoceros and a zebra, towards Hambani's defense zone. As Suddy watched the figures of the guards disappear, he exhaled a sigh of relief. With their help, Hambani would surely be able to fend off the attackers. However, as he regarded the subordinate who had brought him the news, Suddy felt a sense of unease. His gaze fixated on Katie, and he soon discerned the discrepancy. The uniform she wore belonged to the guards of the first underground level, yet there were no personnel from that level in the entire underground fourth level. It was evident that this individual was an imposter. What is this? Are you uncomfortable in the first level cells and wish to try your luck here? Katie. At that moment, a chilling intensity filled Suddy's eyes. Oh, how did you recognize me? With a raised eyebrow, Katie was surprised at how quickly her cover had been blown. She believed she had not revealed any flaws and could not fathom where she had erred. You shouldn't be wandering around the fourth level in first level attire. Don't you think that's rather foolish? Ah, so that was it. I see I need to pay more attention next time. Smacking her forehead, Katie realized that the issue lay with her disguise, but it mattered little. Her objectives had been achieved, successfully diverting the three guards, making the subsequent matters much simpler. Heh, interesting. Do you think you'll have another chance? Now that you've fallen into my hands, do you truly believe you can escape? Previously, we erred in locking you in the first underground level. This time, I shall imprison you in this fiery hell, allowing you to experience the taste of being scorched by the flames of retribution. Heh. With a scornful smile, Suddy, capable of commanding the guards, was not weak, yet she was no longer a mere insect to be slaughtered at will. If you wish to capture me and take me back, we shall see if you possess the ability to do so. With a chilling glare, she knew her time was limited. This battle needed to be won swiftly and decisively. Master-level body technique LV3. Just as Katie was about to make her move, the electronic notification from the system unexpectedly echoed in her mind. This sudden change left Katie momentarily stunned. Master-level body technique. This was her second master-level ability acquired after Luffy, and she couldn't help but feel astonished. However, for Suddy, this was an excellent opportunity. She immediately swung her whip toward Katie, without time to revel in her newfound power. Katie was keenly aware that she still had a formidable adversary to contend with. The whistle of air being displaced suddenly filled her ears, and without hesitation, she swiftly dodged Suddy's strike. Humph, prepare to accept the lash of death. Suddy, irritated by her missed opportunity, unleashed a flurry of strikes with no pause between the second and third. In the blink of an eye, she had unleashed 10 attacks. The air held around her, and the world was filled with the shadows of the whip. It was undeniable that Suddy was the first person to pose a genuine threat to her thus far. Had this been a few minutes ago, she would have likely had to retreat to avoid the onslaught. But now, that was unnecessary. Despite the barrage of attacks surrounding her, Katie's eyes could clearly perceive each strike, and her mind swiftly devised methods for offense and defense. She had not awakened the observation haki, yet this clarity was a result of the master-level body technique she had acquired from Suddy, enabling her to confront such intensity head-on. Now it's my turn. Skillfully evading the enemy's onslaught, Katie finally identified Suddy's openings, her body flashing forward as she executed the 6 styles, shave, arriving directly in front of Suddy. The moment she struck, a cross-shaped slash carved through the air, almost in direct contact with Suddy's form. In that instant, goosebumps erupted across Suddy's body, an acute sense of danger ringing alarm bells in her mind. With her right hand, she raised the whip to defend, retreating rapidly. It was at this moment that Suddy realized the true strength of this young person who had escaped from the first underground level. Not only had he mastered the moonwalk from the 6 styles, but he also wielded the shave, an extremely advanced technique, and not merely in a rudimentary manner. He had reached a proficiency beyond that of a Navy major, and his combat skills were not inferior to her own. Such power was enough to rival pirates with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions. Heaven knows how Suddy would react if she learned that Katie's mastery of body techniques had been derived from her own abilities. Chapter 11. The Release of Violence. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Unerringly, Katie's cross-slash struck the whip, blocking her path, and the tearing effect hidden within her strike erupted in the next moment, catching Suddy off guard and shattering the whip in her hand, its momentum carrying through as it aimed for her body. In a moment of crisis, Suddy showcased her formidable prowess as the chief guard. narrowly evading the devastating slash that was upon her. The razor-sharp gleam grazed her skin, flashing past. Had it deviated by even a centimeter, Suddy would have faced severe injury or worse. Looking back at the enormous hole in the wall behind her, a cold sweat broke out on Suddy's forehead. Had that strike truly landed, she would have been finished. It was clear that this was no ordinary slash. Otherwise, it would not have so easily destroyed her whip. Nor would it have retained such formidable residual force to damage the wall behind her. What perplexed Suddy further was that despite merely being a cross-shaped slash, there were no fewer than 10 attack marks left on the wall. Coupling this with the sensation she had felt when her whip was destroyed, Suddy's brow furrowed in confusion. She could not fathom why this was the case. This individual likely possessed some unknown special ability. At this moment, Katie was not inclined to provide any explanations. As the saying goes, when one is sick, one must seize the opportunity to strike. Even if Suddy had successfully evaded her attack, she had fallen to the disadvantage. Having lost her weapon, making this the perfect time for a counteroffensive, her form darted swiftly as she executed the shave consecutively, her master-level shave surpassing Suddy's capacity for observation. Seizing an opportunity, Katie initiated her assault. Swinging her blade from behind toward her opponent, caught off guard by the unexpected strike, Suddy failed to react in time. By the time she sensed the impending danger, Katie's attack was already upon her. The blade's sharpness palpable against her skin, the blade rose and fell, landing squarely on Suddy's shoulder. Yet, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not unfold. Instead, the blade met an unyielding surface akin to steel. Gazing at the inky darkness beneath the blade, Katie's brow furrowed slightly. It turned out to be armament hockey. This was troublesome indeed. Knowing the disparity yet refusing to surrender, it would be easier to deal with her later. The earlier panic had completely dissipated. The armament hockey had imbued Suddy with tremendous confidence. The strength of armament hockey also varies. If I'm not mistaken, your mastery is likely only in its infancy. How many blows can you truly withstand? Although the previous strike had not yielded significant results, Katie noted a distinct white mark where her blade had met Suddy's hockey. Humph, that will suffice to deal with you. Seemingly stung by Katie's words, Suddy was unwilling to linger on that issue and proactively launched her assault. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. Suddy charged at high speed. Katie smiled. Possessing armament hockey exceeded her expectations, yet this would serve as the perfect punching bag for her to unleash her pent-up frustration. Shave. As the final words fell, her figure vanished once again from Suddy's line of sight. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a brilliant flash of white light appeared at the corner of her eye, moving with a swiftness that surpassed any prior moment. Without the luxury of pondering the reason behind it, Suddy hastily employed her armament hockey for defense. No sooner had she completed this action than a sharp blade descended upon her once more. The chilling sensation was fleeting, and before the thought of counterattacking could arise, her adversary's silhouette had vanished. In that instant, the speed exhibited by Katie left Suddy utterly astounded. Although she was not particularly skilled in speed, she was by no means lacking. Yet now, she found herself unable to keep pace with her opponent. However, it was not merely her speed that shocked her. It was the sheer force behind Katie's strike. Despite the protection of armament hockey, the area that had been struck continued to throb with pain. A persistent sensation of tearing coursing through her, cold sweat trickled down her forehead, and at that moment, Suddy felt genuine fear. The armament hockey offered her no sense of security. Rather, it only exacerbated her feelings of dread and panic. She could not conceive of any means to defend against a cut that even her hockey could not fully protect her from. As Katie had mentioned, her own armament hockey had only awakened about a week ago, and it was far from sufficient to sustain her in a prolonged battle. Should her hockey falter, she would truly be at a loss. Katie, of course, was oblivious to Suddy's thoughts and had no interest in them. At present, she was wholly immersed in the exhilarating rush of her relentless assault. The master-level technique of shave provided her with extraordinary speed, while the swordsmanship skill she had acquired, Aurora Slash, further enhanced her velocity. Unlike Cross Slash and Crescent Slash, Aurora Slash did not produce a sword chi attack. Instead, it was a skill characterized by rapid, darting strikes. Initially, Katie had not given it much thought until a sudden inspiration led her to consider the possibility of combining shave with Aurora Slash. To her astonishment, the results surpassed her expectations. The sensation of impact when striking her opponent was no longer unyielding, and breaching Suddy's armament hockey was merely a matter of time. In the expanse around them, Katie's form was no longer visible. The only evidence of her presence was the flurry of gleaming sword strikes that filled the air, each carrying a tearing effect. Cross Slash, Moonlight Slash, and aurora/repeatedly descended upon Suddy. Within mere seconds, every inch of Suddy's body had been subjected to the onslaught. Crimson blood dripped slowly, creating exquisitely tragic splashes of red, and in the face of such a relentless barrage, Suddy could hardly tend to every wound. Forced instead to prioritize her vital areas while neglecting others, debris flew through the air, and clouds of dust rose as Katie unleashed nearly 100 strikes in the blink of an eye. Suddy's figure had already disappeared amidst the swirling haze, and the surroundings had been utterly ravaged by Katie's assault, reduced to a desolate battlefield. With a final, decisive blow, Katie's movements came to a halt. Beads of sweat cascading down her face. Despite the brevity of the battle, the exertion had been tremendous. In that fleeting moment, she had exerted herself beyond her limits. Had her previous physical condition been in play, she would not have been able to sustain such a series of actions. As it was, she was already feeling drained. A gust of warm wind blew through, and as the smoke began to dissipate, a blurred figure gradually came into focus. Eventually, a person drenched in blood stood revealed before Katie's eyes, the blood flowing like a stream, its rich metallic scent reaching her even from a distance. Yet, despite her grievous injuries, Suddy's chest continued to rise and fall, indicating that she was still alive. Considering her identity as a prison warden, Katie felt a mix of astonishment and reluctant acceptance. After all, those warden beasts were undeniably formidable, and her own physical prowess had been derived from them, an experience she was all too familiar with. Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter with the Scissorman. Upon witnessing Suddy's woeful state, Katie resolutely turned to leave. She had already squandered too much time, and she was uncertain of the situation with Magellan. She needed to depart swiftly, making her way to the 6th underground level. As Katie's figure began to fade from view, Suddy's heart swelled with anxiety and reluctance. At this moment, there was no one to impede Katie's descent from the 5th to the 6th underground levels. And who knew what kind of panic and destruction she would bring? Desperate to pursue, Suddy lifted her foot, but her body faltered, sending her tumbling to the ground. This precarious situation had become even more dire. Her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and in the next moment, her consciousness plunged into darkness, leaving her with nothing but regret. Before long, Magellan's figure appeared, his eyes wide with shock at the sight before him. "Where are the medics? Get over here now." Upon seeing Suddy lying in a pool of blood, Magellan's pupils narrowed to pinpricks, a tempest of rage and murderous intent emanating from him. Drops of purple venom fell uncontrollably, saturating the air around him. Witnessing Magellan's state, everyone fell silent, instinctively choosing to keep their mouths shut. Even as the toxic mist threatened to envelop them, they remained frozen in place. At that moment, Magellan teetered on the brink of madness. A single misstep could lead to their demise, and thus no one dared to utter a word. "Heal her, poison passage." With that simple command, Magellan turned and departed, his voice hoarse, suppressing an overwhelming fury as he swiftly navigated the passage formed by his venom. Moving with a speed that even surpassed Katie's. "Prepare to die, Katie." Meanwhile, as Katie reached the 5th underground level, an ominous premonition suddenly surged within her, as though some terrifying entity had fixated its gaze upon her. Gazing back at the dark, shadowy corridor behind her, a voice echoed in her mind. "Leave, get out of here, run as fast as you can." In the next instant, the chill of the 5th underground level jolted Katie from her reverie. And without a moment's hesitation, she took off running, pushing her speed to its limits, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Even though this was merely an unfounded instinct, Katie chose to trust it, not even pausing to acquire abilities from the inmates in the 5th underground level. Though she had no concrete evidence that danger was imminent, Katie dared not gamble. If she were wrong, it would be of little consequence, but if she were right, it would mean the end of her journey. For the only individual capable of evoking such a feeling within her was none other than Magellan, the man himself. Even though her strength had grown considerably since their initial encounter, she regrettably still lacked the qualification to confront Magellan directly. According to her estimates, she would need to master armament hockey before daring to engage him in combat. As she sped along, the sights on either side blurred by like a reversed film reel. While every inmate here represented a potential treasure trove of abilities, Katie remained singularly focused, driven by one objective: to escape, to flee at any cost. "Katie, come out. I control all of Impel Down. Where can you possibly run to? Did you really think you could escape me?" The terrifying voice reverberated throughout the 5th underground level, and upon recognizing that distinctive tone, the previously hushed atmosphere erupted into chaos, even in the frigid depths below zero. The prisoners' hearts raced with anticipation. They were eager to learn who this Katie was, and what astonishing action she had taken to incite such fury in the usually composed Magellan. "Hey, Do you know who this Katie is? How could she provoke that bastard Magellan to such an extent? I've never seen him so unhinged since I got here. It's like he's a rabid dog. Shoo, keep your voice down. If he hears you. Not even 10 lives would be enough to save you. Clearly, among the inmates of Impelled Down, Magellan's fearsome reputation had long been established, and even at this moment, they dared not speak ill of him. I heard from a guard who came down earlier that this Katie seems to be an escapee from the first underground level. I don't know how she managed to get out. But as for why Magellan is so furious, that's beyond me. Some inmates who were aware of the situation shared their insights, and a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The chaos sparked by Luffy had been suppressed by Magellan on the 4th underground level. And the people here were oblivious to the events that had unfolded above. They were simply shocked that someone had managed to escape, an escapee, from the 1st underground level. Isn't that just a rookie? Why would she come down here instead of fleeing upwards? Today has been full of strange occurrences. We just received one foolhardy kid, and now another has wandered in. While speaking, her gaze shifted to the side, landing upon the Straw Hat Boy, whose entire body was coated in a sinister purple venom. It was evident that none believed that this little imp, who had descended from the 1st underground level, could possibly escape from Magellan's grass. To them, it was merely a matter of time before Katie was captured. Even prisoners from the 6th level of the endless hell below might not possess the strength to evade him. In an instant, her hair stood on end. Adrenaline surged through her veins. Despite the considerable distance, Magellan's voice still reached her ears with alarming clarity. She had never anticipated his arrival would be so swift. She had only traversed half of the 5th level. At this pace, she would inevitably encounter the frenzied Magellan at the staircase leading to the 6th level. This was undeniably dreadful news for Katie. She lacked the strength to confront Magellan head-on. If she could traverse the 6th level, perhaps she would acquire sufficient resources to face him. What to do? What to do? What should I do? In that moment, Katie felt like a grasshopper on a hot skillet. Frantically contemplating an escape plan. If you wish to avoid death, follow me. A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts, instinctively drawing her gaze towards its source, where she beheld a man exuding an uncanny aura from head to toe. Nevertheless, despite this, Katie did not hesitate to follow him into the unknown, for she recognized the man before her. No, more accurately, she should refer to him as a she-male or demon, a member of the Revolutionary Army named Ivankov. A user of the scissor fruit, capable of transforming any part of his body into scissors for attacks. Originally a prisoner of the 5th level, due to the Devil's Call, he now resided in a unique level between the 5th and 6th. Known as the 5th and a half level, completely removed from the confines of Impelled Down. Chapter 13. Ivankov's invitation. Following the Scissor Man in a desperate flight, it was long before a vast expanse of greenery unfolded before them, a rarity in the perpetually frigid 5th level. Upon seeing this, Katie felt a sense of relief. If her memory served her correctly, the passage to the 5th and a half level was located within. After all, Mr. 2 had encountered the Scissor Man here. Indeed, as Lewis had surmised, the Scissor Man dashed straight into the forest before weaving through turns to arrive at an inconspicuous spot, bending down to lift the ground, revealing a pitch-black opening before their eyes. Without needing a prompt, Katie leaped into the abyss. Racing down the staircase, she ran for roughly a kilometer, until a faint glow appeared at the end of the path, signaling that their destination was near, the uncharted 5th and a half level. Please, go ahead. The Scissor Man, having caught up, beckoned Katie to enter him. With no escape left, Katie surmised that Magellan, that madman, was likely waiting at the surface with his 40-meter blade for her to show herself. Unless she had lost her mind, there was no way she would venture out. After taking a deep breath and mentally preparing herself, Katie stepped forward. The reputation of the she-male queen was far too notorious. Having never visited Thailand in her previous life, she worried that without proper preparation, she might end up with needle eyes. Wow, wow, wow. In an instant, Katie's eardrums nearly shattered as the cacophony of noise threatened to lift the ceiling off, causing her head to throb and her ears to buzz. Before she could acclimate, blinding light suddenly shone upon her. Fortunately, her eyes were forged from 24K titanium alloy. Otherwise, she would surely be blinded. Immediately after, a gust of wind swept through, and an enormous head appeared before her without warning, nearly prompting Katie to retaliate with her blade. It seems we have a new cool boy today. What? Do you wish to experience the sensations of femininity firsthand? As he spoke, his right-hand fingers expanded suddenly, glinting with a sharp sheen as they lunged towards Katie. With a steely gaze, Though she was perplexed by Ivankov's sudden aggression, her body reacted instinctively, swiftly drawing the weapon hanging at her waist. The Voidbreaker, to block Ivankov's razor-sharp fingertips mid-air. "Is this why you called me here?" She inquired sideways at the Scissor Man. Though Ivankov was the sovereign of this domain, Katie preferred to converse with the relatively normal Scissor Man. "All right, Ivankov, let us cease the probing here." The fact that he made it this far indicates his considerable strength. Simultaneously, the once boisterous atmosphere began to quiet down gradually. Not only did the music cease, but the previously drugged crowd also fell into a hush point one by one. They turned their gazes towards her, their eyes darting back and forth to Mr. Katie. "This way, please." It was still the Scissor Man speaking, who, without waiting for Katie's response, turned and led the way in another direction. Observing her surroundings, although everything before her differed greatly from the narrative, Katie adopted a mindset of acceptance. After all, remaining outside was tantamount to death. It was better to see what they intended to do. She noticed that Ivankov had followed closely behind. After traversing a lengthy corridor, they entered a dimly lit chamber. "Have you heard of the Revolutionary Army?" As soon as they settled, Ivankov posed this question, and in that moment, she transformed entirely, calm and composed, her previous flamboyance seemingly a figment of Katie's imagination. The Scissor Man chose to stand aside, clearly opting to let Ivankov take the lead. The Revolutionary Army, it's almost impossible not to have heard of it. Katie found it unnecessary to elaborate, as the foremost enemy of the world government. The Revolutionary Army's name carried significant weight. So, would you like to join us? We are the Revolutionary Army. Ivankov's directness took Katie by surprise. Was it truly wise to reveal his identity so openly? However, she felt little astonishment, for as a transmigrator, she had long been aware of the identities of the Scissor Man and Ivankov as members of the Revolutionary Army, making their proposal somewhat anticipated. As she reassessed the two before her, Katie suddenly realized her previous understanding of them was flawed. They were not merely indulging in hedonism, but rather preparing for a jailbreak and accumulating strength for the Revolutionary Army. In this light, her encounter with the Scissor Man was anything but coincidental. He had likely been monitoring her through the video snail, which explained his timely arrival to rescue her during her perilous moment. Aiming to win her favor for future recruitment into the Revolutionary Army. "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of joining," Katie replied, shaking her head. Despite being in a position of reliance and receiving their kindness, she still chose to decline. The atmosphere of the Revolutionary Army simply did not suit her. In contrast, she yearned to be a pirate like Luffy, unrestrained and free, for freedom was the most precious and alluring treasure. With the system's assistance, Katie believed she would eventually become an entity on par with, or even stronger than, Dragon, rendering it unnecessary to work for them. Upon hearing Katie's response, neither Ivankov nor the Scissor Man exhibited any significant change in expression, as though they had anticipated this outcome. Most who had rejected them had employed similar reasoning. "I understand your stance. However, doesn't your current situation make it more suitable for you to join us? After all, we share common enemies, Magellan and the world government. Only by joining the Revolutionary Army and becoming our comrade can you qualify to reside here." This was Ivankov's approach, which bore a hint of coercion. Yet, it was understandable, for resources in this place were limited, and they were not philanthropists, naturally only taking in their own. "I'm sorry, but I don't plan on staying here for long. After evading Magellan's pursuit, I intend to leave. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline." Katie was resolute in this regard. While remaining here was indeed safe, it did not allow her to enhance her strength or complete the tasks assigned by the system, which contradicted her original intentions. Sensing Katie's determination, the Scissor Man and Ivankov could not help but furrow their brows slightly. It was one thing to refuse, but the fact that she intended to leave posed a dilemma for them. The entire Impel Down had but this single hiding place, and should they allow Katie to depart, if she fell into Magellan's hands, it would pose a significant threat to them, a scenario they wished to avoid. "Isn't this place satisfactory? Why must you insist on leaving?" Ivanov could not fathom why Katie insisted on leaving. Although he had encountered various reasons during the recruitment process, when they realized that joining the Revolutionary Army was the only way to remain here, everyone chose to compromise. A significant change loomed on the horizon, and the impending clash between Whitebeard and the Navy was not one to be missed. Unable to articulate the specifics, Katie could only reference the forthcoming summit war. "Is it truly impossible to stay?" Ivanov's tone shifted, taking on a more assertive edge. "I am sorry, but it is indeed impossible. Regrettably, For the safety of everyone, you cannot remain here at that moment. A subtle hostility emanated from Ivanov, suggesting a readiness to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Chapter 14. Premature release. Katie could sense the palpable hostility emanating from Ivanov and inwardly thought it troublesome. The scissor man posed little threat to her. But Ivanov was not so easily dealt with. After all, he had once stood by the dragon's side. Should a confrontation arise, the outcome would be uncertain. Moreover, Katie, under duress, had no desire to engage in battle with him. The scissor man had indeed saved her, and in the impending battlefield, they could be considered comrades, making it unnecessary to resort to violence that would sour relations. Hold on, we have no compelling reason to fight. And I dare say, it won't be long before you reconsider your current decision and abandon this place to escape. Therefore, my brief departure will not affect anything. However, the response she received was a pair of eyes that seemed to mock her, clearly indicating that Ivanov did not believe her at all. All right, Straw Hat Kid, you should know that his name is Monkey D. Luffy, hailing from the East Blue, grandson of the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Hero Garp, and also the son of the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon. He has come here to rescue his brother, Fire Fist Ace. That a string of information regarding Luffy's identity flowed from Katie's lips. There was no alternative. She had to reveal Luffy's identity ahead of time, as she could think of nothing else that might persuade the two. Pausing momentarily, Katie locked her gaze on Ivanov for quite some time before finally diverting her eyes. Then continued calmly, "While I am unaware of your purpose here, your leader's son is in imminent danger. Are you truly planning to turn a blind eye to this?" Upon hearing Katie's challenge, Ivanov's hostility evaporated instantly, as if struck by a thunderclap in his mind. The Straw Hat Kid was indeed Dragon's son, which meant his brother Ace was likewise Dragon's son. With this revelation, Dragon would undoubtedly take action, especially since his own flesh and blood was to be publicly executed. Hence, there was no longer a reason for him to remain here. Of course, all of this hinged on the truth of Katie's words. Ivanov had clearly misunderstood. While Ace was indeed Luffy's brother, he was not his biological brother, and Dragon was certainly not his father. Ace's father was none other than the legendary Gold. Roger. A fact Katie would not clarify, as a misunderstanding worked to her advantage. Why should I believe you? It was evident that Katie's words alone were insufficient to convince Ivanov. When Luffy arrives, you can ask him yourself. However, I must caution you that not long ago, Luffy encountered Magellan on the 4th level, and you should already be aware of what that means. He is now imprisoned on the 5th level. If you intend to rescue him, you must act swiftly. For time waits for no one at this point. Katie felt no urgency. She had done all she could and provided all the necessary explanations. The rest was now up to them, since she could not leave for the time being. She decided to seize this opportunity to rest. A premonition stirred within her. The battles to come would be intensely perilous, and she would likely not have time to rest again. Lightning, hurry and rescue the young master. In stark contrast to Katie's calm demeanor, Ivanov was agitated. She chose to trust that there was some truth in Katie's words. If they were accurate, it meant that both of Dragon's sons were in grave danger, and she could not afford to ignore that. Yet, even if it turned out to be false, the worst that could happen was that she would have to exert extra effort, which was a relatively small price to pay. I am on it. Without a moment's hesitation, the scissor man hastily departed. The unfolding events had far exceeded his expectations, and all he could do now was ensure the safety of the Straw Hat Kid. Meanwhile, utilizing his devil fruit powers to disguise himself as Bon Clay, Mr. 2 finally reached the 5th level and successfully located the unconscious Luffy, with the assistance of Mr. 3, the Candleman. He extricated Luffy from his cell and immediately began searching for Ivanov. Perhaps fate was smiling upon them. Magellan had already left the 5th level and descended to the deeper 6th level before their arrival. Had their timing been even slightly off, one could only speculate what might have transpired. Katie, come here." Accompanied by a furious roar, Magellan reappeared on the 6th level. Everyone was taken aback by his sudden return, but even more surprising was his furious state, which was a rare sight. Curiosity piqued. They all wondered what had transpired. However, curiosity aside, no one dared to speak disrespectfully. The few who had previously insulted him were still warm from their encounter with his terrifying wrath, and thus were much more subdued. Yet, one voice stood out among the rest. "What? Without me? You can't handle a mere Impel Down." The speaker was none other than Shiryu of the Rain, a former warden of Impel Down like Magellan. But unlike Magellan, Shiryu had a penchant for killing prisoners, which led to his imprisonment at the hands of the righteous Magellan. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten that you were the one who locked me up." Shiryu's tone had shifted. He no longer begged Magellan, but instead remained silent, his demeanor calm. Magellan, however, was anything but calm. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Shiryu spoke the truth. The uprising above had yet to conclude. And among the escaping prisoners was one with the ability to conjure keys at will. He needed to apprehend the escapee swiftly. Otherwise, the rebellion would only escalate. He had already been gone long enough and needed to return immediately. But he could not leave this situation unattended. "I can set you free, but don't even think about escaping. If I caught you once, I can catch you again." Reluctantly, Magellan realized releasing Shiryu was the only viable option, and he had no choice but to proceed for the greater good. With a click, the cell door swung open, and the handcuffs around Shiryu's wrists fell away. After a long time, he once again inhaled the air of freedom. "Where is my sword?" The first thing Shiryu asked upon emerging was about his treasured blade. "Raijin, it will be brought to you shortly. The guards on this level are now your responsibility. Remember what I said. No tricks." Despite having made a decision, Magellan remained apprehensive. He would never have resorted to such desperate measures had the situation not been dire. Before departing, he cast a final glance at Shiryu, the warning unmistakably clear. In response, Shiryu merely shrugged, offering no further comment. Chapter 15. The arrival of Luffy. As Shiryu regained his freedom, the Scissor Man finally encountered his young master, the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy. However, at this moment, Luffy appeared to be in a rather unfortunate state. The purple venom coursing through his body had inflicted life-threatening injuries. With no time to hesitate, the Scissor Man sprang into action, hoisting the unconscious Mr. 2 over his shoulder while grasping the sled's rope with his other hand, and then sprinting towards the base. "Mr. Kitty, is what you said truly the case?" At this juncture, Ivankov could no longer maintain his composure, having asked the same question countless times. Once the Straw Hat Boy arrived, everything would become clear. In truth, he already harbored an answer. Why, then, did he need to inquire of me? In stark contrast to Ivankov's anxious state, Kitty was utterly relaxed, reclining with crossed legs and sipping wine, reveling in a life of comfort. As Kitty remarked, although the Straw Hat Boy had yet to arrive, Ivankov indeed possessed an answer. She chose to trust Kitty's words. They shared a common enemy. After all, it is said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and Kitty had no reason to deceive herself. It was precisely due to her belief in Kitty that she felt such tension. After all, this concerned the biological son of Dragon, and now there were two of them. Who could predict what mad actions Dragon might undertake if he recklessly led the Revolutionary Army to assault the Navy headquarters? Then the future direction of the Revolutionary Army would be irrevocably altered. Moreover, the very landscape of the world would shift, and she must take action. And what, pray tell, is your objective? As far as I know, neither Ace nor Luffy had any connection to you prior to this. Why then are you involved? What benefit do you derive from this? Gradually regaining her composure, Ivankov directed her gaze towards Kitty once more. She realized she could not discern the true nature of this young man. His origins and intentions remained a mystery. The pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, yet he willingly concealed himself beneath the surface, exploiting the ensuing chaos to infiltrate this place, provoking speculation about his true motives. To save someone, or perhaps something else altogether. My objective? Kitty arched an eyebrow, finding it difficult to answer the question. After a moment's reflection, he spoke slowly. It is quite simple. This world has remained tranquil for far too long, so tranquil that it has caused many to forget the taste of war and the sin of blood. Regardless of the outcome of this incident, the existing world order will inevitably change. The alluring bounty of the seas will be redivided once more. How could I possibly let such an opportunity slip by? With a scornful smile, a powerful confidence emanated from him. Even though he still lagged behind the top-tier powerhouses, Kitty believed in his ability to grow rapidly during this process. Once the war concluded, he would undoubtedly emerge as another monarch of the new world. Staring in shock at the young man before her, Ivankov could hardly fathom that his answer would be this. His ambition to contend with the 4 sea emperors of the new world. Had she been away from the seas for too long? Were the youth of today truly this reckless? Did they not understand their own limitations? Just as Ivankov prepared to mock Kitty, a cacophony erupted from outside. Reacting instinctively, she dashed out of the room, anxiously scanning the crowd. Ivan, hurry. The young master can barely hold on. Upon hearing the Scissor Man's words, Ivankov's heart sank further. She forcefully pushed through the crowd, rushing to Luffy's side. However, the sight that greeted her nearly sent her into a panic. The vast swathes of purple venom exceeded her worst expectations. What kind of battle had he endured to be reduced to this? Internally cursing, she thought, that bastard Magellan dared to inflict such harm upon our young master. He truly must be tired of living. Yet, even more astonishing was the fact that this straw hat boy, in such a state, still retained consciousness. Please, please, save my comrade, save him. The next moment, a raspy voice broke through the thoughts of those present to their astonishment. The one pleading was none other than the near-fatal victim. The straw hat boy himself, to maintain clarity of mind at such a moment, still worrying for his companions. How remarkable. Please, I beg you, save him, Luffy implored once more, as no one responded. Do not speak any longer. Rest assured, we will rescue him. Ivankov was the first to react, assuring Luffy while summoning medical personnel to attend to the situation. Luffy, do you still recognize me? I am Kitty. I need you to verbally confirm your relationship with the revolutionary dragon. Otherwise, she will not allow me to leave, and I cannot save Ace. Seeing Luffy on the verge of losing consciousness, Kitty hurried forward, knowing that if he succumbed, she would truly be powerless. Perhaps hearing Ace's name rekindled Luffy's fading awareness. As his dilated pupils gradually focused on Kitty, Ace, I am Dragon's son. Kitty, I beg you, please save Ace. Return Ace to me. With those final words, Luffy could endure no longer, his head drooped, and he fainted. Well, do you now believe my words? Shifting her gaze to Ivankov, Kitty noted that much time had already been squandered, and she was unwilling to delay any further. This damned gentleness is just like his father's, with a slight smile. She recognized that although he had not given a clear response, it was evident that Ivankov believed her. Then it is time for me to take my leave. The rest is in your hands. With a sigh of relief, Kitty prepared to depart. However, before she could take a single step, Ivankov called out from behind her. Wait. As a favor for being the young master's friend, there is something I must inform you in advance. The former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, has just been released by Magellan. Although Magellan has left, Shiryu remains on the 6th level underground, seemingly poised to confront you. We are unaware of his exact location. But it is likely he is stationed near the entrance to the 6th level, lying in wait. If you wish to avoid an immediate encounter with Shiryu, perhaps lightning can assist you. As Ivankov spoke. Her tone softened considerably, clearly having placed her trust in Kitty. That could pose a problem. Taken aback by Ivankov's warning, Kitty realized that her butterfly effect had indeed triggered significant changes, leading to Shiryu's premature release. This news was crucial. Given her current strength, facing Shiryu directly would yield a meager chance of success, less than 20%, perhaps even less than 10. Shiryu was a true Vice Admiral-level powerhouse. Avoiding him would be ideal, allowing her to first accumulate some strength. After all, this was the 6th level, where the imprisoned individuals boasted bounties of at least 100 million. If given sufficient time, even if she did encounter Shiryu later, she would not fear him. Lightning, I leave everything to you. Having entrusted all matters, Ivankov hurriedly departed with Luffy. Understood. Please follow me. With that, Lightning led Kitty to another area, stopping in a wide open space. Shortly, I will create a spiral slide here, leading straight down to the 6th level. As for whether you will encounter Shiryu, that will depend on your luck. Nodding, Kitty had no objections. If she went undetected, that would suffice. If fortune did not favor her and she did run into Shiryu, so be it. If she could avoid being instantly killed, she would have a chance to turn the tide. Seeing Kitty offer no dissent, the scissor man immediately set to work, his hands transforming into 2 scissor blades as he began to cut away at the surroundings. Before long, his figure vanished. Chapter 16. A brand new task system restriction. I can assist you only this far. The rest, please exercise caution. As the final stone was severed by lightning, the air shifted, revealing the mysterious 6th level of Impel Down before Kitty. Thank you. I will take it from here. Upon finishing her words, Kitty rose and departed without a shred of hesitation. Meanwhile, Lightning remained rooted in place. Momentarily entranced by the sight of Kitty's eyes, he found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe those mesmerizing orbs. They sparkled with an intensity akin to glass beads glinting in sunlight, radiating a captivating green hue. It evoked the sensation of a famished individual gazing upon a roasted chicken after 3 days of hunger. Lightning could not fathom why such a gaze would exist in this realm of infinite hell, far from any notion of paradise. After casting one last glance in the direction Kitty had taken, he muttered a silent wish for her good fortune before turning away, for the atmosphere here was nearly unbearable. The brutality, slaughter, bloodlust, and despair, all manner of negative emotions thrived in this place, capable of driving a sane individual to madness within mere days. Yet, none of this seemed to affect Kitty in the slightest. Though it did not imply her mood remained unchanged, on the contrary. The moment she set foot on this level, her heart brimmed with excitement, exhilaration, and even a sense of intoxication, leaving no room for any residual negativity. The system's notification chimes had not ceased since earlier, initially announcing the rewards for task completion. 50,000 exchange points and 7 skill points had successfully been credited, bringing her total to 8 skill points and 5,300 exchange points when combined with the previous task's rewards, a modest fortune indeed. However, Katie was in no rush to utilize these resources. Compared to the offerings within the system, the 6th underground level was far more enticing, a veritable treasure trove that required no expenditure whatsoever. She resolved to thoroughly explore this entire level before spending her exchange or skill points, believing this approach would maximize her resources. Yet, not everything unfolded as Katie had envisioned. On the distant end, a pair of eyes flickered with subtle light in the darkness. A whisper escaped his lips. The mouse has finally appeared. In the next instant, the figure vanished entirely, leaving no trace of its presence. As if it had never existed at all. A torrent of warmth surged towards Katie, and in that moment, she felt there was nothing more comfortable in the world. Each wave of warmth signified a more potent and rare ability, including the advanced Busashoku and Kinbunshika Haki, typically reserved for the latter half of the Grand Line. In that fleeting moment, Katie sensed her strength ascending to a new pinnacle, a transformative experience that a new mission had been issued. She was to check her notifications. The message jolted her from her reverie, and she quickly scanned the details. The sea is never a solitary endeavor. Partners, allies, and influence are all indispensable. Mission details. Countless formidable figures reside on the 6th underground level, requiring the host to establish alliances with at least 2 of them. Mission rewards: 100,000 exchange points and 11 skill points. Upon reading the task description, a figure materialized in Katie's mind. Blackbird, Marshall D. Teach, a cunning rogue rivaling Chow Chow. Katie pondered whether she could emulate him, bellowing for the prisoners to turn on one another, allowing the strongest to emerge. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. She was not Blackbeard. Firstly, her strength had yet to reach his level, and releasing the strongest would not guarantee their submission. Furthermore, the individuals Blackbeard sought were not to her liking. In that brief moment of contemplation, Katie identified 2 more suitable candidates: the legendary strongman, the solitary Red Barrelic Refield, and the Devil's Descendant, Douglas Barrett. The former had triumphed in a duel against the former Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Kong, while the latter stood shoulder to shoulder with the Pirate Kings Rayleigh and the former Roger Pirates, prompting the Navy to unleash a massacre order for his sake. Compared to the individuals Blackbeard courted, these 2 were on an entirely different level. The remaining challenge lay in locating and persuading them. Though daunting, it was certainly worth the attempt. With this thought in mind, Katie set forth, realizing she had yet to encounter them, implying they must be confined deeper within the prison. Confirming her targets, she began her swift advance in a singular direction. However, unbeknownst to Katie, a figure appeared in her previous location a mere minute after her departure. Scarlet eyes fixated on the path Katie had taken, Shiryu found himself unexpectedly relishing the thrill of this cat-and-mouse game, delighting in the moment just before his prey would succeed. In truth, Shiryu had detected Katie the instant she arrived. Although they had not met face-to-face, his Kinbunshika Haki had sensed her presence. Compared to Magellan, Shiryu's dual Haki was far more formidable, as lacking a devil fruit ability allowed him to focus intensively on enhancing his own prowess. Though he had sensed Katie immediately, he refrained from striking her down, choosing instead to shadow her silently. He was curious about the young woman's intentions. Of course, this was also due to his unwavering confidence in his own abilities, believing he could take Katie's life at any moment. Yet, what Shiryu did not realize was that, thanks to the system, Katie's strength was evolving and amplifying with each passing second. The outcome of their encounter remained uncertain, having lost track of how many times the system's voice interrupted her. Katie finally needed to pause, for she had located the individual she sought. Astonishingly, they resided directly opposite one another. This fortunate coincidence was attributable to the system, though Katie had no intention of expressing gratitude. Moments earlier, it had conveyed an unfriendly update. The abilities she could acquire from others were capped at master level LV10, meaning that even upon encountering powers beyond that threshold, she would be unable to absorb them. Thus, the abilities she could gain from Barrett and Refield would also be limited to master level LV10, specifically Busashoku Haki and martial arts. Even so, Katie could not find joy in this limitation. Had she been able to obtain abilities equal to theirs, she would have dared to confront Magellan directly, for Barrett's Busashoku was no trifling matter. capable of vanquishing even the strongest of supernovas with a single blow. Faced with this reality, Katie could only accept her predicament with resignation. Chapter 17. The arrival of a fearsome foe. Hey, brat, do you realize how bothersome you look standing there? Without waiting for Katie to process her surroundings, a deep voice rang in her ears. Haha, little Ba, your temper remains as volatile as ever after all these years. A second voice followed, this one marked by an unusual calmness, starkly contrasting the atmosphere of perpetual imprisonment. Old man, don't think that just because you've lingered here for a long time, you hold any authority. Your era has long since passed. Enjoy your twilight years in this prison. The two exchanged barbs. Completely disregarding Katie, who stood before them. It must be said that the sensation of being overlooked was far from pleasant. As a result, Katie slowly began to remove the uniform that had once belonged to the guards, revealing the striped attire of a prisoner beneath. In an instant, the air froze, all sound and movement ceased. At that moment, countless gazes converged upon Katie. Hey, kid, let me out. I'll give you anything you want. Don't listen to him. Let me out first, or I'll rip your head off. There were both threats and pleas, yet all shared the singular aim of convincing Katie to grant them freedom, for this might be their final opportunity to escape before their lives drew to a close, leaving them understandably anxious. Shut up, all of you. However, a single roar drowned out every voice, and with it, a primal aura erupted, rampaging through the confined space. One by one, prisoners collapsed without warning, with barely half remaining conscious. Before the chaos subsided, another aura exploded forth, wild, rampant, and domineering. When the tumult finally ceased, only a scant few remained aware, each appearing utterly drained, as though they had endured unimaginable torment. Having experienced all this, Katie's heart was undoubtedly shaken. This was the power of Conqueror's Haki, capable of rendering hundreds, if not thousands, of pirates unconscious in an instant. The reason she remained unscathed was not due to her strength, but rather because the opposing forces had deliberately avoided her. Truly, these two were remarkable, the solitary Red and the Devil's Descendant. Feeling the formidable presence of the two individuals beside her, Katie couldn't help but express her heartfelt sentiments. Do you know us? Upon hearing his name uttered by the other, Ryder was left perplexed, remarking that, to put it bluntly, he had been confined here for a duration exceeding his own age. There was no denying that the actions of the two prior were indeed astonishingly remarkable. It was nearly impossible to remain oblivious to them. In response to Katie's commendation, Ryder's expression did not brighten. Instead, he furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that the arrival of this young man was no mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate search for him. Who are you? What do you seek from us? After a fleeting moment of surprise, Ryder regained his composure. Wait, I don't care what your intentions are, just let me out of here first. I cannot endure another second in this place. Unlike Ryder, Barrett was singularly focused on escaping. Everything else was of no consequence to him. Of course, I can let you leave, but I require you to agree to one condition. To form an alliance with me. Agree, and you may depart. Refuse, and the matter ends here. Without any pretense, Katie laid bare his intentions. Whether it was the audacity of Katie's proposal or something else, both Ryder and Barrett fell into a profound silence. Sensing the eerie stillness around him, an ominous premonition arose within Katie, as if he had overlooked something crucial. An alliance with us. What gives you the right to propose such a thing? Although only Barrett responded. Ryder's demeanor mirrored his disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt. The aloof Ryder possessed the terrifying prowess to challenge the entire Whitebeard pirate single-handedly. The devil's heir, Barrett, having faced betrayal from those he trusted most, had come to believe that true strength lay solely in individual power. Had Katie proposed alternative terms, even if they were stringent or challenging, they might have reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, the notion of an alliance was something they found difficult to accept. For they only acknowledged the strong and never considered the weak. Kid, focus on surviving first. Then we can discuss other matters. The unexpected response left Katie momentarily stunned, but the next instant, a bone-chilling cold swept over him. Without a second thought, Katie hastily rolled away from his original position. A mere 0.01 seconds later, a swift slash sliced through the air, cleaving the solid ground as effortlessly as if it were tofu. Gazing at the mirror-like surface beneath his feet, Katie broke out into a cold sweat. Had he been even slightly delayed, the cleaved surface would have included his own body. A hazy silhouette loomed amidst the dust, its voice preceding its arrival. You infiltrated this place with such determination, and I presumed your target would be that lad named Ace. I never expected it would be these two old relics. Shiryu, if you wish to die, I shall oblige. In response to the taunts and insults from the newcomer, a visibly irritated Barrett wasted no time in retorting. Come out if you have the guts. Barrett's fury was of no concern to Shiryu, who was well aware that the underground prison's formidable structure was designed specifically for these abominations. Having experienced it firsthand, Shiryu understood that as long as one remained trapped, no amount of skill would prove effective. Cursed bastard, kid, if you can defeat this scoundrel, I will accept your terms. Whether it was out of anger or something else, Barrett issued a condition for the alliance. In an instant, Katie's gaze towards Shiryu transformed. His presence had provided the breakthrough needed to persuade the two, and moreover, he brought with him a formidable swordsmanship skill. Master level LV10, Boundary Slash. His eyes involuntarily flicked towards Ryder. The implication unmistakable, survive first. Yet, the response he received was still not what he desired. In fact, Ryder's gaze towards him was laced with palpable skepticism. In truth, it was not only Ryder who harbored such thoughts. Even Barrett, blinded by fury, shared a similar sentiment deep down, acutely aware of the disparity between them. However, was the reality truly so? Perhaps before encountering Barrett and Ryder, circumstances had indeed seemed that way. But now, having acquired 3 master-level abilities, the situation was far less certain. He might indeed possess the capacity to fight back, and until now, not a single individual, including himself, had comprehended the full extent of his abilities. As the impending battle loomed, Katie found himself equally eager. Chapter 18. The clash with Shiryu. Interesting, truly interesting. It was both self-deprecating and ironic. Shiryu had never imagined that one day he would face off against a prisoner from the first underground level. Even if that prisoner was somewhat skilled, but don't die too quickly. Otherwise, I shall be quite bored. A plume of smoke spiraled upward as Shiryu's rainstorm was unsheathed in an instant, the cold light shimmering like flowing moonlight. Launching an unforeseen strike directly at Katie. Is that all you've got? In the face of Shiryu's confidence, Katie's demeanor was nothing short of arrogant and dismissive, completely disregarding his opponent. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of sword energy with his right hand, vanishing in the next moment. The following second, Shiryu's figure also disappeared entirely. However, what transpired next astonished all the lucid prisoners present. In an instant, powerful and sharp sword energy filled the surrounding space, the solid ground torn asunder with deep, gaping fissures. Simultaneously, the battle between Katie and Shiryu was successfully transmitted to the control room on the 4th underground level via a nearby Den Mushi, plunging the vast chamber into an absolute silence. How can he be this powerful, despite not being present to witness it firsthand? The mere visuals on the screen sufficed to reveal Katie's strength. He was battling none other than their former highest officer, Shiryu of the Rain, the undisputed champion of swordsmanship within this prison. They had never heard of anyone who could withstand even a single round against him. Yet, what they were witnessing was utterly perplexing. The young man named Katie was managing to hold his ground against Shiryu without faltering. At that moment, they realized how utterly ludicrous their previous assessments had been. A prisoner who should have been confined to the 6th underground level was instead held in the 1st. Director, aren't you going to take a look? As a fellow swordsman, Hannibal's insight was particularly acute. The strength of both combatants had reached a level where others could not simply intervene. Presently, the only individual within Impel Down capable of influencing this conflict was Magellan. Hannibal's voice provided a sense of direction amidst the chaos, prompting everyone's gaze to instinctively shift towards Magellan. You needn't worry. Shiryu is under my command. My intent is to capture Katie, and only then can I return to address the issues in the other levels. In response to Magellan's words, they could only remain silent, fully aware that they bore significant responsibility for the current predicament. Had they been more diligent in assessing Katie's strength, the ensuing events might have been avoided. Well then, let us not dawdle. There is no need to worry about Katie for the moment. Focus on resolving the issues in the other levels, and expedite the capture of the clown buggy. Mr. Point 2 and Mr. 3. Also, why has the Straw Hat Kid, who was just imprisoned on the 5th underground level, gone missing again? In an instant, Magellan's calm demeanor erupted once more. This time, he was genuinely furious. Why was it that his subordinates could not even keep track of a single prisoner? Time and again, inmates escaped right under his nose. When did Impel Down become so utterly pathetic, practically resembling a public garden where anyone could come and go at will? As the warden, he could not abide by this. Hannibal, you shall oversee the suppression tasks for the upper 3 levels. I will handle the other levels. Do not let me down again. With that final admonition, Magellan turned to depart. Time was equally critical for him. Ace's execution was drawing near, and soon the Navy would dispatch personnel to execute the transfer. Before that could happen, Impel Down needed to revert to its original state of order. Yes, Director. His subordinates wasted no time. Even the usually unreliable Hannibal donned a serious expression as they strategized their next steps, though they left a team behind to closely monitor the battle in the 6th underground level. Awaiting the outcome, with a swift motion, Katie deflected a slashing attack, but before he could catch his breath, a more powerful strike followed closely behind. At this moment, Katie found himself devoid of the opportunity to retaliate, forcing him to execute a precarious aerial spin to narrowly evade the lethal blow. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? Mastering the battlefield, Shirley was in no hurry to eliminate Katie. Killing him now would yield no advantages, but rather only disadvantages. Shirley was acutely aware that as long as Katie remained alive, his own freedom was assured. Until the opportune moment arrived, it would be nearly impossible for Katie to end his own life. And in fact, he intended to leverage his adversary's strength to escape this place. This was merely the beginning. What had transpired thus far was merely a warm-up. However, despite Katie's verbal denials, he felt no sense of ease within. Only by engaging with Shirley had he truly grasped the extent of this man's formidable strength. The battle had lasted only a few minutes, yet he felt his stamina rapidly depleting, and the aftermath of the attacks had left his right hand throbbing painfully, almost causing him to lose grip on his weapon. His Shin-level physique seemed utterly inconsequential in Shirley's presence, as Katie sensed that he was being suppressed in nearly every aspect. Katie firmly believed that Shirley currently possessed the formidable strength of a vice admiral. According to Katie's conjecture, the master level represented a dividing line, a demarcation between the strong and the weak. The strength of a rear admiral within the Navy headquarters might equate to the master level, while those who transcended it stood atop the world, the admirals, vice admirals, the 4 emperors, and their vice captains. Perhaps this was the significance of the system's limitation of ability levels to master, to confine oneself within the strength of a Navy rear admiral. Yet, this was not the source of Katie's greatest frustration. To break through the master level threshold, he planned to utilize skill points to enhance his haki. However, the outcome revealed a lack of sufficient skill points. The system indicated that it required a staggering 10 skill points to advance from master level LV10 to extraordinary level LV1, and it would take 100,000 exchange points to acquire a single skill point. Faced with this vast disparity, Katie had no choice but to abandon his aspirations for elevation. Even when aggregating all his resources, it was insufficient. Forcibly enhancing his ability level was clearly impossible. Nevertheless, this did not imply that he was utterly powerless against Shirley. The tearing skill bestowed upon him by Buggy, albeit only at the proficiency level, was not entirely indicative of its might. Unlike previous battles, he had refrained from utilizing his tearing ability thus far, patiently awaiting a moment that could deliver a fatal blow. Katie understood that Shirley would not easily kill him. His release was merely temporary. Should he be captured, the next moment would see Magellan strike. Thus, Katie did not find himself in as perilous a situation as it appeared. Rather, he felt quite secure. In the short term, Shirley would not dare to strike him down, affording Katie a chance to emerge victorious. Chapter 19. Shirley's killing intent. Come now, little ghost, to help you comprehend the gap between you and the world, I shall grant you 3 strikes. After a brief skirmish, Shirley believed he had gauged Katie's capabilities. If he continued to fight recklessly, it would not be long before Katie succumbed, a prospect Shirley did not wish to witness, or at least not so soon. Very well. In an instant of surprise, Katie quickly regained his composure, feeling no anger at Shirley's mockery. This was precisely what he had anticipated, thus there was no reason to refuse. At this moment, Katie too relaxed, as if forgetting that the adversary before him was the bloodthirsty and murderous Shirley of the Rain, his aura now restrained to the utmost. Yet, in the next moment, the tranquil atmosphere shattered abruptly, an overwhelming aura surging forth, reaching its zenith in an instant. The originally radiant silver blade was enveloped entirely by the pitch-black haki, the dark blade exuding a destructive aura capable of tearing through all the dough. This is intriguing. In response to Katie's transformation, Shirley remained unchanged, revealing no hint of alteration. Cross/. 2 arcs of violet-black sword energy were unleashed instantaneously. Bolstered by haki, the power of this strike far surpassing their earlier confrontation. Nevertheless, despite this, Shirley's expression remained composed, showing no signs of tension, as if the one being attacked were not he. Thunderous kill. Another sword energy was unleashed, directly confronting Katie's assault. The 2 energies clashed in midair and dissipated. Katie's initial strike concluded without causing the slightest ripple. Before the dust had settled, a figure swiftly darted past, moving with such speed that even Shirley could scarcely discern it. However, invisibility did not equate to an inability to capture. Katie's figure appeared distinctly within Shirley's observation, even more vividly than what the naked eye could perceive. A mere parlor trick. self-deceiving as he spoke. He positioned his blade horizontally to block. Having completed this maneuver, Katie's figure appeared in a flash, the blades colliding with precision. Though Shirlu successfully defended against Katie's assault, he was nonetheless compelled to retreat uncontrollably. As he touched down, Katie suddenly assumed a peculiar stance. This very posture rendered Shirlu, who had believed he held the upper hand, momentarily dazed, incredulity washing over him as he gazed at Katie, as if he had encountered a specter, his actions lagging by a beat. This fleeting moment, however, afforded Katie greater possibilities. With a swift movement, he struck, unleashing a sword energy that grazed Shirlu's form. The black hockey could not obscure its inherent brilliance, transforming the gleaming sword energy into the sole beacon of light within this underground realm. Severing strike. The radiance shimmered like water, fleeting and ephemeral. Thus concluded the 3 strikes. It was only at the final moment that Katie's attack finally found its mark upon Shirlu. Katie's sudden outburst astonished all present, prompting them to engage in a mental exercise. If they were in Shirlu's position, could they survive? The conclusion compelled them to re-evaluate the youth before them. Yet, this was not the source of their greatest astonishment. It was the sight of Shirlu, fallen and incapacitated, that left them bewildered. Though Katie's eruption was extraordinarily powerful, none could have anticipated that Shirlu would succumb so easily. This was Shirlu, a being as formidable as a monster. Had he truly fallen so effortlessly? They could neither accept nor comprehend it. Not only could others not accept it, but even Katie found it difficult to reconcile the reality before him. Had he truly defeated Shirlu? Although the moment of Shirlu's disorientation had allowed his strike to land, this victory felt almost too facile. He had not even had time to employ his tearing skill. At that instant, all attention converged upon Shirlu. Before the eyes of the gathered, Shirlu's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. And in that moment, every observer felt a chill run down their spines. What kind of eyes were those? They suppressed boundless madness, exuding an endless killing intent, savage, bloodthirsty, and cruel. Even those stationed on the 4th underground level, observing from a distance, were struck with goosebumps at the sight of Shirlu's eyes. Those eyes did not belong on a human visage. They belonged to the demons of the abyss. The overwhelming killing intent instilled fear even in the most formidable prisoners of the 6th underground level, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The one directly facing Shirlu's murderous aura. Katie felt its intensity most acutely. The pervasive killing intent felt almost tangible, penetrating his flesh and skin, reaching the depths of his soul. Like a demon poised to devour, sowing an endless panic. Tightening his grip on the blade, he found solace only in the cold touch of the hilt. System. Expend all skill points to enhance the tearing skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Katie decisively allocated all his skill points to the tearing skill. The familiar warmth washed over him once more, and the system panel, which had previously displayed the tearing skill at proficiency level LV7, successfully evolved to master level LV1. It was only at this moment that Katie's heart felt a measure of relief. Though he had only advanced 4 minor levels, he believed that the enhanced skill would be significantly more potent than before. Each major level within the system represented a vast chasm of disparity, and the master-level tearing skill would undoubtedly become his trump card. At this moment, the sense of oppression emanating from Shirlu was overwhelming. Katie sensed that if he did not find a way to bolster his strength, he would surely meet his demise. By coincidence, the proficiency skill required 2 skill points for each level increase. And with his 8 skill points, he had precisely enough. No more, no less. How did you accomplish this? A low, raspy voice emerged from Shirlu's lips, imbued with an undeniable tone, though his words were somewhat vague. Katie understood precisely what he referred to, merely questioning how he could wield the same swordsmanship skills as Shirlu. Because I am formidable enough. Katie's response was taken for granted. In light of Katie's answer, Shirlu naturally found it hard to believe. This was no longer a matter of mere prowess. If Katie could effortlessly replicate the abilities of others, it would be a harrowing ordeal, and heaven only knew how many powers he had gleaned from his own self. No matter their strength or weakness, no one wishes to have their hard-earned abilities snatched away by another. Such a notion was inherently impossible. Yet now, the utterly improbable was unfolding right before his eyes. With his signature skill being pilfered, leaving Shirlu both perplexed and deeply apprehensive, no one could ascertain the extent of skills and abilities he currently possessed, and what was even more terrifying was not the present, but the future. The stronger he became, the mightier his adversaries would grow, and the powers they acquired would only amplify. Shirlu could scarcely fathom the heights to which he would ascend in the future. Chapter 20. A difficult choice. Gazing at the young man before him, Shirlu suddenly regretted his earlier decision. He should not have chosen to oppose such an individual. However, what was done was done. And no amount of regret could change the past. In the face of such a person, there were only two courses of action: either maintain a cordial relationship with him, or eliminate him before he grew too powerful. Clearly, at this juncture, Shirley had lost all avenues of choice. He had thoroughly offended Katie, and any hope of reconciliation was all but extinguished. His sole option now was to eliminate his opponent immediately. With this thought, Shirley's gaze hardened, radiating an inexorable killing intent that sliced through Katie's very being like a razor's edge. It was evident he could not be allowed to live. Having uttered these final words, Shirley wasted no time and launched his assault. Unlike his previous swordplay, this was a frenzy akin to a demon, recklessly unleashing his might. Faced with the frenzied Shirley, Katie felt an overwhelming pressure. The relentless onslaught left him no respite. The continuous pain emanating from his hands was excruciating, intensifying with every clash, and he could hardly ascertain how much longer he could endure. Shirley, now fully earnest, proved to be formidable in a direct confrontation. Katie was no match for him. "What do you think of that young man, Xiaoba?" "Not much. Merely a slightly stronger in response to Ryder's inquiry. Barrett's answer was unreserved, his disdain evident in every word. "Oh, I beg to differ. From the outset until now, although he has been at a disadvantage, he remains remarkably composed. Perhaps this young man can indeed produce a miracle. Ha, that's nothing more than an unrealistic fantasy. Miracles are always reserved for the prepared. If anyone could easily create miracles, this world would have no reason to exist." As a realist, Barrett always adhered to what was practical and real, never placing faith in the ethereal and whimsical. Whether or not a miracle can be created remains to be seen. After all, having been together for decades, Barrett's temperament was well known to Ryder. No amount of discussion would alter his perspective. "What's the matter? Can't handle it? Weren't you just bragging? Come on, keep going." Katie unleashed his mastery of observation hockey to its fullest extent, perceiving everything around him: spatial fluctuations, the trajectory of sword energy, and Shirley's movements. His armament hockey was poised and ready, prepared to absorb Shirley's attacks with his own body. The battlefield expanded to encompass the entire 6th level underground, waiting for Shirley to make a mistake. Katie could only flee incessantly while simultaneously absorbing the abilities of the prisoners. Ding. Detecting the ability of the Maramara Nomi. "Would you like to replicate it?" Ding. Detecting the ability of the Suna Nomi. "Would you like to replicate it?" The sudden voices in his mind left Katie momentarily dazed, his eyes uncontrollably drawn to the prisons flanking him. In the next instant, a young man with an exposed upper body came into view. His form marred by horrifying scars, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. Portas D.Ace, the son of Roger, the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, and Luffy's sworn brother. Undoubtedly one of Katie's favorite characters from his former life. On the other side stood another figure, albeit less renowned than Ace, yet equally powerful, the Suna Nomi user, former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, a man who once challenged Whitebeard. In that moment, Katie faced a daunting choice. Both the Maramara Nomi and the Suna Nomi were exceptionally potent Logia-type fruits, bordering on invincibility in the first half of the Grand Line, rendering them impervious to harm until one mastered hockey. Previously, Katie had encountered other devil fruit abilities but had chosen not to pursue them, as they did not align with his desires, although the system could assist him in eliminating the drawbacks of the devil fruit. It required an exorbitant number of exchange points, a cost far beyond his current means. Yet these two options were different. He would not refuse either. The reality was such that he had to choose one from two equally enticing options, forsaking the other. What was even more distressing was the lack of time to deliberate. Once he left this place, the system's capabilities would vanish, and at that point, he would be unable to obtain either. "System, I choose the Maramara Nomi." After a moment's contemplation, Katie ultimately made his decision. The rationale behind selecting the Maramara Nomi lay in the fact that its exchange price was significantly higher than that of the Suna Nomi. And indeed, it surpassed that of most Logia-type devil fruits, including the Magu Nomi wielded by Admiral Akainu. This choice stemmed entirely from Katie's trust in the system. Undoubtedly, if the system offered such a judgment, it possessed its own reasoning. Despite the common belief that the Maramara Nomi was a lesser fruit compared to the Magu Nomi, Katie was convinced that Ace had yet to fully unlock the fruit's potential. Fire, as the most primal, ferocious, and direct form of energy, possessed a destructive power that could rival natural disasters, generating temperatures that could reach thousands of degrees, a fearsome entity even within the world of pirates. One that even Kaido might struggle to withstand unscathed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Master Level LV-10 Mara Mara Nomi ability. As the system's voice resonated in his mind, a warm current of power far surpassing his previous strength surged within him. Simultaneously, Katie observed that the ability he had acquired from Ace, while also at Master Level LV-10, lacked any special notification from the system. This indicated that Ace's mastery of the fruit had merely reached its peak. Without further breakthroughs, this further validated Katie's judgment. The true power of the Mara Mara Nomi had yet to be fully revealed. Perhaps once he ascended to the next level, its true splendor would manifest. Once everything concluded, Katie sensed an enigmatic transformation within his body, vaguely aware of a unique and formidable power concealed within, ready to be unleashed at the mere thought of it, suppressing the urge to experiment immediately. This unexpected acquisition could serve as another trump card against Shirley. If used wisely, it might yield unforeseen results, and thus, it should not be revealed lightly. Chapter 21, Victory Ace, the one battling Shirley. Could it be that he is your brother? Jinbei's eyes were fixed intently on Katie's struggle with Shirley, unable to fathom how someone had managed to breach this stronghold. No, he is not my brother. Ace was well aware of Luffy's character. That fool had no aptitude for swordsmanship, nor could he possibly master haki. Could he be the Katie that Magellan spoke of? In a flash of realization, Jinbei connected the dots regarding Katie's identity. Thanks to Magellan, the name Katie had spread throughout the 6th level underground, etching itself into the minds of all. Watching Katie, who had fallen into a disadvantageous position, Ace felt a surge of anxiety. Having mastered haki, Katie's strength was evidently superior to Luffy's, even rivaling Ace himself. Yet despite such power, he still faced a life-threatening crisis. What, then, was Luffy's current predicament, even at this moment? Ace's concern for Luffy's safety remains unwavering. Having such a brother is indeed a source of anxiety, particularly when he foolishly rushes into impel down to save himself. Meanwhile, after acquiring the powers of the Mara Mara Nomi, Kadia's mindset has undergone a transformation. There is no longer a need for her to wait. She can fully exploit the characteristics of the Logia fruit, which grants immunity to physical attacks, to create opportunities. Naturally, Shiryu is oblivious to everything occurring with Kadia. As he continues his relentless assault, desperately trying to suppress her space for survival, it is not that Shiryu wishes to prolong the battle. Rather, Kadia's resistance has far exceeded his expectations, despite every clash resulting in his advantage. She persists, refusing to succumb. Shiryu, the furious roar reverberates throughout the 6th underground level, akin to the final howl of a lone wolf. Upon hearing this voice, many instinctively shake their heads and sigh, as they detect a tone of despair in Kadia's utterance. Clearly, she is prepared to make one last desperate attempt. Although such an outcome was anticipated, when it truly approaches, disappointment is inevitable. Once again, the opportunity to escape slips away, leaving one to wonder if another chance will ever arise. Shiryu harbors similar thoughts. Kadia's endurance thus far has already surpassed his expectations. According to his calculations, she should have perished beneath his blade long ago. It is remarkable that she has managed to hold on this long, and to continue further would defy reason. Nevertheless, Shiryu remains vigilant, employing his observation haki to scrutinize Kadia's every movement. This young woman possesses an unervingly peculiar ability that demands caution. A familiar stance reemerges from Kadia, and Shiryu recognizes her intentions merely by observing her posture. Without a doubt, she is preparing to unleash her most formidable technique, the Kaden. She intends to employ the same trick again, foolishly hoping to defeat him with his own skill. Does she truly believe that a repeated maneuver will yield a different outcome? Do not assume that everyone shares your folly. If that is the case, then allow me to show you what true Kaden truly entails. As he speaks, Shiryu adopts the exact same posture as Kadia, their subsequent movements mirroring each other in an astonishingly synchronized manner. If one were to overlook their physical differences, it would appear as though they were gazing into a mirror, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. In that moment, Kadia's eyes brim with determination as she channels all her remaining strength into a final strike. Kaden, just as their figures are about to overlap, their respective attacks finally collide. A momentary brilliance engulfs everything at the center of the battlefield, unleashing a cataclysmic force comparable to a natural disaster within a radius of hundreds of meters. The raging sword energy wreaks havoc on everything around it, its tremendous waves felt even from hundreds of meters away, as if the very essence of the attack yearned to sever the world itself. All eyes are fixated on the epicenter of the battlefield, and while suspicions linger in their minds, the anticipation remains palpable. What if Shiryu were to be defeated? Though this scenario is merely a possibility, perhaps even a 1,000,000 to 1 chance, there exists a glimmer of hope. What? How could this be? Who are you? Who are you? Before anyone could discern the outcome of the battle, a panicked voice rings out, startling the crowd as they realize that the voice belongs to Shiryu. Rather than Kadia. In an instant, the crowd is thrown into disarray. The outcome appears to be that one in a million possibility, for how else could Shiryu's voice carry such alarm? Eyes widen in bewilderment as they strive to comprehend what transpired amidst the smoke. Even Barrett, who typically remains aloof, cannot help but look on. Could it be that a miracle has truly occurred? Under the collective gaze of the crowd, a figure bursts forth from the billowing smoke. Racing away without pause, appearing as though it has encountered a ghost. Surely, that must be Shiryu. Although they recognize the figure, disbelief lingers in their hearts. They cannot fathom Shiryu's reaction. And the stark contrast between the momentary triumph and his current state is difficult to digest. Moreover, keen observers notice a nearly 1 meter-long wound across Shiryu's chest, blood gushing profusely, a wound severe enough to be fatal. Undoubtedly, the architect of this chaos is the young man named Kadia. Yet, they cannot comprehend how Kadia, who had previously been at an absolute disadvantage, managed to not only triumph over Shiryu but also instill such fear in him. As the dust gradually settles, Kadia's silhouette reemerges before the crowd. However, to their dismay, no matter how they scrutinize, they cannot glean even the slightest clue about what occurred. His somewhat delicate features fail to betray his identity as a pirate. Rather, he resembles the scion of a noble family. His pallid complexion suggesting a certain frailty. In this moment, he appears unchanged from before, leaving the crowd unable to conceive that this very person had driven the mad Shiryu away. Hey, Kadia, let me out quickly. I can be your subordinate. Yet, despite their inability to comprehend what transpired, they are acutely aware of one undeniable fact. Shiryu has been defeated, which signifies that for the foreseeable future, no one can obstruct Kadia. In this interim, he is the deity of this realm, the sole deity, and should he so desire, he can grant anyone the freedom they crave. Upon realizing this, the crowd cannot remain composed, pledging various oaths in hopes of winning Kadia's favor. Chapter 22. The alliance is established. However, amidst the clamor of the outside world, Kadia stands motionless, akin to a statue. This stillness is not due to a lack of desire to move, but rather because his body simply will not allow it. Although the battle with Shiryu has concluded, Kadia's physical condition is severely depleted. His ultimate victory was not merely a testament to his offensive might, but rather a consequence of the Mera Nomi's influence. The Logia fruit's immunity to physical attacks enabled Kadia to evade Shiryu's strikes unscathed. By utilizing his observation haki, he preemptively sensed Shiryu's attack trajectory, transforming into an elemental state just before the strike landed, successfully dodging Shiryu's blow. Conversely, Shiryu's sudden confusion regarding Kadia's transformation left him unable to evade her attack in time. With the dual enhancement of tearing and armament haki, a fissure was ripped through Shiryu's defense, and his chest was cut by the razor-sharp sword energy. It was this realization of Kadia's transformation that prompted Shiryu's astonished exclamation. Despite knowing that Kadia could acquire abilities from others, he never anticipated that this would extend to the powers granted by devil fruits. This notion is something he cannot accept. Devil fruits are treasures of the sea, each fruit a unique and rare gem. Yet here stands Kadia, capable of directly acquiring them without restriction, and furthermore, a powerful Logia fruit. Were it not for the constant reminder of the pain in his chest, Shiryu might have doubted his own reality, as such an absurd occurrence seemed akin to a dream. Upon grasping this revelation, Shiryu resolutely chooses to retreat, setting aside his grievous injuries. Simply possessing the powers of the Mera Nomi renders Kadia nearly his equal. The Logia abilities significantly diminish his own offensive capabilities. Were he at his peak, he might not fear her, but in his current state, it is prudent to avoid confrontation. I am Magellan. What is the matter, Magellan? Searching for the reason behind Luffy's disappearance on the 5th underground level. Impatiently answers the transponder snail. However, the news conveyed through the snail leaves him stunned, as if a bomb has exploded in his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. What did you say? Shiryu has been defeated. Despite the repeated assurances from his subordinates, Magellan remained skeptical. Although he harbored a strong dislike for Shiryu, he could not deny the man's formidable prowess. It was precisely due to the geographical advantages of Impel Down that he had managed to capture Shiryu in the first place. His abilities were particularly well suited for confined and enclosed spaces, allowing the effects of the poison fruit to reach their zenith. In the confines of Impel Down, any opponent would inevitably be at a disadvantage. And Shiryu was no exception. However, should they find themselves in the open, even if he could best Shiryu in combat, capturing him would be an impossibility. If Shiryu chose to flee, there would be no way for him to restrain him. Yet now, to his utter astonishment, Shiryu had been defeated. by the swordswoman, Katia. This was a development that Magellan had never anticipated. In an instant, his assessment of Katia escalated, placing her on equal footing with himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Magellan vanished, making his way to the 6th level, fully aware that he could not afford to delay. Any escapee from the 6th level would pose a significant threat. In comparison, the reasons for Luffy's disappearance seemed trivial. Currently, the 6th level resembled a ghost town, and should Katia decide to take action, there would be no one to stop her. Heaven only knew what kind of reckless deed she might undertake. Although the purpose of her escape remained a mystery, it was evident that her target lay within the 6th level. With this thought, a foreboding sense of dread began to take root in Magellan's mind. Meanwhile, after a brief respite, Katia was finally free to act. Ignoring the pleas of those around her, she made a beeline for the cells housing Barrett and Ryder. Having triumphed over Shiryu, she now felt entitled to engage them as equals. So, what do you say? Am I worthy of an alliance with you now? Although she addressed both men, her gaze lingered predominantly on Barrett. Katia had not forgotten Barrett's previous words. He had promised an alliance if she could defeat Shiryu. And now that she had fulfilled that condition, it was time for Barrett to honor his word. Faced with Katia's challenge, Barrett fell silent, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. His earlier words had been uttered in anger, and he had never truly believed that Katia could overcome Shiryu. Ironically, the very outcome he had deemed impossible lay before him now. He found himself at a loss for words. While he could not deny Katia's victory, he felt a pang of pride at the prospect of conceding. Young Katia, if Barrett refuses you, I will gladly agree, Ryder interjected unexpectedly. After decades of confinement, I am indeed in need of a friend to guide me. Otherwise, I might struggle to find my way home. As Katia awaited Barrett's response, Ryder's unexpected affirmation caught her off guard. She had anticipated Barrett's acquiescence first, intending to leverage Ryder's agreement afterward. But fate had other plans. And it was Ryder who spoke first. The astonishment was not limited to Katia. Barrett too wore a look of disbelief. The proud and aloof Red of Solitude had proposed an alliance. Surely, the world had turned upside down. Thoughts raced through Barrett's mind, and in the next moment, his resolve solidified. Kid, I keep my promises. Since you have bested Shiryu, I accept your proposal and agree to form an alliance with you. No sooner had Barrett spoken than a notification chimed in Katia's mind. Mission accomplished. Rewards dispensed. Katia was taken aback by the rapid succession of delightful surprises. She had not anticipated such a smooth process, having prepared herself for a lengthy negotiation and the possibility of rejection. Instead, her proposal was met with unanimous agreement, without her having to utter a single additional word. Excellent. Since that's settled, we are allies now. I shall release you both. With a swift motion, she drew her weapon, the dark hue of hockey enveloping it as she struck at the cells beside her. Crack, crack. The shackles binding Barrett and Ryder shattered in that instant. Chapter 23. Devouring the fruit. The sensation of freedom is truly delightful. Breathing the fresh air outside the confines, both Ryder and Barrett shared a moment of exhilaration. After decades of imprisonment, they had finally liberated themselves, and the feeling was nothing short of euphoric. Release me, and I shall join your alliance. On the other side, witnessing Katia's successful liberation of Barrett and Ryder, the other prisoners could no longer contain their desperation, striving to catch Katia's attention. In response, both Ryder and Barrett merely observed in silence, showing no inclination to intervene. They were solitary figures, indifferent to the plight of others, and instead curious to see what Katia would do next. They were intrigued by the young woman who had gone to such lengths to arrive here. What was her true purpose? If it were merely to enhance her own strength, she would undoubtedly release more prisoners, yet her actions suggested otherwise, leaving them puzzled. I apologize, but you are not my targets. Barrett, please silence them. It is too noisy. Ha. Barrett never shied away from destruction. In the next moment, a terrifying aura descended upon them, more ferocious and tumultuous than before, enveloping nearly half of the 6th level, bringing a welcome calm to the cacophony around them. As he turned his gaze to Katia, only now did Barrett express a modicum of respect. This time, he did not deliberately avoid her. He too was ensconced within the sphere of his own conqueror's haki. At such proximity, Katia felt an intensity of pressure far surpassing that of the others, yet she showed no sign of discomfort. Through this trial, Barrett begrudgingly accepted Katia as an ally. Suddenly, a childlike voice chimed in, and a fuzzy head poked out from Ryder's shoulder. This is my companion, Pato. It is a Zoan-type mythical beast, the raccoon fruit, and it has learned the language of humans. However, Ryder's words went unheard by Katia, as her full attention was captivated by the object in Pato's grasp. In his hand was a purple fruit adorned with black patterns. Without a doubt, a genuine devil fruit. This was the first time Katia had laid eyes on the real thing. While she too possessed abilities, they had been replicated by the system. She had never before encountered such a treasure of the seed. If her guess was correct, this fruit belonged to the Zoan-type mythical bat fruit, granting its user the ability to consume blood to enhance their own state, allowing them to defy aging and remain at their youthful peak indefinitely. It was clear that this fruit was precisely what Ryder needed. As someone who had existed alongside Whitebeard and Roger, his physical condition had surely deteriorated over the years. This fruit could swiftly restore him to his former glory, or even surpass it. Katia was astonished not only by the presence of the devil fruit, but also by the revelation that one had been hidden among the imprisoned in the 6th level. Who would believe such a tale? No wonder Ryder had managed to escape during the chaos wrought by Blackbeard. This fruit likely facilitated his flight, and even without her assistance, he could have made his own escape. Under the watchful eyes of Katia and Barrett, Ryder consumed the entire devil fruit, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. This taste is truly revolting. Then why did you eat the whole thing? Just a single bite is enough. Are you a fool? Barrett was rendered speechless by Ryder's assessment, never expecting the renowned Red of Solitude to be so oblivious. Just moments ago, he had formed an alliance with such a simpleton. And in that instant, regret washed over him. But what of it? Regardless of its taste, it is still food. Merely a slight step down from the fair and impel down, it is certainly not inedible. Barrett fell silent at Ryder's retort. As prisoners of Impel Down, they had never been afforded proper sustenance. Their meals consisted solely of expired leftovers. In contrast, the devil fruit at least offered something fresh. Then tell me, what is your true objective, Katia? As the topic shifted, Ryder directed his attention straight at Katie, still uncertain of her true intentions. Fortunately, he decided to inquire directly. If it were merely to form an alliance with himself and Barrett, he would not be convinced. Although the two of them possessed considerable strength, it was not to say that there were no others in the world who could rival them. Given Katie's prowess, there would undoubtedly be many willing to ally with her outside, making her venture here a needless risk. Barrett shared this curiosity. From the moment Katie appeared, they had been observing her, yet her motives remained elusive, leaving them with no choice but to ask her directly. My purpose? Katie did not respond immediately. Her initial goal was quite simple, to keep Ace alive. However, with the involvement of the system, her objectives gradually transformed. And now she was uncertain of what she truly sought. Yet, this question did not perplex her for long. Soon, clarity dawned within her. You must have heard about the recent turmoil on the seas. The Whitebeard pirates are on the verge of engaging in full-scale war with the Navy. The ocean is about to erupt, and I intend to be part of it. If you both are willing, I naturally hope you will lend your strength. Though, of course, if you choose not to, that is also acceptable. Let us hear your plans, Ryder replied, neither agreeing nor declining. They had somewhat anticipated Katie's answer. The entire world was focused on the impending clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. So Katie's desire to participate was hardly surprising. My plan is, she whispered a few words into their ears, outlining her intentions. This is essentially it. The rest will depend on the circumstances. With Katie's words concluded, Ryder and Barrett stood in stunned silence, struggling to process the magnitude of what they had just heard. Their perceptions of her had been completely overturned. She was a reckless individual, regardless of the outcome of her plan. It would significantly impact the Navy's reputation, with the cost of failure being her very life. Yet, there was not a hint of fear on Katie's face, as if she had never contemplated the consequences of failure. Chapter 24. Magellan makes his entrance. Ha ha ha. How intriguing, truly intriguing, Magellan exclaimed, relishing the thrill of the moment. Since we've encountered such excitement, I cannot let this opportunity pass. Count me in your plans. Hearing Katie's words, Barrett's long-dormant heart began to race once more, the heat of blood surging within him, revealing the essence of the berserker within. Since little Barrett agrees, I cannot fall behind. It has been far too long since I last saw those old friends. It is time to pay them a visit, lest the world forget me. Ryder was equally unwilling to lag behind. Both were warriors at heart. After all, Barrett had single-handedly faced the Navy's Demon Slayer order, and Ryder had taken on the former Navy Admiral, Steelbone Kong. Facing Katie's proposal, they had no reason to decline. However, before Katie could bask in her triumph, a target suddenly appeared within the range of her observation. Moving swiftly, exuding an aura that demanded attention, Katie. The voice arrived before the figure did, a roar imbued with an insatiable murderous intent. Without needing to be reminded, Katie recognized the voice's owner, Magellan, the current warden of Impel Down. Possessor of the poison fruit, A terrifying presence descended in the next moment, revealing a cascade of purple venom that corroded the very ground beneath it into pockmarked ruins, calmly regarding the approaching Magellan. Katie felt no need to flee this time. Ryder and Barrett stood beside her. Either of them alone would be more than a match for Magellan, let alone the two of them together. Even without their aid, Katie was confident in her ability to confront him. The most fearsome aspect of Magellan was his devil fruit ability. Without it, he was merely a formidable force within the Navy. Previously, Katie had found it challenging to contend with him. However, armed with the powers of the flame fruit, everything had changed. Before the might of her flames, Magellan's venom could not touch her, and if necessary, she could utilize elemental transformation to render herself immune to the toxins. Though she might not defeat him, he would not be able to capture her either. Even if she were outmatched, she was assured of her escape. Hey, don't look at me like that. This is merely our first meeting. Don't make it seem as if something is amiss with me, she taunted Magellan, already incensed, burned with fury, wishing to tear Katie apart. Yet, his rage was tempered by reason. He was acutely aware of the two individuals standing beside her, one a crewmate of the Pirate King, the other a legendary pirate on par with Whitebeard. Roger and the Golden Lion. Upon first seeing them, he thought to himself, this is bad. Magellan understood better than anyone the strength these two possessed. Observing their demeanor, it was evident they had allied with Katie. Making it unrealistic for him to confront all three alone, he was well aware of his current mission, to delay the trio before him. Defeating them seemed impossible. Just Katie alone was enough to best Shiryu. And the other two would be even stronger. The Navy would soon dispatch personnel to retrieve Ace. If he could hold out until then, combined with the Navy's might, there was a possibility of suppressing the trio before him. However, Katie's next words shattered all of Magellan's plans into mere illusions. Katie, you should go ahead and do what you need to do. We will handle things here. It has been years since I last fought. It is the perfect occasion to hone my skills. None of you are allowed to leave. Before Katie could react, Magellan launched an assault, unleashing torrents of purple venom that surged toward the three of them. He could not afford to let Katie act freely. Just the presence of these two alone was already troublesome, and allowing her to unleash more monsters would surely spell disaster for him. Pell down. The tiger does not roar, and you truly think I'm a sickly cat, Barrett declared, and in that instant, the ground beneath him stirred as if alive, rising to form a barrier that shielded them from the onslaught of venom. Having consumed the combined powers of the devil fruit, Barrett was unafraid of Magellan, utilizing the surrounding walls to fend off the corrosive effects of the poison. Go now. You are not needed here. Very well, but wait for my signal. We will strike together to eliminate him. Nodding, Katie turned to leave. She indeed had no reason to linger. There were far more pressing matters awaiting her, and she could not afford to waste time here. With a few swift turns, Katie distanced herself from the battlefield. Despite Magellan's incessant roars behind her, he could not breach the defenses erected by Ryder and Barrett. Having exited the fray, Katie hurried toward the location where Ace was imprisoned. From the moment she allied with Barrett and Ryder, the system had already assigned her a new mission. Mission requirement: free Ace. Though the task consists of merely 4 short characters, the reward is indeed substantial, amounting to a remarkable 300,000 exchange points and 20 skill points. It can be said that this task is the simplest one that Katie has undertaken thus far, devoid of any challenge. However, the consequences of completing this task are monumental. As the central figure of the entire affair, Ace's existence plays a crucial role. By rescuing him now, it is highly likely that the Marineford War will come to an end. With Ace out of danger, Whitebeard will have no further reason to continue the conflict. Although this conclusion is acceptable, as it not only allows for the successful completion of the ultimate task assigned by the system, but also ensures the salvation of both Ace and Whitebeard. It also means that Katie will lose an opportunity to rapidly enhance her strength. The Marineford War, being the grandest battle in the pirate world, does not feature a single weak participant. Every member of the Navy involved is, without exception, an officer of the rank of captain or higher. And as for Whitebeard's side, it goes without saying that the title of the world's strongest man is not casually bestowed, and none of his commanders are weaklings. Therefore, Katie devises a rather clever plan, a scheme of substitution, intending to take Ace's place at the Marine headquarters. Once this idea takes root, it becomes impossible to suppress, despite the considerable risks involved. Katie does not find it to be an insurmountable task. Rather, she perceives a significant chance of success. Before long, the cell where Ace is imprisoned comes into view. Perhaps hearing the commotion, Ace raises his gaze to the outside, just as Katie is observing him from within. Their reflections mirrored in each other's eyes. Ace, do you wish to leave this place? Chapter 25. The agreement, a thunderclap, reverberates in Ace's mind. He never anticipated that Katie's first words would be this. He longs to escape, desperately desires freedom. Ever since he set foot in this place, he has yearned for release. However, this is no ordinary location, but the world's largest prison, impelled down, even if his father were to come in person. It is unlikely he could rescue him. In fact, Ace does not wish for his father to appear, as his continued survival is intended to lure his father out. Ace does not want to endanger his father because of his own predicament. Are you willing to save me? Ace does not realize that his voice trembles. The surprise comes so suddenly that he cannot immediately process it. Prior to this moment, Ace had entertained the thought of pleading with Katie. But seeing her dismissive attitude towards the pleas of others, he abandoned that notion. Who would have thought that just as he chose to give up, Katie would proactively approach him, delivering a shock that truly astounds him. I am willing to let you go, but you must promise me a few things. Faced with Katie's response, Ace's initially elated emotions gradually settle into calmness. Indeed, one does not receive something for nothing. Someone with no ties to him would not freely rescue him. If you intend to harm my father or the Whitebeard pirates, then there is no need to say more. I shall refuse any proposal. In this moment, Ace instinctively regards Katie as someone who covets his father's position, rejecting the offer without inquiry. Mr. Ace, I have yet to specify what I require of you. Why do you presume I intend to act against Whitebeard? Perhaps I am still your ally. Katie, feeling helpless, realizes that her demeanor does not resemble that of a benefactor, as Ace refuses her outright without question. Katie, what exactly do you want Ace to agree to? This time, it is not Ace who speaks, but Jinbi, who has been intently observing Katie since his arrival, unable to restrain himself from inquiring. It is quite simple. After I let him go, he must not reveal his whereabouts or allow anyone to recognize him. For I will be taking his place here. What kind of joke is this? Katie's nonchalant tone lacks persuasiveness, leading both Ace and Jinbi to believe he is jesting. I am speaking the truth. This is no jest. His tone remains casual, yet his eyes are clear and sincere. Why? Why go to such lengths? Ace cannot comprehend. He does not know this youth before him, who is even younger than himself, and cannot fathom why he would do such a thing. There is no necessity for it. Setting aside how he would disguise himself, merely facing the dangers would be enough to instill despair. What awaits him is not a gentle embrace, but a public execution, because I promised Luffy that I would rescue you. Taken aback, Ace never expected the reason to lie with Luffy. Upon hearing Luffy's name, warmth spreads through his heart. Luffy, is he well? Despite his perilous situation, Ace cannot help but worry for Luffy. He is well. Although he was severely beaten by Magellan, he has already discovered a method to detoxify and will awaken shortly. Hearing this brings Ace some relief. As long as Luffy is safe, that is what matters. Then why not simply release me? Wouldn't that resolve everything? Even so, Ace still does not understand why Katie must disguise himself as him. Given the existence of safer alternatives, why not utilize them? Because I wish to witness the coming of war. Why? What benefit does war hold for you? As soon as Katie's words fall, Jinbi interjects with a question. Clearly, he cannot comprehend Katie's rationale. What benefit can war bring other than disaster and destruction? As a pirate, is there truly a need for a reason to instigate war? Faced with their inquiries, Katie provides an irrefutable justification. At this juncture, he can only say this, for the existence of the system must not be exposed under any circumstances. Nonetheless, this casually concocted reason proves unexpectedly useful as a pirate. There is no necessity for justification to wage war. Just as there is no reason to explain why one likes someone. You are exploiting my father, utilizing the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing Katie's explanation, the most vehement reaction comes from Jinbi, the warlord of the sea. Having witnessed too much suffering brought about by war, he vehemently opposes the impending conflict, which is precisely why he finds himself imprisoned here. Thus, when he hears Katie's reasoning, his reaction is the most intense. In contrast to Jinbi, Ace's response appears far calmer. He recalls his own early days, fearless and brash, even daring to challenge Whitebeard. Thus, he does not entirely misunderstand Katie's perspective. Katie chuckles, amused by Jinbi's words. Exploiting? Jinbi, do you truly believe I am using Whitebeard? Isn't that the case? Jinbi, equally furious at Katie's obliviousness, retorts. Very well, allow me to ask you this. If it were not for me, would this war not erupt? Before Jinbi can respond, Katie poses another question. If it were not for me, do you genuinely believe Ace could survive? If it were not for me, do you truly think Whitebeard could endure? I have heard of a prophetess named Madame Shirley on Fishman Island. I do not believe she has failed to predict the forthcoming events. You should be more aware of the outcome than I. Otherwise, you would not be here. In comparison to Whitebeard, Is my own situation not more perilous? Pray tell, where have I exploited Whitebeard? Is what he says true? Did Madame Shirley truly foretell for my father? What was the outcome? Tell me quickly. Jinbe, upon hearing Katie's words, Ace can no longer maintain his composure. Ever since his defeat at the hands of Blackbeard, he has been prepared to confront any situation. The only thing he cannot bear is for his family to be harmed because of him. Facing Ace's inquiry, Jinbe falls silent. He does not know how to respond, for the outcome is precisely as Katie stated. It is for this reason that he vehemently opposes the war. Katie, whatever you require of me, I shall agree to. I beseech you, let me go. In this moment, Ace's heart ignites with unbridled fury. Jinbe's silence speaks volumes. He will not allow such a scenario to unfold. No one shall entertain thoughts of harming his father, not Kaido, nor the Marine headquarters. Resolutely, Ace pleads with Katie to release him. He must escape, must fight, must uphold the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates, and that once dormant ember in his heart reignites with fervor. Chapter 26. The birth of Fire Fist. With a slight upward curl of his lips, though he anticipated Ace's agreement, the moment Ace nods in acceptance, a breath of relief escapes him. Very well. Then, I shall grant you your freedom. With a swift motion, he severed all that bound Ace. Regardless of the circumstances, his gratitude was profound. Feeling a long-lost freedom, Ace sincerely thanked Katie. A cluster of flames steadily rose from his fist. And now liberated from the sea stone handcuffs, Ace could finally wield his powers once more. By the way, there is another matter on which I require your assistance. Katie had not forgotten about the troublesome Magellan that still needed to be dealt with. What is it? Speak freely. Having chosen to trust Katie, Ace could not refuse her request. However, could you also release Jinbe? He is concerned for our father. Casting a glance at Jinbe beside him, Ace could not help but plead with Katie. Hold on, we cannot release him just yet, as doing so might jeopardize my disguise. It would be better to wait until your brother arrives to rescue him. Very well. Seeing Katie's determination, Ace reluctantly acquiesced, but felt assured that he could leave. Let us proceed, for it is time to confront the nuisance that is Magellan. With those parting words, Katie led Ace away. However, the path Katie took on the return journey was entirely different from the one she had traversed before. From a high vantage point, one would notice that she had comprehensively explored the entire 6th underground level both times. Upon reaching the edge of the battlefield once more, the personal ability panel on the system interface had undergone a remarkable transformation. Both forms of hockey had reached the master level of LV10. In addition to acquiring several formidable skills, the master level Fishman Karate from Jinbe, the Hero's Spear from the Giant Race S. Saint One Wolf, and the Frenzy skill from Baka's Jote, all 3 skills had achieved master level LV10, including an auxiliary skill known as Mechanical Engineering. The acquisition of these 3 skills compensated for Katie's South shortcomings in close combat. Undoubtedly, the ferocity of Fishman Karate, a signature technique of Jinbe, was beyond question, and the remaining 2 skills were not to be underestimated either. Only the strongest warriors of the giant race could master the Hero's Spear, which possessed unimaginable attack power. The first to wield this ability was the giant Helding, who used it to send flying a member of the Don Quixote family. However, what intrigued Katie the most was not these 2, but rather the final skill known as Frenzy. According to the system's description, utilizing this skill would temporarily double one's power, though it could not be sustained for long and came with significant after-effects. It was an invaluable life-saving skill. Yet, what concerned Katie was that most of these skills originated from individuals who would later join the Blackbeard Pirates, including observation hockey. Katie even briefly contemplated eliminating them here. Unfortunately, time was not on her side, and she lacked the confidence to resolve the situation swiftly. Although it was regrettable, she could only let them be. Strike now, eliminate him with a single blow, returning to the present. Katie signaled the onset of her attack, the sharpness of her blade tearing through the air, the cold steel emanating a chilling gleam. Boundary break. Without a hint of mercy, Katie unleashed her most powerful swordsmanship. At this moment, Magellan was no longer the same as when she had departed. The venom enveloping him was not purple but a bizarre crimson hue, and even the colossal stone wall controlled by Barrett could not provide complete protection. Clearly, under the combined assault of Ryder and Barrett, Magellan felt immense pressure and unleashed his ultimate form. Giant of Poison, Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. A sudden surge of heat enveloped Ace, who had been standing aside. Now completely engulfed in flames, the towering inferno captured everyone's attention, the massive fireball resembling a sun, radiating destructive heat, while Ace stood at its center like a god of fire commanding all. The unexpected turn of events was sensed in an instant by the 3 combatants. There was no time for astonishment at Ace's arrival. Magellan faced an unprecedented crisis. As Katie and Ace erupted in power, Barrett and Ryder engaged in direct combat. Also unleashed their fury. 4 devastating attacks converged simultaneously, leaving no room for evasion. Only the option to withstand it head-on remained. Poison Realm. The crimson venom surged forth uncontrollably as Magellan maximized his abilities, conjuring a sea of poison for defense. An extreme calm was followed by an extreme upheaval. Fire, venom, stone, and sword energy erupted upon contact, the shockwaves of the attack sweeping across the entire 6th underground level, even affecting the upper levels, causing the entire Impel Down to shake. Katie and her companions were propelled far away by the force of the explosion. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before everything finally returned to tranquility, revealing a massive crater before them. Katie could not immediately locate Magellan. "What shall we do? Should we kill him now?" Barrett proposed, gazing at Magellan, who lay unconscious amidst the rubble. "Let him live. We will need to utilize his identity later, as he is still necessary here." Barrett exchanged a glance with Katie, but said nothing further. They bore no significant animosity towards Magellan, as he was merely the warden, not the one who imprisoned them. Then let him live, but let him experience the taste of being a prisoner. Though they decided not to kill him, they could not simply leave him unattended. Barrett fetched a pair of sea stone handcuffs to restrain him, additionally binding him with iron chains, clearly somewhat regretful that they could not eliminate Magellan. "All right, Ace, this matter is settled. You are now entirely free. Do as you wish. Remember our agreement. Do not reveal your identity, not even to Luffy. If you seek out Whitebeard, he must be the only one to know. Do you understand?" With Magellan subdued, there was no longer any issue on the Impel Down side, and Ace was completely free to leave. His gaze fixed intently on Katie, Ace struggled to find tranquility. He had waited far too long for this moment, and now that it had arrived, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Observing Ace's silence, Katie could almost guess his thoughts. "Ace, if you are uncertain about what to do, I suggest you promptly return to the Whitebeard pirates. They should have arrived in this sea area by now. Inform Whitebeard about the situation here, as he is unaware of the circumstances. Relay my plans to him so he can adjust his battle strategy in time to minimize damage." Chapter 27. Target Mr. 2. Are you not afraid we will abandon you? Ace was genuinely puzzled by Katie's trust, as throughout this ordeal, she had never doubted that he would leave her behind. Of course not. I believe you are not that kind of person, and I also trust that Whitebeard is not. Looking at Katie's beaming smile, Ace found himself unable to counter her assertion. "Take care, I am leaving." With that, Ace turned away without hesitation. Neither Ryder nor Barrett intended to intervene in Katie's decision. This was her affair, and they were merely allies, not partners, so it was not their place to interfere. "Let us depart as well. It is time to proceed to the next step," with the unconscious Magellan in tow. The two followed Katie to their next destination. How could he be so powerful? Thankfully, we did not engage before, or the outcome could have been quite different. Through the video snail, Ivankov, situated on the 5.5 underground level, witnessed the battle between Katie and Shiryu, initially believing Katie would perish, only to be astounded that she had not only survived but had also mysteriously defeated Shiryu. Although considerable time had passed, she still found it hard to believe. When Katie had arrived, she had not sensed any overwhelming aura from her. Who could argue with that? We had even prepared to retreat at a moment's notice. But now it seems that will not be necessary. The astonishment of Scissor's man was equally profound, having felt the terror of the 6th underground level. He understood that ordinary individuals would not only struggle to fight there, but would be overwhelmed merely by the oppressive aura. I wonder what the situation is like now. Magellan should have arrived by now. Neither Ivankov nor his companion were aware of the subsequent developments, as many of the video snails had been destroyed during the battle between Katie and Shiryu, especially the collision of their final attacks, which had affected the entire 6th underground level. Thus, neither Ivankov nor the control center of Impel Down had any knowledge of what transpired afterward. Suddenly, a knocking sound interrupted. Before Ivankov could respond, the door swung open. "Long time no see, Ivankov." The familiar voice, accompanied by a familiar face, left Ivan and the Scissor Man momentarily stunned. They never anticipated that Katie would be the one to arrive. Shouldn't she be on the 6th level underground at this time? How could she possibly be here? However, their astonishment was merely the beginning, as a succession of figures emerged behind Katie, with each new arrival. Ivan's eyes widened further, to the point where it seemed they might pop from their sockets. The solitary and proud Redfield, the Devil's Offspring Barrett, and the mightiest man of Impel Down, Magellan, These terrifying titles flooded Ivan's mind. Having spent several years in Impel Down, she was well aware of the legendary figures imprisoned on the 6th level, and these two were undoubtedly among the most renowned. Yet, what shocked her more was the fate of Magellan. The man who instilled fear in all prisoners of Impel Down, now defeated and reduced to captivity. What do you want? Faced with these individuals, Ivan found it impossible to maintain her composure. Any one of them possessed the power to obliterate her and the others. This was precisely why she had only recruited prisoners from levels 5 and above. Though not particularly strong, they were at least manageable. Ivan understood that if these individuals escaped, the entire world's balance would shift. Especially considering that to confront one of them, the Navy had nearly mobilized a third of its elite forces. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to ask for someone. Sensing Ivan's anxiety, Katie quickly clarified. Feeling helpless given the frightening actions of the two figures behind her, what are you looking for? Upon hearing Katie's explanation, Ivan felt no relief. Rather, her anxiety intensified. Aside from Luffy, she could scarcely think of anyone else worthy of such a visit. Rest assured, the person I seek is not Luffy, but rather the individual who accompanied him. Would you be so kind as to bring him to me? Why, yes, of course. Ivan knew precisely who Katie referred to. It was undoubtedly Mr. 2. While she admired him, she would not let that prevent her from complying with Katie's request. By the way, remember to keep our visit confidential. Aside from the two of you, no one else can know. Understood? As she spoke, she pointedly gestured toward Ivan and the Scissor Man, her intent unmistakable. Do not worry. I understand what should and should not be said. Despite her verbal assurances, Ivan's mind was clouded with confusion. The area surrounding her room was teeming with people. Their entry would inevitably attract attention, but if that were the case, why the need for such a specific warning? However, upon stepping outside her room, Ivan finally grasped the reason behind Katie's words. All the individuals surrounding the room lay unconscious on the ground. Such formidable conquerors hockey. It was evident that the only method capable of silently incapacitating everyone in an instant was the use of conqueror's hockey. Fortunately, all were merely unconscious and in no mortal danger. Otherwise, her years of effort would have been rendered futile. Experiencing the overwhelming strength of Katie left Ivan increasingly apprehensive. This level of power was likely comparable to that of Dragon himself. It was no wonder Katie was a figure of legend among pirates. What troubled her even more was the apparent connection between these two individuals and Katie. The mere fact that two such proud individuals could coexist harmoniously was perplexing, especially considering their apparent camaraderie with Katie. Ivan began to question Katie's true intentions. Was her aim to rescue the two of them, or was there some prior connection? After all, they belonged to entirely different eras and had never crossed paths before. Furthermore, it seemed Katie also shared a good rapport with Luffy. What was Ace's situation now? Ivan was left in the dark, with no means of uncovering the truth. Go, before she could even lay eyes on Mr. 2. His voice reached her from afar. His fervent roars rendered Ivan speechless. No one could rival him in his concern for Luffy. This bond, transcending the very essence of life, was indeed rare. Mr. 2, please pause for a moment. Someone wishes to see you. Despite her reluctance, Ivan interrupted Mr. 2's cries. Unable to refuse Katie's request, I won't go anywhere. I want to cheer for the Straw Hat here. However, oblivious to the situation, Mr. 2 adamantly declined Ivan's request. Prioritizing his own life for the sake of supporting Luffy. No, you must meet this person. I will arrange for others to handle the situation here. You must come with me. With no time for further argument, Ivan swiftly scooped up Mr. 2 and directed those who were still conscious to continue cheering for the Straw Hat. Even so, Mr. 2's cries of encouragement did not cease. Chapter 28. Preparations complete. Go. Go. He had uttered go for quite some time, yet the word cheer remained absent. The moment he entered the room, Mr. 2 spotted Magellan collapsed on the side, and the unexpected sight nearly frightened him to death. Realizing that Magellan was in a state of unconsciousness, Mr. 2 fell silent. Though he did not recognize the other three individuals present, he could sense the overwhelming aura they exuded, indicating that they were not to be trifled with. I am Katie. I wonder if you have heard of me from Luffy. So you are Katie. The Straw Hat lad spoke of you. Are you the one looking for me? Mr. 2 had indeed heard Katie's name from Luffy. However, Luffy had mentioned her as someone who had escaped from the first level, leading Mr. 2 to believe she should not possess such strength. Turning his gaze toward Ivan, who nodded, Mr. 2's doubts dissipated. It is indeed I who seeks you. As I require your assistance, Katie stated her purpose directly. Since her escape began, over 10 hours had elapsed, and only about 20 hours remained until the public execution. This meant that there was less than a day left. At this moment, the Navy headquarters could arrive at any moment. Thus, she had to make all necessary preparations to ensure nothing went awry. Otherwise, if her identity was exposed, she would be swiftly dealt with. What could possibly require my help? Mr. Tu queried, puzzled by the sudden request. He did not believe he could offer assistance in matters beyond their own capabilities. Your unique ability is essential. I need you to disguise yourself as Magellan. Once again, Mr. Tu looked at the unconscious Magellan, unable to fathom why Katie would request such a thing. Could you explain the reason? Although Magellan was already unconscious, impersonating him still posed significant risks, prompting Mr. Tu to seek clarity. I cannot divulge the specifics, but I can tell you that I have successfully rescued Ace. The thunderous shock reverberated in the minds of those present. The revelation struck them so suddenly that they remained in stunned silence for an extended moment. You truly rescued the young master? Where is he now? While Ivan had harbored such suspicions upon seeing Magellan unconscious, hearing it confirmed by Katie still left her in shock. However, Katie's next statement was even more astonishing. Incorrect. The person I rescued is not your young master, but rather the son of the Pirate King. What did you say? That person is actually Roger's son. As Katie's words echoed, Barrett's voice rang out. His gaze toward Katie was laden with complexity. For him, Roger was the most significant figure in his life. Though he did not agree with Roger's final choices, he could not deny that his time spent alongside him had been filled with joy and satisfaction. Thus, when he learned that Ace was Roger's son, he could not help but reminisce about the past. Indeed, Ace is Roger's son. However, he has inherited his mother's surname and does not acknowledge a father he has never met. Barrett held no particular concern regarding Ace's surname. He was solely interested in whether Ace bore Roger's bloodline. Was it Rayleigh who sent you? Upon discovering Ace's identity, Barrett assumed Katie was acting on behalf of Rayleigh and the others. Even believing that Roger's former crew was poised to intervene. I am sorry, but I do not know anyone named Rayleigh. Frankly, Katie was equally puzzled by Rayleigh's conduct during the Marineford War, with her captain's son on the verge of execution. Their demeanor had been astonishingly calm, while even the outsider Whitebeard had been more proactive. She simply could not fathom what they were thinking. I see. It appears they are under surveillance, although the statement was not entirely clear. Katie discerned its underlying meaning and roughly understood the reasons why Riley and others had refrained from taking action. As Barrett had mentioned, they were likely being monitored and thus unable to intervene. The decisions regarding the war above were not solely in the hands of the Navy, but also reflected the will of the world government, with the Navy merely facing off against the Whitebeard pirates. However, this did not imply that there were no other issues at stake. Without exception, the crew of the Pirate King Roger required supervision. If the disbanded Roger pirates were to be reformed as a result, the consequences would be dire. Clearly, the Navy lacked the capacity to manage everything simultaneously, necessitating the involvement of other departments, such as the CP organization or even the Unseen Army. This line of thought led Katie to suddenly realize that the world government was not as simple as she had previously perceived. That thing you want me to do? I will comply, she stated at IT that moment. Mr. Tu finally felt bold enough to speak. IT was understandable. The instant Katie revealed Ace's identity, a flicker of intensity erupted from Barrett, albeit only briefly, which startled Mr. Tu, leaving him unsettled until now. The reason for his agreement was not due to the strength of Katie and her companions, but rather because of Ace. The Straw Hats had ventured here solely to rescue Ace, his brother. After encountering Magellan on the 4th underground level, Mr. Tu understood the gravity of the situation, realizing that one misstep could be fatal. Now that Ace had been rescued, it meant that the Straw Hats no longer needed to take risks. And out of gratitude, Mr. Tu felt compelled to agree. Very well, since that is the case, let me instruct you on what to do. After a brief introduction, Katie shared her plans with the group. Apart from Ryder and Barrett, who were already aware, the others remained completely bewildered throughout the entire process, even breaking into a cold sweat at Katie's words. Are you insane? Do you understand what this entails? It means you have to impersonate Ace in front of the Fleet Admiral and the 3 admirals. Should you fail, you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy. After hearing Katie's plan, Ivan could no longer maintain his composure, disregarding the capabilities of Katie and her companions as he voiced the stark reality. Like Jinbei, Ivan also saw no necessity for such a course of action. Magellan had already been dealt with. Wouldn't it be better to leave directly? All right, just do as I say. You needn't concern yourselves with anything else. Mr. Point 2, it's your turn now. Katie, unwilling to repeat herself, urged Mr. Two to act swiftly while rejecting Ivan's concerns that why this time. The guards above would likely be unable to sit still any longer, seeking Magellan, and there was no time to waste. Understood. Although shocked, Mr. Two chose not to voice further objections. He did not perceive Katie's actions as a death wish. After all, if Magellan could be dealt with, perhaps Katie truly had a viable plan. He then approached Magellan's face. And in an instant, Mr. Two's form began to change, inflating like a balloon and rapidly enlarging. His facial features morphed to resemble Magellan's perfectly. Without any movement, it became impossible for Katie to distinguish between the two. Chapter 29. Countdown, 19 hours. Director. Are you all right? A group of guards anxiously observed Magellan before them. After Shiryu's defeat, Magellan had become their sole beacon of hope. The previous unusual tremor had only heightened their worries. Fearing that something might have happened to him, the consequences of such an event would be unimaginable. After much deliberation, they resolved to seek out Magellan, ultimately finding him in front of Ace's cell. Which somewhat eased their anxious hearts. What could possibly happen to me? I have already defeated Katie. Although I did not capture her, she is now tainted by my poison. Even if she doesn't die, she won't be able to wreak havoc any longer. In response to his subordinates' inquiries, Magellan replied calmly. Just moments ago, the entire Impel Down experienced an unusual tremor. Based on our assessments, the source of the tremor appears to be from the 6th underground level. We were genuinely concerned for your safety and were unable to reach you. So we decided to come and check. As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. He spoke. The guards continuously scrutinized Magellan, yet they found no signs of injury on him, which only deepened their admiration. Truly, their director was remarkable, even in the face of a formidable enemy who had defeated Shiryu. He remained unscathed. By the way, how much longer until the Navy headquarters arrives? Magellan suddenly inquired of his subordinates. It is currently 12 noon. The Navy headquarters is expected to arrive by 7 tomorrow morning, leaving us with 19 hours. They recalled every detail regarding Ace without hesitation, providing the most accurate answer. Understood. You may return now. Just in case, I will remain here until the last moment. Please inform Hambani that he will handle any issues on the other floors. If anything goes awry, he will never sit in my position. Yes, we will certainly convey your message. With that, they turned to leave, unwilling to defy Magellan's orders, given the multitude of events that had transpired recently. Any slight oversight could result in Ace being rescued, a burden of responsibility none could bear. Watching his subordinates depart, Magellan exhaled deeply, preparing to speak, only to see Ace in the opposite cell shake his head. In an instant, Magellan's body tensed, his sharp gaze scanning every corner. Once assured that no one else was around, he relaxed and addressed the person in the cell. Mr. Katie, how well did I imitate? Quite well. Even exceeding my expectations. The identity disguise was not solely Magellan's. Ace in the cell was also not the real person, but rather a guise created by Katie. Mr. Katie, your disguise technique is truly impressive. If I were not utilizing my devil fruit powers, I could never achieve such a level. How did you manage it? Mr. Two expressed his admiration for Katie's disguise. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have genuinely believed that the Ace before him was the real deal, for both appearance and voice were indistinguishable from the actual Ace. Not only Mr. Two was astonished, everyone who had seen it was equally taken aback. Had they not been aware that Mr. Two was a mimicry devil fruit user, they might have thought that Katie was the one with such abilities. Fortunately, this is a skill I specifically learned. The #1 Asian art, makeup. Katie casually fabricated an excuse to deflect attention, for as a man, he had no knowledge of makeup. In truth, it was entirely the work of the system. This was a one-time transformation technique that cost him 100,000 exchange points. The moment the number in the 100,000 position decreased, Katie felt a pang of regret, losing a skill point so easily. Now, he deeply understood the importance of skill points. Although he possessed 31 skill points, he was reluctant to expend even one, despite being on the brink of breakthroughs for several crucial skills. If he could enhance a few skills, he would easily attain a vice admiral level. The reasoning behind this decision was not only his reluctance but also a preparation for the upcoming war. At that time, based on the enemy's characteristics, he could make targeted choices, resulting in greater efficacy. But Mr. Katie, aren't you worried that I might expose you? Jinbei, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Still unable to accept Katie's actions, expose, Jinbei, feel free to try. Currently, the entire Impel Down is under my control. Should you expose me, the war might conclude prematurely, but it could also continue. I cannot guarantee that. However, one thing I am confident in. At this point, Katie's words dripped with a chilling intensity. For reasons unknown, Jinbei's heart quivered. sensing an ominous premonition. I can assure you that the moment you finish speaking, you will meet your demise, and Fishman Island will never know peace again because of you. The last 4 words Katie enunciated slowly, each syllable deliberate, devoid of any semblance of jest. How can you lack the dignity of a strong warrior? To threaten an unarmed, ordinary person. Anger surged within Jinbei's entire chest, his eyes brimming with crimson veins, and at that moment, he even felt an impulse to eliminate Katie. Every individual harbors a vulnerable spot. An inviolable realm. For Jinbei, that sacred ground is Fishman Island, that he cannot permit anyone to inflict harm upon it. Yet the very existence of Fishman Island has also become his Achilles heel. Once someone seizes control over its fate, he becomes hesitant and cautious. Undoubtedly, Katie possesses such power at this moment. Jinbei is acutely aware of the connection between her and Barrett, should the 3 of them unite to assault Fishman Island. Not even the Whitebeard pirates could guarantee its safety. The opportunity has been presented to you. If you choose to disregard it, do not concern yourself with me. After uttering these words, Katie disinterestedly turned away from Jinbei, resolutely closing her eyes to rest. She had already expended considerable energy in her earlier battle against Shiryu, but fortunately, she had replenished her strength with Ivan's assistance, regaining some vigor, though her spirit remained weary. Since the prison break, she had not enjoyed a moment's rest, her mind perpetually on high alert. The 6th level of the prison once again descended into profound silence, time trickling away slowly. In that instant, the entire world felt unusually quiet. However, all were aware that this tranquility was merely an illusion, the calm before the impending storm. Unanimously, people's gazes turned toward the Marine headquarters in Marineford, where everyone recognized that an imminent battle capable of altering the world's balance was unavoidable. Yet, who could have foreseen that on the eve of war, a time traveler would suddenly appear, altering the predestined outcome in ways no one could predict? Chapter 30. Visitors to headquarters. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, the world's largest prison, impelled down, welcomed its guests, with several marine vessels quietly docking at the grand gates. Meanwhile, the previously tranquil 6th level buzzed with activity, as a multitude of guards led by Magellan gathered to fulfill Ace's final transfer. In that moment, all the guards shared the same tense sentiment. Although it was merely a simple escort from the 6th level to the outside, those few minutes heralded the onset of war. And they all understood that this conflict was inevitable. Intelligence indicated that the Whitebeard pirates had vanished from the marine surveillance over a week prior, and until now, no one knew their whereabouts. Bring out the prisoner. Fire Fist Ace. With Magellan's directive, the operation commenced step by step. The cell containing Ace was opened, and 2 guards swiftly approached him, each restraining one of his arms as they escorted him out of the cell. At the final moment of leaving his confinement, Ace glanced back at Jinbei, his eyes revealing a look of confusion. The last gaze Ace cast was vividly etched in Jinbei's mind, despite Ace saying nothing. He grasped the unspoken meaning. This was undoubtedly a warning from him, or rather, from Katie. In that moment, Jinbei found himself in a profound dilemma, uncertain of how to proceed. On one side stood his revered father, while on the other lay his homeland. He could not bear to forsake either. As time slipped away during his inner turmoil, he was left with no chance to decide before everyone's figures vanished from sight. I am sorry, father, truly sorry. Repeating those words in his mind, Jinbei felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for the years of care and protection he had received from Whitebeard, filled with regret for his own lack of strength and courage. On another front, upon learning of Ace's imminent transfer, Luffy could no longer maintain his composure and dashed out of the 5th level, heading straight for the 6th, naturally. Ivan could not stand idly by and quickly gathered personnel to prepare for the prison break. Observing his young master's hurried demeanor, Ivan felt compelled to reveal the truth, yet the watchful eyes lurking in the background reminded him of his precarious situation, forcing him to bury the truth within and choose silence. The course of events, originally veering off track, now seemed to revert to its initial trajectory. As Luffy and his companions commenced their prison break, Magellan was escorting Ace out of Impel Down, while Blackbeard, some 10 nautical miles away, was also tardily making his appearance. Leaving aside the undisclosed changes, this was the outward appearance of affairs in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The spacious room was occupied by only 3 individuals. Kuma, what on earth is happening? With your capabilities, how could the Straw Hat Kid possibly escape? Surely you didn't go easy on him. Upon receiving news of the riot at Impel Down, Sengoku immediately summoned Kuma for questioning. Facing Sengoku's inquiries, Kuma chose silence, sitting quietly in his chair without offering explanations or excuses. Ahahaha. My grandson truly excels. I've brought some exquisite tea. Would you care to sample it?" At that moment, only one person in the world dared to speak so boldly: Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. Veins bulging, Garp's silence would have been preferable. His words only served to further infuriate Sengoku. "Garp, how can you still have the audacity to say that? If it weren't for your status as a hero, I would have apprehended you long ago. Just look at what your entire family has done." Sengoku's words erupted from him with fervor, his frustration evident, a sight rare for the typically composed fleet admiral. "This matter is far too great for an old man like me to bear." Confronted with Garp's obstinacy, Sengoku felt helpless. He could hardly bring himself to arrest Garp. It was merely an expression of his exasperation. Setting aside their long-standing friendship, Garp's influence within the Marines meant that apprehending him would incite a wave of petitions for his release, with more than half of the headquarters vice admirals likely to rally in his defense. "Damn it, pass me that tea." Seizing the tea pouch from Garp's hands, Sengoku returned to his seat to handle paperwork. Understanding Sengoku's intent, Garp cleared his throat and departed. As soon as Garp left, Kuma followed closely behind. Once the two had exited, Sengoku, who had been engrossed in work, paused and let out a sigh. He was keenly aware of Garp's thoughts. Ever since Ace's news had arrived, Garp had not worn a smile. And in just a few short days, the lines on his face had deepened. Sengoku understood and sympathized with Garp, yet he could not betray the justice and duty he held dear. "Thank you." Stepping out of the room, Kuma broke his silence to express gratitude to Garp, knowing that the latter's presence was no coincidence, but rather a deliberate attempt to assist him. "Forget it. You're doing this for my grandson. If thanks are to be given, I should be thanking you. However, allow me to say this. Be cautious. Sengoku is not easily deceived and may already be suspicious of you. It's all right. I have already promised the doctor the final modification." His tone remained tranquil, yet Garp experienced a wave of unease. He understood what the final modification entailed. Once undertaken, it would mean a complete loss of personal thought. "I should never have allowed you to do this. It's not his fault. It was my own request." Faced with Kuma's calm acceptance, Garp found himself at a loss for words, letting out a soft sigh. Everyone has their own choices. One may delay a moment, but cannot halt a lifetime. All he could do is respect and support them. "Well, you all can do as you wish. What can I do about it?" His words reflected deep resignation. It was true for Kuma, his son, and grandson alike. Even those he had taken under his wing seemed impervious to his guidance. Dragging his weary body, Garp's figure gradually receded into the distance, his lonely silhouette evoking a sense of sorrow. Creak, creak. The long-closed gates of Impel Down slowly swung open under the watchful eyes of hundreds. Basking in the warm sunlight, Katie felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Proceed with the transfer of the prisoner. Without a moment's hesitation, Magellan conducted his duties with utmost professionalism. Understood. The Vice Admiral mirrored the strictness of the procedure. Recognizing the paramount importance of the affair, daring not to allow even the slightest oversight, 2 guards escorted Ace toward the Marines, and once Ace fell under their control, the transfer was concluded. The entire process unfolded without any disturbances. And Katie offered no resistance. This was precisely what she desired. Thus, the countdown to Ace's public execution officially commenced. Chapter 31. The conflicted Garp under the watchful gaze of hundreds. Ace's figure gradually receded until he ultimately vanished onto the deck of the marine vessel. "Director, are we not returning?" Having stood in place for quite some time, witnessing the marine ships nearly disappearing from view, the guards could no longer contain themselves and spoke up. "Oh, yes, everyone is to return to Impel Down." "Yes." Upon receiving the command from Magellan, the guards returned to Impel Down in rapid succession. The most crucial task had been accomplished, yet it did not signify the absence of further responsibilities, even now. Several escaped prisoners remained at large. It was far from a time for rest. As Katie felt the keys quietly resting in her pocket, a slight sense of relaxation washed over her. These were prepared especially for her before the journey. In the event that a mishap occurred and she could not unlock her handcuffs, she would not be left to await her demise. Although the plan for disguise had been decided long ago, the moment had finally arrived, and Katie found herself feeling somewhat anxious. After all, she was about to face a group of individuals standing at the pinnacle of the world: Sengoku, Garp, and others of their ilk. All formidable warriors without exception. Yet, the arrow had been loosed and could not be recalled. At this juncture, Katie had no retreat, and she could only brace herself for what lay ahead. In her pursuit of strength, she had to push through. This was the only consolation Katie could offer herself. In less than half an hour, the Marine headquarters at Marine Ford loomed before her. Even as an adversary, Katie could not help but acknowledge the grandeur of this island. Towering mountains flanked both sides, and the entrance was fortified with a robust defense system, truly a bastion that was easy to defend yet difficult to assault. However, this was merely the outer layer of power. The true key to instilling fear in every criminal was the assembly of mighty warriors stationed here. It was precisely because of their presence that this place bore the title of a symbol of peace in the era of great pirates. Unlike any other day, Marineford was unusually bustling today, with tens of thousands of Marines gathered at the headquarters port, bracing for action. The palpable tension enveloped the entire bay, gazing at the neatly arranged ranks of thousands of Marines. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Katie's forehead. The sheer scale of their numbers was utterly intimidating. Every single Marine was a seasoned warrior, battle-hardened and resolute, each possessing the strength of a commissioned officer. Observing this, Katie felt an overwhelming sense of relief for her earlier decision, not to falter and venture into level 6. Otherwise, in this war, she would have been relegated to the status of an ordinary pawn. Before long, Katie was led to the execution platform. As she noted the imposing figures standing on either side of her, her heart clenched. To her right stood Admiral Sengoku, and to her left, the Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Even in their silence, they exuded an immense pressure, causing her to momentarily doubt her transformation technique. Had they discovered her true identity? However, when Katie locked eyes with Garp's murky gaze, her racing heart finally began to calm. In those eyes, she perceived only reluctance and regret, indicating that her true identity had not been revealed. "Why are you still here?" Sengoku was the first to speak, clearly not addressing Katie directly. "I'm just sitting here." "Is that so wrong?" Garp's tone was resolute, outright rejecting Sengoku's inquiry. His manner of speaking left no room for doubt, implying that any disagreement could lead to confrontation. "Suit yourself." Sensing Garp's emotional turmoil, Sengoku understood that he could not provoke him further. Otherwise, no one could predict what reckless actions he might take. Should that moment arise, the entire situation could shift solely because of him, something Sengoku wished to avoid. Thus, he acquiesced to Garp's presence. "Why? Why did you never listen to me back then? Why? Why?" The repetition of why in his query was laden with emotion. Even though it had nothing to do with her, Katie couldn't help but empathize with Garp. His plight was indeed lamentable. A hero of the Marines. Yet his son was the world's most notorious criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and his grandson aspired to become the Pirate King, a member of the most wicked era. Additionally, his adopted child was also a pirate. Specifically the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the most formidable pirate crew. It was evident that none of these developments had unfolded according to his wishes, and none had brought him peace of mind. "Grandpa, As soon as those words slipped from her lips, Katie realized her mistake. Throughout, Ace had always referred to Garp as old man, never grandpa, and her apparent politeness could very well expose her identity. What did you just call me?" Cursing her misfortune internally, Katie was not surprised when Garp noticed her choice of address. What troubled her further was the sudden surge of intense and restless energy emanating from Garp, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. "Of course, I called you old man. What else would I call you?" As she spoke, Katie turned her face away, avoiding Garp's penetrating gaze, her hands discreetly reaching into her pocket, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. However, what awaited her was neither Garp's interrogation nor his iron fist, but rather an enveloping silence. For a long while, Garp remained mute, the turbulent energy around him wreaking havoc on the environment. When Katie turned to look back at Garp, she was met with tear-filled eyes. Tears swirled in his gaze, and despite his desperate attempts to maintain composure, he could not stem the tide of his emotions. Suddenly, the floodgates opened, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to Katie, Garp had yearned for this moment for many years. He held a love for Ace that rivaled even his affection for Luffy, having long regarded him as his own grandson. Naturally, he longed to hear Ace call him grandpa. Yet, Garp understood that Ace would never utter it lightly. Due to Roger's legacy, Ace had tightly sealed himself off, yearning for family, yet fearful of the potential harm he might bring to them. Just when he thought he might overlook it, that longed-for voice suddenly broke through, and in that instant, Garp felt that all his efforts had been worth it. However, when Garp realized Ace's current predicament, his gaze instinctively shifted to the sea stone handcuffs restraining him. The aura he radiated grew increasingly restless and unstable. "Garp, do not forget your duties." Sengoku, recognizing the shift in the atmosphere, hastily interjected, internally lamenting the irony of fearing the very thing he wished to avoid. Upon hearing Sengoku's call, Garp's emotions began to stabilize slightly, his once-released aura gradually retracting as he struggled to regain control. Chapter 32. Whitebeard makes his entrance in the distance, the sun hung high in the sky. And with preparations in place, the silent Sengoku picked up the microphone nearby. Before we proceed, I must announce something to all present. Portgasti.ace. Who is your father? Sengoku's voice captured the attention of everyone in attendance. However, they were baffled as to why he would pose such a seemingly juvenile question at this moment. The entire world knew that Fire Fist Ace's father was Whitebeard, and they could not fathom the significance of this inquiry. At this juncture, Katie opted for silence. Speaking less would minimize her chances of making a mistake. Furthermore, as a condemned prisoner, it was only natural for her to exhibit a bit of defiance before her execution. However, Sengoku was not one to alter his original plan based on such trivialities. After a brief pause, he continued, "Since you are unwilling to speak, allow me to answer for you. Portgasti.ace. Your mother is Portgasti. Rouge. Undeniably, she was a remarkable mother, for few could endure a 20-month pregnancy. Your birth was purchased with her life. 20 years ago, you were born on an island in the South Blue at that time. We were merely investigating all infants born or about to be born based on scan intelligence from CP, yet we could never uncover the results we sought. This was because your mother cloaked the world in her sacrifice. Who could have anticipated that her son would only be born a year and 3 months after her death?" As Sengoku spoke, the astute among the crowd began to piece together the implications. 20 years ago was indeed the year the Pirate King, Gold. Roger, was executed. Did this mean there was a connection between the two? Fire Fist Ace, you cannot possibly be unaware of this. Your father is the Pirate King. Gold. Roger. When Sengoku uttered that name, a seismic shock reverberated throughout the world. This revelation utterly astonished them. Who would have imagined that he had left behind a bloodline? This was indeed the lineage of the Pirate King. For Katie, who had traversed through time, none of this came as a surprise. Any true aficionado of the seas would know that Ace was the son of Roger. In an effort to conceal her expression, Katie lowered her head significantly, ensuring that no one could glimpse her face. A mere name plunged the entire bay into an absolute silence. It was only at this moment that they truly comprehended the significance of this war. It was not merely to draw out Whitebeard, but rather to sever the lineage of the Pirate King. Roger's existence posed a formidable threat to both the Navy and the world government. After such a tumultuous era had finally drawn to a close, no one wished to witness the birth of another Pirate King. Although Ace might not inevitably ascend to that title, the possibility loomed large. Currently, he had already garnered the support of the most powerful pirate crew, and his own strength was by no means insignificant. As a user of the Marimari, he possessed immense potential. Coupled with the formidable bloodline of the Pirate King, no one could predict the heights to which he might rise in the future. This uncertainty was a gamble they could not afford to take. Nor did they dare to. Their only choice was to eliminate Ace before he could fully develop, extinguishing the threat in its infancy. As everyone was stunned by the revelation of the Pirate King's bloodline. The sea itself began to undergo a silent transformation. The water level gradually receded, and by the time the Navy realized the issue, the entire sea level had dropped by more than a meter. What was happening? Why had the ocean suddenly lowered so dramatically? Upon recognizing this change, Sengoku and Garp's expressions instantly shifted to one of tension. This was certainly not a normal phenomenon. Whitebeard had most likely arrived. All personnel, be alert. The enemy is upon us. As Sengoku's words fell, several indistinct black shapes emerged on the distant horizon of the sea. The Whitebeard pirates had arrived, someone shouted, and tens of thousands of Navy soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons. Beads of cold sweat forming on their brows, as an invisible pressure enveloped their hearts. As time passed, they finally discerned the distant shapes. One pirate ship after another appeared before the Navy's eyes, unveiling a grand fleet composed of over 40 vessels, manned by thousands. The target was confirmed. All were pirate crews under Whitebeard's command, totaling 44 ships. Yet, the Moby Dick was nowhere in sight. Accurate intelligence soon arrived. Hearing his subordinates report, Sengoku felt a pang of unease, as if he had overlooked something. The next moment, when he beheld the enormous bubbles suddenly swelling within the bay, he finally comprehended what he had neglected. The enemy was surging up from the depths of the sea. Even as an adversary, Sengoku had to admit that Whitebeard's maneuver was executed brilliantly. Emerging from the ocean floor and charging into the bay not only shortened the distance, but also significantly reduced the potential damage from the ensuing battle. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions echoed suddenly, causing tens of thousands of Navy personnel to feel as though their heartbeats had faltered. an overwhelming sense of oppression settling upon them, as if a giant hand had clasped around their throats. Rendering their breaths labored, a figure then emerged, a robust silhouette towering above the rest. Merely standing there, an invisible pressure swept across the entirety of Marineford. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, had made his entrance. Ha ha ha. My dear son, are you unharmed? Wait a moment, I shall come to your rescue. His boisterous voice reverberated across the battlefield. No one deemed it mere bravado. Rather, they felt an intensifying anxiety. The man's reputation was indeed colossal. Astonishing in every sense. Listening to Whitebeard's call, Katie felt a twinge of irritation. Logically, A should have already seen him, thus he ought to be aware of and agree with her plan. Yet, he still addressed her this way, making Katie feel as though he was taking advantage of her, and she found herself unable to refute it, forced to acquiesce. Bang! Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Whitebeard set aside his massive blade. Slightly crouched, extending his arms to their fullest, and two orbs of hazy light materialized atop his fists, fissures appearing seemingly from nowhere, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. Just as the Navy was left bewildered by this display, the oceans on either side erupted in fury, monstrous waves surging forth wildly, rising to heights of several dozen meters in an instant. And this was merely the beginning, far from reaching Whitebeard's limits. In the next moment, the towering waves surpassed 100 meters, and witnessing such a colossal spectacle, tens of thousands of Navy personnel were plunged into despair. For once these immense waves crashed down, survival would be an impossibility, but I cannot allow you to succeed. Ice Age. At this critical juncture, the Navy Admiral Akiji could not remain idle. With a swift motion, he propelled himself into the air, extending his hands into ice towards the towering waves on either side. In the next moment, the 100-meter-high waves froze instantaneously, averting catastrophe through Akiji's intervention. Chapter 33. Or is the human cannon? Two-pointed spear. After freezing the waves, Akiji seized the opportunity to launch an assault. Two long spears of solid ice descended from above, aimed at Whitebeard, their sharp tips radiating an intimidating chill. Little Akiji, do not be too arrogant. With a mere tremor, the ice spears shattered into countless shards, failing to touch Whitebeard's form. Furthermore, the shockwave obliterated Akiji in midair, dispersing him into a cloud of ice that cascaded towards the sea. However, upon contact with the ocean's surface, the shards reformed into Akiji's figure, solidifying the sea beneath him into a frozen battleground. Thanks to Akiji's splendid feat, the landing battle commenced, the roar of cannon fire. The shouts and the cries of anguish melded into a cacophony, heralding the commencement of a war that the world was watching. Witnessing the entire clash between Whitebeard and Akiji, Katie's remaining confidence was utterly shattered. The ability to conjure 100-meter waves in an instant or freeze the entire ocean was far beyond her current capabilities. Moreover, this was merely the destruction wrought by their casual attacks. Who could fathom the devastation that would ensue should they unleash their full might? It was too daunting to contemplate. A master-level conqueror's haki detected from Garp. Would you like to extract? Earth-level constitution detected from Sengoku. Would you like to extract? Just as Katie felt overwhelmed by her own powerlessness, the familiar electronic prompt of the system echoed in her mind. Extract. Without a moment's hesitation, she was in dire need of strength and would not refuse such an opportunity. A warm current flowed through her body, and when it dissipated, Katie felt an infusion of power coursing through her, even leading her to believe she could shatter space with a single punch. Although she could not test this newfound strength at present, she distinctly sensed her progress and growth. The limitations on her physical prowess did not surprise Katie. After all, she had undergone a similar experience before. Nevertheless, she felt an immense elevation in her capabilities. Compared to her previous Mystic-grade LV5 constitution, the Earth-grade LV10 was exponentially more formidable. Based on Katie's perception, the two were not even comparable at the moment of acquiring this ability. The surge of power was unlike anything she had previously known. As Katie quietly reflected on her newfound strength, the situation on the battlefield shifted abruptly. The Navy's artillery positions, once holding the advantage, were suddenly devastated by an unexpected assault. Gazing at the massive Sea King lying across the artillery position, the commanding officer was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had been launching an offensive against the enemy when this Sea King, for reasons unknown, had crashed into their midst, disrupting their assault and destroying numerous cannons. The artillery position was essentially half destroyed. Sea Commander, look at that. Following his subordinate's pointed finger, the commander beheld a sight he would never forget. A giant towering several dozen meters high. Was this still a giant? How could it be so immense? The Navy was not without its giant warriors. Giants had indeed participated in this conflict. Yet, compared to this figure, the 10-meter giants appeared as infants. This towering figure, standing several dozen meters tall, shattered their understanding. Ace, I have come to rescue you. The colossal voice resonated like thunder, a roar that seemed capable of obliterating Marine Fort itself. Little oars, rise up, show them your might. The arrival of oars invigorated the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy's artillery positions had posed a significant challenge to them, and the crew had been simmering with pent-up frustration, eager to unleash it. Now that little oars had arrived, they would not allow the Navy to have it easy. Roar. In a furious roar, little oars made his move. With a casual sweep of his right hand into the sea, he seized a colossal sea king of over 10 meters in length within his grasp. Witnessing this spectacle, the naval commander finally comprehended the origin of the sea king before him. What plunged him into deeper despair was the revelation that behind little oars loomed an enormous fishing net. Arguably the largest in the world, designed for capturing sea kings, visibly brimming with dozens of massive creatures. Just one of these titans had nearly obliterated their stronghold, and he could scarcely fathom the devastation that would ensue should Little Oars unleash his wrath unchecked. Protect the stronghold. Protect the stronghold. There was no time for further contemplation. The Sea King and Little Oars' grip had already been cast away, soaring through the air in a parabolic arc, headed straight for their cannon position. They could only expend every ounce of effort to safeguard their territory. Yet, the outcome was ultimately one of despair. Despite their valiant attempts to obstruct the descent, the immense Sea King was not something easily halted. The barrage of gunfire proved utterly ineffective, merely erupting into puffs of crimson, failing to alter its impending crash. In the final moments, a blade of energy surged forth, swiftly slicing through the body of the Sea King. The titanic creature was cleaved in twain. However, despite the successful severing, the momentum of its fall could not be arrested. Boom! Boom! The colossal body of the Sea King crashed down upon the artillery position. And even the few surviving cannons could not escape their devastating fate. Bang! 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 Realizing the threat posed by Little Oars, the remaining artillery turned their sights upon him, unleashing a relentless barrage of cannonballs as if they were of no consequence. Yet, not all projectiles could traverse the 100-meter distance to strike Little Oars. Moreover, even if a few did manage to find their mark, they inflicted no significant harm. His robust physique could withstand the assault of 100 cannonballs. A mere one or two merely grazed his skin, leaving naught but superficial wounds. Conversely, each of Little Oars' assaults was far from easily repelled. The destructive force of the Sea King, weighing dozens of tons, was a challenge only those of Vice Admiral rank could withstand, rendering others utterly powerless in its presence. That moment, all the Navy's Vice Admirals were preoccupied with their own adversaries, unable to extricate themselves. Thus, Little Oars single-handedly suppressed the entirety of the Navy's artillery. In contrast, the firepower of the Whitebeard pirates was unleashed. Seizing the opportunity, every cannon aboard the 47 pirate ships began a ferocious counterattack, bombarding the Navy within the bay, not only stifling their offensive but also pushing the front lines forward significantly. Observing Little Oars hurling Sea Kings from afar, it was only at this moment that Katie truly confirmed Ace had indeed encountered Whitebeard and shared his plans with him. After all, the Little Oars of the original narrative did not behave thus. He had recklessly charged at Ace, only to meet his demise. The shift in his actions could be attributed to Whitebeard's adjustments. With Ace rescued, he sought to minimize losses as much as possible. Ace was his son, and the others were equally cherished. He would not stand idly by as they suffered. Chapter 34. A series of strikes gazing at Ace, who was thousands of meters away on the execution platform. Whitebeard remained incredulous even at this moment. Had the young ones grown so audacious? Not only had they freed several prisoners from the 6th level of Impel Down, but one had even dared to impersonate Ace, standing before the eyes of the world to face execution. It must be said that while his plan was fraught with peril, it indeed held potential for success. If it came to fruition, one could only imagine the fury of Sengoku. Merely contemplating it brought him joy. His gaze shifted back to the ship's cabin, where a rare gentle expression graced his face. For him, as long as his family was unharmed, the world could transform in any manner. How terrifying it is that the giants can grow to such a size. Following Akiji's intervention, Kizaru finally made his move. The colossal figure of Little Oars reflected in his pupils. Despite his verbal expressions of fear, the chill emanating from him was unmistakable. He disappeared in a flash of elemental transformation, reappearing in midair at the heart of the battlefield. radiating an intensely flickering light, powerful energy surging forth from his being. Yasukani no Magatama, countless beams of potent energy erupted simultaneously, targeting Little Oars, who was hurling sea kings in the distance. I won't allow you to succeed. Kizaru, a sudden azure figure materialized, intercepting all the beams mid-flight. This astonishing scene left countless onlookers in shock. The attacker was none other than Admiral Kizaru, and yet someone had managed to completely block his assault. And that individual was not Whitebeard. Capturing everyone's attention as they sought to uncover the identity of this formidable force. Caw! A bird's cry suddenly pierced the air, and within the explosive energy sphere, a bizarre half-human, half-bird creature emerged. That is Marco, the Phoenix, captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. A Navy officer exclaimed at the 1st Division captain. Marco's renown was second only to Whitebeard himself, eclipsing even Ace before the revelation of his true identity. Thus, the spectators readily accepted the reality of Kizaru's attack being thwarted, for that individual was indeed Marco. It's my turn now. The half-human, half-bird form instantaneously transformed into a gigantic blue bird, its wings flapping with tremendous speed as it charged toward Kizaru. In the blink of an eye, it reached directly above Kizaru, delivering a crushing kick aimed at his head. Though the attack was sudden, it was no match for the battle-hardened Kizaru, who raised his arm to block the blow. Get lost. However, at the moment of impact, Marco unleashed a second surge of power, instantly erupting with 120 of his strength, sending Kizaru hurtling away, crashing to the ground. If the previous scene had been somewhat acceptable to the onlookers, this one was entirely unfathomable. The mighty Admiral Kizaru had been kicked away by another. It was sheer folly. Regardless, the truth lay before them. Acceptance did not alter the outcome. Faced with Marco's intervention, Kizaru's assault on Little Oars could only culminate in failure. It was not yet the time for a final showdown. Both sides were merely exchanging blows, testing one another's abilities without igniting a true conflict. Marco engaged. Diamond Jozu, stationed at the forefront of the battlefield, refused to lag behind. With a powerful strike of his hands upon the icy surface, he created a massive ice block over 50 meters in diameter, astonishingly lifting it with his bare hands. His immense wrist strength was even more breathtaking than Marco's repulsion of Kizaru, as an ordinary human managed to hoist a colossal ice block weighing dozens of tons, a feat verging on the miraculous. Let us see how you handle this. The ice mountain was hurled by Jozu like a cannonball toward the Navy, and in the face of such a monumental assault, despair washed over the thousands of soldiers. Confronted with a descending mountain, no one could remain indifferent. The scale of this attack far surpassed that of the vice admirals, rendering them utterly defenseless. As the ice mountain descended, Akainu, who had been seated for some time, could no longer remain passive. He transformed his right hand into searing magma, viscous droplets cascading down, corroding the hard floor into numerous pits. Volcanic eruption, the right hand, radiating an appalling heat, expanded to a range of several meters, effortlessly piercing the hardened ice mountain before him as though it were tofu. In the blink of an eye, the massive ice mountain, several times larger than a giant warrior, was entirely melted. However, Akainu's assault did not cease there. His hand trembled, causing the remnants of magma solidified on the city walls to explode into countless fragments, raining down upon the distant pirates. And this was merely the beginning. An even more ferocious attack loomed ahead. Meteor volcano. Amidst the low and thunderous roars, immense magma boulders, each several meters in diameter, soared into the sky, indiscriminately raining down upon the battlefield. The grand spectacle resembled a genuine volcanic eruption, with each boulder exuding an aura of devastation. The instantaneous explosion of Akainu inflicted substantial losses upon the pirates, repelling the Navy's assault and rendering the advantages that Little Oars had previously established to mere wisps of smoke. The battle once again devolved into a stalemate. By this point, aside from Carp and Sengoku, all elite forces from both the Navy and Whitebeard had joined the fray. Consequently, the battlefield descended into further chaos, with smoke billowing and cannon fire echoing. The air filled with a cacophony of roars intertwined with anguished cries. The brutality of war laid bare in stark relief. Katie observed the myriad of strange, yet formidable abilities on display. Her heart raced with fervor. If only she could replicate them all, her power would be unparalleled. Particularly tantalizing was the yellow monkey's light fruit, a quintessential ability for killing, looting, and making a swift escape. boasting both explosive offensive capabilities and unimaginable speed. It was precisely due to this fruit's power that the Yellow Monkey was often spoken of as a menace capable of dispatching new generations of pirates with a mere flick of his foot. A new mission had been assigned. The system's notification caught Katie's attention. Upon confirming the new task, she hastily focused on the system interface in her mind. It had been quite some time since the system had updated following Ace's release, which left Katie, eager for strength, in a state of anxiety. Mission Introduction. The host has successfully participated in the Marineford War. Thus, this is an opportune moment to make a name for oneself. Mission Requirement. Reveal your true identity before the war concludes. Mission Reward. 1 million exchange points and 25 skill points. After confirming that she had not misread the details, Katie felt a surge of excitement. The reward for completing the mission was a staggering 1 million points. More than sufficient to acquire some truly valuable items. Chapter 35. Luffy's Descent. Katie had long been preoccupied with the enticing items in the system shop. If not for her current meager total of 335,000 points, she would have redeemed them long ago. After all, the items she desired were priced in the millions, and cheaper alternatives offered little assistance. There was no need to waste points on them. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had arrived, albeit in a rather precarious position atop a massive ice shelf, towering 100 meters high. They had coincidentally arrived just as Whitebeard unleashed a tsunami, sending their vessel soaring into the air. And before they could land, the wave was completely frozen by Aokiji, forcing their ship to remain stranded at the summit. Jinbe, where are we? Luffy, anxious to rescue Ace, had lost all capacity for rational thought. Luffy, come look. In stark contrast to Luffy, Jinbe immediately grasped the implications of the towering ice. Undoubtedly, this was the ability of Admiral Aokiji, which meant they had reached Navy headquarters. Indeed, Jinbe's suspicions were confirmed when they peered over the edge of the iceberg. A vast and magnificent battlefield lay before them, the sheer scale of the conflict astonishing everyone present. Jinbe, Ivankov, help me, smash this ice block so we can slide down, while others remained stunned by the spectacle of war. Luffy had already devised a perilous plan to descend. All right, regardless of the others' hesitations, the three immediately sprang into action, with Crocodile joining in to lend his strength. United, they shattered a corner of the iceberg. And without its support, the entire ship plummeted, taking everyone with it. The drop of over 100 meters terrified them. They had no protection, and the hard ice below promised certain death upon impact. The manner of Luffy and his companions' arrival was anything but subtle, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, they fortuitously fell into a hole created by Jozu. Landing in the SEA.IS, this and Navy ambush. The sudden appearance of these unknown forces put both the Navy and pirates on high alert, for even the slightest lapse in vigilance on the battlefield could lead to death. They are escapees from Impel Down. Attack. The Navy was the first to react. They had been aware of Luffy's presence all along, especially since the prisoners' uniforms they wore revealed their identities. Upon witnessing the Navy's response, the pirates felt a sense of relief. After all, an enemy's enemy is a friend. Although they were still unaware of the newcomers' origins, they perceived them as allies, even assisting them in fending off Navy attacks. Ace, where are you? Ace, Ace. At that moment, Luffy's mind was consumed by thoughts of Ace, and he ran desperately, searching for his brother's figure. Finally, after countless disappointments, Luffy spotted the familiar silhouette in the distance. Despite the separation, he recognized it was Ace without a doubt, and in that instant, he felt as elated as a fool. Ace, I finally found you. Wait for me. I'm coming to rescue you. Luffy's shout reached Katie's ears and echoed across the battlefield, momentarily capturing the attention of many. Carp, it's that brat's family again. Seeing Luffy's audacity, Sangoku could no longer contain his ire towards Carp. Straw Hat Luffy, Sangoku knew all too well, not just because of Carp's connection, but also due to Luffy's own actions, that he had not only breached the CP9 headquarters at Enies Lobby, but also ignited the flag representing the world government and its allies, thus shattering the legend of Enies Lobby remaining unassailable for 8 centuries. Furthermore, he had escaped from the Navy's execution order, causing a significant loss of face for the Navy.as. If that weren't enough, he had audaciously attacked a celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago. If breaching CP9 had merely embarrassed the Navy, striking a celestial dragon had consequently brought shame upon the world government as well. These two incidents further solidified Sengoku's realization of Carp's unreliability. Having raised yet another troublemaker for the Navy. Heh, that's my grandson for you. Carp chose to ignore Sengoku's fury, masking his embarrassment with a smile. However, his gaze drifted to Ace, and for some reason, Carp felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Today, Ace seemed unusually quiet, offering no reaction to either Whitebeard's appearance or Luffy's arrival, merely bowing his head in silence. Despite his unease, Carp pushed the thought aside. He felt guilty for not being able to save him in such a perilous moment, and thus refrained from uttering anything further. On the other side of the battlefield, Jinbe immediately sought out Whitebeard. "Father, I'm sorry, Before Jinbe could finish his sentence, Whitebeard interrupted him. "You don't need to apologize. You've done enough for me, and that little brat has indeed assisted us. Therefore, we cannot be stingy." Moreover, the Navy had grown increasingly arrogant over the past 2 years, daring to extend their reach into his territory. Thus, it was the perfect opportunity to teach them a lesson. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Jinbe felt compelled to relent. The situation had escalated beyond his control long ago. "Jinbe, what do you think of Katie?" Faced with his father's question, Jinbe fell silent for a moment. Though he had limited interaction with Katie, he held a profound impression of him. After a moment's contemplation, he offered his response. "Undeniably, he is a young man of strength, ambition, and considerable talent, destined to become a significant figure in the future. Yet, he also harbors ambitions. For some reason, he gives me an impression of being obscured by a veil of mystery." Jinbe earnestly shared his thoughts. Hey, how rare for you to give such high praise. You didn't say anything like this when Ace boarded." Whitebeard expressed mild surprise at Jinbe's assessment. Jinbe's perspective was not easily swayed. And even when Ace had joined them, he had only received a lukewarm acknowledgement of his talent, which was quite different from the praise he now bestowed upon Katie. "It's different. Ace was obviously one of us, while he is not." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the man crouching at the execution platform beside Ace, his deep-set eyes concealing the turbulence within him, lost in thought. Chapter 36, The Mysterious Powerhouse. "By the way, that straw-hatted brat is Ace's brother, isn't he?" With a scrutinizing gaze, Whitebeard observed Luffy, who charged bravely at the forefront of the battlefield. "Indeed, old man, he is Ace's brother in his quest to rescue Ace. This fellow employed some unknown means to infiltrate and Impel Down, nearly succumbing to the poison of that scoundrel Magellan. Oh, is that so? You must protect him well. Do not let him perish." "Yes, old man." In response to Whitebeard's command, Jinbe dutifully complied, making his way towards Luffy amidst the chaos of battle. However, shortly after Jinbe's departure, the captain of the Whitey Bay Pirates, Squard, approached. "What brings you here, Squard?" Whitebeard queried, slightly puzzled, as this moment was supposed to see him at the front lines. "Old man, I have a question for you. Do you truly regard us as your sons?" Squard's inquiry took Whitebeard by surprise, and to his astonishment, the man boldly thrust a knife towards him. Just as the blade was about to pierce Whitebeard's chest, a figure suddenly appeared and kicked Squard's weapon away. The events unfolding aboard the Moby Dick were beyond anyone's expectation. No one anticipated that a member of Whitebeard's crew would suddenly turn against him. Nor did they foresee the presence of such a formidable individual concealed beneath a cloak. The speed of that intervention was not something an ordinary person could achieve. "What the hell are you doing?" Marco, engaged in battle at the front, swiftly returned, delivering a powerful kick to Squard's abdomen, sending him sprawling several meters away. He then positioned himself protectively beside Whitebeard, intently scrutinizing the mysterious figure cloaked in shadows. Not only Marco, but at that moment, Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals of the Navy also focused their attention on this unexpected powerhouse, contemplating every conceivable option, particularly Akainu, whose gaze was filled with murderous intent. Had it not been for this sudden appearance, Whitebeard might have been seriously harmed. Such an opportunity would not arise again, and if missed, it would be lost forever. Yet Sengoku pondered even more deeply. They had undertaken immense preparations for this war, deploying nearly 10,000 investigators to ascertain the enemy roster and collaborating with CP agents to vigilantly monitor all potential participants. Yet, despite such extensive measures, an unforeseen enemy had emerged, stirring anxiety within him. Who knew if others would also materialize? If that were to happen, the outcome would be truly unpredictable. "Do not be alarmed. He is not our foe. Return for now." The first statement was directed at Marco, while the latter was aimed at the cloaked man beside him. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the hooded figure hesitated momentarily before reluctantly retreating below deck. Watching the figure's departing silhouette, Marco felt an unsettling familiarity, as if he recognized him. However, there was no time for further contemplation. The individual's reluctance to reveal his identity suggested concerns that warranted discretion, especially with more pressing matters at hand. Squard, do you have any idea what you are doing? Daring to attack the old man? Do you wish to throw your life away? His anger mounting, Marco prepared to strike again. Marco. Whitebeard's voice halted him. His fist poised mid-air. He found himself unable to follow through. Marco possessed unwavering loyalty to Whitebeard. No matter how furious he felt, should Whitebeard issue a command, he would have to relent. Cursing under his breath, he struck the air in frustration before stepping aside to stand guard by Whitebeard's side. His eyes fixed on Squard, filled with icy disdain. Squard, how could I not regard you all as my sons? Whitebeard, perplexed, struggled to comprehend why Squard would voice such sentiments, knowing well that something must have transpired. Why? Are you unwilling to acknowledge your own actions? Were it not for Akainu's revelation, I would still be in the dark. You clearly reached an agreement with the Navy to eradicate us, exchanging our lives for Ace's safety. Faced with Squard's accusations, Whitebeard fell silent, not because he had indeed done so, but rather due to the foolishness of his son. Under the weight of Squard's despairing gaze, Whitebeard reached out to grasp his form, though he did not apply pressure, merely enveloping him in a gentle embrace, suddenly feeling the warmth emanating from Whitebeard. Squard froze, his body stiffening in confusion. Foolish son, if you truly believe that, then there is little I can do. After all, each individual possesses their own choices, and even I cannot intervene. However, should anyone dare to manipulate our bond, they must be prepared to face my wrath. With that, he released Squard and leaped from the Moby Dick, no longer content to remain a mere observer due to Akainu's interference. Thus, Whitebeard officially entered the fray. At that moment, even Squard, despite his prior naivety, comprehended the gravity of the situation. Though Whitebeard had said nothing, his demeanor conveyed everything. He had evidently been deceived by that scoundrel Akainu. I'm sorry, old man. I am so sorry. With that, Squard charged onto the battlefield in a frenzy. He loathed Akainu, but his self-loathing ran deeper. He resented himself for believing Akainu's lies and for raising a blade against his father. He vented all his pent-up hatred upon the Navy before him, swinging his long sword heedlessly, fixated solely on vanquishing his adversaries. The tide of battle shifted with Whitebeard's arrival. An overwhelming number of Navy soldiers surged towards him like a relentless tide, recklessly launching their assaults, even drawing the attention of the three admirals. Nonetheless, the captains of Whitebeard's crew were no pushovers. The arriving Kazuru was once more intercepted by the 1st Division Captain, Marco, while the 3rd Division Captain, Diamond Jozu, engaged Akiji. Only Akainu managed to break through the encirclement of pirates, standing before Whitebeard. Without a moment's hesitation, the two unleashed their full might, Akainu's every strike erupting with the ferocity of a volcanic explosion. Yet, before Whitebeard, it proved inconsequential. With the power to obliterate the world, no amount of magma could breach the 10-meter radius surrounding Whitebeard. That overwhelming force had even Akainu feeling strained. It was undeniable that Whitebeard's title as the world's strongest man was not bestowed lightly. With Whitebeard's intervention, the pressure on Luffy and his companions at the forefront eased significantly. Seizing the opportunity, they quickly advanced towards the execution platform, shielded by the other captains of the Whitebeard crew. Chapter 37. The advancing Luffy. The decisive battle erupted in an instant, with all three admirals of the Navy joining the fray. The scale of the confrontation leaving everyone astounded, particularly with the clash between Whitebeard and Akainu drawing the most attention. The searing magma created a hellish inferno, akin to the apocalypse, making it nearly impossible to approach. The intense heat radiating from it could be felt even from a kilometer away. However, in contrast, each of Whitebeard's strikes was astonishing. A perfect amalgamation of immense power and overwhelming capability, successfully suppressing Akainu. The resulting shockwaves sent thousands of Navy soldiers flying, while the legendary fortress, Marineford, was also subjected to relentless damage. It was no wonder that the power to obliterate the world demanded the might of an admiral at his peak to counter it. No one else could stand against it. What's wrong? Have you grown so old that you can't even wield a knife properly? While battling, Akainu taunted Whitebeard, for to him, the outcome mattered far more than the process. However, such feeble provocation held no weight for Whitebeard, who had engaged in countless battles throughout his life. He had encountered every conceivable tactic and was impervious to intimidation. Akainu, you little brat, do you truly think you are worthy of forcing me to unleash my full power? Save that magma for lighting candles. As he spoke, a blade struck towards Akainu, the fruit's abilities flickering ominously upon the edge of the weapon. Faced with Whitebeard's assault, Akainu dared not be careless. swiftly focusing his energy to counter the attack. The furious force once again engulfed the surroundings, transforming the area within 1,000 meters around the two into a battlefield of prohibition, where no one dared to approach. Just the occasional glimpse of their overwhelming aura instilled despair in the hearts of onlookers. Let alone the idea of engaging in the fray. Observing the two titans of power, Katie could not help but compare herself to them, concluding that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, enduring even half a minute would be a stroke of divine favor. The explosive might of both was simply terrifying. While Whitebeard's abilities were formidable, Akainu's fruit powers were not to be underestimated either. The magma fruit held the reputation for the highest explosive potential among the Logia types. And Akainu was unyielding in a head-on confrontation. Among the three admirals of the Navy, only Akainu could stand toe-to-toe with Whitebeard. Akiji's power was evidently insufficient, while Kazara might have the explosive force, but lacked the resilience to withstand a direct clash. If Kazuru were to engage Whitebeard, Marineford would likely be wiped from the map within a mere 10 minutes. In comparison, Katie's flame fruit was indeed lacking, both in terms of explosive power and intensity. Present, she could only hope that after enhancing her abilities, the flame fruit would manifest greater strength. Otherwise, opting for the sand fruit might be more advantageous. Offering both offensive and defensive capabilities, she could even evolve in the manner of Gaara from Naruto, becoming akin to a one-tail Shikaku, and in certain aspects even surpassing it, as Shikaku could not elementalize or become immune to physical damage. If her physical prowess kept pace, she would be a superior version of Shikaku. When Katie regained her focus and observed Luffy's movements, she was astonished to find that he was now less than a few hundred meters away from the execution platform, with countless pirates desperately forging a path for him. Even the captain of the white team was covering his advanced eye. In that moment, Luffy became the embodiment of hope for all, including Whitebeard, who pinned all expectations upon him. Lightning, it is time to showcase your might. Understood. As Ivankov issued the command, the long-awaited Scissor Man sprang into action. His hands transformed into scissors, effortlessly slicing through the seemingly impenetrable ground, which instantly became as pliable as fabric under his power. With a casual toss, he cast the now-softened earth onto the execution platform, creating the simplest and most convenient path for Luffy. Go. Luffy, we'll handle this. At that moment, countless eyes were fixated on Luffy's figure. As pirates fought valiantly against the frenzied Navy, while the Navy, in turn, relentlessly charged at the desperate pirates, even the three admirals of the Navy were watching Luffy's back. Aside from Akainu, the other two were already turning to retreat. Halt. At this juncture, Jozu and Marco would never allow them to escape. The outcome hinged on this very moment, and they were determined to thwart the two Ace. There was no time for pleasantries as Luffy leaped onto the slide, hurtling towards Ace. Observing Luffy's rapid approach, Katie could not help but glance at Carp beside her, recalling that he would intervene, yet he simply unleashed an endless torrent of water, which Luffy effortlessly shattered with a single punch. Damn it, you all are such a nuisance. He then advanced towards Luffy. Grandpa, step aside, don't block my path. Luffy shouted in anger at Carp, who had suddenly appeared in his way, hoping he would clear the route. Not a chance. I am a Marine Vice Admiral. The moment you decided to set sail, you should have prepared for a confrontation with me on the battlefield if you wish to pass. Then step over my corpse. Carp declared, raising his iron fist to strike Luffy. His gruff voice echoed across the battlefield, leaving everyone stunned. They were acutely aware of the bond between Carp and Luffy, as he was his own grandson. Who could have anticipated that he would truly take action? Yet, regardless of their thoughts, Carp indeed swung into action. Witnessing Carp's resolute expression, tens of thousands of Marines harbored a singular thought. This is it. Even Akiji and Kizuru, who had been retreating, paused their movements, calmly fixing their gazes upon Luffy. Unhurried, they understood all too well the might of Carp's iron fists. Even now, they felt incapable of challenging that strength. With Carp in play, victory was all but assured. Grandpa, I must get past here today. For someone who had always feared Carp, Luffy showed no hint of trepidation at that moment, instantly entering gear second and raising his fist to strike Carp. Bang! In the next instant, a figure was sent flying. How is this possible? Tens of thousands of Marines could not accept the unfolding reality. It was their trusted Vice Admiral Carp who had been blasted away. Seeing this, Akiji and Kazara nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. The water had been far too exaggerated. Surely they should have exchanged blows a few times for show. Yet, one person was angrier than them all, Sengoku, who was on the brink of spitting blood, incredulous that Carp would put on such a performance right in front of him. You, the punch-happy old fool, were knocked flying by a rookie? Are you toying with me? For heaven's sake, be a bit more professional. Chapter 38. Whitebeard sustains injury, however. Regardless of how Sengoku and the others perceived it, Carp had indeed been sent flying, and as he lay amidst the ruins, he was unconcerned with others' opinions. Breaking through the final barriers, Luffy finally ascended to the long-desired execution platform. Holding the key crafted by Mr. 3, eager to unlock Ace's shackles, is it truly acceptable to disregard this old man? At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from behind Katie, and following Carp's involvement, the previously silent Sengoku finally made his move, transforming into a 10-meter-tall golden Buddha, unleashing his full power. Buddha impact. A massive shadow loomed over Katie and the others in the next instant. Leaving no time for Luffy to free Katie from her cuffs, the enemy's attack was already upon them. With no other choice, Luffy had to abandon the attempt to unlock her restraints. Gum Gum Balloon. Taking a deep breath, Luffy's body rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal rubber balloon with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, shielding Katie with his form, bracing for Sengoku's strike. In an instant, Sengoku's assault descended, the immense force sending Luffy sprawling and causing him to spit blood. Yet, even in this state, Luffy gritted his teeth, for he knew that if he faltered, he could not maintain this form, and Ace would be harmed. He would not allow anyone to hurt Ace. No one could. Boom! Just as Luffy was on the verge of succumbing, the execution platform beneath Katie creaked and collapsed. With their support gone, both Luffy and Katie plummeted to the ground, fortuitously evading Sengoku's attack. In the ensuing chaos, Luffy hurriedly aimed the key at the lock, and with a click, the shackles binding Katie were finally released. A long-lost power surged forth, and one must admit, the sensation of freedom was truly delightful. Luffy, thank you so much. I can't believe it took you, my younger brother, to rescue me. Now, let me protect you as you escape. Although Luffy's actions were not for his own sake, Katie clearly recognized the multitude of dangers Luffy had faced and the wounds he had endured on this journey. And even if she was not Ace, she was deeply moved by his unwavering dedication. A fire ignited amidst the ruins, and as the pirates beheld this scene, they could not help but shed tears of elation. At long last, they had rescued Ace. Every sacrifice made was worth it. They had given so much in this battle, and countless had fallen, never to rise again. Yet, those who had fallen, even in their final moments, harbored but one wish, that someone could save Ace. Every pirate who had participated willingly came forth, none coerced into this endeavor. Everyone understood the inherent dangers of this undertaking, yet they still came. For none wished to lose the warmth of Ace. Ace. At that moment, countless voices cried out his name, their excitement palpable. Ice Age, no longer able to bear the sight of the enemy before him. Aokiji expanded, turning away from the execution platform, even as Jozo had anticipated, and was subsequently frozen into an ice sculpture. Get lost. A single punch sent the naval officer flying, and without the constraints of Haki. These commanders, lacking mastery of the armament Haki, were no different from mere novices in the face of such strength. However, Jinbei, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered speechless. What had he just observed? How could that individual also wield flames? Ace was the sole user of the Mera Mera no Mi. How could there be another? Had he not seen Ace leave impelled down with his own eyes, he would have been convinced that the figure before him was indeed Ace. But it was unmistakably not Ace, it was Katie. The reality unfolding before him was utterly incomprehensible, defying all logic he had come to know. Nevertheless, whether Jinbei could accept it or not, the truth remained unaltered. The system's power transcended all imagination. Inferno ascended. A torrent of flames erupted from Katie, surging forth to form a scorching wall of fire over 10 meters high, decimating half of the enemy forces. In that moment, Luffy and Katie advanced in tandem. Though they had never fought side by side before, Jinbei, attuned to the flow of Haki, could predict Luffy's next move, effortlessly keeping pace with him. Twin Spear. As they traversed half the battlefield, a true obstacle materialized from the icy mist, an indistinct figure, striking before they even arrived. Flame Pillar. At the sound of the command, a pillar of fire shot up from the ground, instantly melting the ice spears suspended in midair. Simultaneously, Katie's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. The only being capable of unleashing such formidable attacks on this planet, aside from Admiral Aokiji, was none other than him. Kohahaha, but I cannot let you escape, Fire Fist Ace. Even at this juncture, Aokiji maintained an air of nonchalance, his demeanor perpetually drowsy. At times, Katie found herself genuinely curious about how this individual managed to appear lethargic throughout the day. If you truly possess strength, Then I concede. Superfluous words were pointless. In a narrow confrontation, the brave would prevail. With the situation reaching a critical point, retreat was not an option. Action was imperative. Icebird. Akiji's right arm transformed into an elemental state, releasing a colossal bird that froze everything in its path. Even the scant water vapor in the air succumbed to the icy fate, crystallizing into tiny beads of ice. Fire fist. Simultaneously, a torrent of searing flames erupted from Katie's right fist, rapidly coalescing into a sea of fire. In the next moment, the scorching flames clashed with the frigid ice. There was no thunderous roar, no turbulence, only a silent consumption as the flames devoured and melted the frost. While the ice relentlessly extinguished the flames, for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. However, a sudden shift transpired quietly on the opposite side of the battlefield. Whitebeard, who had been suppressing Akainu, suddenly grimaced in pain, clutching his chest where his heart lay, and, crucially, he knelt upon one knee. The old man's heart condition had flared up at a pivotal moment. Seizing the opportunity, Akainu rushed towards Whitebeard with astonishing speed. His fists elementalized, hellhound, aimed at Whitebeard's abdomen. Akainu unleashed a punch imbued with terrifying power, combined with the dreadfulness of his devil fruit ability, driving his fist deep into Whitebeard's body and leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl in his abdomen. Whitebeard, you truly are aging beyond your prime. With a swift retreat, Akainu understood that this level of damage could not kill his opponent. Remaining near him would only invite peril, for a cornered beast is the most vicious. Chapter 39. Two Aces. Old Man. Countless individuals felt their hearts ache at Whitebeard's injury, unable to accept the grim reality that their proud father figure had been hurt. Akainu, get lost. A figure suddenly appeared, fearlessly launching an attack against Akainu. Though the assault was unexpected, it was not enough to catch Akainu off guard. Faced with the onslaught from an unknown adversary, Akainu raised his fist to counter, his confidence in his strength unwavering. No matter who stood against him, they could not disregard his might. The clash erupted, the shockwave astonishing. The once solid ice beneath their feet shattered in an instant, yet neither side showed any intention to continue the engagement. One strike, and they parted. The newly arrived third party took a defensive stance in front of Whitebeard, vigilantly observing the surrounding navy, while Akainu glared darkly at the cloaked figure who had once again intervened to protect Whitebeard in his moment of danger. Who are you? Why do you repeatedly intervene to shield Whitebeard? Do you understand the implications of your actions? In response to Akainu's inquiry, the cloaked figure offered only 7 words, because he is my father. Upon hearing this, Akainu's face darkened to an ominous hue, signifying that any potential for negotiation had vanished, establishing an unequivocal adversarial relationship. Yet, one aspect puzzled him. When had the Whitebeard pirates gained such a formidable ally? Although the previous attack had been hasty, Akainu had managed to gauge the cloaked figure's strength, which surpassed that of an ordinary strongman, barely qualifying as a vice admiral level, someone he ought to recognize. Return. You are not needed here. After a brief respite, Whitebeard had regained some composure and commanded the cloaked figure. Old man, Ace has been rescued. According to our agreement, I can now take action. However, the cloaked figure resolutely declined Whitebeard's order. Sensing the other's determination, Whitebeard refrained from pressing further. Though he allowed the figure to join the fray, he kept him shielded behind his own body. Preventing him from confronting Akainu at it was precisely due to the current circumstances that they overlooked the fact that Ace was also a user of the Mara Mara no Mi. Observing Whitebeard's particular attention toward the cloaked figure, Akainu became increasingly confounded. Who was this individual that shared such a close bond with Whitebeard, rivaling that of the other corps commanders? Just a cowardly rat hiding in shadows. Unable to discern the cloaked figure's identity, Akainu's mood soured, leading him to bitterly mock. Ho ha ha, Akainu brat. Does saying such things serve any purpose? It merely highlights your incompetence, suppressing the pain coursing through his body. Whitebeard once again engaged Akainu in battle. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure did not remain idle, assisting Whitebeard by intercepting all the attacking naval commanders. Have you ever been kicked by light? Just then, while the cloaked figure was occupied fending off the navy, a slightly lewd voice reached his ears, and his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a blinding flash of light. Watch out! Concurrently, Marco's warning arrived too late. Despite his utmost effort to block Kizaru, he was still unable to stop him, for if Kizaru truly wished to depart, few could hinder him. No need for Marco's caution. Upon hearing Kizaru's voice, the cloaked figure was already covered in goosebumps. Facing an overwhelming sense of danger as Kizaru's attack approached, he barely managed to cross his arms, coated in haki. In front of him, a tremendous crash resounded, and a figure was sent flying, crashing into a pile of rubble. Bastard! A furious roar erupted from the wreckage. Anyone unexpectedly struck would hardly be in good spirits. What's going on? Yet, the battlefield fell into an abrupt silence, all combatants ceasing their actions, fixated on the figure emerging from the ruins. Their expressions one of shock rendered speechless. The astonishment was not confined to Marineford. It echoed across the world, where all who witnessed this scene struggled to believe their eyes, even doubting their own vision. How could there be a second ace? In that moment, all gazes were riveted upon the two faces, less than a kilometer apart. Identical features, identical forms. Not even the Navy could discern who was who, and even those pirates who had lived alongside them for years found themselves bewildered. Unable to tell them apart based solely on appearance, the gentle breeze swept by, bringing a sudden chill to their faces. Only now did the oblivious ace realize that the cloak which had once shrouded his head had been blown away by the remnants of the previous attack. In an instant, the expression on this ace's face shifted to one of distress. Who on earth are you? At this moment, Akainu's fury erupted as the battle reached its zenith. The ace who should have faced execution was not only alive but had also been rescued. As if this were not enough, suddenly there was another ace. What was the meaning of all their efforts up to this point? However, in response to Akainu's inquiry, Ace remained reticent, still uncertain whether Katie's plan had been fully realized, and whether his identity being revealed at this juncture would have any repercussions. The previously brutal and chaotic war was temporarily halted by the emergence of a second ace, without clarifying each other's identities. There was no necessity to continue the conflict. You are the real ace, aren't you? Despite their identical appearances, the powers of their respective devil fruits could not be deceived. Akiji observed that only the ace before him wielded the power of flames, while the other had not demonstrated any such abilities, indicating that the ace in front of him was indeed authentic, whereas the other was merely an imposter. Flame abilities, you say? I believe I possess them as well. Akiji could easily surmise Ace's thoughts. A flame ignited in his hand, previously withheld out of fear of exposing his identity. How could he possibly be incapable of such a feat? Faced with this situation, both Akiji and Akainu fell into silence. Even as admirals of the Navy, they could not comprehend the spectacle before them. While appearances could be easily altered, the powers granted by devil fruits were unique and irreplicable. There had never been any reports of simultaneous existences, leaving them at a loss to explain the undeniable reality before them. What? Do you truly wish to know who I am? This unforeseen development fell beyond the scope of his plans. Yet it did not impede forthcoming events. After all, he had already distanced himself from the execution platform, and revealing his true identity was imperative to fulfill the mission assigned by the system. Will you tell me? Upon hearing Katie's words, Akiji felt a stirring within, yet maintained an outward calm. There is nothing to conceal. If you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. Chapter 40. My name is Katie. Thus, under the gaze of countless spectators, the ace beside Akiji vanished, replaced by an entirely new visage. He retained the wild, unrestrained black hair, yet his appearance was surprisingly youthful, even prompting doubts as to whether this young man had yet to reach 20. He stood at a height comparable to Ace's, yet possessed a more elongated frame, exuding an enigmatic aura. This sensation caused Mihawk, positioned not far away, to narrow his eyes slightly. The world's foremost swordsman. He recognized that presence unmistakably, it undeniably belonged to one of his kind. This individual was unexpectedly a swordsman, and not one lacking in skill. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Katie. In that moment, the name Katie was etched into the memories of countless individuals, all information regarding him meticulously gathered and dispatched to those who sought it. Katie. Why does that name sound familiar? Unlike the onlookers on the battlefield. Sengoku, though not entirely cognizant of this sudden appearance, felt a flash of realization. Suddenly, Sengoku recalled something, hastily contacting an intelligence officer nearby. Quick, get in touch with Impelled Down and inquire if there is an individual named Katie among the prisoners. If so, retrieve all information pertaining to him. Watching the distant youth with unease, Sengoku finally remembered where he had encountered that name. Prior to Ace's execution, Impelled Down had sent him a dossier containing detailed information on all escapees, and he had seen Katie's name listed. However, the notes indicated he was merely an ordinary prisoner on level 1, which he had dismissed without much thought. Yet now it was evident that he was far from an ordinary inmate. He was more despicable than those confined in the depths of level 6. The inexplicable possession of the flame fruit was one thing, But brazenly impersonating Ace while under the world's scrutiny and subsequently being rescued right before their eyes was an affront to the Navy. This public execution, meticulously orchestrated with immense resources, had been turned into an unprecedented farce, with the enemy leading them by the nose throughout. Admiral, the report from Impel Down confirms the presence of this individual. Here is the information you requested. Shortly thereafter, an underling returned, clutching a hefty stack of documents. Grasping the materials eagerly, Sengoku began to peruse them. In an instant, his expression turned dark and brooding, aside from the first line appearing somewhat normal. The subsequent details were unequivocally unexpected. Single-handedly infiltrated Level 6, defeated Shiridu of the Rain, liberated the notorious fire-wielding criminal Ace, allied with the Devil's progeny Barrett, and seemingly established a connection with both Barrett and Redfield. Even Magellan was knocked unconscious by Katie and his cohorts and has yet to regain consciousness. Furthermore, the report mentioned another significant occurrence. Marshal D. Teach had also recently breached Level 6 and absconded with several key prisoners. With his whereabouts currently unknown. In summary, the chaos within Impel Down had escalated beyond that of the current situation. Prisoners were escaping left and right, riots were erupting everywhere, and without Magellan's suppression, it seemed unlikely that order could be restored anytime soon. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! After reviewing the dossier, the usually composed Sengoku could no longer contain his frustration, cursing vehemently, leaving his subordinates speechless in fear, well aware of their superior's temperament. The term "damn it" indicated genuine ire. It was rare for him to utter it twice. With the only prior instance being when the Golden Lion attacked, leaving half of Impel Down in ruins. However, to utter 3 damn it's was unprecedented. One could only imagine his current level of fury. Warranting no interruptions. What on earth has happened to provoke such a tempest? At that moment, only Garp dared to inquire. What? Are you uncomfortable lingering among the ruins and have decided to step out? Glaring at Garp, who wore an expression of detachment, Sengoku felt a surge of irritation. Had Garp intervened to stop that Straw Hat Kid earlier, perhaps these events could have been averted. Should I intervene and bring that lad back? Garp, acknowledging his own culpability, volunteered to enter the fray. Not just yet. Take a look at this. Rejecting Garp's offer, Sengoku handed him a document. This. How is this possible? Upon seeing the familiar faces in the photographs, Garp could not help but exclaimed he was all too familiar with these two, one of whom he had personally apprehended. There is nothing impossible about this. It is credible intelligence, although I am reluctant to believe it. Those two have indeed escaped, and they are likely hiding somewhere nearby that if you engage, they may not remain idle, and should that happen, the outcome of this conflict will be uncertain. So, what do you propose we do? It was evident that strategizing was not Garp's forte. For now, we must keep them occupied while I seek reinforcements. With that, Sengoku slipped away discreetly, drawing no attention to himself. Left behind, Garp furrowed his brow. Unconvinced that Sengoku would find many reinforcements, the troop deployment had been determined long before the battle commenced, leaving no surplus of elite forces. His gaze shifted to the figure beside his grandson. Eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. From a standpoint of allegiance, they were sworn enemies. Yet on a personal level, Garp could not deny a flicker of gratitude. After all, no matter how selfless he aspired to be, he did not truly wish to witness Ace's execution. Despite the recklessness and danger of his actions, this war had been irrevocably altered due to his singular influence, and the global landscape would similarly shift because of him. Veering away from all prior predictions, Katie, is it? I shall remember you. This is not the time for our confrontation, but rest assured, I will capture you one day. With that, Akiji vanished, hastening toward the chaotic battlefield centered around Whitebeard. In Akiji's mind, Ace held greater significance than Katie. However, had he seen the intelligence in Sengoku's hands, his judgment might have been different. In a flash, the Navy's mightiest trio of admirals clashed with the 3 strongest from the Whitebeard pirates. 6 ultimate powerhouses embroiled in a tumultuous struggle that enveloped half of the bay's battlefield. As Akiji departed, Katie made no move to impede him, for his new adversary had already arrived, one who was by no means inferior to Akiji. For he bore an illustrious title, the world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 41. The terrifying Hawkeye. Luffy, you must leave now. I will handle the situation here. At this juncture, he lacked the strength to protect Luffy further. Allowing him to depart was the wisest course of action. With all of the Navy's elite forces now engaged with the Whitebeard crew, Luffy's safety was assured under the protection of Ivankov and others. Even amidst the chaos, take care of yourself. Although Luffy was filled with questions, he understood the perilous nature of the situation. The man known as Hawkeye was once again upon them. Remaining here alone not only proved unhelpful but instead became a burden, prompting Luffy to decisively choose to depart. However, he felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance and discontent within. Through the trials of this war, he realized just how many formidable warriors existed in this world. The three admirals of the Navy loomed before him like insurmountable mountains, and Whitebeard was as powerful as his own grandfather. Additionally, there was the youth named Katie. Upon their first encounter, Luffy had not deemed him particularly strong. Yet now he could not deny that he was indeed inferior, and not by a mere margin. That moment, Luffy resolved that once this matter concluded, he would strive diligently to enhance his own strength. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been distributed. Please check. Host. However, before Katie could truly examine the notifications, another prompt followed swiftly. Mission introduction. Only by battling true masters can one discover their shortcomings and accelerate their growth. Mission requirement. Engage the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, for 10 minutes without defeat. Mission reward. 5 million exchange points, 50 skill points. In the past, Katie would have been elated by such substantial rewards, yet now, he felt no excitement whatsoever. Only tension and oppression remained. Dracula Mihawk, universally recognized as the world's foremost swordsman, possessed eyes as sharp as a hawk's, earning him the moniker Hawkeye. He was the master of the Supreme Blade, Yoru, one of the 12 Supreme Grade swords, and could almost be considered a god among men. In Katie's recollection, throughout their encounter, Mihawk had consistently employed only a singular attack, an ordinary strike. Whether slicing through bullets, ships, or meteors, it was perpetually just a simple slash. One could not discern if it was due to his overwhelming strength or the weakness of his opponents. Each attack was executed with such nonchalance that it seemed he had never fought earnestly. Although the mission stipulated merely 10 minutes, Katie did not possess absolute confidence. You must be a swordsman as well. Draw your sword. In this instant, he received a dual invitation from the world's greatest swordsman. And moreover, it was a contest of swordsmanship. One could assert that even in defeat, no one would deem him weak. Rather, they would regard Katie as formidable, simply for having garnered Mihawk's recognition. After all, not everyone is granted an invitation from Hawkeye. Countless individuals yearned for the opportunity to spar with him, yet Mihawk rarely had the time to engage each challenger. He would only occasionally respond when he found an opponent of sufficient caliber. And proactive invitations were exceedingly rare, perhaps not even once a year. Silently drawing his blade, Katie knew he could neither refuse nor would he wish to, even if Mihawk did not seek him out. He would pursue him. He must fulfill the system's mission. In this moment of tranquility and focus, Katie's spirit reached an unprecedented level of concentration, confronting this adversary without daring to hold back. Katie concentrated on Mihawk. The latter's gaze remained fixated on Katie's blade. From the moment Katie unsheathed his sword, Mihawk's eyes had not strayed. For some reason, he sensed a vibrational essence akin to life emanating from it, a discovery he had never encountered before. A blade imbued with life. What this signified was beyond his comprehension. This feeling of perplexity was something Mihawk could scarcely remember experiencing, and even his gaze towards Katie grew serious. Perhaps this battle would reveal something extraordinary. Detected swordsmanship foundation at the master level or above from Dracula Mihawk. Do you wish to replicate and extract? Agree. A warm current surged through him. Before the battle commenced, Katie finally found a semblance of confidence. Having compensated for his greatest deficiency, with this, all of his significant abilities had reached the pinnacle of mastery, although he had yet to break through. His unique abilities and fruit powers positioned him to rival even vice admirals in strength. Prepare yourself. As Mihawk issued his final reminder, the black blade Yoru was unsheathed in an instant, unleashing a green slash that shot towards Katie. Despite being merely an ordinary strike, he felt an overwhelming threat from it. Even from several meters away, his skin prickled with pain. Aurora slash. In response to this attack, Katie refrained from unleashing his full power. This was merely an offhand strike from Mihawk. If he had to deploy his strongest skill against such casual blows, there would be no point in continuing the fight. He might as well surrender. In a flash of silver, the edge of his blade met Mihawk's sword energy, and as he unleashed his full strength, the green sword energy could not withstand it, dissipating into motes of emerald light. Only upon genuine contact did Katie realize the extraordinary power behind this seemingly ordinary strike. Had his physical prowess not been recently enhanced, he might not have been able to withstand it. Comparatively, even Mihawk's casual attacks bore the weight of Shiria's full-on assaults. After encountering Mihawk's might, Katie no longer dared to remain stationary, foolishly waiting for him to strike. He initiated his own assault, for Mihawk could easily wear him down at a leisurely pace. He believed he could not endure 100 of those attacks. At that rate, 10 minutes would be an unattainable goal. Surviving a mere minute would be fortunate. He had no doubt about Mihawk's speed in wielding his blade. With a resounding clash, the silver blade of his sword met the dark Yoru, and though neither combatant appeared to move, the ice beneath them shattered instantly. Sending shards flying, the surrounding space erupted with countless fine yet razor-sharp sword energies, slicing through the air with a sound akin to the howling wind. In that moment, the prolonged conflict between thousands of Navy soldiers and pirates came to an abrupt halt, not due to a lack of will to fight, but because they were rendered incapable of doing so. The bay had been entirely transformed into the battleground for this duel between 8 participants, with the 3 admirals and Mihawk from the 7 warlords of the sea confronting the strongest trio from the Whitebeard pirates alongside the fugitive Katie. Their battle exceeded the comprehension of ordinary onlookers. Even those who wished to assist found themselves utterly powerless, none daring to intrude upon the arena of these titans. Among them, the duel between Katie and Mihawk captured the world's utmost attention. As the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk had always been a figure of fascination, while Katie, as the disruptor of this equilibrium, elicited curiosity from all. They sought to understand the true strength and intentions of this suddenly appearing man. Chapter 42. The Awakening of the Blade. The light of the swords flickered, and the sword energy danced. Despite being merely 2 individuals wielding blades, the power unleashed was no less than that of distant combatants with abilities. The solid ice beneath them felt as fragile as tofu, as the colliding sword energies wreaked havoc upon everything in their vicinity, transforming a surface capable of supporting hundreds of thousands into a scene of utter devastation. Their battlefield extended far beyond the ice. The sky had become the primary arena. Their figures had blurred into obscurity, the naked eye struggling to keep pace with their velocity. Only the observation hockey could slightly perceive their movements. The stalemate that unfolded before the onlookers left many in awe. While they were not surprised by Mihawk's prowess, the formidable strength displayed by Katie bewildered them. Prior to the clash, onlookers had observed him gripping a sword, but did not genuinely believe in the extent of his swordsmanship. They assumed he would rely on his fruit abilities against Mihawk, as natural type abilities held a notable advantage over swordsmen. However, the unfolding reality compelled them to acknowledge that they had significantly underestimated this youth, who appeared to be no older than 20. Not only did he possess formidable fruit abilities, but he also showcased commendable swordsmanship. They believed that if Katie survived this war, he would undoubtedly evolve to rival the strength of Navy admirals. At this juncture, Mihawk's interest was piqued. Katie was the only opponent he had encountered during this war who prompted him to engage with a modicum of seriousness and enjoyment, leading him to apply greater force. With a resounding crash, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ice-laden ruins, shattering the previously balanced confrontation. Upon witnessing this, the spectators' emotions settled slightly. Katie had finally been overcome. Otherwise, they would have found it impossible to accept the reality that a youth under 20 could contend with the world's greatest swordsman. Cough, cough. A sensation akin to a buildup of stagnant energy in his chest compelled him to cough violently, offering slight relief, yet his wrist, clasping the sword, throbbed with agony, nearing the brink of numbness, gazing at Mihawk suspended in midair. Katie felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. Only a minute had passed since the commencement of the battle, and if this continued, he would surely be unable to endure for 10 minutes. His once unassailable tearing technique proved utterly ineffective against Mihawk, only serving to leave him battered by the latter's relentless assaults. What's wrong? Can't take it. The nonchalant remark ignited Katie's competitive spirit. How could a man falter? This was merely the beginning. Do not presume victory. With a thunderous roar, Katie leaped once more into the air, engaging in battle with Hawkeye. However, a minute later, her figure crashed down onto the icy surface, appearing even worse for wear, with crimson stains marking her body. The agony coursing through her form brought a sense of clarity to Katie's mind. Seizing this fleeting moment, she contemplated her next moves. She was far from her peak condition, and if she continued in this manner, defeat was undoubtedly imminent within the next minute. System: deduct 10 skill points to elevate the skill basic swordsmanship to extraordinary level 1. As soon as the words left her mind, a tremendous influx of information surged within her consciousness, a sensation akin to enlightenment. The constraints shackling her body shattered, and a grand door slowly opened before her. Katie felt as though she had glimpsed the true realm belonging to swordsmen. This confirmed her earlier suspicions. Indeed, Achieving the extraordinary level marked the true commencement of her journey into the world of the powerful. Though she had yet to experience its full potential, Katie was certain that the enhancement brought forth by the extraordinary level of swordsmanship was substantial. Yet, Katie's exchanges were far from finished. System: expend 400,000 exchange points to acquire 4 skill points. And spend 50 skill points to elevate Breaking Void level. In an instant, her skill points were reduced to 0, and her exchange points, which had just reached the million mark, plummeted back to 100,000, leaving her with an excess of 300 that she chose to overlook. Unlike before, as she elevated the level of Breaking Void, her body felt no discernible change, yet the weapon in her grasp had transformed. Although its appearance remained unchanged, an undeniable connection had formed between the sword and herself, one she could not quite comprehend, yet was assured of its existence. My apologies for the wait, Hawkeye, in that moment. Confidence surged within Katie, her weary body rejuvenated to its zenith, her gaze toward Hawkeye brimming with fighting spirit. No matter, just do not disappoint me. His tone remained as impassive as ever, but a keen observer would note the subtle shift. Hawkeye's center of gravity was slightly lowered, a small yet significant change, as he assumed a defensive stance against Katie. Cross/. A swift cross-shaped strike materialized, hurtling towards Hawkeye. Katie had not enhanced the level of her cross/. Yet the force behind this strike was evidently greater than before, an amplification far beyond mere increments. This exemplified the ferocity of extraordinary level swordsmanship, granting Katie a newfound understanding of her craft. The disparity in power between the same skill before and after was nothing short of astronomical. This was the difference in realms. Even so, Hawkeye effortlessly deflected her attack with a mere flick of his wrist. In the next moment, Katie's figure magnified in Hawkeye's eyes, and under the cover of her sword's aura, she successfully closed the distance to him. With Breaking Void activated, she launched an attack from the most cunning angle, confident that even someone like Hawkeye would be unable to counter in time. As fate would have it, Hawkeye had no time to sheath his blade for defense. Yet this did not imply he was without recourse. With a resounding clang, the silvery Breaking Void strike collided with the hilt of Hawkeye's black blade. Yet Katie's assault was not yet concluded. Release. The indifferent voice escaped Katie's lips. Just as Hawkeye pondered the significance of those 2 words, a sense of impending danger washed over him. It was then he noticed that Katie's left hand wielded a blade identical to that in her right. With no time to ponder the implications, Hawkeye hastily withdrew to evade the descending strike. Given the advantage, Katie would not let this opportunity slip away. She twirled, gripping both blades as she simultaneously attacked Hawkeye. Emanating an aura that far surpassed her previous presence, in an instant, the dual-wielding Katie successfully subdued Hawkeye. Hey, Bista, is that little brat really that strong? From a distance, several captains of the White Squad, who had witnessed the clash between Katie and Hawkeye, questioned Bista, a fellow swordsman. He is indeed formidable, and for reasons unbeknownst to me, his swordsmanship has surged dramatically in an instant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forced Hawkeye into such a predicament. However, this situation will not last long. Once Hawkeye adapts to his style, the initiative will surely revert to him, for he is the world's #1. As Bista spoke, his tone was resolute. Being a swordsman himself, he understood the disparities all too well. He and Hawkeye existed in entirely different realms. Nevertheless, that's still impressive. Hawkeye is a man who has dueled with Shanks, and even my father has spoken highly of him, despite Bista's words. The others still regarded Katie as exceptionally strong. A sentiment echoed even by Bista himself, for he knew he might not fare better if placed in the same position. Not only the captain of the White Squad, but nearly all who witnessed this exchange shared the same thoughts. They had underestimated this sudden emergence of youth. Another restless soul. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Behind his sunglasses, Doflamingo fixated on Katie's figure, his thoughts a mystery. In that moment, Katie was enveloped in an unprecedented focus. The world around her faded, leaving only the Breaking Void in her hands and the enemy before her. Unbeknownst to her, she had entered the miraculous state of unity between person and blade. With her eyes narrowed, Hawkeye's gaze shifted. The changes occurring within Katie did not escape his notice. He understood full well what this state signified for a swordsman, and the force he had intended to amplify was gradually reined in. Unity between person and blade, this was a coveted mental state yearned for by all swordsmen. In this state, concentration transcended mere focus. Thoughts became agile, and self-awareness reached unprecedented heights. In the state of unity, a swordsman could seamlessly integrate all their abilities, rendering previously incomprehensible obstacles remarkably simple to surmount. akin to breaking through a flimsy paper barrier. Of course, this state was exceedingly rare, often reliant on sheer luck. A lifetime might not yield even a single encounter with it. Even Katie had only experienced it thrice, each instance providing her with immense growth. At this moment, the admiration in Hawkeye's eyes toward Katie was unmistakable. Initially, his invitation to battle stemmed from curiosity, a desire to witness the prowess of the young individual who had disrupted the Navy's plans. From the onset, Hawkeye was taken aback. Though his expression remained stoic, his inner thoughts were tumultuous. This young fighter had already manifested his own sword intent. The tearing force embedded in his strikes was unmistakable to Hawkeye, who struggled to fathom how a swordsman still in the realm of a swordsman could comprehend sword intent, as even many great swordsmen had yet to achieve such understanding. Sword intent was not merely a product of diligence. It required effort, talent, and opportunity in equal measure. It was an external manifestation of one's willpower, devoid of any formal learning methods, for each individual's will was unique. It could only be intuited, never articulated. And even the prodigy Hawkeye had in mind was still far from realizing his own sword intent. Yet, Hawkeye soon realized his astonishment had come too soon. After witnessing Katie's remarkable abilities, he felt compelled to intensify his own strikes, knocking her down twice in quick succession. Just as he believed she had reached her limit, her swordsmanship surged uncontrollably, breaking through the barrier that stood before countless swordsmen and entering the realm of the great swordsman. However, the surprises did not cease there. During their next exchange, Hawkeye was astounded to discover that, in addition to her tearing sword intent, Katie possessed a second form of sword intent, spatial fluctuation. In the fleeting moment of first perception, Hawkeye's instinct screamed impossibility. Possessing a sword intent was already an arduous endeavor, let alone wielding two simultaneously, especially when intertwined with the fabric of space. Sword intent varies in strength, and anything relating to the spatial realm is inherently formidable. However, the ensuing clash affirmed Hawkeye's intuition, as it indeed encapsulated the power of space. At that moment, he felt a twinge of envy towards Katie, who had managed to reach such heights before the age of 20. When he was of a similar age, he had only just begun to emerge as a grand swordsman, still far from mastering sword intent, leaving him with no discernible advantage over her. Yet, Hawkeye also discerned that the potent sword intent which granted Katie immense power simultaneously presented her with a conundrum, conflict, and contradiction. She struggled to wield both forces effectively. It was at this juncture that he entered a state of unity with his blade. Though lacking concrete evidence, Hawkeye sensed that once Katie transcended this state, she would resolve her dilemma and master these two powers more adeptly. Although he could have interrupted her at any moment, he refrained from doing so, not out of a sense of superiority or respect for an adversary, but purely from a lack of desire. Since the encounter with red-haired Shanks, he had not faced a worthy opponent. Standing atop the pinnacle, Hawkeye had grown weary from solitude and longed for someone to challenge him with reckless abandon. Zoro, whom he met in the East Blue, held a glimmer of potential, yet whether he would truly develop into a rival remained uncertain. In contrast, Katie before him possessed a far greater chance, which is why Hawkeye not only chose not to disrupt her enlightenment, but instead took on the role of a sparring partner. Feeding her techniques, his confidence in his own strength was absolute. This was the pride of being the world's strongest. Even though Katie displayed terrifying talent, Hawkeye firmly believed that even if she reached his level, he would still emerge victorious in battle. With a thunderous roar, for reasons unknown, Whitebeard and Akainu erupted once more into a fierce clash, unleashing powerful waves that engulfed the entire battlefield. As his gaze shifted, Hawkeye's body reawakened to the external environment, his consciousness breaking free from that wondrous state. He lamented the loss, but recognized the necessity, as he could no longer return to that prior condition. Fortunately, he had resolved the dilemma. Despite only a brief span of mere minutes, his strength had significantly enhanced. Though he had not acquired any new skills, he had gained a more profound grasp of his existing abilities and had finally mastered the spatial powers bestowed by the initial release of his sword. He silently expressed gratitude for this opportunity. Despite his earlier minimal awareness of the outside world, he understood Hawkeye's actions. As an opponent, he had not interrupted her, but had instead acted as a training partner. A gesture that left Katie in admiration. There is no need for that. Now that you are awake, allow me to witness the extent of your growth. Without hesitation, Katie accepted Hawkeye's invitation, eager to test the strength of her swordsmanship. Chapter 44. Hawkeye's Sword Intent. Reassessing the two blades in her hands, she marveled at the state of her sword, realizing that this was its initial release. Curiosity sparked within her as she wondered what its final form would look like. Surely it could not transform into 3 swords, leaving her to wield one with her mouth like Zoro. To fully master the power of her Zanpakuto, she must gradually unravel its states, from the initial release to the final transformation. Hence the substantial skill points required for its elevation. However, Katie was uncertain if she could attain the ultimate transformation, as not all beings in the Shinigami narrative possess such capability, even among the majority of captain-level warriors. Contemplating this, Katie paused, redirecting her focus onto Hawkeye. Her singular aim was to engage him in a fierce battle, and nothing else held significance. I'm coming. Her consciousness surged into the 2 blades, and in that instant, Katie no longer perceived the swords merely as weapons. They had become extensions of her body, an inseparable part of her essence. She propelled herself towards Hawkeye, both blades descending simultaneously. As she confronted the imposing black blade, Yoru, she did not flinch, but instead struck decisively. With a resounding clash, astonishingly, Katie's seemingly innocuous strike forced Hawkeye to retreat a step. What is happening here? The onlookers were bewildered. When had Hawkeye become so vulnerable that a mere casual strike could compel him to withdraw? Even the few grand swordsmen present, like Vista, found it difficult to comprehend the situation, furrowing their brows as they fixated on Katie. A fleeting thought crossed their minds, only to be dismissed moments later. Impossible. How could someone so young wield such power? What do you mean impossible? In that moment, Jozu, who had just regained his composure, overheard Vista's murmurs and inquired. Thanks to Katie's intervention, Squard's attack had been thwarted by Ace, sparing Whitebeard from harm. During his battle with Akiji, Jozu had not suffered the same fate as in the narrative, and while he ultimately fell prey to Akiji's Ice Age, he had managed to preserve the arm that had previously been severed. Sword intent. That's the only possibility I can think of. But, though Vista refrained from voicing the remainder of his thoughts, Jozu understood his implication. Undoubtedly, he doubted Katie had truly mastered sword intent, especially since Vista, a grand swordsman, had yet to achieve such a feat. There is nothing impossible about it. Vista, that young lad, cannot be judged by conventional standards. It is only a matter of time before he surpasses us. In fact, he may not even be weaker than us at this moment. Though I am not a swordsman and lack clarity on the intricacies of comprehending sword intent, it is not beyond Katie's capabilities. When Jozu spoke those words, he did so with unwavering conviction, genuinely believing in their truth. However, unbeknownst to them, there was one person on the battlefield who was more astonished than anyone else: Buggy the Clown. From the instant Katie clashed with Hawkeye, he sensed the tearing power within her strikes. In that moment, a chill coursed through Buggy, his mind racing with countless thoughts, his eyes fixed on Katie, glowing with an unsettling intensity. Hey, what's wrong with you? Mr. 3, standing beside him, noticed Buggy's emotional shift and questioned him. Oh, it's nothing. I was just contemplating whether defeating that Katie fellow would bring us fame. That guy has completely overshadowed me. You're quite bold to even entertain such thoughts about him. If you wish to pursue that, be my guest, but don't drag me into it. Mr. 3 could no longer tolerate Buggy's antics and stormed off in frustration. Oh, come now. I was merely joking. Don't take it to heart. With that, he chased after Mr. 3, as if the earlier events had never transpired, as he felt the distinctly different powers coursing through Katie's 2 blades. Hawkeye couldn't help but nod in affirmation that if one blade could not effectively harness 2 sword intents, then separating the intents, one for each blade, would elegantly resolve the dilemma. However, while this solution sounded straightforward, its execution was fraught with challenges. One must possess the ability to multitask. Otherwise, it would remain unachievable. Moreover, one needed exceptional control, or the effectiveness would be severely diminished. These 2 criteria alone were formidable obstacles. Yet they seemed trivial for Katie in her current state. With a slight smile, Hawkeye's hypothesis proved correct. Katie would indeed be a worthy opponent, though she still appeared somewhat lacking. His gaze sharpened. A powerful aura erupted from him, extending to the black blade. Yoru, in his grasp, in an instant, the very essence of Hawkeye transformed in Katie's perception, emanating an air of majesty and solemnity akin to that of an emperor. Before she could fully comprehend this shift, his assault descended upon her like thunder from the heavens. As the blade approached, Katie experienced a fleeting illusion that this strike could cleave the very heavens and sever all existence. A surge of primal fear welled up within her, making her feel as insignificant as an ant before this impending strike. Even her utmost effort would yield no effect. With a muffled grunt, a droplet of blood escaped Katie's lips to dispel her inner trepidation. She bit down on her tongue, the sharp pain effectively replacing her fear. Even in the face of a deadly attack, she had to admit, biting her tongue was indeed excruciating. The full eruption of physical strength reached its zenith, unleashing a devastating rift and spatial fluctuations, delivering the most formidable strike that a thunderous boom resonated, overpowering all sounds across the battlefield, as an immensely powerful wave of energy radiated outward. Its echoes perceptible even beyond the confines of Marineford. The once frozen bay finally succumbed to the overwhelming force and shattered. The entire battlefield was suffused with a rampaging sword energy, even shattering clouds hundreds of meters above. The naval officers, cowering in trenches far away, were gripped by fear, feeling the piercing sharpness of the aura pricking their skin. Even the fierce battle between the three admirals and the white team was forced to a halt, as all eyes gravitated towards the two figures at the center of the battlefield. This astonishing scene was beyond their imagination. The clash of two swordsmen could reach such cataclysmic proportions, shattering their preconceived notions of reality. After all, encounters between top-tier swordsmen are not common. Indeed, Josie, your assertion holds true. This time, Vista distinctly sensed the sword intent erupting from the battlefield, and notably, three distinct energies. Point one was unmistakably that of Hawkeye, indicating that the remaining two belonged to Katie. This time, Vista felt no surprise, having been forced to acclimate to such revelations. Chapter 45, Hawkeye's Sword Technique, Realm Severance. Before anyone could witness the final outcome, Katie's voice resonated from the ruins. Truly, Hawkeye is formidable. Despite being merely a voice, it was easy for the crowd to discern the emotion within Katie's tone, a clear indication of a final gamble to unleash his ultimate strike. It was evident that Hawkeye had emerged victorious in the previous clash, a result that elicited no astonishment, for the title of the world's strongest is not easily attained. That a surge of energy erupted, dispersing the residual chaotic aura, allowing those anticipating the outcome to finally glimpse the scene within. The unremarkable Hawkeye remained unchanged, his countenance betraying no sign of turmoil. That in stark contrast, Katie bore the brunt of the encounter. A massive wound, nearly half a meter long, stretched from his shoulder to his abdomen, blood gushing forth, staining both his body and the ice beneath his feet a vivid crimson, though his appearance was obscured. The aura emanating from him exuded a wild ferocity, akin to a beast's final struggle. Green bull, yellow monkey, cover for me in a moment. Though unspoken, both understood Akainu's intent. He was undoubtedly preparing to ambush the weakened Katie. Though they were not particularly fond of Akainu's methods, they felt little sympathy for the enemy, especially one who had brought such disgrace upon the Navy. Thus, Green Bull reluctantly consented to Akainu's plan. "Are you not going to intervene?" Whitebeard inquired softly, casting his gaze towards a nearby shadow. "Our relationship is merely that of allies, not partners. Hence we lack any obligation to intervene. Everyone faces peril at times. Failure signifies a lack of qualification. You should be well aware of the consequences of his actions and how the Navy or the world government will respond." The detached voice drifted with the wind. Heard only by Whitebeard. "Heh, just as I remember you, still the same proud red. Haha. Rather than concern yourself with that kid, you ought to contemplate your own predicament. In this situation, even you cannot escape unscathed. Do you really believe the Navy will let you off so easily?" Whitebeard offered no reply to the taunt, his gaze distant, seemingly lost in thought. Then he turned to his companions, Marco and the others. "You lot, regardless of the outcome, ensure you support that kid, understood?" Despite the reluctance of the two, Whitebeard would not stand idly by, for he owed that kid a significant debt of gratitude. "Understood, old man." No one objected, as they had no grounds to refuse. Had it not been for Katie, the one currently facing off against Hawkeye would be Ace, standing beside them now, despite the many things they did not understand. It was undeniable that their ally had aided them, compelling them to act. Meanwhile, Katie had completed his gathering of strength, power, spirit, and will converge into a single point. With one strike, he wagered everything on this final blow. Knowing that after this, he would possess no surplus energy. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Katie moved. He stepped forward with his right foot. The blade in his right hand swiftly sliced through the air, the silvery blade reflecting the sunlight with blinding brilliance. Slash! As the command fell, the blade stilled, and a massive sword energy, spanning dozens of meters, instantly took form and surged toward Hawkeye, its sharpness palpable even from a distance. Yet Katie's actions did not cease there. He shifted his weight forward, bringing his previously lagging foot in sync, and stepped forward again, wielding another blade. The gleaming edge cleaved through the air, completing a semicircle. mere moments away from forming a second strike. At that instant, an anomaly occurred. Katie's figure vanished completely, entirely and utterly lost to sight, his presence undetectable. Even the imminent sword energy dissipated with him. In that fleeting moment. A long-buried danger signal surged within Hawkeye, and before he could locate Katie's form, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, a ripping sensation piercing through his clothing and stinging his skin. Though invisible, Hawkeye understood that Katie and the forming sword energy were directly behind him, aware of their intentions as two waves of sword energy converged upon him. He could not deny that he had underestimated this young man. Although he had previously recognized Katie's sword intent to involve spatial manipulation, he did not believe that Katie had grasped such profound capabilities. However, reality compelled him to acknowledge the extent of Katie's extraordinary talent. His sword technique not only integrated spatial fluctuations, but also mastered the formidable ability of spatial movement. Faced with this assault, Hawkeye found himself in a predicament, as both attacks descended upon him simultaneously. Leaving him no choice but to receive them head-on, a mere sword energy assault was insufficient to mitigate the impending crisis. It was not only Hawkeye who marveled. All present, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered speechless. Unable to comprehend how Katie achieved such a feat, though distance and the suddenness of events dulled their perceptions, not everyone could reach such heights. Akainu, perhaps I should take my turn, the usually reticent yellow monkey proposed. Having sensed danger emanating from Katie, despite it being only a faint possibility, he could not afford to remain indifferent. Forget it, I'll handle it. Your hockey isn't strong enough. If you fail to deliver a fatal blow, and he manages to evade, it would be troublesome. Akainu dismissed Yellow Monkey's suggestion, determined to ensure a decisive strike. Very well, but be precise. Do not strike the wrong target. Seeing Akainu's refusal to yield, Yellow Monkey could only relent, albeit with a note of concern. Return of the Swallow. At that moment, Hawkeye unleashed a sword technique he had not used in ages. His movements were as fluid and unremarkable as ever. Just before the frontal assault reached him, he swiftly unleashed a wave of sword energy. However, the rear attack arrived simultaneously, poised to strike Hawkeye. Even he could not afford the luxury of executing a second sword energy in time. Katie's eyes locked onto Hawkeye, observing his every move. Though the situation appeared dire for Hawkeye, Katie held firm in his belief that he would not falter. Then, he witnessed an astonishing sight. Hawkeye did not retract his blade, but merely gave it a gentle tremor, unleashing yet another wave of sword energy, effortlessly neutralizing Katie's meticulously crafted lethal blow. Chapter 46. Akainu's ambush. The rampant sword energy once again engulfed the entire battlefield, with the already shattered ice being ravaged anew, revealing the azure sea beneath as the heart of the explosion obliterated the resilient ice. Caught at the epicenter of the chaos, Katie found himself in a precarious situation. He could no longer maintain the form of the blade and could only defend against the onslaught of sword energy with the one remaining blade he had. The earlier explosion had thoroughly drained his last reserves of strength, particularly the spatial transfer. Given his current physical condition, even at peak performance, he could only execute a few more of such movements, indicating that the newly acquired physical prowess was insufficient to meet his combat needs, which also meant further expenses awaited him. Nonetheless, the immediate priority was not this, but rather to recover his physical state as swiftly as possible. System, exchange for a Senza bean. Seizing the fleeting moment, Katie expended 500,000 exchange points to procure the magical beans from the Dragon Ball universe through the system, gazing at the small green orb resting in her palm. She could hardly believe that, were it not a gift from the system, it could truly restore her injuries and stamina instantly. Without further ado, she popped it into her mouth. The crunch echoed, accompanied by a peculiar pickled flavor. Engaged in a fierce battle with Hawkeye to this extent, Katie had never anticipated such a turn of events. Her initial aim was merely to endure 10 minutes under his formidable prowess to fulfill her assigned task from the system. Little did she know that the situation would unfold so dramatically, culminating only at this very moment. Although the duration of the battle was not particularly lengthy, it had lasted at least 20 minutes, with the time spent comprehending sword techniques exceeding 10 minutes. The subsequent skirmish was solely a challenge initiated by Katie against Hawkeye. The instant she swallowed the magical bean, a wave of warmth surged through her body. Akin to being enveloped in a soothing hot spring, her myriad wounds began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Within the blink of an eye, all injuries, including a severe half-meter-long gash across her chest, had vanished without a trace. Even her pallid complexion, a consequence of excessive blood loss, regained its rosy glow. Were it not for the remnants of crimson blood staining her form, Katie would have doubted whether she had ever been injured at all. Confident that her body had returned to safety, Her attention shifted once more to Hawkeye. Why now? Katie understood the stark disparity between their abilities. Not far away, he remained as pristine as ever, her attacks having failed to leave any mark upon him. Were it merely a contest of swordsmanship, she would still fall far short, for throughout the encounter, Hawkeye had held back, never unleashing his full strength. Only during the last two strikes had he slightly revealed the iceberg of his true power, justifying his title as the world's greatest swordsman. However, in a genuine life-or-death scenario, she would certainly not rely solely on swordsmanship to confront him. Had she incorporated her fruit abilities, she would not be as beleaguered as she currently was. Unbeknownst to Katie, the spectacle she had just witnessed had left an indelible impression on certain individuals. Captain, if I am not mistaken, did Hawkeye just employ sword techniques on the waters not far from Marineford? One crew member posed this question to his captain. Indeed, I never anticipated that little brat could push him to that extent. It has been years since I have seen him wield sword techniques. Others might not comprehend the significance, but he, having battled Hawkeye for many years, understood all too well what it entailed. Hawkeye's blade was deemed the supreme greatsword not only for its sharpness but also for the immense assistance it provided to its wielder, as the sword could amplify the intensity of sword chi. This was precisely why it was rare to witness Hawkeye utilize sword techniques. His ordinary attacks were already sufficient. As he spoke, he rubbed the hilt of his sword with his remaining right hand, a glimmer of inscrutable emotion flickering in his eyes. What? Are you regretting your decision? Observing their captain's contemplation, his companions were acutely aware of his thoughts, although this question had been posed many times. They could not help but inquire once more. It was my decision, so regret is not the right term. Besides, that little brat is gradually influencing this world and has not disappointed my expectations. What do you think of this young man, Katie? The topic shifted back to Katie, gazing at the screen showcasing the young and unfamiliar visage. Even he found himself at a loss for words. A formidable newcomer, but it is too early to say anything definitive. If he survives the Navy's retaliation after this incident, we shall see. Heh. The newcomers these days are quite audacious, daring to toy with the Navy. I wonder how Sengoku and Akainu are feeling right now. Clearly, they understood what the current situation meant for the Navy. Katie's interference rendered their painstaking preparations futile, a fact that no one could easily accept. Retribution was inevitable. So, Captain, should we alter our plans? Katie's sudden emergence had not been part of their original strategy. It was not too late to change course now. Forget it. There's no need to change anything at this point. As you say, they would not question their captain's decision. While all pirates typically avoided Marineford, one pirate ship boldly approached, the iconic Red Wolf head unmistakably symbolizing the Emperor of the Sea, equivalent in stature to the Whitebeard pirates. The events unfolding at Marine headquarters were destined to astonish the world. As the raging sword chi began to subside, just as onlookers strained to discern the outcome, another upheaval transpired. Ice Age. Eight-Forked Serpent. Without warning, Akiji and Kizaru launched a concerted assault on the Whitebeard pirates, immediately amplifying their powers. The ice that had been shattered by the sword chi was instantly refrozen. The sky was not spared either, as countless beams of yellow light illuminated the entire expanse, each radiating a sense of annihilation. Damn it, Fire Fist. Yet, the Whitebeard pirates reacted without hesitation, each member swiftly responding, including Whitebeard himself, who unleashed his fruit power, clearing half the battlefield in an instant. However, one individual moved even quicker than them all, the Marine Admiral Akainu. Without waiting for others to react, he appeared above Katie, his magma-imbued fist poised to strike her head, descending with lethal intent. Those who recognized this sudden shift were astonished by Akainu's decisive action. No one anticipated he would be so ruthless, especially in front of the entire world. That little brat is in for it now. Among the powerful individuals present, it was clear that Katie's physical state would not allow her to evade Akainu's lethal strike. Narrowing his eyes, just as Hawkeye prepared to intervene, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Katie. The sword hovering in midair was slowly lowered as he regarded her with curiosity. The thunderous explosion, akin to a volcanic eruption, engulfed the area where Katie had stood, reducing a radius of 100 meters to a molten wasteland. Akainu showed no mercy. This was a full-force assault. Has she been killed? Despite Akainu's direct involvement, many were reluctant to believe Katie had perished, given the profound impact she had made prior. Akainu, you truly are a dog. Before anyone could ascertain the outcome beneath the lava, that familiar voice pierced through the air. Eyes collectively shifted towards the source of the sound, revealing the young and recognizable face standing 100 meters away. She really didn't die. Although they had anticipated her survival, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing, and even more surprising was Katie's condition, despite being smeared with blood and appearing utterly battered. The aura she radiated was as potent as ever. How did her injuries heal? Some keen observers noted that the substantial gash across Katie's chest had inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace of a scar. Could Katie have some connection to Kaido at that moment? This was the sole possibility they could conceive. After all, their names were quite similar, and the entire world was aware of Kaido's terrifying physical prowess. To recover from grievous wounds in such a short time was a feat beyond comprehension, prompting them to draw this conclusion. No, that cannot be. It is common knowledge that Whitebeard and Kaido have a long-standing rivalry. Prior to the war, Kaido even attempted to intercept Whitebeard, only to be thwarted by Shanks. This explanation was quickly dismissed, as it lacked validity. However, they did not dwell on this point for long. Rather than speculating about Katie's identity, they were more concerned with the impending clash between Katie and Akainu. What did you say? At that moment, Akainu was already processing the situation, his expression dark and filled with murderous intent as he stared at Katie in the distance. I have never heard such a demand. But since you wish to hear it, I shall repeat it once more. Akainu, you truly are a dog. The final words were spoken slowly, each syllable emphasized, ensuring that everyone could hear clearly. Although not fully grasping the meaning behind Katie's statement, one could easily deduce that it was certainly not a compliment. In response, Akainu's fury ignited. Are you seeking death? His magma-infused fist was raised once more, poised to strike Katie. Faced with this furious assault, Katie chose not to evade. Instead, she compressed the flames on her hands to their utmost limit, instantly enveloping them in haki. Her fist radiated a striking blend of crimson and black. Katie was eager to ascertain the disparity between herself and Akainu, questioning how her fruit abilities measured up against his. Furthermore, there was another crucial reason. She was determined to fulfill the mission assigned by the system. As Akainu launched his surprise attack, the corresponding task had already been updated. Task Introduction. As a pirate, reputation is paramount. Only by defeating world-renowned powerhouses can one swiftly gain the recognition of society. Task Requirement. Defeat Akainu. Task Reward. 15 million exchange points, 100 skill points. Despite the task's succinct forward requirement, it bore an immense weight on Katie's shoulders. Each Marine Admiral stood atop the pinnacle of strength in the world, and vanquishing them was no small feat. Nevertheless, Katie did not complain. Despite Akainu's formidable power, she had always yearned for an opportunity to battle him. In fact, she had a premonition that encounters between herself and Akainu would be frequent, both now and in the future. Flames and magma collided, causing the temperature of the entire Bay battlefield to soar dramatically. Neither combatant had intentionally caused this. However, the residual force of their attacks melted the frigid ice beneath them. Initially, they engaged in close-quarters combat, but as time elapsed, the icy battlefield could no longer support their weight, prompting the sky to become their arena once more. In that moment, they no longer felt the need to restrain their power. Their fruit abilities erupted in full force. The orange flames enveloped Katie, transforming her into a sovereign of fire, commanding all flames before her. With the power of the flame fruit, Katie soared freely through the sky. Unlike magma, flames lacked a defined form, existing merely as pure energy, allowing her to easily escape the Earth's gravitational pull. Meanwhile, Akainu appeared even more terrifying. His arms had morphed into molten lava, radiating an intense and fearsome heat that slightly warped the space around him. Red Dog, come and fight. Despite facing an adversary labeled as the highest combat power of the Navy, Katie felt no trace of fear. Instead, she was consumed by an insatiable fighting spirit. She craved a battle, one that was exhilarating and fulfilling. She sought to vindicate the flames, scoffing at the notion that mere magma could dare to flaunt its might before them. With a powerful thrust, Katie unleashed a torrent of flames, propelling herself forward with blinding speed. Appearing before Akainu in the blink of an eye. Divine Fire. Unknown Fire. As the distance shrank to mere meters, a massive spear of flame rapidly formed in Katie's grasp, which she hurled with great force towards Akainu. Great Fire. In response to Katie's onslaught, Akainu braced himself for the impact, showing no inclination to retreat, even if he had a reason to. In the next instant, flames and magma erupted in a violent clash, scattering Katie's fiery spear and causing Akainu's magma fist to lose half its mass. Katie's strike not only utilized her fruit abilities, but also concealed a rending skill. while not as effective as sword techniques. It was sufficient to inflict damage on Aku. The sky rained fire due to their battle, the downpour intensifying, with the original blue sky long vanished, replaced by an ominous crimson, blood red rather than the hues of a sunset. From a distance, the entire marine fort resembled a hellish inferno ensconced in flames and magma. At this juncture, the specifics of their techniques became irrelevant. The outcome hinged solely on their inherent strength, the development of their abilities, and the accumulation of battle experience. Chapter 47, Ascending Power. Old man, what should we do? Should we intervene? The sudden eruption of battle between Katie and Akina left Marco and the others, who had prepared to provide assistance, at a loss. In own need, Whitebeard replied, if that little brat truly wished to escape, he wouldn't be engaging in combat with Akina. Let us watch quietly. I have a feeling that what transpires next will be quite interesting. At this moment, Whitebeard finally recognized Katie for who she was, a reckless yet astutely calculating individual. Every step she took seemed perilous, yet she consistently achieved her goals. Once or twice, perhaps it could be attributed to luck. However, as the occurrences multiplied, it became evident that this young woman harbored some undisclosed power yet to be revealed, a strength that granted her the courage to confront Aku. Old man, you should tend to your injuries, Marco urged, his concern for Whitebeard's well-being outweighing his focus on the battle. Observing the severe wounds inflicted upon Whitebeard's chest by Akina, Marco could not suppress his worry. He was acutely aware of the old man's physical condition. Though no signs were visible on his face, it was evident he was suffering. What? Do you truly believe I am old? This minor injury is hardly sufficient to take my life. Foolish son, Whitebeard dismissed Marco's concerns. Though he felt uneasy, there was little he could do. A sudden sense of crisis surged within him. This war had already seen an abundance of formidable foes. The old man had once mentioned that the conclusion of this conflict would herald a new era. And as the world's premier pirate crew, they would undoubtedly become the focus of countless challengers. The trials would only intensify, yet Whitebeard's health seemed to deteriorate by the day. Marco resolved to return and devote himself to rigorous training. Striving to enhance his strength, he could no longer allow the old man to bear the burden alone. It was time for them, as his sons, to stand beside him and shield him from the storm. In contrast to Marco, Ace found himself deeply captivated by the battle unfolding in the sky. Having shared the same abilities, he understood better than anyone the immense pressure Katie faced in this confrontation. During his previous fight with Akiji, he had felt the terrifying might radiating from Akina. Though reluctant to admit it, Ace was acutely aware that with his current fruit abilities, facing Akina would only result in defeat. The world believed that the magma fruit was the superior variant of the flame fruit, and Ace had shared this belief prior to encountering Whitebeard. However, the old man had imparted a different perspective. Fire, as the purest and most primal form of energy, embodies certain fundamental rules of existence, possessing unimaginable power. Once developed to a certain extent, it can indeed defy magma, even igniting it. Yet, Ace had never managed to grasp the realm that Whitebeard described. Watching the figures battling in the sky, he couldn't help but wonder if Katie could achieve such mastery. Cough, cough. The pain coursing through her body forced Katie to gasp for breath, the agony penetrating her very bones, making her acutely aware of the gap between herself and Akainu. Her peak mastery of fruit abilities was insufficient to withstand Akainu's onslaught. Each of his eruptions bore the strength akin to a volcanic eruption. Unlike flames, magma possessed a tangible solid form, its intensity surpassing that of fire. Moreover, Akainu's mastery of Haki was evidently superior to her own, with an already potent fruit ability augmented by formidable Haki. Each clash sent a jolt of pain through Katie's wrist. How dare such trivial flames confront me? Having gained an absolute advantage, Akainu taunted Katie, seeking to disrupt her composure and provoke her competitive spirit to prevent any thoughts of retreat. They were not far from Whitebeard. If Katie genuinely sought to flee, Akainu was uncertain whether he could stop her. Undoubtedly, Katie's speed had left a lasting impression on Akainu, and employing provocation was his only strategy to keep her here. Humph! Katie dismissed Akainu's mockery with a nonchalant air. Little did he know, she had no intention of fleeing. After completing her previous task, she now possessed a considerable fortune, allowing her to elevate her strength to an entirely new level in an instant. System: spend 10 skill points to enhance Haki level. Spend 10 skill points to enhance observation Haki. Spend 10 skill points to enhance martial arts level. After a brief moment of silence, Katie continued. Spend 10 skill points to elevate fruit level. Spend 3 million exchange points to acquire the skill Heavenly Fire's 3 transformations. As her voice fell, The shackles binding her body were swiftly released one by one. In that moment, Katie entered a new realm, the realm of the strong. Trivial flames, Akainu, how pitifully ignorant you are. Then let me show you how these mere flames can vanquish your prideful, worthless magma. Katie's proclamation echoed across the battlefield, yet no one mocked his audacity. Instead, the gazes directed towards him were imbued with contemplation. As they pondered what impossible feats Katie might yet conjure, the great flame ring. Flames manifested in concentric circles around Katie, swiftly expanding until, in mere moments, a radius of several hundred meters was engulfed in fire. The inferno radiating unimaginable heat. Fire, come forth. A shout erupted just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, followed by a gasp of astonishment. Look, what is happening? The crowd turned towards the direction indicated, only to witness an astonishing spectacle. Every flame burning amidst the ruins of war ascended simultaneously, converging towards Katie in the sky. The scene was not merely spectacular but truly magnificent. The battlefield lacked many things, yet flames were in abundance. With every fire within a radius of thousands of meters soaring towards Katie as if on a pilgrimage, all that met the eye was fire, and in that moment, Katie truly resembled a deity of flames descending from the heavens. Unifying all fire, observing the unfolding events with a cold detachment, Akainu refrained from intervening. Though the sight appeared formidable, the true power unleashed posed no threat to him, merely a hollow display. Akainu resolved to vanquish his opponent when he believed himself to be at his strongest. For only then could he restore the Navy's dignity. As the final flicker of flame merged into the spectacle, a second sun emerged in the sky, a colossal fireball exceeding 100 meters in diameter. Overshadowing even the true sun above, tendrils of steam rose ceaselessly from the ocean's surface, the terrifying heat evaporating the sea itself. This the Flame Emperor. To others, this scene might seem unfamiliar, yet for Marco, it was all too well known. Having witnessed Ace summon it multiple times. No, it is different. Although unsure of his intentions, I can sense that this is not the Flame Emperor. Chapter 49. The Transformative Flame. What is he trying to do? Initially, it seemed that Katie was gathering all the flames to form a massive fireball as a means to assault Akainu. Yet the reality appeared otherwise. The fireball remained stationary, showing no signs of further action. Were it not for the lingering presence of Katie's aura within, one might have thought he had fled. Oh dear, it is so hot. How can it be this hot? Yet, an offhand comment suddenly sparked realization among the powerful present. Each of them sinking into silent contemplation. Hot. Why is it hot? Undoubtedly, the cause lay with Katie. For only the enormous fireball in the sky could elicit such sensations. As the gathered strongmen extended their observation hockey towards the fireball, they discerned a startling truth. The temperature on the surface of the fireball was rising in leaps and bounds, the outer flames already reaching a terrifying heat of over 3,000 degrees, with the inner layers surely exceeding that. Moreover, the fireball's size was gradually diminishing. Upon realizing this, the onlookers felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Katie was compressing energy. For everyone knew that the more refined the energy, the greater the explosive potential upon release. Thus, they naturally assumed Katie harbored such intentions, unaware that his plans were far from this. Once this realization dawned, all eyes shifted from Katie to Akainu, who suddenly became the focal point of scrutiny. Undoubtedly, now was the best moment to strike. The longer they delayed, the greater the danger. They were curious as to how Akainu would respond, whether he would, as before, launch a surprise attack before the eyes of the world. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Akainu's expression darkened. Had it not been for the need to redeem the Navy's honor, he would have acted long ago. With his temperament, how could he have waited until now? Even a sneak attack mattered little if it led to success. The outcome was inconsequential, for justice is always written by the victors, while the defeated are rendered not. And so, the war came to an abrupt halt. Everyone awaiting the culmination of Katie's assault, the vast fireball, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, rapidly shrank from a diameter of 100 meters to 50, then to 30, all within less than half a minute. Now dwindling to a mere 10 meters, staring in disbelief at the infinitely shrinking fireball. No one had anticipated Katie possessed the capability to compress it to such an extent. Flames were synonymous with ferocity, the most difficult to tame. Faced with such a degree of assault, despite the multitude of powerful figures present, few could guarantee their ability to withstand the impending onslaught, for the energy contained within was vast and formidable. Even Akainu felt a twinge of regret. It had reached a level he could no longer ignore. Suddenly, at a certain moment, a peculiar flash of light darted within the orange fireball, moving so swiftly that many failed to catch the fleeting glimpse. Though not Ace aboard the Moby Dick, fixated on the fireball, Ace, despite not knowing what the fleeting image was, felt his body react. At that moment, he was seized by a tremor, as if something within him yearned to surge forth. Yet was restrained by an invisible shackle. Intently watching the fireball, Ace sensed that what he could not achieve, Katie might have already accomplished. What is that? Following the disappearance of the first flash, a second, third, and fourth soon followed, culminating in a transformation of the fireball's very hue. The outer layer remained a dazzling orange-yellow, yet the core appeared dark and obscure, unclear to the eye. Akainu, act now. While others were still speculating about the strange flashes, Akiji suddenly urged Akainu to take action. Like the others, Akiji was uncertain of the nature of the phenomena, yet he felt an instinctual danger emanating from within. His abilities, being the antithesis of fire, rendered him particularly sensitive to the power concealed within the orange fireball, which was undoubtedly extraordinary. Almost simultaneously with Akiji's call to action, Akainu vanished from sight, setting aside the concealed power within the fireball. The mere presence of a 10-meter diameter fireball posed a threat in itself, and Akainu had long since planned to strike. Moreover, with Akiji's warning, despite their usual discord, Akiji would never mislead him in matters of true consequence. Thus, Akainu decisively chose to engage. A massive molten fist descended from the heavens, striking the fireball, while Akainu's body transformed into elemental form, save for his head, to shield himself from the overwhelming energy contained within. A tremendous roar reverberated across the battlefield, astonishing all present. When the crowd regained their senses, they found the once suspended orange fireball had vanished without a trace. The anticipated energy explosion failed to materialize. Yet the confrontation between the two figures in the sky left them speechless. In the face of Akainu's full-force strike, Katie not only received it head-on, but stood his ground without retreating an inch. Yet, what astonished them most was Katie's method of defense. The hand that blocked Akainu's attack bore no enhancement of haki, only a swirling azure flame. This is, in an instant, everyone was once again overwhelmed by Katie's display. Having been at a severe disadvantage just moments prior, he now mounted a counterattack with astonishing swiftness, leaving them unprepared for the sudden turn of events, glaring at the figure enveloped in azure flames. Doflamingo's expression darkened for the first time. Even when Katie had compressed the flames to their utmost, he had never appeared this grave. Having grasped the awakening of his devil fruit power, he understood its implications better than most present. He was acutely aware of what Katie's flames signified, either the awakening of the fruit or teetering on the brink of such. In any case, he was no longer comparable to the previous orange flames. Ace, pay close attention to every detail that follows. It is crucial for you. Those who recognized the change in Katie were not limited to Doflamingo. Whitebeard was equally aware and urged Ace to watch closely. Yes, father. Even without the counsel of Whitebeard, Ace would have attentively observed everything transpiring around Katie. The transformations he witnessed were precisely the state he had long yearned for, but had never managed to grasp. Now that he encountered it, he would certainly not let it slip away. His fists were clenched tightly. Although he was unaware of the origin of Katie's flame abilities, he was certain they were intrinsically linked to him. For the techniques employed were identical to his own. This indicated that Katie had possessed such abilities for no more than a day, yet within that brief span, he accomplished what Ace had failed to achieve for years. Ace felt a deep-seated resentment, resenting his own weakness, resenting his lack of effort. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated by that scoundrel Teach, nor would he have caused his father's injuries. Chapter 50, Suppressing Akainu. Why the silence? Akainu, do not fret. A greater surprise awaits, so be cautious not to meet your demise. Observing Akainu's expression, akin to that of a rat that had ingested poison, Katie felt a surge of satisfaction, having been ambushed time and again. Did they truly think him an easy target? Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of temper. How much more so does he? Having finally seized an opportunity, he would retaliate in kind. You fool. Do you truly believe that merely changing the color of your flames renders you invincible? You are merely a buffoon. In response to Katie's relentless taunts, Akainu's fury ignited, and he unleashed a punch that forced Katie to retreat. If that is the case, I shall ensure your demise is abundantly clear. Heavenly fire transformation. With a sharp cry, Katie's aura began to surge uncontrollably. The azure blue flames soared into the sky, their magnitude so great that it seemed to obscure the sun. Radiating heat far surpassing that of the orange flames, existing on an entirely different plane. How could this be? Is there truly no limit to his power? In mere moments, Katie's presence escalated to an alarming level. far exceeding that of 99% of those present, drawing close to that of an admiral. People were utterly at a loss as to what expression to wear in the face of Katie's continuously escalating strength. Initially, they perceived him as merely a newcomer with decent talent, but after his duel with Mihawk, he had risen to become an equal contender. Now, feeling that suffocating aura, it was evident that Katie had grown into a being they could only look up to. All of this transpired right before their eyes in this very conflict, leaving them speechless as witnesses to the entire process. This fellow has indeed hidden his depths. One cannot help but wonder if this is truly all his power. Compared to Katie's repeated enhancements, they were more inclined to believe he had always possessed such strength. After all, the path of the strong is never easily traversed. No one could elevate themselves to such heights in such a short time. Otherwise, there would be no need for effort. Yet, this rule may apply to others, but it certainly does not encompass Katie, who possesses a system that transcends the rules, rendering all conventional logic moot in its presence. Akainu, prepare to meet your end. With a furious roar, Katie initiated his assault. The flames he now commanded were not merely different in hue. The azure-blue flames boasted temperatures nearly 2,000 degrees Celsius higher than before. Surpassing a terrifying 5,000 degrees. In an instant, the explosive energy had multiplied several times over. Under the enhancement of heavenly fire transformation, both the temperature of the flames and the energy contained within surged once more, leaving Katie with a sense of saturation, as though he had encountered yet another bottleneck. Rather than feeling disheartened, Katie's spirits soared. This indicated that the power of the flame fruit still had room for development. Presently, the azure-blue flames were impervious to Akainu's magma, suggesting that the next tier of flames would be able to suppress Akainu in turn. Merely contemplating this invigorated him. It even inspired Katie to consider converting all his exchange points into skill points to elevate the ability level of the flame fruit. However, he refrained from acting impulsively, deciding instead to retain his exchange points for future contingencies. Humph, I shall see how long you can maintain this state. Akainu, in close proximity, sensed that Katie's current might was not his true strength. It was forcibly augmented by some means and could not possibly endure for long. So what? Even if it lasts only a minute, it is more than sufficient to claim your life. Katie did not deny this fact, for there was no need to do so. Flame Fist. With a fierce shout, azure-blue flames erupted from his fist. Although the technique appeared unchanged, the power infused within was on an entirely different level. This time, Akainu could not respond with his usual composure. Great eruption. The surging magma erupted violently, charging towards Katie's flame fist, before the eyes of countless onlookers. The flames of extreme temperature clashed with the violently spewing magma. Impossible. In the next instant, Akainu's incredulous voice echoed far and wide. He could not accept the scene before him. His once unstoppable great eruption was unable to breach Katie's flames if it were merely this. He might have reconciled with it, but the reality was far more staggering. The azure-blue flames rapidly spread, completely enveloping his attack, and then, without hesitation, surged towards him. Canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. The magma-formed arm morphed into a dog's head. Lunging at the approaching azure flames, at last, Katie's flame fist was extinguished, yet Akainu's expression exhibited no relief. Instead, it was laden with gravity. The opponent's single strike had forced him to retaliate twice, and during their recent close-quarters clash, that azure flame had singed him, an occurrence he found hard to accept. Though his magma fruit did not embody flames, it possessed an exceptionally high temperature. Moreover, through years of development, its temperature had long since reached 4,000 degrees Celsius. Previously, during their clash, he had been entirely immune to Katie's flame attacks, yet now he found this impossible. Suddenly, the voice of that individual from his youth echoed in Akainu's ears once more. As the first explosive fruit of the natural type. The most crucial aspect of the magma fruit's ability was its instantaneous output. Everything else was secondary. Only now did Akainu truly grasp the meaning behind that advice. Undoubtedly, many fruits exceeded him in temperature. In this regard, he did not hold the advantage. What he ought to focus on was ultimate explosion and output, delivering the highest damage in an instant. Regrettably, he had not adhered strictly to that counsel. Although he had invested most of his energy into explosive power, he had not achieved the utmost, leading to his current suppression by this damned flame. Damn it, cursed. It was unclear whether he was cursing Katie or himself, or perhaps both. In any case, Akainu found himself filled with regret. He should not have disregarded that counsel. Katie, oblivious to Akainu's thoughts and lacking the inclination to concern himself with them, was solely focused on swiftly overcoming Akainu. Although he spoke lightly, he knew Akainu was not easily vanquished. After all, Even when Whitebeard had him pinned to the ground, Akaina had not truly perished. Katie did not believe his attacks were stronger than Whitebeard's. Moreover, he was uncertain how long he could maintain Heavenly Fire transformation. Once he lost its enhancement, he would not only forfeit all advantages but could also fall into a disadvantageous position. This method of elevation certainly came with repercussions. Chapter 51. The final strike. Surely the Navy's head is not filled with water. How could such a ruthless individual be valued at merely 1 million? At this moment, information regarding Katie began to surface. Upon receiving the paltry 7-digit bounty, they were nearly left speechless. This individual who dueled Mihawk and set Akainu ablaze was worth a mere 1 million berries. It was undoubtedly the most absurd joke they had heard in a year. Perhaps he had concealed his true self too deeply. Otherwise, the Navy would not have made such a glaring oversight. Many chose to believe Katie had hidden his strength. Otherwise, everything would seem too bizarre and absurd. Meanwhile, on an island within the Sabaody archipelago, is this the backup you arranged? The Dark King, Rayleigh. Despite the elderly man's appearance being so commonplace that he could easily be lost in a crowd, Bogart felt no inclination to underestimate him, for his name was Silver's Rayleigh, the strongest first mate of Pirate King Roger. Having lived through that era, Bogart understood all too well the terrifying power this seemingly harmless elderly man could unleash when angered. It was precisely for this reason that he, as an old adversary, had been assigned to this location, avoiding participation in that epic-defining battle. Surely you are well aware of our arrangements. Have we not been under your surveillance all these years? Why do you even ask me? It seems that Bogart had anticipated Rayleigh's response long ago and did not pursue the matter further. As Rayleigh had stated, they, the former crew members of the Pirate King, had always been under the watchful eyes of the Navy or CP organizations. Had any significant developments occurred, they would have been informed long ago. The sheer power of these individuals was daunting. Even with the dissolution of the world government, they were not allowed to act freely. Fortunately, they had adhered to a certain decorum, leading a quiet life for decades. However, with the current target being the bloodline of the Pirate King, they had become an unstable variable in the unfolding conflict, necessitating the deployment of personnel like themselves to monitor them, just in case. Yet, even with their foresight and surveillance of all former crew members of the Pirate King, the developments of the battle had exceeded their expectations. The sudden emergence of Katie had disrupted all their pre-battle arrangements, leaving Bogart in a state of confusion. Where on earth did this individual come from? Possessing such power yet remaining so deeply concealed was nothing short of astonishing. Divine fire. Ignorance of fire. Under Katie's command, azure flames swiftly condensed and compressed, forming floating spears of fire in the air. Unlike before, the enhancement of her fruit, combined with the augmentation of the Heavenly Fire's 3 mysteries, allowed her to manipulate a greater number of attacks simultaneously. In the next moment, dozens of flaming spears, trailing azure tails, surged towards Akainu. The entire sky was painted in shades of azure and blue. Even the onlookers, aware that they were not the targets, could not help but feel a shiver of fear run down their spines. Meteor volcano, massive boulders of lava shot into the sky, colliding with the fiery spears, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that even affected the stability of the surrounding space. Sensing the aura of destruction permeating the air, both pirates and Navy personnel were grateful that this battle was taking place in the sky rather than on the ground, for the island beneath them was far from capable of supporting their conflict. Should the island collapse, they would be unable to escape the clutches of death. Akainu, your punches are truly feeble. It's hard to believe you are an admiral with such paltry abilities. With a tone of disdain, a look of scorn, and a gaze of derision, Katie returned all the grievances she had endured to Akainu, reveling in the expression of impotent rage on his face. The satisfaction of delivering such a slap in the face was exhilarating. You scoundrel, do not think I am unaware of your condition. Your strength has diminished since the beginning, and I doubt you can maintain this state for long. Akainu retorted defiantly. Diminished? You are mistaken. Let me remind you. Do not perish. Without giving Akainu a chance to counter, Katie once again struck him with reality, her previously diminished aura surging back to its peak and then surpassing it. How can this be? In that moment, even Akainu could not suppress his astonishment. He simply could not comprehend how one could continuously forcefully enhance their strength. If this were true, could this individual alone challenge the entire world? There is nothing impossible in this world. You simply lack the strength to comprehend it. Understand, rookie? What did you say? The term rookie ignited the already volatile Akainu's fury. Having fought for decades, his name was known across the world. Even Whitebeard had never spoken to him in such a manner. Now, to be mocked by a mere youth not yet 20 years old was simply intolerable. Hellhound. In an instant, Akainu's reason was replaced by rage. And disregarding his physical condition, he launched an attack. Solar Flare. He unleashed a column of fire to intercept Akainu's molten fist. Oh, you still not understand? You have long ceased to be my match. Having been outmaneuvered by Kizaru and set up by Akiji, it was undeniable that Akainu had exerted the most effort in this entire conflict. Due to his arrangements, Whitebeard had not been betrayed by his foolish son before the battle commenced. Meaning Akainu faced the full power of Whitebeard in his prime, a pressure that surpassed everyone's imagination as he contended with an authority capable of obliterating the world, long before engaging in battle with Katie. Akainu was already not at his peak, and after enduring this extended confrontation, his condition had deteriorated significantly. Conversely, Katie was in a diametrically opposite state. Not only had she not declined, but she was also operating under a dual amplification effect. Albeit momentarily, yet with formidable enhancement. The enhancements from the Heavenly Fire S3 Mysteries, which accompanied Xiao Yin, significantly bolstered her flames. While the raging skill elevated Katie's physical prowess to unprecedented heights, together, Katie had the illusion that she could challenge anyone. You scoundrels, if it were not for your reckless abuse of power, I would not be in this predicament. Merely parasites of this world. In response to Akainu's roar, Katie fell silent for a moment before responding. Ultimately, who is the parasite is not for you to decide. The Navy is not necessarily just, nor are pirates always evil. At least the place with the highest number of slaves in the world is what you refer to as the Holy Land of Mariawa. Not some pirate's laird. At this point, Katie ceased her idle chatter, gathering her strength as azure flames danced around her. Akainu, allow me to inform you that this will be my final strike. I am eager to see if you can withstand it. Chapter 52. The defeat of Akainu. In an instant, her aura surged to its zenith, flames coalescing around her right fist. Watching the flames upon Katie's fist, Akainu felt an overwhelming sense of danger. That sensation was one he might not even withstand at his peak, let alone in his currently diminished state. Yet, one thing Akainu knew for certain, he could not retreat from this strike. This duel was being broadcasted to the entire world. Should he, as an admiral of the Navy, flee without a fight, the Navy's prestige would suffer significantly, and the morale of the soldiers on the battlefield would undoubtedly be impacted, complicating the ensuing conflict. Bring it on, I will take it all. In that moment, Akainu poured all his remaining strength into his right hand, the magma within him roiling as if ready to erupt from a volcano. Hero's gun, Hellhound. The two figures flashed past so swiftly that those nearby could scarcely perceive their movements. The next instant, a brilliant explosion erupted at the point of contact between their attacks, radiating an endless light that rendered the distant sun a mere flicker in comparison. Retreat. Withdraw from the entire bay battlefield. Find cover. As others gazed upward, awaiting the outcome of the aerial confrontation, Karp, standing at the execution platform in the rear, suddenly issued the command, his expression one of profound alarm. Retreat, quickly. At that moment, although many soldiers were bewildered, they obediently chose to withdraw, having witnessed the vice admirals in the front ranks heed Karp's orders and swiftly retreating without looking back, with the vice admirals fleeing. The other soldiers naturally lacked the courage to remain, and tens of thousands of Navy personnel surged backward like the receding tide. A similar scenario unfolded within the Whitebeard pirates. Retreat, retreat. All hands aboard the ship. Leave this place at once. Due to the battle between Katie and Akainu, the once imposing ice barrier on the sea had vanished, allowing their ships to navigate freely. In an instant, the battlefield, which had once housed over 100,000 souls, had become eerily empty, the clearing process alarmingly swift. Mr. Karp, do not worry. I am coming. Akiji, I will leave this place to you for the time being. Karp said solemnly, glancing at Akiji as he approached. Mr. Karp, what are you planning? Akiji's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Karp, even though he had not seen him in action for an extended period. Even Kizaru, who was usually indifferent, could not help but cast a side glance, recalling the taste of Karp's fists from years past. Just leave this to you. However, Karp did not respond directly to Akiji's inquiry, not out of a deliberate desire to conceal the truth, but rather because he himself had yet to resolve whether or not to take action. As a member of the Navy, he undoubtedly bore the duty to intervene, yet the individual in question was, after all, Ace's savior, making it exceedingly difficult for Karp to repay kindness with malice. Thus, he found himself in a state of profound hesitation. Moreover, the two individuals had yet to reveal themselves, and should he act recklessly, he could inadvertently trigger a second war. As of now, Sengoku had not returned, leaving his side at a distinct disadvantage. A thunderous roar, akin to the very sound of creation, echoed from afar, and then the onlookers beheld a scene they would never forget. The sky, once familiar and reassuring, had transformed beyond recognition. The azure heavens and white clouds vanished without a trace. The firmament starkly divided into two distinct hues, an eerie tranquility of deep blue juxtaposed with a tumultuous crimson. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the blue dominated the expanse. Yet, no one possessed the heart to admire this rare sight. Rather, it resembled a hell on earth. Tendrils of flame cascaded from the heavens, incinerating everything in their path. Even the boundless ocean below could barely withstand the searing heat. The explosive descent of molten rock crashing into the sea created a cacophony reminiscent of boiling water. In witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers could not help but conjure the phrase, burning the heavens and boiling the seas, the Ice Age, a tremendous shock. At this moment, Akiji and Whitebeard were compelled to act. The Navy's position could hardly withstand the aftermath of the explosive assault. Pirate ships adrift on the ocean were thrust far away, nearly capsizing. The four formidable powers unleashed their strength, utterly transforming the bay, erasing all traces of what once was. Get out of my way. A thunderous roar pierced the heavens, and the world before the crowd shifted once more, as a surge of blue flames surged into the crimson lava. This unexpected intrusion of blue seemed to herald a turning point, as the previously balanced standoff was suddenly altered. The blue flames surged forth, gradually forcing the crimson lava to retreat. As the saying goes, one step back leads to further retreat. The breach had already been opened, and the blue flames relentlessly advanced upon the crimson lava, their speed increasing until, in a mere moment, the area engulfed by lava was halved. Roll, accompanied by Katie's furious shout, the last remnants of lava were instantly shattered, and a figure was sent flying, crashing into the ruins. The flames that had once raged now rapidly retracted, and when all was said and done, only one silhouette remained in the sky. With an excessively youthful visage and unruly black hair, there was no mistaking that this individual was Katie. The ultimate victor was none other than Katie. In that instant, Katie's countenance was transmitted across the globe in myriad ways. Even decades later, anyone who recalled this moment would be filled with deep emotion, grateful to have witnessed the birth of an unparalleled powerhouse. No one had anticipated this outcome prior to the onset of battle. After all, they were pitted against the admiral known for the Navy's most formidable combat prowess, Akainu. How many people, how many pirates had not trembled in fear at the mere mention of his name? The number of pirates he had personally dispatched was no less than 100,000, and his reputation had already permeated every corner of the world. Yet, this very man had been defeated. And by someone not yet 20 years of age. At this moment, countless individuals fell into silence, unsure how to respond to such an outcome. Regrettably, Akainu was no longer at his peak. Upon witnessing this, Rayleigh shook his head and sighed, feeling a sense of pity for Akainu. How come you've learned to speak in such a sarcastic tone? Deep down, you must be quite pleased, Bogart remarked, knowing full well that Rayleigh was not genuinely lamenting Akainu's fate. Although Akainu was indeed past his prime, the age gap between the two was significant. Akainu had already held the advantage. Were they of the same age, Akainu would likely have suffered an even more crushing defeat. Ha ha. Once this matter concludes, the Navy is bound to face difficulties. Rayleigh laughed openly, no longer concealing his true emotions, yet his gaze towards Katie bore an enigmatic gleam. Chapter 53, Carp Takes Action. Fixated on the location where Akainu had fallen, Katie, despite having triumphed over Akainu, found herself unable to immediately pursue and eliminate him. As that last strike had drained her energy. It took considerable time for her to recover from the post-battle exhaustion. Even so, the after-effects of forcibly augmenting her powers soon manifested. Her muscles ached unbearably, and even her mind felt clouded and disoriented. System, exchange for a celestial being. The reward for defeating Akainu had already been credited. And upon seeing the substantial 8-digit points accumulated, Katie felt a surge of excitement. These points would allow her power to ascend even further, leaving her to ponder just how much she would grow. Without delay, she exchanged for one, just in case. Divine Fire. Unknown Fire. The fiery spear coalesced once more in Katie's grasp. There was no need for leniency with Akainu. Their positions were inherently adversarial. To show weakness towards an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Though she had just decisively defeated him, Akainu had not been in his peak condition at that moment. Otherwise, the outcome could have been quite different. Furthermore, she had employed 2 cheat-like abilities. The Heaven Fire 3 mystical transformations in Berserk, without which victory would have been unattainable. The fiery spear took shape rapidly, hurtling toward Akainu's fallen position. Admiral Akainu, Observing Katie's actions from a distance, the Navy panically called out his name, hoping to rouse him from his slumber. While Akainu was not exactly a beloved figure, the title of Admiral still garnered him a fair number of supporters, who were naturally unwilling to witness him fall to a pirate's hands. At that critical juncture, a figure shot forth, not exhibiting any dazzling fruit powers or remarkable martial prowess, but relying solely on raw physical strength. He thundered through the air, surpassing the speed of sound, covering a kilometer in an instant, and then shattered Katie's fiery spear with a single punch. Through the flames, Katie glimpsed the newcomer, a figure with silver-gray hair and a weathered visage, despite his advancing age. The aura he exuded was no less formidable than that of anyone present, perhaps even surpassing them. But I cannot allow you to kill with such impunity before my very eyes. His deep voice bore no hint of warmth. Yet it resonated with an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. At that moment, Katie felt an unprecedented pressure. Merely being scrutinized by him sent her instincts into overdrive, warning her of impending danger. She swiftly retrieved the celestial being from her system space, clutching it tightly in her hand, ready to consume it at the slightest provocation. Without a doubt, the newcomer was none other than Marine hero Vice Admiral Karp. Though his rank was merely that of a Vice Admiral, he enjoyed privileges even beyond those afforded to a Fleet Admiral, with the freedom to set his own work hours and holidays, as well as a personal flagship accompanied by hundreds of followers. Not even a Fleet Admiral commanded such an entourage, and despite this, not a single member of the Navy dared to voice dissent. Even with his son being the leader of the Revolutionary Army, all these privileges stemmed from his unparalleled combat prowess and indelible contributions. He had vanquished the legendary Rocks pirates, who had challenged the world's highest throne. And during the Roger era, he had relentlessly pursued Roger, even participating in Roger's eventual capture. His accomplishments were too numerous to count. Is it worth it? You have done so much for the Navy. Yet has the Navy ever considered your feelings? They have shown no inclination to spare Ace, because he bore the bloodline of the Pirate King. Yet who ever contemplated whether Ace truly wished to inherit Roger's legacy? When had he ever been granted the opportunity to choose? Moreover, why was he called Port Ace rather than Gold Ace? Surely you must know better than anyone. Even now, the very person you seek to protect once harbored intentions to kill Luffy, such a person you would save. In the face of Katie's relentless inquiries, Karp fell silent, and not only did he remain mute, but his once clear eyes had also clouded over. His gaze drifted toward the distant figure of Ace, standing beside Whitebeard. To say that Karp felt no disappointment in the Navy would be a lie. Yet, his sense of duty prevented him from taking action based on personal feelings. All along, Karp had truly felt a sense of guilt toward Ace. In this world, absolute perfection is an impossibility. I have no regrets about joining the Navy, at least in my view. It is the most righteous organization. Clearly, Karp would not abandon the convictions he had held for decades merely due to Katie's words. The most righteous? I beg to differ. The Navy is subordinate to the world government, which was established by the Celestial Dragons. This implies that your so-called justice primarily serves to uphold the interests of the Celestial Dragons. The entire world knows what the Celestial Dragons have done. Do you really have the audacity to claim that you are just? Katie harbored an intense animosity towards the Celestial Dragons, believing their existence to be less worthwhile than that of a pig. You old fool, do you truly think I would hesitate to act? Kapu's steadfastness was met with Katie's dismissive remarks, igniting a natural fury within him, as his gaze towards Katie turned increasingly menacing. No, it was not a matter of daring to strike, but rather an inability to do so. In the face of Kapu's threat, an inexplicable smile graced Katie's face, and in the next moment, an equally potent aura suddenly manifested before gradually dissipating. Though fleeting, its presence rendered countless onlookers, particularly the Navy, collectively silent, as they realized this aura emanated from the Moby Dick, signifying the existence of another formidable adversary within the enemy ranks. Conversely, their own high-end combat capabilities were severely lacking, with only 2 of the 3 admirals remaining battle-ready, leaving Kapu as the sole bastion of strength, rendering the situation exceedingly precarious. The moment the aura appeared, Kapu's attention shifted from Katie to the distant Moby Dick. Despite the absence of visible figures, Kapu was acutely aware of who it was. Undoubtedly the solitary and proud Red Raidfield. Damn it, this is all you're doing. The thought only intensified Kapu's rage, for all of this stemmed from the presence of Katie before him. Haha, thank you for the praise. In return, I shall leave the life of Akainu to you, Katie proclaimed before retreating. Since Kapu had resolved to save Akainu, it was impossible for him to slay him now. Though it was a pity, It was an unavoidable circumstance. Nevertheless, Katie remained confident that when next they crossed paths, victory would still be within his grasp. Watching Katie depart, Kapu refrained from striking, fully cognizant that the current strength of the Navy was insufficient. With a heavy sigh, he acknowledged that the unfolding events had long since surpassed his control. Turning back to extract Akainu from the wreckage, Kapu furrowed his brow upon observing the extensive burns covering his body. It was no easy feat to inflict such injuries upon Akainu, and he felt a twinge of regret for allowing Katie to escape so easily. Chapter 54. The Emergence of Ticha. Katie, might you now reveal your true intentions? At this moment, Katie found himself in close proximity to Edward Newgate, the man hailed as the strongest in the world, even in his severely injured state. The pressure he exerted was immense, as if it were not mere intimidation but the sheer aura of a king. My intentions are quite simple. I simply wish for neither you nor Ace to perish. At this juncture, Katie displayed no intent to conceal his motives, as both the ultimate mission and his feelings as a fan of the sea had always been to ensure their survival. Oh, do you truly believe I am destined to die here? Despite the hint of provocation in Katie's words, Whitebeard paid it no heed. Is not the wound upon your chest the finest evidence of your fate? Then I thank you for your concern, Whitebeard conceded, not denying the implication. There is no need for such gratitude. Salvaging your lives is beneficial to me as well, at least when I venture into the new world. One of the four emperors will not stand against me. His calm demeanor belied the tumultuous nature of his words, and though surrounded by formidable figures, the shock of Katie's ambition to confront the four emperors was palpable. You are indeed audacious, Whitebeard voiced the collective sentiment, for this young man, not yet 20, exhibited a boldness that was nothing short of astonishing, already setting his sights on the sea's emperors while the current battle remained unresolved. However, no one dared to voice further objections. His past achievements spoke volumes. Although he may not be sufficient in the present, the future was uncertain. Father, we should retreat. Ace has been rescued, and there is no need to continue this fight. Marco interjected. Having reached this stage, their objectives had been accomplished. Even now, the Navy struggled to disentangle themselves from the aftermath of the battle between Katie and Akainu, making their withdrawal relatively straightforward, devoid of concerns regarding pursuit. More importantly, Marco sensed something amiss. He had also felt the eruption of Raidfield's aura, and he remained oblivious to the emergence of such a powerful ally aboard their ship. Fortunately, he was not an enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, despite this, Marco maintained a wariness towards this unseen powerhouse. While not an enemy, he could hardly be considered a friend. Why else would he not have intervened earlier? Indeed, it is time to depart. Relay the order for a full retreat. The word retreat lingered on the tip of his tongue, unable to escape, for Whitebeard had caught sight of a familiar yet strange visage. Ha! Father, how can you be in such a hurry to leave? I have only just arrived. After such a long separation, is it not appropriate to have a proper chat? My dear father, Teach, you dare to show your face before me. Have you a death wish? Upon Teach's sudden appearance, Whitebeard transformed, emanating an aura of fury, his veins bulging. This was no longer mere anger but pure rage, not just he, but the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates. Numbering in the thousands, mirrored this intensity that if looks could kill, Teach would have perished 1,000,000 times over in that moment. Father, do you believe I am still the same Teach from years past? Are you still the same man you once were? You are mistaken. From this day forth, I am Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard. Teach's voice echoed across the battlefield, carried by the transponder snail to resonate throughout the world. People stood frozen, unable to comprehend what was unfolding. What they believed to be the conclusion had been irrevocably altered by the arrival of this self-proclaimed Blackbeard. To declare such a challenge against Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates before the eyes of the world was nothing short of audacious. Simultaneously, his cadre of notorious subordinates revealed themselves, leaving many bewildered. What is happening? Why are there so many fugitives? What transpired in Impel Down? And where is Magellan, Katarina Devon, St. J. Ida Wolf, Bartolomeo Pizarro, and Buckus Joad, all infamous figures who should have remained imprisoned, now stood free. It was not surprising that the public was oblivious to these developments. To prevent unnecessary panic, Sengoku had long ordered the suppression of all information regarding Impel Down, leaving the outside world in ignorance of the monumental upheaval that had occurred. Teach, you remain as arrogant as ever, truly believing that the power of a single fruit can render you invincible against the world. Ha. If only you knew the true extent of this fruit's power. In response to Whitebeard's skepticism, Teach erupted into a maniacal laugh, as tendrils of black energy shimmered around his hands. Eerily, at this juncture, Teach's gaze shifted to Katie beside Whitebeard, his reckless grin momentarily subdued. "Katie, is it? How about considering joining us? You should know we are cut from the same cloth," Teach suggested, his tone laden with implications, casting a glance at Shiryu of the Rain before turning towards Teach. Katie's voice resonated slowly. "I'm afraid I have no desire to associate with a treacherous traitor. I find it distasteful." Without a hint of hesitation, Katie outright rejected the proposition. "Indeed, Mr. Katie speaks the truth. Teach, you treacherous scoundrel, it is a wonder that father once treated you so well. A treacherous scoundrel, a treacherous scoundrel." In an instant, Katie garnered the recognition of all members of the Whitebeard Pirates, articulating thoughts that had long been suppressed. And the outpouring of disdain was immensely gratifying. Observing Teach's expression darken, Katie realized he had undoubtedly marked him as a target, yet he bore no regrets for his words. If one were to encapsulate Teach in a single term, it would be that of a cunning villain. He was not a trustworthy ally. Having betrayed once, a second betrayal was inevitable. To be in his company was to sleep with one eye open, for one would never know how one might meet their demise. Moreover, Katie saw no necessity to ally with him. With the system at his disposal, what could he possibly lack, let alone serve as his subordinate? Such notions were the height of delusion. No, it was better to dismiss them entirely. Gazing deeply at Katie's retreating figure, Teach's right hand clenched and relaxed, for upon hearing from Shiryu that this individual could replicate the abilities of others, even beyond the realm of devil fruits, his initial reaction was disbelief. After all, how could anyone accomplish what even he, with the power of the Yami Yami no Mi, could not? However, upon learning of the events that transpired at Marineford, his doubts regarding Shiryu's assertions vanished. At that moment, he resolved that this individual must either be incorporated into his ranks or eliminated entirely. Now, it seemed that the former was no longer feasible. Only the latter remained. Chapter 55. Your father is still your father. With a narrowed gaze, Teach could undoubtedly sense the murderous intent emanating from his opponent. However, Katie remained unperturbed. The primary reason for Ace's defeat lay in a lack of intelligence. His inferiority in strength was secondary. The clear dominance of the dark fruit over other devil fruit users was unmistakable, and encountering it unawares would spell disaster for anyone. Yet, as a transmigrator, she would not fall prey to such a pitfall. Furthermore, the conditions for activating the dark fruit were replete with restrictions. In order to render an enemy's ability temporarily ineffective, one had to make direct physical contact. Although the dark fruit belongs to the Logia type, it does not grant immunity to physical harm, but rather absorbs it, resulting in a doubled sensation of pain. With her current swordsmanship, she could effectively utilize the Void Slash in its initial release state to confront him. Bolstered by Haki, she felt confident in her ability to contend with him without fear. "Teach, you seek death." With a roar, Whitebeard charged at Teach, unable to ignore the challenge posed by him. But in truth, even without Teach's provocation, he would have intervened. As a father, he was compelled to enforce familial discipline when his son strayed from the path. "Haha, come on, old man. Let me show you just how strong I am now." Teach's gaze towards Whitebeard brimmed with fervor. To outsiders, it appeared as though Teach was merely eager for battle, yet Katie discerned a deeper yearning, one not solely for combat but rather for the power of Whitebeard's devil fruit. Bordering on greed, as Katie surmised, having followed Whitebeard for over a decade, Teach was well aware of the tremendous capabilities of the tremor fruit, and his envy was palpable. Even without absolute confidence, he could not resist the urge to act. "Old man, take him down. Eliminate this traitor." Upon witnessing Whitebeard personally engage in battle, the members of the Whitebeard crew roared their support. However, two among them bore expressions of concern: Marco and Ace, the latter having fought Teach firsthand. Marco's worry stemmed not from doubt in Whitebeard's strength, but rather for his father's injuries. While not life-threatening, they were burdensome nonetheless. In contrast, Ace's concern was genuine. Having battled Teach himself, he understood the complications posed by Teach's abilities. "Marco, I advise you to follow along. Even if you do not engage, it would be prudent to remain nearby just in case." Upon hearing Katie's words, Marco paused momentarily before comprehending their intent. "All captains except Ace, follow me." With Marco's command, the remaining 11 captains surged toward the battlefield. Each of them harbored a burning desire to defend their father, even if they could not personally vanquish the traitor, and they yearned to confront the scoundrels allied with Teach. Thus, The situation shifted dramatically. What had begun as a clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy transformed into a confrontation between two pirate crews. The Navy, positioned as mere spectators, had no intention of intervening, for the defeat of either party would be advantageous to them. Had Blackbeard not stormed Impel down, they might have joined forces against Whitebeard, but now the Navy merely wished for both sides to suffer mutual annihilation. A tremendous shockwave erupted. Empowered by the abilities of his devil fruit, Whitebeard's fist struck down toward Teach, causing the surrounding space to become exceedingly unstable. Dark water. In a surprising turn of events, Teach made no attempt to evade Whitebeard's assault. Instead, he retaliated with a punch of his own, his right hand enveloped in a peculiar black mist. The outcome left everyone astounded, unable to believe their eyes. Instead of the anticipated explosive clash, Whitebeard's devil fruit ability vanished entirely in an instant, leaving no trace behind. What just happened? They struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. How could Whitebeard's formidable ability simply dissipate? Nevertheless, Whitebeard's onslaught did not cease. Another punch was hurled at Teach, who mirrored his earlier response. His right hand clenched into a fist. Once again, the clash of black and white ensued. This time, countless spectators widened their eyes, eager to witness the entire exchange and uncover the secret behind Teach's extraordinary feat. Or rather, how his devil fruit operated. However, the eventual outcome disappointed them. They could discern no reason for the disappearance of Whitebeard's power, merely attributing it to the enigma of Teach's abilities that in that moment. The gaze of all devil fruit users present shifted towards Teach. Without a doubt, they sensed a palpable threat. Teach's power posed a significant counter to all devil fruit users, while they believed this ability must possess limitations. They remained oblivious to them at present. Thus, they observed the battle with heightened seriousness, eager to see how the world's mightiest man would respond. Heh, old man, don't you feel embarrassed? You're truly getting old. It has time to step aside. Successfully fending off Whitebeard's attacks only inflated Teach's confidence, causing him to overlook the fact that Whitebeard was renowned not only for his formidable devil fruit powers but also for his unparalleled swordsmanship. After several unsuccessful attempts, Whitebeard's method of attack underwent a sudden transformation. The bicento he had wielded was cast high into the air, followed by a powerful punch directed at Teach. Useless, useless. Don't you understand? No matter how many times you try, it's futile. In that moment, Teach remained lost in the exhilaration of holding his own against Whitebeard, entirely oblivious to the shift in his opponent's tactics. As another attack was thwarted, the descending bicento reached above Teach's head. Seizing the hilt of the falling blade, Whitebeard swiftly repositioned it, creating a blurred trajectory. In an instant, Teach finally reacted, but it was too late. The blade shimmered as Whitebeard showed no mercy. The bicento descended and struck Teach squarely in the chest, blood gushing forth in torrents. Ouch! 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 The sheer force of Whitebeard's strike, enhanced by hockey, was nothing short of devastating. Yet, Whitebeard's assault did not relent. This strike not only succeeded in wounding Teach, but also disrupted his offensive, exposing vulnerabilities. With two resounding thuds, Whitebeard's bicento pinned one of Teach's hands down while he forcefully pressed his foot onto Teach's other hand. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. The seemingly weakened Whitebeard once again demonstrated his dominion over the battlefield. Yaha! Truly a legendary monster, with unparalleled strength and an astonishing battle instinct. Doflamingo articulated the collective sentiment. As they pondered how they might escape Teach's abilities, Whitebeard not only found a way but swiftly subdued him, making the disparity all too evident. Chapter 56. Whitebeard's severed arm. Teach, do you have anything left to say? At that moment, Whitebeard's voice was hoarse, yet resonant. In an instant, Teach's forehead glistened with cold sweat. After 2 decades of following Whitebeard, he was all too familiar with his father's volatile temperament. At this juncture, Teach was undoubtedly filled with rage. Old man, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Forgive my momentary lapse. Under the impending threat of death, Teach completely cast aside his dignity, pleading for Whitebeard's forgiveness. His earlier arrogance and bravado nowhere to be found. Yet, Whitebeard remained unmoved, his large hand gripping Teach's head as his devil fruit ability began to coalesce ominously. Witnessing this scene, Teach trembled violently, a manifestation of pure terror. At such a close range, once the attack commenced, he would have no chance of survival. His head would be obliterated. Old man, I am your son. Just as the attack was about to erupt, Teach's desperate plea caused Whitebeard to freeze momentarily. A flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Old man, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. For the sake of our decades of companionship, please forgive this one transgression. Did you not also forgive Squard's offense? Teach's words were laced with familiarity, and he called out to Whitebeard as old man with an affection that could not be feigned. Had the gathered crowd not witnessed the entire exchange, they might have been deceived by Teach's facade. Tempted to regard him as a dutiful son. Old man, you cannot let him go. Marco, having recognized the shift in dynamics, hastily interjected. Despite Teach having been Whitebeard's son for over 20 years, his intentions had never been pure. Moreover, he had murdered Ace, another son of Whitebeard, rendering his actions unforgivable. Marco's voice roused the hesitant Whitebeard, and in an instant, his gaze became piercingly sharp. The attack that had been halted flickered once more. The murderous intent unmistakable. Damn it, attack. Eliminate this old man. Aware that pleading for mercy was futile, Teach, in a desperate gambit, rallied his subordinates to assault Whitebeard to go. Stop them. Naturally, Marco would not stand idly by. A swarm of captains surged forward to intercept Teach's men. Sort of retribution, Shatter. However, just as Katie believed that Blackbeard was on the verge of being finished off, the situation shifted once again. A brilliant flash of sword light descended in an instant, its speed surpassing even her perception. The sword energy that had seemed infinitely distant was suddenly before Whitebeard. At that moment, no one could react, only to feel a dazzling light before them, followed by a flash of crimson, a blinding red. Old man, a heart-wrenching roar pierced the air, and as Ace beheld the severed arms soaring into the sky, his heart bled. That was the right hand belonging to his father, without a second thought. He dashed toward Whitebeard, only to be restrained by a hand on his shoulder. Katie, let me go, or I'll show no mercy. With bloodshot eyes, Ace was on the brink of a rampage, yet Katie showed him no leniency. Consider for whom Whitebeard is doing all of this. If you rush over now and fall into the enemy's grasp again, wouldn't all your father's efforts be for naught? Nephew, we are here for this. Before Ace could process the words, another voice followed, leaving him bewildered. When had he gained an uncle? Turning around, he beheld two figures, one of whom was a remarkably robust man smiling at him. Ace sized up the stranger. Barrett, too, scrutinized him, momentarily entranced by his resemblance, so strikingly similar that he found himself lost in thought. Hey Barrett, there's plenty of time for that later. Let's focus on the task at hand, interrupted another figure, shattering their gaze before charging ahead. Wait for me, Barrett called out as he followed. After giving Ace a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Katie leaped away, leaving Ace in a daze. Sengoku is quite the strategist. Managing to summon this individual, impressive indeed. Though the identity of the newcomer remained concealed, Rayleigh was all too aware of who it was, the only person capable of delivering such a formidable sword strike. Aside from his companion, was the mastermind lurking behind the scenes, none other than the bald-headed figure. This time, Bogart remained silent, the arrival of this individual surpassing his expectations, and the manner of their entrance caused him to furrow his brow. He never anticipated that someone of such caliber would resort to ambush tactics. Bogart suddenly felt grateful for his earlier decision. Having chosen to follow Vice Admiral Garp, he was afforded the leisure of choosing his own path now. Bald old dog, you still love ambushing as much as ever. Why didn't you bring those 4 old geezers along? The voice arrived before the figure did, as Barrett wasted no time in hurling insults. If you've come out, you should understand the value of freedom. Otherwise, you could be captured and locked away at any moment. His tone was brimming with authority. However, Barrett was not one to be intimidated. He shot back. Go ahead and try, you bald jackass. It was only at that moment the figures became visible, revealing not one but 3. Who were those 2? Upon recognizing the newcomers, the question echoed in the minds of nearly all present. They realized they only recognized Sengoku, and to their astonishment, the fleet admiral was positioned at the rear. Among the crowd, very few could identify the 2 others. Nearly fainting from shock, the man even more robust than Sengoku was named Steelbone Kong, the former fleet admiral and the current commander-in-chief of the world government's military. As for the other figure wielding a sword, let me tell you, he is one of the few who holds the highest authority in the world, wielding the fates of countless lives. Yet, their astonishment was not over. The speaker continued. Do you see the 2 standing beside Katie? The elder is named Barrelick Lanefield. During Steelbone Kong's tenure, they once clashed in battle, and he was the victor. The other is Douglas Barrett, a former member of the pirate King Roger's crew, renowned as the 3rd strongest aboard Roger's ship. The Navy issued a demon-hunting order solely to capture him. Upon hearing these introductions, the onlookers were left utterly bewildered. They never anticipated that the clash between Whitebeard and the Navy would escalate to such a degree, with so many formidable figures emerging simultaneously. Little did they know, another powerful presence was about to make an entrance. Chapter 57. The most powerful face fruit thanks to the surprise attack from the newcomers, Teach, who had been under Whitebeard's overwhelming pressure, was freed from the threat of death, retreating to a distance to observe quietly. He had yet to escape Whitebeard's shadow. Gazing at the bald swordsman standing beside Sengoku, Katie felt a weight of gravity pressing upon her. Regardless of his strength, his status alone was enough to instill fear. As a member of the Gorosei, the highest authority in the world, his commands had altered the fates of countless individuals and nations. Katie could scarcely believe that her butterfly effect had transformed the Marineford War into this spectacle, even drawing the Gorosei into the fray. Simultaneously, Marine officers of rank still capable of fighting arrived under the leadership of Akiji and Kizaru. Likewise, all the captains and notable pirates under Whitebeard's command were also present. With barely 100 meters separating the two sides, that distance hardly registered as a barrier to them. The air felt as if it had been infused with lead, making it difficult to breathe. The once feared vice admirals now seemed like mere ants amidst the plethora of peak-level powerhouses. Everyone, heed my command. All units, advance. At that moment, countless eyes turned towards Sengoku, although he might not be the strongest present. The issuance of that order heralded the impending eruption of the largest battle in 50 years. If the duel between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marine headquarters had influenced the course of history, then the forthcoming battle would undoubtedly determine its trajectory. Should the pirates triumph, the Navy would be left in disarray, the world government's grip on the seas would plummet to an all-time low, and the oceans would fall entirely into the hands of pirates. Conversely, if the Navy emerged victorious, the situation would reverse utterly. Their prestige would ascend to unprecedented heights, ushering in unimaginable growth, facilitating easier management of the seas and the capture of pirates. Just as the war was on the brink of erupting, a wave of sword energy suddenly surged forth, cleaving through the air between the two factions, accompanied by a dozen formidable auras. In an instant, the imminent battle came to an abrupt halt. Might I request a moment of your indulgence? This war ends here. Reheared Shanks. The onlookers were once again left in shock. They never imagined the situation would escalate to this point. As if on the verge of igniting a world war. To have two of the four emperors present, how could this possibly conclude? Their hearts could hardly withstand such tumult. Shanks, what brings you here? Sengoku did not welcome the sudden appearance of the red-haired pirate. After all, Whitebeard had just been grievously wounded by Akainu, with his right arm severed. Now, he was far from his usual strength, although Akainu had likewise been incapacitated. Sengoku had summoned two powerful allies, and with Garp, Akiji, and Kizaru on his side, they still held an advantage in high-level combat. Thus, he had issued the command to commence battle. Yet all of that advantage dissipated with Shanks' arrival. I have come to put an end to this conflict. Both sides have sacrificed too much thus far. How many lives have already been lost? Shouldn't we halt this? Until this moment, when Shanks uttered those words, the people finally comprehended what they had truly lost in this war. Comrades, partners, dear friends, and so forth. The azure sea was suffused with an inescapable, acrid scent of blood. The instant Shanks finished speaking, Sengoku reacted with a sense of foreboding. Sengoku acutely sensed that the morale of the tens of thousands of Navy soldiers behind him had plummeted drastically in an instant. It could be said that if he were to forcefully initiate combat, what once felt like an 80% certainty had now dwindled to merely 70 or even 60%. As the saying goes, in a narrow path, the brave prevail. Morale, though invisible, can indeed sway the outcome of a battle and may even serve as a decisive factor. Damn it! Sengoku found himself cursing once more out of frustration. If that is the case, then let us retreat. Just as Sengoku was at a loss for what to do, someone stepped forward to issue a command, then promptly sheathed their sword and departed, leaving only a silhouette without a hint of hesitation, entirely disregarding Sengoku's feelings, simply because he was a member of the Gorosei. The only gesture before leaving was a fleeting glance at Shanks, his eyes shimmering with an unusual glint. Sengoku, retreat. The situation had evidently spiraled beyond their control. Steelbone Kong stepped forward to console Sengoku. He understood Sengoku's reluctance, yet it was clear that the circumstances were no longer within any individual's grasp. Withdraw, retreat. Sengoku himself could not fathom how he uttered those words. He only knew that those two syllables had drained all his energy. As the planner and commander of this war, he yearned for victory more than anyone else. This was not merely for his own glory, but also to lay the foundation for the Navy's foray into the New World, and of course, to conclude his career with a satisfying finale. Yet now, all of that had vanished into thin air. The bloodline of the Pirate King remained unbroken, and Whitebeard was still alive, rendering their achievements rather meager. Moreover, the appearance of Katie had subjected the Navy to tremendous humiliation. He had failed. He acknowledged his defeat in that moment. Not only had he failed to leave behind a triumphant conclusion, but he also left a colossal blemish. Contemplating this, Sengoku's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Katie. He was eager to discern the nature of this suddenly emergent young man, whose powers enabled him to accomplish what seemed impossible. However, at that very glance, he witnessed an astonishing sight. Katie was shoving something into Whitebeard's mouth. Then, a miracle occurred. The mortally wounded Whitebeard stabilized his breath in an instant. Not only that, but the horrifying injury inflicted by a kainu on his chest began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. New flesh rapidly filling the previously gaping void, and the wound where his right arm had been severed instantly ceased bleeding and began to scab over and fall away in the next moment. Whitebeard had returned to his peak condition. Had it not been for the absence of his right arm, he would have appeared no different than when he first arrived. What is going on? Not only Sengoku, but even Whitebeard himself was in a state of bewilderment, hurriedly checking his own body, for some medications could have dire consequences on one's life. After a thorough examination, Whitebeard felt an overwhelming sense of well-being, devoid of any signs of depletion. In fact, the chronic aches that had plagued him were significantly alleviated, and aside from the discomfort of not having a right arm, he felt remarkably revitalized. Chapter 58, The Retreat. Old man, how do you feel? Like Whitebeard, Marco was equally concerned about the potential adverse effects of what Katie had provided, though he had no reason to doubt him. The situation was simply too surreal. Under normal circumstances, such grievous injuries would require months of recuperation, yet the reality was that it had all transpired in the blink of an eye, leading to his inevitable worry. Fear not. I feel splendid. In fact, I haven't felt this good in ages. He then offered Marco a reassuring glance, signaling him not to fret. Meanwhile, Sengoku, witnessing the changes in Whitebeard, suddenly felt grateful that the war had not erupted. Otherwise, Whitebeard's instantaneous recovery would have posed a significant surprise for him. Moreover, it remained unclear what exactly Katie had administered to Whitebeard. How many of such items were there? If only one, it would be manageable. But if there were 3 or more, merely exhausting their supply could potentially spell doom for his forces. Realizing this, Sengoku's gaze toward Katie deepened, and in his mind, a new development plan for the Navy began to take shape. Spare no effort to capture Katie. Mr. Katie, I cannot thank you enough. If you do not mind, could you stay aboard the Moby Dick for a couple of days? After confirming that the old man's health was not in jeopardy, Marco extended the invitation to Katie, his eyes brimming with gratitude, as his foremost concern was the old man's well-being, and now that it was resolved, he naturally felt thankful toward Katie that, of course, not only Katie was invited. Barrett and the others also received the invitation, which they did not refuse. Then it would be remiss not to accept. For Katie, at this moment, aside from following Whitebeard, he had no other favorable destination. He was unfamiliar with the roads of this world. Wandering aimlessly could lead him straight into a trap at Mariewa. The other two were likely in a similar predicament, although they might not end up at Mariewa. They had been imprisoned and impelled down for decades and desperately needed a place to familiarize themselves with the world. As a member of the Yonko, Whitebeard could certainly provide everything they required. Leaving no reason for refusal. At this juncture, the red-haired pirates approached as well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shanks. Upon seeing the outstretched hand, Katie was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that he would be the first to be singled out. But he quickly regained his composure and grasped Shanks' hand. Hello, I am Katie. The moment their hands connected, Katie felt an overwhelming and unimaginable pressure descend upon him, akin to bearing the weight of a mountain. While throughout the entire exchange, Shanks remained entirely still. Humph. With a light huff, Katie unleashed a formidable aura of his own, meeting Shanks' pressure head-on without yielding in the slightest. Haha, splendid. Indeed, a talented youth, with young individuals like you. The older generation can finally retire. With a hearty laugh, the pressure emanating from Shanks dissipated in an instant, as if everything that had just transpired had been an illusion. You were going to exhaust me. Katie had not anticipated Shanks' high regard for him. While he shared the same belief, he felt compelled to remain humble. In that case, let us take our leave. This statement was directed at Whitebeard. Indeed, it is time to depart. Thus, under the watchful gaze of tens of thousands of Navy personnel and the world at large, the entire Whitebeard pirate crew gradually withdrew from the Navy headquarters, exuding the demeanor of victors. Throughout the entire process, no one made any attempt to obstruct them. As they watched the ships recede into the distance on the screen, despite the calm that had returned to Navy headquarters. The onlookers were filled with unrest. Most had not anticipated this outcome. Prior to the conflict, the overwhelming consensus was that the Navy would emerge victorious, although Whitebeard bore the title of the strongest man. He was indeed aging and had long since passed his prime. Aside from Marco, none of the other division commanders posed a challenge to the Navy's 3 admirals, revealing a significant disparity in high-end combat capabilities. Yet, in such circumstances, the Whitebeard pirates had triumphed, leaving many astonished. What do you think the Navy will do to retaliate against Katie? Glancing at the bounty poster in hand, they collectively pondered this question. As the Navy's defeat could largely be attributed to Katie, considering the situation from Sengoku's perspective, he would undoubtedly not let this individual off easily. Both his personal strength and the impact he had on the Navy were sufficient to compel one to eradicate the threat entirely. What others might think was beyond Katie's awareness, for he was entirely in a state of bewilderment. Just as the Moby Dick sailed out of the Navy headquarters jurisdiction at Marineford, the system delivered 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Congratulations, host, for completing the main storyline task, assisting Whitebeard in achieving victory in the Paramount War. Task assessment. Successfully rescued Fire Fist Ace. Successfully saved Edward Newgate, aka Whitebeard, albeit at the cost of losing an arm. And defeated the Navy's highest combat power, Admiral Akainu. Task completion level, S-. Task rewards, 50 million exchange points, 150 skill points, and 1 A-grade dimensional task summon card. Just as Katie opened his mouth to inquire about the nature of the final reward, the system notification chimed in once more. After detecting a significant increase in the host's strength, the system content requires an update to provide better service. The estimated update time is 24 hours. Please be patient. System. No matter how Katie called out, the system offered not a single response. Had she not experienced it herself, Katie would have doubted whether this was all merely a dream. At last, a moment of respite. Convinced that the system could no longer be awakened, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over her. Even if she possessed immeasurable strength, it was futile against the weight of her drooping eyelids. In but a second, Katie succumbed to the embrace of slumber. She was utterly exhausted. Despite having had some rest over the course of 30 hours, her mind had remained taut and vigilant, never daring to relax even for a moment. While physical fatigue could be alleviated with the mystical beans, the weariness of the spirit was an insurmountable burden she could only endure, and now, at last, she could no longer hold on. Fortunately, the situation had concluded rather perfectly. It felt as though she were dancing upon a tightrope, where even the slightest misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Mr. Katie, may I inquire about your Mara no Mi? Ace's words trailed off as he noticed Katie sprawled in a nearby corner. Lost in deep slumber, rendering the rest of his inquiry unutterable. He instructed those nearby not to disturb her before turning to leave, although he was eager to learn all about the Mara no Mi. It was evident that this was not the appropriate moment. Ace held a deep respect for Katie, who was even younger than himself, recognizing that his father had endured far greater injuries, allowing him to depart so easily. Chapter 59. The Invitation from Whitebeard. What a truly refreshing slumber. When Katie finally opened her eyes once more, she felt invigorated, her entire being radiating vitality. Katie, you're awake. Before she could even register how long she had been asleep, someone nearby rushed over to greet her. Yes, indeed. How long have I slumbered? You must have been utterly exhausted. You slept for over 10 hours, from yesterday afternoon until noon today. I must hurry to inform father that the banquet can commence. With that, the unidentified member of the Whitebeard crew hurriedly departed, leaving Katie behind. However, she was not alone. Other members of the crew soon gathered around her. Katie, you have no idea. Father postponed the banquet specifically for you, stating that it would begin whenever you awakened, but none of us complained. It was only right. If it weren't for you, Katie, we might have been stuck at the Marine headquarters forever. Thank you, Katie. Thank you. Katie. Cheers erupted, echoing throughout the entirety of the Moby Dick. Ku ha ha ha. Since young Katie has awakened, let the feast begin. A booming voice resonated, igniting the festivities of the entire Whitebeard pirates and their accompanying fleet. The nearby waters transformed into a lively spectacle. Prepared beer and food were swiftly arranged on the tables, their speed leaving Katie in awe, as it seemed that revelry was a shared passion among all pirates. With no one willing to decline a tea this moment, Katie finally navigated through the throng to find Whitebeard. There, surrounded by dozens of individuals, he presided over an enormous table, where only captains or those with bounties exceeding 100 million could take a seat. Even Luffy, whom she hadn't seen in ages, was present, though he appeared somewhat displeased out of course. Barrett and Tread were also there, sitting close to Whitebeard. "Katie, come sit here." Before Katie could locate her own seat, Ace waved her over from a distance, indicating an empty spot beside him, only separated from Whitebeard by Barrett. Katie, while not entirely knowledgeable about the dynamics, could discern Whitebeard's regard for her and did not hesitate to approach and take a seat. "Young Katie, I raise my glass to you. This endeavor was made possible largely thanks to your efforts. I need not say more. It is all contained within this drink." With that, Whitebeard lifted his specially crafted 3-meter-high bottle and downed its contents in one go. To Katie, before Katie could utter a word, everyone around her raised their glasses, their gazes filled with sincere gratitude. Overwhelmed by the warmth of their appreciation, the polite words she had intended to convey slipped her mind. Instead, she raised her own bowl of drink in acknowledgement, then tilted her head back to drink deeply. Good. This simple gesture earned her the approval of all present. For these boisterous pirates, a bowl of drink spoke louder than lengthy expressions of gratitude. Katie's toast seemed to signal the official commencement of the banquet, as cheers, drunken revelry, and boastful tales filled the air, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled jubilation. "Katie, what are your plans moving forward?" As the drinks flowed, Whitebeard suddenly shifted the conversation to Katie, piquing the interest of those present, who turned their attention towards her. "Well, I don't have any concrete plans. I merely intend to venture out and explore." Katie did not deliberately conceal her uncertainty. In truth, she was still grappling with her unexpected arrival in this world and had yet to devise any plans for her future. However, upon hearing her answer, Whitebeard's eyes lit up. "In that case, how about considering joining us?" The air grew suddenly quiet. While the festivities continued in the distance, everyone at the table fixed their gaze intently on Katie, clearly hoping she would accept the invitation. "I apologize, but although I have no specific plans, I still wish to explore. I am not currently considering joining any crew." Despite the unexpectedness of Whitebeard's invitation, Katie declined, not out of disdain for the Whitebeard pirates, for she genuinely admired the crew, as evidenced by her efforts to rescue others. Her refusal stemmed from her uncertainty about how she wished to integrate into this world, until she came to a decision. She did not intend to join or form a pirate crew. "That is perfectly fine. You are welcome to roam the seas under my name. The Whitebeard pirates will not be a constraint for you." It was evident that Whitebeard was not ready to relinquish his pursuit. This recent experience had made him acutely aware of the looming crisis. He had to acknowledge that he was indeed aging. Even a brat like Akainu had managed to thwart him, and now, having lost his right arm, his strength was further diminished. Among his sons, only Marco could stand on his own, while the others, even Ace, still had much to learn. With a new era approaching, Whitebeard felt a growing concern. Thus, Katie naturally became the focal point of Whitebeard's recruitment efforts, leading to the current scene. "Katie, as long as you are willing to come aboard, I can easily hand over the position of First Division Captain to you." Marco's startling proclamation left the others in a state of bewilderment, while they were eager to welcome Katie to their ranks. The prospect of her immediately replacing Marco in such a prestigious position was a bit difficult for them to accept, as they had grown accustomed to Marco holding that role. Even Katie herself was taken aback by Marco's words. The First Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates held a position of immense prestige, second only to Whitebeard himself, surpassing even Ace in standing. At times, this title was even more advantageous than that of the Warlords of the Sea. "Marco, your words are too flattering. Even if you are willing, the brothers may not be in agreement. That position rightfully belongs to you. I genuinely admire the Whitebeard Pirates. We were strangers before, but now we are family. My refusal is not out of a desire for a prestigious title. I simply do not yet know what I want or what I wish to do. Therefore, I must apologize until I find my purpose. I will not join any pirate crew, nor will I establish my own. I apologize for being petty." Upon hearing Katie's heartfelt sentiments, Marco recognized her sincerity and chose to refrain from further persuasion. Chapter 60. Ace's Inquiry. However, although I cannot join, I would not mind having more uncles. Katie's sudden declaration left the group in a state of confusion. What could she possibly mean by wanting more uncles? Surely, she wasn't suggesting that Whitebeard should assume that role. No way. How could that be possible? It was indeed possible, especially since Katie had taken the initiative to propose it, unmistakably indicating her desire to strengthen their bond. Ku-ha-ha-ha. Then how about I become your uncle? While others pondered, Whitebeard quickly grasped the implication. In that case, it would be my honor to accept, Uncle Newgate. With a gentle smile, Katie readily agreed. All right. A resounding shout captured everyone's attention. And then Whitebeard slowly proclaimed, "Let us raise our glasses to welcome Kaidi into our great family." Despite their uncle-nephew relationship, his words implied that Kaidi was indeed considered one of them. Cheers erupted. The previously subdued atmosphere soared to new heights with this announcement. Although Kaidi had yet to agree to join, this was hardly surprising. After all, with his formidable strength, there was no need for him to pledge allegiance to anyone. He could easily establish his own pirate crew if he so desired, and one could only imagine that this nascent crew would be anything but weak, potentially becoming the strongest pirate crew beneath the four emperors. Yet now, with Kaidi acknowledging Whitebeard as his uncle, it signified more than just a mere title. It indicated a relationship akin to an alliance, where both parties would support and look after one another. Having such a powerful ally was undoubtedly advantageous to Tio Kaidi, our esteemed captain. I salute you. In an instant, Kaidi became the focal point of everyone's attention. He surveyed the long line of individuals eager to challenge him to a drinking contest. He felt a wave of trepidation. They were intent on drinking him under the table. Nevertheless, he did not shy away. With Whitebeard as a steadfast ally, he recognized the myriad benefits that lay ahead, and he welcomed each drink that came his way without hesitation. After a round of toasts, Kaidi felt as though the world around him was spinning. Haha, Captain Kaidi, it seems your tolerance for alcohol is lacking. What? How could that be? I can handle it. Even as his speech became slurred, Kaidi stubbornly refused to concede defeat. Fire. Ignite. In the next moment, Kaidi ignited, azure flames enveloping him in a relentless blaze. Subsequently, streams of alcohol-laden air began to rise. And once the flames dissipated, Kaidi's complexion returned to normal, devoid of any trace of inebriation. How about that? Are you scared? Utilizing the flame's intense heat, Kaidi swiftly decomposed the residual alcohol in his system, faced with Kaidi's provocation. The proud members of Whitebeard's crew could hardly admit defeat. While they may not surpass him in strength, they would not yield when it came to drinking. 2 to 3 hours later, as Kaidi expelled the last remnants of alcohol from his body using his flames, every person who had approached him to drink had succumbed to drunken slumber, sprawled on the ground. Ace, feel free to ask me anything you'd like. Glancing at Ace, who had hesitated multiple times to speak, Kaidi sensed he could guess what was on his mind. I am certain I have consumed the Maramara no me, but why do you possess the same abilities as me? Kaidi inwardly acknowledged that Ace's question was entirely predictable. It was only natural to inquire about the sudden emergence of a power that was once unique to oneself. Kaidi also noticed that not just Ace, but all the others still awake were equally curious. Their gazes fixed on him. Even Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and Barrett cast curious looks. Despite their years, the extraordinary events surrounding Kaidi were beyond their comprehension, prompting a desire to understand how this young man had achieved such feats. Fortunately, Kaidi had already prepared an answer and remained calm. That I am a user of the copy fruit, which allows me to replicate others' abilities at a certain cost. However, I cannot disclose the specifics of that cost. The existence of the system and his identity as a traveler were matters he could not reveal, so Kaidi attributed everything to the mysterious powers of the devil fruits. The most wondrous aspect of this world was indeed the devil fruits. Their varieties still largely misunderstood even today. The catalog of devil fruits did not encompass every ability, making Kaidi's assertion entirely plausible that a copy fruit. That is indeed a remarkable and unique ability. Upon hearing Kaidi's explanation, the others, regardless of their belief, chose not to press further but acknowledged the potency of such a power. The randomness of devil fruits left many lamenting their inability to acquire the abilities they desired. Kaidi's replication ability seemed to be a perfect solution to this dilemma. Some even speculated about the possibility of replicating multiple abilities simultaneously. If that were the case, it would indeed be astonishing, though instinctively they felt it was unlikely, as there had to be some limits to maintain balance. What about those azure flames? Is it an awakening of your ability or something else? Ace inquired, steering clear of delving into the copy fruit. Having experienced the War of the Best firsthand, Ace understood the crucial role Kaidi played. Without him, The Whitebeard pirates would have suffered tremendous losses, so he bore no ill will towards Kaidi's similar powers. Whether it's an awakening, I'm not entirely sure. It is, however, a deeper level of development. Ultimately, two factors primarily influence the power of flames. Kaidi paused momentarily before continuing. Firstly, temperature. It is the essence of fire. Only by mastering higher temperatures can the explosion and potency of flames be amplified. For comparison, while a Kainu can control temperature with his magma fruit, his range is limited, peaking at around 5 or 6,000 degrees. Flames, however, if developed to their utmost potential, could exceed tens of thousands of degrees. I can sense that your flames have reached a breakthrough threshold. Contemplate this deeply. Such a challenge should not deter you. He continued. The second factor is range, how much flame you can control. If one day you could command all flames in the world, even if their temperature were average, it would suffice to bring about destruction. Of course, such mastery requires an exceptionally powerful physique, one that even Kaido lacks. After absorbing Kaidi's insights, Ace fell silent, as if a window had been opened before him, half ajar. He sensed that with a little push, he could fully open it, and he had a premonition that his breakthrough was not far off. Thank you. It seems I know what I must do. No need for thanks. We are all family here. Now then, let us continue the feast. We can discuss everything else after the banquet. Observing Ace's newfound determination, Whitebeard felt elated. Once Ace achieved his breakthrough, he would be a formidable force in his own right, ensuring that even if Whitebeard could no longer wield a blade one day, no one would pose a threat to him. Chapter 61. Drunken Luffy. Enough prattle. I know many of you aspire to become the Pirate King, but let me tell you, the one who will ultimately claim that title will be me. A sudden, impassioned shout resonated, the voice youthful yet remarkably resolute, emanating a conviction that seemed to arise from the very depths of the soul. The atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Birds in the distant sky ceased their chirping, and the nearby sea lay still. The entire Moby Dick was enveloped in an absolute hush. Even those who had been drunkenly snoring fell silent in unison. Luffy, what on earth are you rambling about? Sit down. Ace, seated next to Luffy, nearly had a heart attack upon hearing his words and hurriedly attempted to pull the inebriated Luffy back. Ace, do not stop me. I must declare to everyone that although I may not be able to defeat you all now, there will come a day when I surpass every single one of you and become the freest pirate king upon the seas. Rather than heed Ace's warnings, a drunken Luffy only grew more fervent in his declarations, leaving Ace flustered and at a loss. Everyone in the world wishes to become the Pirate King. Even among this table, several possess unimaginable strength that Luffy's words could easily offend them, and these are no ordinary figures. If memory serves, he must be the grandson of that carp fellow. Observing Luffy's sudden intoxicated outburst, Rayleigh, who had been silent for some time, was the first to speak. What? Are you still holding a grudge against Carp for locking you up and impel down? Surely you wouldn't take it out on a mere child who hasn't even grown hair yet. Whitebeard understood the animosity between Rayleigh and Carp. In the past, Rayleigh had sought to prove his strength by single-handedly confronting the Marine headquarters, challenging then Admiral Sengoku. That legendary battle had drawn considerable attention, and Rayleigh ultimately triumphed by a narrow margin over Sengoku. However, he had exhausted himself in the fierce struggle, leading to his easy defeat at Carp's hands, resulting in his imprisonment and impelled down for decades until his recent liberation due to Kaidi's actions. It was only natural for him to harbor resentment towards Carp. You underestimate me too much. My grievances with Carp are solely between us. I would not stoop so low as to take my anger out on a little brat who hasn't even matured yet. However, I am curious. What kind of misdeeds has that rascal Carp committed? His son and grandson have both shunned the Marines and instead become their enemies. Upon reaching this point, Ryder couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This sensation was even more exhilarating than vanquishing Carp. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy's drunken ramblings commenced once more. Damn it. Just because I am not strong enough, and have yet to become a pirate worthy of Shanks' recognition, I lack even the qualification to meet him. It seemed as though he was lamenting his inability to encounter him. Upon hearing this, those around him were taken aback. They had never anticipated that Ace's brother possessed such a remarkable background. His grandfather was the Marine Vice Admiral, the legendary Carp, and he shared an intricate relationship with the Yonko, red-haired Shanks. Ace was his brother, and his father was the enigmatic leader of the Revolutionary Army. When one considered it closely, it became evident that the most formidable forces in the world were somehow connected to him. No wonder, after striking a celestial dragon and compelling Marine Admiral Kizaru to intervene, He remained unscathed. However, what truly piqued Katie's interest was not Luffy's identity. She had long been aware of such matters and found them commonplace. The connections of the monkey family were not to be underestimated. In contrast, it was Luffy's resolve that astonished her. During their meeting at Marine headquarters with red-haired Shanks, she had been so focused on Shanks that she had failed to notice Luffy's absence until this moment. It turned out that Luffy, feeling inadequate and not yet strong enough to face Shanks, had chosen to hide. If the roles were reversed, Katie questioned whether she could possess such a level of awareness. This led her to conclude that Luffy's potential to become the fifth Emperor of the Sea was not solely due to the protagonist's halo. His own efforts were paramount, that I shall become the Pirate King. With that final shout, Luffy fell into a deep slumber. For the drunken junior, none present harbored any anger. Rather, they regarded him with a sense of admiration in the first half of the Grand Line. Such declarations would have invited mockery and scorn. However, in the latter half, the New World, one could not hope to survive without the conviction of becoming the Pirate King, as Barrett had stated. This sea was a battlefield, and all who traversed it must possess formidable strength to survive. Otherwise, one would not only forfeit their life but even the right to die. Here, the only law that prevailed was the survival of the fittest. Compassion held no value whatsoever. Shortly thereafter, the banquet concluded. Despite the victory in battle, it was not yet time for complete relaxation. The Marines could retaliate at any moment, and pirate ambushes were equally to be anticipated. Thus, a sufficient number of combatants had to remain vigilant. While Katie strolled aimlessly after drinking, the long-forgotten voice of the system echoed in her mind. System update completed. Now introducing the changes to the host. The first point, when the host copies the abilities of others, they can surpass the original master level limitations, deducting corresponding exchange points based on the skill level. The second point, the price of the magical beans has been adjusted, now costing 10 million exchange points each, up from the previous 500,000. The system delivered this information in a calm tone, nearly sending Katie into a fit of rage. System, do you have a sister? If so, please send her my regards. After reviewing the system update, Katie felt a surge of frustration. The first change was somewhat useful, making things more convenient for her. After all, master-level skills were no longer sufficient for her current needs, and the ability to copy without restriction spared her the trouble of spending skill points for upgrades later. Yet what was this second change? The price of the magical beans skyrocketed 20-fold, from 500,000 to 10 million. It felt as though it were a direct attack on her. I apologize, but I do not have a sister. Moreover, I hope the host understands that my actions are in compliance with the rules. Otherwise, I could elevate the host to the strongest person in the entire pirate world in a mere second. This world is inherently fair. The reason you can acquire power from me is that in the process of you completing the tasks I assign, I also gain what I desire. Otherwise, do you really think I would grant you power? The increase in the price of the magical beans is due to your rapid growth and strength. If left unchecked, it would violate the regulations. Chapter 62. Whitebeard's suggestion. Faced with the system's response, Katie fell into deep contemplation. Even before the system announced the need for an update, she had suspected it might impose changes targeting her, even anticipating a potential rise in the price of the magical beans, though she had not expected it to be so substantial. However, upon hearing the system's explanation, her focus shifted from the price of the beans to the rules it spoke of. No one could provide a clear definition of the system's existence. It resembled a deity existing beyond the realm of rules, possessing unimaginable abilities, seemingly capable of anything. Yet, it appeared that it too was bound by certain constraints. She simply couldn't fathom who could possibly hold authority over it. I accept the price of the magical beans, but could you enlighten me on what you gain from me, or rather, what benefits do I provide you by completing your tasks? Since altering the system's decisions was not an option, Katie sought a compromise. In response to Katie's inquiry, the system did not provide an immediate answer, just as she was about to give up. The system's voice finally resonated. The world you inhabit is known as the pirate world, and it has its own trajectory. However, from the moment you arrived, this world began to change. As you fulfill the tasks I assign, these changes become increasingly pronounced and rapid. What I require is precisely this transformation. Currently, all I can disclose is this. One day, when your strength is sufficient, I will reveal further information, allowing you to comprehend the true secrets and regulations of this world in time. In summary, I need your power. Thus I will do my utmost to enhance your abilities within the bounds of the rules, for only then can I attain what I desire through your efforts. With that, the system's voice faded away, leaving Katie standing in a stupor for quite some time. Despite the system's vague explanation, It ignited a multitude of thoughts within her, as though a new world had unfolded before her, overturning her previous worldview. Forget it. I won't dwell on it too much. I must focus on enhancing my strength. After all, knowing everything is meaningless without the power to back it up, shaking her head to clear her mind. She reminded herself that strength remained her utmost priority. System, how many exchange points and skill points do I currently possess? After several battles, Katie had lost track of her wealth. The host currently possesses 67,450,000 exchange points, along with 260 skill points. Hearing that string of numbers, Katie felt that her previous efforts and adventures had not been in vain. They had finally yielded rewards sufficient to elevate her strength to a new height. By the way, what is the A-level dimensional character summoning card? At that moment, Katie suddenly recalled that among the rewards for completing the main quest was such an item, and she was still unaware of its purpose. As the name suggests, it is used to summon powerful beings from other dimensions. Dimensions, like individuals, vary in strength. Works such as Akame ga Kill, One Punch Man, and My Hero Academia belong to A-level dimensions. This summoning card can call forth strong characters from these anime worlds. However, 2 points must be noted. First, the summoned character is random. They may be strong but could also be weak. Second, summoned characters possess their own independent personalities and may not necessarily obey the host's commands. Use with caution. After hearing the system's introduction, Katie could only describe this item with 2 words. Futile.it was tasteless to consume and regrettable to discard. This thing relied heavily on luck. If she were unfortunate enough to summon a weakling, it would be utterly useless. Even if luck favored her and a powerful character was summoned, there was no guarantee they would heed her commands. What if she summoned Saitama and he decided to punch her just because he didn't like her? Shifting her gaze inward, Katie preferred tangible power that she could control. Since she had yet to replicate Whitebeard's abilities, she resolved to try her luck. Why is the boss back again? At that moment, the banquet had just concluded, and Marco, still beside Whitebeard, was surprised to see Katie return so soon. Looking at her with curiosity, I've encountered a problem and am unsure how to proceed, so I thought I would consult Uncle for some advice. Katie said, her heart racing yet maintaining a calm facade as she presented her prepared excuse that in truth, she genuinely had questions to pose to Whitebeard. Doe. What is it? Upon hearing Katie's words, Whitebeard's interest was piqued. For a long time, Katie had exhibited such extraordinary prowess that one might assume there was nothing he could not resolve. Thus, when Whitebeard learned that there were matters Katie himself was uncertain about, his curiosity was naturally aroused. You see, I possess a multitude of abilities, including swordsmanship, hockey, and various fruit powers. Among others, I am at a loss as to how I should proceed. Should I concentrate my efforts on honing one particular skill to its utmost perfection? Or should I strive to enhance all of my abilities simultaneously? Observing Katie's distressed expression, Marco could not help but feel a surge of irritation. He had never encountered someone so ungrateful, lamenting over an abundance of capabilities, leaving those with singular talents to ponder their own existence. Unlike Marco, Whitebeard took the matter seriously, his gaze towards Katie imbued with profound significance. Under Whitebeard's scrutinizing stare, Katie felt an unsettling sensation as if his very thoughts were being laid bare. This is indeed a dilemma. Let me contemplate for a moment. My recommendation is to pursue the latter, to elevate all abilities concurrently. While this may slow your overall growth, once you have perfected each skill, you shall emerge without any weaknesses. Of course, this was merely my opinion. Whitebeard did not keep Katie waiting long before providing his answer. Thank you, Uncle. I now know how to proceed. Please rest well. I shall not intrude further. After watching Katie's silhouette fade from view, Whitebeard finally withdrew his gaze. You understand, Marco? Encountering a person like Katie is both a blessing and a curse for you. The blessing lies in witnessing the dawn of a new era, while the curse is that you may merely become a backdrop in this unfolding narrative, overshadowed by Katie's brilliance, akin to the solitary sun that renders all else insignificant. Surely not, Father. Once Ace develops his fruit further, won't he be akin to Katie? This cannot be as exaggerated as you say. Marco found it difficult to grasp why Whitebeard held Katie in such high regard, as this seemed to imply that Katie was destined to become the Pirate King. Just wait. Soon you shall witness the world transform because of him. Chapter 63. The System Proposal System. Do not deceive me. Even if I regret it later, it is too late now. Yet, Katie remained anxious, for this involved a sum of several tens of millions in exchange points, a considerable amount to part with all at once. Rest assured, host, as I have previously stated, I shall endeavor to enhance your strength within the permissible limits of the rules. The combination of spatial fluctuations, tearing, and vibration can undoubtedly evolve into an immensely powerful skill, annihilation. However, it does necessitate that the other two abilities be elevated to the extraordinary level as well. Otherwise, the disparity in power will hinder your practice. It is important to note that the cost of annihilation is more than 10 times that of the other three abilities. Once the host comprehends the changes involved, it will undoubtedly yield a profitable return. If only I could directly synthesize them. Yet here I am, needing to practice on my own. I wonder how long it will take me to comprehend. Although the system spoke the truth, for Katie, who was accustomed to acquiring abilities directly, being told to practice was somewhat inconvenient. This situation arose entirely from Katie's gamble in seeking Whitebeard's favor. This time, fortune indeed smiled upon him, as not only did he select Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit ability, but Marco's Bird Fruit was also included. At that moment, Katie believed he was favored by the heavens. However, the harshness of reality swiftly jolted him back to his senses. Merely resolving the conflicts between the devil fruits consumed a staggering 10 million exchange points. Yet the added benefit was that he would no longer have to fear the threats of seawater or sea prism stone. Furthermore, since both fruit abilities exceeded the master level, acquiring either would require additional exchange points. Calculating the costs, choosing just one ability would require 20 million, especially given that Whitebeard had developed his fruit abilities to such a formidable level that they surpassed the extraordinary range. However, this was not entirely unacceptable. Combining both would total 40 million, a sum Katie could manage. The crux of the matter was that the system informed him that to integrate a third fruit ability, merely eliminating the conflicts between the fruits would cost 30 million. As for the reasons, he could not be bothered to inquire, as it was undoubtedly due to the limitations of the rules. Thus, the mere act of replicating two fruit abilities would deplete 5 million of his exchange points. A notion Katie found intolerable, leading him to ultimately decide to fuse only one. Concurrently with this decision, a new dilemma emerged. He was uncertain which ability to select. The power of the Tremor Fruit was undeniable. Yet Marco's Bird Fruit was equally impressive, possessing the mythical phoenix form that granted its wielder near immunity to all harm. Even withstanding the attacks of Admiral Kizarut at AS, he wrestled with his indecision. The system offered a suggestion, recommending that he exchange for Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit ability. The rationale was the previously mentioned potential of combining vibrations, tearing, and spatial fluctuations into a new ability, annihilation. While tearing and vibration merely disrupt the surface structure of objects, even the more advanced spatial fluctuations only slightly affect internal structures. Yet annihilation is entirely different. It fundamentally obliterates all matter. System, I wish to enhance my physical attributes. Do you have any recommendations? Since he had chosen to place his trust in the system, Katie relinquished all questions to it. His current physical constitution was already struggling to keep pace with the rapid growth of his power. Improvement was essential, lest he find himself with abilities he could not wield. Although he could utilize skill points for enhancement, Katie sought a superior alternative. I recommend the host exchange for a drop of Ancestor Dragon's Blood. It can directly elevate your physical attributes to the pinnacle of the king level. While it may be pricier than using skill points, the benefits far outweigh the costs. Although it was merely a drop, it would awaken the Ancestor Dragon's bloodline within the host, albeit impure, leading to a qualitative transformation. As the progenitor of dragons, the Ancestor Dragon possessed enough physical strength to traverse the cosmos, its power capable of cataclysmic destruction. More importantly, after awakening the Ancestor Dragon's bloodline, the host's physical attributes would continue to grow, alleviating any concerns regarding physical strength. How does the Ancestor Dragon compare to Kaido? While the system's description of the Ancestor Dragon is formidable, I still lack a clear understanding that Kaido is hardly worthy of comparison to the Ancestor Dragon. He is merely a diminutive caterpillar, no better than a flea upon the Ancestor Dragon's back. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing the system's assertion, Katie's initial instinct was disbelief. The Ancestor Dragon may indeed be powerful, but Kaido was no slouch either. After all, he had survived a free fall from a sky island thousands of meters high, demonstrating an extraordinary level of physical resilience. Gazing at the Ancestor Dragon's blood, valued at 30 million exchange points, Katie nearly bit his teeth in frustration. This was not merely a slight expense. A ground-level constitution equated to the master level, while the king level corresponded to the extraordinary level. Enhancing extraordinary abilities typically required only 20 skill points per level, totaling less than 20 million. This was essentially half the cost for a direct upgrade. Even so, he ultimately decided to purchase it. After all, it is said that one should neither doubt those they trust, nor trust those they doubt. However, he would not use it just yet, as he was still aboard Whitebeard's ship. Any sudden movements could lead to complications. System: I shall expend 150 skill points to elevate the tearing skill to extraordinary level 1, and spend 4 million exchange points to acquire 40 skill points, subsequently enhancing the spatial fluctuation to extraordinary level 1 as well. The originally 260 skill points were instantly reduced to 0, and the once towering exchange points of over 60 million dwindled to merely 13,450,000. Yet, Katie felt no regret. Resources existed to bolster one's strength. What else were they for? Following the enhancement of the spatial fluctuation, which had reached the same level as tearing after his battle with Mihawk. Both skills were upgraded to extraordinary level 1 after expending 150 skill points. With that, Katie secured all he intended to acquire, convinced that once he fused the Ancestor Dragon's blood, he could confront Akaina head-on. Even at his peak, gazing at the distant, undulating ocean, a wave of tranquility washed over my heart. Tomorrow, I shall depart from the Whitebeard pirates and embark on my own adventure. Despite having never sailed the seas alone, my spirit is not fraught with anxiety. Rather, it is brimming with excitement, anticipating the forthcoming escapades and the unknown. That I am curious about the people and events I may encounter along the way. Perhaps this is the innate inclination of boys to seek out adventure. Chapter 64. The Navy's emergency meeting. Observing the numerous vacant seats on either side of the table, Sengoku felt a pang of sorrow. In this battle, the Navy had suffered tremendous losses. The number of officers ranked Rear Admiral and above had dwindled by dozens, while those below the rank of captain were in the thousands. How are Akiji and Akaina faring? Sengoku inquired, glancing at the empty seat beside Akiji. Rest assured, Admiral, his injuries are not severe. It is primarily fatigue and depletion of stamina. He should recover shortly. A subordinate responded. Upon hearing that Akainu's injuries were not critical, Sengoku felt a slight relief. This was a rare piece of good news amidst a plethora of unfortunate tidings. At least they had not lost their top-tier combatants. If Akaina were incapacitated for a month or two, the Navy's situation would undoubtedly worsen. The purpose of this emergency meeting was twofold. First, to formulate a plan to capture Katia. Second, to outline a general strategic direction moving forward. With each statement, Sengoku's tone grew more resolute, culminating in an emphatic conviction that brooked no dissent. Notably, the pursuit of Katia had been placed at the forefront of their agenda. This was more than a mere matter of priority. It signified that the issue of Katia was deemed more critical than the Navy's subsequent operational plans. From this moment forth, the name Katia had undoubtedly ascended to Sengoku's kill list. However, those present understood Sengoku's sentiments. This war, which had initially boasted an over 80% chance of victory, had ended in abject failure due to Katia's unexpected involvement, bringing immense shame upon the Navy. Even the most laid-back among them, like Akiji, could not remain unperturbed. Squirrel, display the video footage from Impel Down, Sengoku commanded. Yes, the prepared screen flickered to life. Though the others were uncertain of its purpose, they patiently awaited further developments, knowing that Admiral Sengoku would not squander their time without cause. Furthermore, they noted that the footage was from Impel Down, the very location where Katia's actions had initially commenced, fueling their anticipation of undisclosed secrets. As the playback began, the chilling and foreboding environment of Impel Down came into view. However, the scene soon shifted to reveal a striking blonde beauty, unknown to those present, accompanied by 3 guards. Behind them lay a dark and ominous passageway, though no introductions were made. The attendees could vaguely surmise that it led to the lower levels of the prison. Yet, this was of secondary importance. They were more eager to ascertain Katia's whereabouts. Just as this thought crossed their minds, a familiar face appeared on the large screen. Katia, clad in the prison guard's uniform. At this sight, despite the knowledge that events had already transpired, a wave of concern swept through the assembly. Katia was exceedingly cunning, possessing formidable strength, while masquerading as one of them to deceive the guards. The subsequent scenes unfolded as anticipated. Katia had successfully duped the 3 guards using her guise. However, the revelation of her identity by the blonde beauty was beyond the expectations of those in attendance. Yet, in their eyes, this revelation held little significance. After all, apart from Magellan, none within Impel Down could hope to thwart Katia's advance. Yet, the following minutes of footage completely shattered their preconceptions. The formidable Katia, capable of contending with Mihawk and Akainu. was momentarily held at bay by an unnamed blonde beauty. Though the outcome remained unchanged, the process of this encounter drew greater scrutiny than the result itself. What on earth was happening? They struggled to reconcile the displayed footage with the reality they had witnessed mere hours prior. However, no answers would be forthcoming. The conference room was enveloped in silence, with only the screen continuing to flicker as all eyes remained fixed on the figure within. Moments later, the visuals shifted, the atmosphere becoming even more somber. Even as mere spectators of a recorded video, they could still feel the chilling dread emanating from the screen. Yet, the background was merely a backdrop. The focal point remained the two figures, primarily Katia, with the second only garnering attention due to her opponent's identity. The fierce battle was on the brink of eruption. Compared to the earlier skirmish, this confrontation was clearly on another level. Fortunately, all present were formidable warriors, unperturbed by the escalating tension. Even so, the audience's brows furrowed deeply. They recognized the individual fighting alongside Katia, Shiryu of the Rain, the erstwhile chief warden of Impel Down, whose strength was indeed commendable, even surpassing that of many present. Yet, even with this acknowledgement, it was difficult to believe he could suppress Katia. After all, Katia had withstood Mihawk's prowess for over 20 minutes, even causing him considerable annoyance, while Shiryu was skilled with the sword. He was simply not in the same league as Mihawk. The two were not comparable. Several minutes later, as Katia unleashed her final blow, the video abruptly concluded. The vast conference room was engulfed in an oppressive silence, the expressions of all present mirroring one another, grave, perplexed, bewildered. They could not comprehend the extraordinary events that had transpired over the past 30 hours, nor could they fathom the staggering disparity in Katia's capabilities. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have doubted that the same individual was responsible for both incidents. Admiral, you must know something. Please, enlighten us. We cannot make sense of this situation. An impatient vice admiral interjected. Unable to contain his curiosity, he was certain Sengoku possessed information they were unaware of. Otherwise, he would not have shown them the footage. First and foremost, I can assure you that the Katia in the video is indeed the same one you have encountered. Sengoku began. We have formulated some hypotheses and gleaned vital intelligence from Blackbeard. While we cannot ascertain the veracity of this information, its credibility is quite high, based on various factors. We have arrived at two possibilities. First, Katia has been concealing her true strength. Second, Katia possesses a terrifying ability to replicate the powers of others, including not just devil fruit abilities, but also swordsmanship and haki. How is that even possible? The assembly erupted in disbelief. Unable to maintain their composure, Sengoku's assertions were astonishing, bordering on the fantastical. The notion of replicating abilities was a trope reserved for fiction. How could such a phenomenon exist in reality? Yet, the seriousness etched on Sengoku's face left no room for doubt. He was indeed sincere. This is simply unfathomable. Even so, they struggled to accept the existence of such an ability. It was too bizarre. Chapter 65. The Awakening of Akainu. There is nothing impossible. Otherwise, how do you think Katia acquired the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi? This time, it was Tsuru who spoke, piercingly clear, leaving no room for rebuttal. The incredible events surrounding Katia had been so numerous that they had forgotten how, for reasons unknown, she had come to possess the same devil fruit ability as Ace. With Tsuru's reminder, they suddenly found Sengoku's claims more plausible. Even likely, the rationale behind her motives became clearer. She simply sought to acquire the abilities of others. In this battle, numerous formidable individuals had participated. If she truly possessed such an ability, she would not have missed this opportunity. Yet, as they began to accept this reality, new questions arose. If Katia could indeed replicate the abilities of others, how many different powers had she acquired, and to what extent had her strength grown? Reflecting on the abilities displayed during the battle, a chill ran down the spines of the Navy officers. They dared not contemplate further, for the implications were daunting. The situation is not as dire as you might think. Although we are uncertain how Katia is able to acquire the powers of others, one thing is clear: there are limitations. Otherwise, Marie Ford would have long since ceased to exist, Sengoku reassured them. Recognizing the anxiety among his subordinate officers, it was crucial to maintain morale during such turbulent times. Admiral, what course of action should we take? Having been by Sengoku's side for over a decade, Akiji was well aware of Sengoku's intentions and promptly shifted the conversation. With a subtle exchange of approving glances, Sengoku continued, the most effective method to eliminate danger is to eradicate it at its inception. A chilling aura erupted from Sengoku, a stark manifestation of murderous intent directed towards Katie. Although it was somewhat anticipated, the moment Sengoku issued such a command, those present were still taken aback. If it had been Akainu giving the order, it would have caused no surprise, but now it was Sengoku. Not Akainu. It is widely recognized that Sengoku is not one to engage in slaughter. Under normal circumstances, he would not act so ruthlessly. Even when Barrett had massacred countless individuals, Sengoku did not execute him on the spot. And they could scarcely recall a time when he had given such an order before. Of course, Katie's displayed talents and capabilities warranted such treatment. This operation would not solely involve our Navy. The CP organization would also collaborate, taking charge of tracking Katie's movements while we would organize the combat personnel. With a sharp gaze, Sengoku's words captured everyone's attention, for what lay ahead would not be so straightforward. Akainu served as a cautionary example, still confined to a hospital bed, and no one truly knew the extent of Katie's powers. Sending inadequately strong combatants would be tantamount to offering oneself as a sacrifice. At minimum, they needed to be at the level of a vice admiral or rear admiral. However, individuals of such caliber could be counted on one hand within the entire Navy, and more than half of them had fixed duties that prevented them from being available, thereby making it almost certain who would be chosen. Yellow Monkey, heed my command. Upon detecting Katie's whereabouts, regardless of your current engagement, cease all activities and rush to the battlefield to eliminate Katie. Capture is not necessary. Understood. Yellow Monkey had long foreseen this outcome and was mentally prepared. Observing the unusually serious demeanor of Yellow Monkey, many were astonished, unable to comprehend why the typically laid-back figure was exhibiting such enthusiasm today, even omitting his usual troublesome catchphrase. Yet, just as everyone believed that the matter had concluded, Sengoku's voice resonated once more. Akiji, you are to follow the same orders as Yellow Monkey. Upon receiving any news of Katie, mobilize immediately and ensure you collaborate with Yellow Monkey to subdue her. Slightly taken aback, Akiji had thought he would be excluded from the situation, but it seemed he had overestimated his position. Nonetheless, he recognized the gravity of the matter and prepared to comply. Wait. I request to engage in battle. The tightly shut conference room door swung open abruptly, interrupting Akiji's words. Akainu, what brings you here? Have your injuries healed? Akiji was quite surprised to see Akainu appear at such a moment. It was merely a minor scrape. There is no need for concern. Commander, I request to substitute Akiji in battle. Sengoku hesitated upon seeing Akainu's resolve. He was fully aware of Akainu's intentions. He sought to prove himself, to demonstrate that he was superior to Katie, that his magma fruit was more formidable than the flame fruit. Being defeated by Katie in front of the world was a humiliation for the proud Akainu. And the best way to redeem that shame was undoubtedly to vanquish the enemy and wash away his defeat with their blood. Akainu, your condition is not optimal. The objective of this operation is to eliminate Katie. Not for you to seek vengeance. I cannot agree to your request. Commander, I will not act impulsively, and I possess absolute confidence in my ability to defeat Katie. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from Akainu. His body partially elementalized, as if a monstrous force capable of annihilating the world resided within the seething magma. If the previous Akainu resembled a volcano ready to erupt, the current Akainu exuded the essence of a volcano that had already exploded. Suffused with destruction. What do you mean? Do you believe I am incapable? Initially indifferent, Akiji found his competitive spirit ignited by Akainu's words, a frigid aura likewise erupting from him. Despite sensing the shift in Akainu's demeanor, he chose to confront him head-on, feeling the tumultuous energies surging from both. Even the admirals seated nearby felt a chill. Enough? Both of you. Rein it in. Do you think this is a duel arena? If anyone is itching for a fight, just let me know. I'll gladly spar with them. The next moment, Garp's voice boomed, accompanied by an overwhelming force. Sensing Garp's fury, Akiji was the first to relent, followed closely by Akainu, who also regained his composure, though his eyes remained resolute, showing no signs of yielding. You think just because your fruit has awakened, you're invincible. If only you had heeded Zephyr's advice sooner, I wouldn't have had to save you. Others might have hesitated to challenge Akainu's status, but Garp had no such reservations, deliberately striking at Akainu's vulnerabilities. Faced with Garp's reprimand, Akainu's face flushed crimson, yet he refrained from retorting. For he could not dispute the truth of Garp's words. He regretted not listening to Zephyr's counsel. The confrontation with Katie had led Akainu to recognize the true nature of the magma fruit. The awakening of its powers was a blessing in disguise. Feeling the surge of strength within him, Akainu's foremost thought was to seek vengeance on Katie. Chapter 66, The Bounty of 1 Billion. Thus, upon hearing that Sengoku was convening an emergency Navy meeting, Akainu disregarded all else and rushed over. Though he did not participate, he could surmise the meeting's purpose, to devise a strategy against Katie. Hence, the current scene unfolded. Sengoku, it's rare for Akainu to be so proactive. Let him take Akiji's place. However, at this juncture, Sengoku abruptly halted, his sharp gaze fixed on Akainu. The upcoming conscription task will be assigned to Akiji. Akainu, you have no objections, I trust? With a jolt, Akainu, previously resolute, now faltered at Garp's words, his expression wavering. The Navy's forthcoming grand conscription had been determined long before the outbreak of war, with all specifics arranged. The only remaining undecided factor was the assignment of responsibility. Now, only Akainu and Akiji remained as contenders. If Akainu insisted on battling Katie, it would naturally fall upon Akiji to manage the conscription task. Initially surprised that Garp would speak on Akainu's behalf, both Akiji and Sengoku now understood Garp's intentions and chose to remain silent, waiting for Akainu to make his own decision. Very well, let Akiji handle it. Your hesitation is unacceptable. Observing Akainu's indecision, Garp no longer waited and made the decision for him. Indeed, Akainu, you should oversee the grand conscription. It's an opportunity for you to recuperate and reflect, while Akiji will avenge you. Sengoku further fanned the flames with his words. No, I will go. Katie must be defeated by my own hands. The grand conscription can be entrusted to Akiji. Sengoku's remarks greatly alarmed Akainu. This command was one of execution, signifying that, barring unforeseen circumstances, this battle would likely be Katie's final stand. Should he miss this opportunity, he might never encounter her again. How could Akainu not feel urgency? Without a second thought, he relinquished the role of leader to Akiji. Are you certain? Bear in mind, this is a military order and cannot be revoked. Observing Akainu's evident loss of composure, Sengoku quickly added, for once he consented, there would be no turning back, and military orders were no trifling matter. I am certain. This time, Akainu's agreement was resolute. He was not oblivious to Sengoku and Garp's thoughts, yet he felt compelled to follow their wishes. Katie's existence had become his inner demon, and if he could not personally triumph over her, he would likely encounter bottlenecks in his growth. He preferred to concede on certain matters rather than risk his own strength. Akainu, Yellow Monkey, heed my command. At this moment, Sengoku's expression was serious and solemn. Your subordinate is here. Faced with military orders, the two dared not treat them lightly. From this day forth, the task of eliminating Katie is entrusted to both of you. Should the CP organization relay any information, you must mobilize immediately, without delay. Understood, Commander. Should we proceed with drafting the bounty for Katie? Just as everyone assumed the discussion regarding Katie had concluded, a nearby Vice Admiral suddenly raised the issue of the bounty, plunging everyone back into silence. Yes, it is necessary and should be expedited. Only then can we lower their guard. After a brief moment, Sengoku provided an answer and then turned at Tsuru. Tsuru, what do you consider an appropriate bounty for Katie? In this regard, Tsuru was the authority. No one present surpassed her understanding of pirates, even if she was a woman. 1 billion. Although it may seem somewhat low, considering she is a newcomer, this figure is quite fitting. As the crane nonchalantly mentioned the staggering figure of 1 billion, an air of tension enveloped the assembly, causing them to overlook the phrase a bit less that escaped from his lips. They were acutely aware of the implications of the bounty. It was not merely a number, but a reflection of an individual's peril and a manifestation of their prowess within the naval ranks. An unwritten rule prevailed regarding bounties. 1 billion was the demarcation line between the formidable and the feeble. Any criminal whose bounty exceeded this threshold warranted the attention of the admirals. Across the vast world, only about 20 notorious criminals boasted bounties surpassing 1 billion, each a figure of immense renown. However, from this day forth, among these titans emerged a new contender, a youth named Katie. Though his survival in the impending manhunt remained uncertain, at least from this moment onward, Katie possessed the means to stand tall against the world. Very well, let it be set at 1 billion. Expedite the announcement. Yes, Marshal, replied the same Vice Admiral from earlier. With matters concerning Katie settled, the discussion shifted towards formulating the Navy's future strategic direction. Thus, the primary objective of the impromptu meeting was deemed accomplished, and the attendees momentarily diverted their gaze from Katie. The failure of this war rested squarely on my shoulders. I had not organized things properly. Once the grand conscription concludes, I shall resign in shame. However, until then, I remain the naval marshal, and I expect no one to slack off or treat this lightly in these final moments. A piercing gaze swept across each individual present, and anyone who met the eyes of Sengoku felt a shiver. Compelled by his formidable presence, he was aware that these individuals had long been privy to his impending departure, a fact he did not mind, but he was determined to ensure that no one became complacent or negligent because of it. Of course, except for Garp, who, even during his tenure, showed no regard for appearances, behaving as he pleased, a true rogue. Alas, his merits were undeniable, and his strength formidable. Rest assured, Marshal, we would never let you leave in disgrace. Someone promptly declared, their words sincere rather than mere flattery. Sengoku had served in the Navy for decades, witnessing the ascent of the majority present. Their bond with him was deeply rooted, both professionally and personally. And they would not allow him to suffer embarrassment at this juncture. Rather, they would double their efforts to ensure Sengoku could navigate this period with ease, feeling the warmth of concern from those around him. Sengoku's heart swelled, though he refrained from showing it. Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand. The subsequent arrangements revolve around two main points. The first concerns the upcoming Grand Conscription. A new era is upon us, and our naval strength must be bolstered. This recruitment initiative will encompass the entire world, and every department must ensure its execution without fail. The second matter pertains to the escapees from Impel Down and the potential uprisings at sea. Our defeat against the Whitebeard pirates will inevitably lead to a surge in pirate numbers, compounded by the resurgence of older pirates. The chaos that may ensue on the seas is unimaginable. At this juncture, as the guardians of justice, we must step forward to uphold the peace of the oceans. Specific tasks will be communicated later. Suffice it to say, we shall have our hands full during this period. Chapter 67. Parting very well. Let us conclude this impromptu meeting. If there are no further matters, you may disperse at a brief moment later. Only 4 individuals remained in the vast conference room: Sengoku, Garp, Saru, and Admiral Akiji. Thank you for your support, Akiji expressed sincerely as he regarded the trio. He understood that the responsibility of overseeing the recruitment meant gaining early access to a plethora of talent entering the Navy. Though just a step ahead, if managed well, it could yield significant advantages in garnering support, especially since he already enjoyed more prestige than Akainu. This would undoubtedly bolster his chances of securing the position of Marshal. In response to Akiji's gratitude, Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. Fully aware of Akiji's thoughts, Akiji, understand that my assistance is directed towards the Navy, not you personally. Compared to Akainu, you approach matters with prudence and a steadier temperament. The Navy is at a critical juncture of rapid development, where mistakes are intolerable. Thus, you are the more suitable candidate. However, do not forget that Akainu possesses his own merits. He is decisively resolute, and in certain respects, his contributions may eclipse yours. Sengoku emphasized particular phrases to draw Akiji's attention. While you have our backing, Akainu has the support of higher-ups. Until the final outcome is revealed, no one can predict the outcome. The greater the stakes, the more vigilant you must be. Do you understand? I understand, Marshal. Akiji took Sengoku's admonition to heart, not dismissing his words due to Sengoku's impending retirement. Marshal, I have a question that I hope is appropriate to ask. Speak. I wish to know the Navy's, or more broadly, the world government's stance on Blackbeard and the Blackbeard pirates. Akiji had keenly noted that during Sengoku's speculation about Katie's abilities, the name Blackbeard had crossed his lips. Such a mention was rare. Sengoku, though compassionate, was intolerant of criminals, leaving Akiji perplexed about the circumstances surrounding this mention. Sengoku's expression shifted noticeably, and after a moment of silence, he replied, the Gorosei have decreed that Blackbeard retains his warlord status. Thus, he remains aligned with us. Why? He has blatantly violated regulations by leading the assault on Impel Down. We have ample grounds to revoke his warlord status. Akiji could hardly fathom such a decision from above. Struggling to accept the outcome, there are 2 reasons. First, the Gorosei believe they can harness Blackbeard to contain Whitebeard. Second, due to the presence of Shiryu among Blackbeard's crew, we are able to accurately assess Katie's capabilities. But, just as Akiji prepared to voice further objections, Sengoku raised a hand to interrupt him. Akiji, I can provide explanations this time and possibly next, but ultimately, I will not always be here when that time comes. How will you respond? Will you seek clarification from the Gorosei? Sengoku's 2 questions rendered Akiji speechless. He was at a loss for a response. This is where you fall short compared to Akainu. You are not a scholar but a soldier, and you should ask fewer questions and act more. To uphold justice, we must sometimes tolerate evil. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Your time is limited, and I hope you are mentally prepared for what lies ahead. If there is nothing more, you may take your leave. We have many unresolved matters regarding the Grand Conscription. Yes, Marshal, despite having more to say. Akiji had no choice but to exit, as Sengoku had issued an unmistakable dismissal. Sengoku, don't you think that's a bit harsh? Akiji is genuinely concerned about the Navy. He has done nothing wrong. Garp, seeing his favored disciple criticized so harshly, felt compelled to defend Akiji. How dare you say that? Do you realize how many times I have been scolded by the Gorosei because of you? Akiji's demeanor is merely a reflection of your influence. If you had the ability, train him to be as strong as you, and that martial position would naturally be his. Kuhaha. Akiji is not merely imitating me. He is who he is. Besides, he is already an admiral. What more do you expect? That barrier is not easily breached, and you remain stuck at that threshold yourself. Unfazed by Sengoku's remarks, Garp even took the opportunity to ridicule him, amidst the bickering between the two. Tsuru shook her head in exasperation. After decades of arguments, neither seemed weary of their banter, yet she herself had grown accustomed to their squabbles over the years without annoyance. Katie, are you truly leaving so soon? With your prowess, you could easily accompany us into the new world. The first half of the Grand Line poses no challenge for you. As Katie prepared to depart, Ace made a final plea. Having faced off against Katie several times over the past few days, although each bout ended in defeat for him, Ace felt the barrier between them growing thinner, as if a breakthrough were imminent. Moreover, they had become close drinking companions, sharing a camaraderie that felt like a long-lost friendship, making Ace reluctant to see Katie go. Ace, I am leaving too. Why aren't you trying to keep me here? Before Katie could voice his thoughts, Luffy, who was departing alongside him, interjected with indignation. Who would want to keep you? All you do is cause trouble. Ace, I'm upset. Just you wait. The next time we meet, I will definitely surpass you. Confronted by Ace's revelations, Luffy, in a fit of anger, turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Though the new world held its allure, the earlier chapters were equally captivating. To leave them unexplored would be a profound regret. Wait for me, everyone. In no more than 2 years, I shall venture into the new world to seek you out, and then I shall treat you to drinks. Though reluctant to part ways, Katie resolved to leave. Remaining with the Whitebeard pirates would hinder her growth. Today's departure was merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion tomorrow. Thus Katie felt no sorrow. Kid, be cautious of the Navy's vengeance. You are my only nephew, and I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Whitebeard made no attempt to prevent Katie's departure, fully aware that his efforts would be futile. The glimmer of unshed tears in his eyes betrayed the turmoil hidden beneath his stoic facade. Ha! Don't worry, old man. The one capable of taking my life has yet to be born. With a wave, Katie bid farewell to the Whitebeard pirates as her small boat drifted away. Luffy, farewell. Remember to take care of yourself. When the moment of parting truly arrived, the stubborn Ace could not help but urge Luffy to be careful. Yet Luffy maintained his defiance, turning his back to Ace in silence. However, standing beside Luffy, Katie could distinctly see his shoulders trembling, a testament to the tears he could not contain. Katie understood that Luffy was crying, reluctant to part from Ace. Yet he had to leave. He longed to turn back and bid Ace farewell, but feared showing his vulnerable side. He dreaded that seeing Ace would sap him of the courage to depart. Chapter 68. The name of Katie. Hey, Luffy, Ace, and the others can no longer see us. Are you truly not going to say goodbye? Almost simultaneously with Katie's words, Luffy turned to face her. Ace, I will take care of myself. You must also remember to look after yourself. His voice, thick with emotion, carried across the distance, reaching Ace's ears even from several nautical miles away. Farewell, Luffy. Hurry and grow stronger. I will be waiting for you in the new world. Ace could discern the sorrow in Luffy's voice, yet he knew he could not say more or urge him to stop. For this was a pact between men. Their only course of action was to silently support one another from behind. All right, Ace, your brother is clearly not one destined for a short life. With Shank's endorsement, you need not worry about him. You should be more concerned for yourself. Why? The suddenness of Whitebeard's words left Ace momentarily bewildered. Your capture this time is partly my fault. I had been too lenient. Believing there would be ample time for your growth, it is now evident that I was mistaken. I can no longer afford to relax my training for you. Upon our return, I shall rigorously train each of you. A smile emerged on Whitebeard's face, but to Ace and the others, this once kind smile now bore an ominous quality, causing them to tremble. Caw. Old man, I'll just go grab a newspaper. Unable to withstand the weight of Whitebeard's gaze, Ace seized the opportunity presented by the flock of flying newsbirds. Whitebeard made no attempt to stop him, curious to see how the news would portray the clash between himself and the Navy. 100,000, 1,000,000, 10,000,000, 1,000,000,000. 1,000,000,000. Katie's bounty has reached 1,000,000,000. The next moment, Ace's exclamation echoed across the entirety of the Moby Dick, instantly drawing everyone's attention as they gathered around him to verify the astonishing claim. Old man, look, it truly is 1,000,000,000, neither more nor less. Marco, standing nearby, presented a newspaper to Whitebeard. Waha! Has the Navy fallen so low that they can only offer this paltry sum? Glancing at Katie's newly issued bounty, Whitebeard scoffed. Indeed, the Navy has undervalued him. In my opinion, it should be at least 15 billion. Marco concurred, recognizing that Katie had directly defeated Akainu, even if Akainu was not at his peak. Such an achievement was not something just anyone could accomplish. Old man, train me right now. I want to grow stronger. However, the once reluctant Ace now actively sought Whitebeard as special training. Initially shocked by Katie's exorbitant bounty, he was now filled with a sense of unyielding determination. As nearly half of the thick stack of newspapers in his hands was devoted to Katie's exploits, the infamous escapee from Impel Down, the young man who altered the course of the Marineford War, the man who defeated a Marine admiral, the first of the worst generation. These were just a few of Katie's titles. Furthermore, one article even conferred upon Katie the title of the God of Fire. While Ace found himself mentioned merely as a comparative figure, the author seemingly intent on diminishing Ace's worth while elevating Katie's status. Despite knowing the malice behind this orchestrated slander, Ace could not help but feel discomfort. He cared little for whether he possessed the bloodline of the Pirate King. Yet, even a clay figure retained some ire, and Ace was unwilling to be overshadowed, since he and Katie shared similar abilities. He resolved that whatever Katie could achieve, he too could accomplish. But be prepared, my special training could very well be lethal. Observing the defiance igniting in Ace's eyes, Whitebeard chose not to intervene, silently approving of Ace recognizing his own limitations and enduring a bit of hardship. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Katakuri, have you seen today's news? There's a rather intriguing individual mentioned. Even Mother has taken notice, contemplating whether to arrange a marriage for that sister with him, long before Bruley arrived. Katakuri had sensed her presence but made no indication. However, when he heard her final statement, a flicker of emotion crossed his typically placid eyes, quickly masked so as not to be noticed by Bruley. I know, it's the one named Katie, correct? He remarked, raising the newspaper in his hand. As expected of my brother Katakuri, you know everything. Bruley gazed at the man whose mouth was concealed by a scarf with admiration. Yet deep within her eyes lay an unnoticeable sorrow. This man had sacrificed so much for their siblings, even more so than their mother in recent years. However, his bounty is not as high as yours. Brother, I still think you are the strongest. Although she had heard of Katie's incredible feats, Bruley naturally believed that Katakuri was superior. Katakuri did not respond to Bruley's praise. His sharp gaze remained fixed on the horizon. Since Ace's capture, he had been closely observing the unfolding events. He was arguably the most knowledgeable about Katie within the Big Mom Pirates. And it was precisely this understanding that made him acutely aware of Katie's terrifying potential. He was uncertain whether he could defeat him in a direct confrontation. However, for now, there was no cause for concern, as the Navy would not remain passive. Bruley, you should return now. I need to conduct another reconnaissance. With that, he departed, fully aware that a new era was on the horizon, and as members of a Yonko crew, they would undoubtedly become targets for various factions. He intended to see who would dare to reach into their domain. You bastard, how dare you intervene to save that scoundrel Whitebeard? Someone, seize that brat named Katie. I want to see if he truly possesses such strength. The powerful aura surged forth, and despite the fact that the target was their captain, none dared to breathe too heavily, for the name of the one issuing the commands was Kaido. Captain, the Navy will surely not turn a blind eye to Katie. If we go now, we might very well clash with them. Perhaps we should reconsider. After all, that individual is destined for doom. Bastard, are you implying that I fear the Navy? In that moment, the speaker felt as if he had stepped into the depths of hell. Wishing he could slap himself twice. Captain, I didn't mean it that way. Yet, rather than forgiveness, he was met with an overwhelming iron hammer, and the next moment, the man vanished from sight, leaving the atmosphere even more oppressive. Then let him live for now. Chapter 69. First encounter with Rayleigh. Hey, why have you been following me? Luffy asked, eyeing Katie with a hint of wariness. Don't be so heartless, Luffy. After all, we are comrades who escaped together. Besides, I know you're looking for Rayleigh, and I have matters to discuss with his wife as well. So why not go together? Luffy was taken aback. How did you know I was looking for Rayleigh? And why was I unaware that he got married? If you wish to know, why not just ask Rayleigh yourself? His confusion remained unaddressed, as the island where Shaki resided, island number 13, was now within sight. This was the very first stop of his voyage, the Sabaody archipelago. The reason he had left the Whitebeard pirates alongside Luffy was to seek out Shaki, although he had yet to determine how he wished to navigate his existence in the world of pirates. It did not hinder his quest for comrades. After all, drifting alone across the vast ocean could be quite lonely, and solitude was not to his liking. With a creaking sound, the door to the tavern titled Shaki's Bar slowly swung open. The spacious and brightly lit room housed only two individuals, a beautiful woman with short black hair and an elderly man donned in a white cloak, his hair as white as snow. "One glass of beer, please," exclaimed the beauty. Katie, who had never been fond of drinking, had developed a taste for alcohol after spending a few days with the Whitebeard crew. Thus, she felt compelled to indulge in a drink upon entering the bar. "You'd best be cautious, young man. I wouldn't recommend the beer here," the elderly gentleman remarked cryptically. "Why, is it poisoned?" she retorted, downing the drink in one go. "Another, please," watching Katie drink heartily. Luffy opened his mouth but refrained from speaking, his expression betraying a hint of schadenfreude. The beer here was exorbitantly priced, and failing to pay would undoubtedly result in a beating. "Did you not notice the sign above the door? This is a notorious establishment for extortion," the old man cautioned again, clearly worried about Katie being deceived. Yet, the bartender seemed unfazed, pouring drinks as if she had not heard his warnings at all. "Haha, I'm aware, but what does it matter? I have no money, so I can't pay anywhere I go," Katie replied. The old man was left speechless, his embarrassment palpable as he looked at Katie, surprised by her startling honesty. "Young man, if you drink without paying, you'll be stuck here working, you know. You might want to think it over." However, upon hearing Katie was broke, the bartender's demeanor shifted from displeasure to a welcoming smile, showing no concern for how much she had already consumed. "Haha, I would love to join you, sister, but it seems there's no room to spare. Your drinks might have all been consumed by this old gentleman," she said, casting a glance at the old man. "If nothing unexpected occurs, he might be following you for a lifetime, so I'll refrain from being an unnecessary third wheel. That would be rather bothersome." Cough, cough. Before Katie could finish her statement, the elderly man was seized by a fit of coughing, nearly expelling the liquor he had just consumed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" he quickly denied. "Sister, look, he freeloads every day yet refuses to admit it. You should enforce some family discipline and make him kneel on a washboard." With that, Shaki could no longer contain her laughter. She had never imagined Katie would dare to say such a thing, especially considering that the man in question was Silver's Rayleigh, the former first mate of Joel D. Roger's pirate crew, known as the Dark King. Shaki did not believe Katie was unaware of Rayleigh's identity. They had merely been engaging in a game of charades that I suppose it's true what they say about a criminal with a bounty of 1 billion. They certainly have a way about them. Noticing this, Rayleigh no longer concealed his identity and clarified Katie's status, yet he bore no anger towards her audacity, instead wearing a faint, amused smile. "1 billion? Me? Since when?" Katie exclaimed, astonished by Rayleigh's words, realizing she had been oblivious to such significant news. Coincidentally, the bounty notice had just arrived along with the news bird after Katie had departed from the Whitebeard crew. But she had missed it. "You didn't know?" Shaki was equally impressed by Katie's ignorance. What is it with newcomers these days? They all seem rather clueless, yet they manage to thrive. "Here, this is the newly released bounty notice. And Luffy, your bounty has changed as well. It has increased from 300 million to 400 million. Handing Luffy a copy, she observed him fall silent upon seeing that Katie's bounty exceeded his by an entire 0. Though his bounty had risen by 100 million, a cause for celebration, Luffy felt no joy as he compared it to Katie's astonishing figure, realizing that this peer, only a year older, had left him far behind. For the first time, Luffy felt pressure stemming from someone of his own age. "The photo turned out rather well," Katie remarked nonchalantly. "What? Is that all you care about? You do realize that many eyes are currently fixated on your head." Shaki was astonished by Katie's assessment. A bounty of 10 billion seemed to hold less importance for him than a mere photograph. "Haha, whether they value my head or not is beyond my control. There's little I can do about it. The only thing I can ensure is that, unless I wish it otherwise, no one can take my head from me." His calm demeanor belied a steadfast confidence, the unintentional aura of authority causing both Rayleigh and Shaki to glance at him with newfound respect. "You didn't come here just to exchange pleasantries, did you?" Shaki's expression grew serious. She found it hard to believe that someone like Katie would engage in trivial conversation, Indeed, I have a matter I hope you could assist me with, Katie stated directly, avoiding any roundabout approach. What is it? I'm curious to hear what this suddenly rising young man desires from me. I lack crew members, so I would like to hear your thoughts on potential partners in the first half of the Grand Line. Shaki regarded Katie's seriousness with uncertainty. Why not head directly to the New World to find your crew? You must know that there are very few who can match your strength in the first half. Very few. But that implies there are some, Katie replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips upon catching the implication of Shaki's words. Shaki was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Katie had picked up on her subtle hint. Yet she chose not to elaborate further. She was intrigued as to why Katie preferred to seek partners in the first half. Was he concerned about something, or was there another reason? I will go to the New World. But not at this moment. As for my desire to find partners in the first half, it's simply a personal choice without any particular reason. I see. After mulling over Katie's response, Shaki did not immediately agree. Moments later, she said, well, I do have a few suitable candidates in mind, but what will you offer in exchange for this information? It's not something easily gathered. You know my situation. Beyond this head of mine, I possess no money at all, and I'm afraid I can't part with this head just yet. Then, if there is someone you wish to eliminate or something you find inconvenient to handle, I can assist you in exchange for my reward. How does that sound? At that moment, Katie grasped the meaning of the phrase "a penny can thwart a hero," and it felt quite disheartening. That won't be necessary. I have a better and more convenient solution, though I'm unsure if you would be amenable to it. As she spoke, her gaze roamed over Katie, as if assessing a priceless artifact. What solution? If there was indeed a better option, Katie was more than willing to hear it. Information exchange. As an information broker, I prefer intriguing and valuable intelligence over mere currency. You see, the entire world is currently watching you, and any information related to you is worth its weight in gold. So, what do you say? Shall we exchange information? I'll provide you with what you seek, and in return, you answer one question of mine. Shaki methodically coaxed Katie into agreeing, her demeanor resembling that of a seasoned information dealer. I have no issues. Ask away, Katie replied, hesitating only briefly, although it might expose certain aspects, as long as the system remained concealed. He felt no qualms. You have guts, Shaki remarked, unable to stifle her admiration for Katie. There have been rumors circulating within the Navy that your ability is replication, that you can replicate both devil fruit powers and non-fruit abilities. I want to know if this information is accurate. Confronted with Summer's inquiry, Katie found herself momentarily speechless, not due to shock from the naval news. After all, she had anticipated this outcome long ago. Aware that her performance in advancing the city would inevitably be scrutinized, it was only a matter of time before the likes of Wayno or Crane would deduce her potential ability to replicate. More startling, however, was Summer's demeanor. This was no mere question. It was a clear admonition. Summer, originally named Shikuyaku, was once a pirate who had renounced her life of crime 40 years prior, having been relentlessly pursued by Luffy's grandfather. Garp. The author, Oda, has not disclosed her background, yet the gossiping fans have formulated a plausible theory. They speculate that Summer was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, and with the downfall of Rocks, the crew, comprised of 3 of the 4 emperors, disbanded, prompting Summer to exit the pirate world and delve into the underground realm of intelligence. This speculation is not unfounded, supported by 2 key points. Both Summer's departure from piracy and Rock's defeat occurred 4 decades ago, at the same juncture in time. Additionally, not just anyone could warrant Garp's intervention, indicating that Summer's identity is certainly extraordinary. If this were true, then while her personal strength may remain a mystery, the sheer power of her intelligence network is unimaginable. This implies that Summer need not even acknowledge her abilities. She could confidently assert her possession of replication capabilities. Given this context, her inquiry served as a clear warning. The Navy has already discerned your powers, and you must exercise caution. This was not a question, but a reminder. Thank you. It seems Mr. Rayleigh truly married a remarkable woman. With a sputter, Rayleigh, who had just regained his composure after taking a sip of his drink, erupted once more. Kid, I suspect you are up to something, and I have gathered evidence. What do you propose we do about this? His gaze, filled with a fierce intensity, was fixed on Katie, who wore a mischievous grin. Rayleigh felt a wave of frustration. He had merely sought a quiet moment to enjoy his drink, yet he found himself continuously provoked by Katie. So Aunt Summer is actually Master Rayleigh's wife? Why didn't you tell me? I've been calling her the wrong name all along. Luffy's sudden realization only fueled Rayleigh's ire. Heh, come on Luffy, it seems you are in desperate need of some rigorous training. Oh, finally. I can't wait to start training. Luffy had long anticipated this moment, eager to enhance his strength. Luffy, I shall refer to you as the bravest man, though Luffy might not have noticed. Katie clearly observed the unmistakable smirk that adorned Rayleigh's face as he departed. Ah, just as I thought. No sooner had Rayleigh exited than a cacophony of pain cries echoed, reminiscent of someone enduring a most excruciating ordeal. Mr. Rayleigh is still as formidable as ever, Katie mused, vaguely sensing the torment Luffy was experiencing. It's all your fault, Summer retorted, rolling her eyes at Katie. Tell me your requirements for a companion, and I shall see if I can find someone suitable, Katie jested before addressing the matter at hand. Requirements. I have but 3. Strength must not be lacking, they cannot be a murderer, and lastly, they must not have a history of betrayal. After that, Katie found herself at a loss for a 4th requirement. An intriguing set of criteria. You seem less inclined to recruit pirates, Summer remarked, regarding Katie with curiosity, yet she refrained from commenting further, turning to rummage through the nearby liquor cabinet. Here, this is what you seek. 3 individuals in total. Curious, Katie perused the materials Summer handed her, only to be taken aback by the fact that she recognized none of the 3. All were unfamiliar faces that had never graced the narrative. Frowning slightly, Katie realized that the pirate world was far more complex than she had previously assumed. Thank you very much. Should anything arise in the future, please do let me know, and I will certainly come. She left behind a snail phone for communication. You needn't be so formal. This is Rayleigh's way of expressing gratitude. He felt guilty for being unable to rush to Ace's aid during his peril. And this is his attempt to alleviate that burden. In truth, it was not entirely Rayleigh's fault. It must be understood that those who had once followed Roger were now under the watchful eye of the world government. Their privacy stripped away, how could they possibly rush to aid? At this juncture, Summer's tone grew somber. After the news of Ace's capture reached them, she was acutely aware of Rayleigh's state. He had made several attempts to rush out during those harrowing days. Even at the risk of provoking a duel with the Navy, he had truly done all he could. What a stubborn old man. Charmingly obstinate, Katie remarked, not disputing Summer's assessment of Rayleigh's character. Chapter 71. The initial skirmish with Rayleigh, then I shall take my leave. Lingering here too long may invite trouble. Having acquired the information she sought, Katie prepared to depart, mindful of Whitebeard's warning that the Navy was ever watchful. Very well, I shan't keep you. Just remember to be cautious. Summer acknowledged, fully aware of the precarious situation Katie faced and refusing to foolishly detain her at such a moment. Luffy, it appears I must bid you farewell as well. Do take care of yourself, Katie said, glancing at Luffy, who lay sprawled on the ground, before preparing to exit. However, she was halted by Rayleigh's challenge. Care for a spar? Surprised by Rayleigh's unexpected challenge, Katie had not anticipated this proposal at such a moment, and her heart raced with excitement. Hey Rayleigh, are you unaware of the precarious situation he is in? He cannot remain here for too long. Summer interjected before Katie could respond. It will not take long. Just a simple exchange of blows. The Navy will not arrive so swiftly. Rayleigh, undeterred by Summer's warning, fixed a serious gaze upon Katie. Since that is the case, I shall graciously accept your invitation. Ignoring Summer's advice, Katie acquiesced to Rayleigh's challenge, eager to gauge the strength of the former first mate of the Pirate King, to ascertain the distance between them. With a rustle, a leaf drifted down, and in an instant, the 2 figures vanished without a trace. Where did they go? Luffy exclaimed, astonished as he stared at the spot where they had stood up in the sky. Summer remarked, unable to contain her amusement as she observed the unfolding scene. Luffy craned his neck upward, but before he could catch sight of them, the turbulent air currents forced him to stagger backward. So strong, Luffy thought, overwhelmed as he experienced Katie's power for the first time up close. The sheer force of their combat sent shockwaves through him, igniting an insatiable desire for strength he had never felt before. Feeling the energy transmitted through the blade, Katie was reminded that Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, retained his formidable prowess despite his advancing age. You truly underestimate this old man, relying solely on your devil fruit powers to face me, Rayleigh taunted as he repelled Katie with a single strike. Very well, then let me oblige you. In an instant, azure flames enveloped Katie, encasing her hands and elevating her aura to unprecedented heights. Unlike Mihawk, Rayleigh did not hold back. His swordsmanship had indeed improved since the War of the Best. Yet he still found himself pressed by Rayleigh's relentless onslaught. While Katie refrained from utilizing sword intent, Rayleigh likewise abstained. Though she had never witnessed him employ it, there was no doubt that he possessed it. Standing at the pinnacle of mastery, however, both refrained from escalating the confrontation, seeking to avoid drawing undue attention. The scorching heat and razor-sharp sword energy surged forth from Katie, relentlessly bombarding Rayleigh. Even the Dark King found it challenging to respond in kind. As Katie swiftly regained her footing, Fire Fist, a torrent of flames, imbued with destructive intent, surged toward Rayleigh. But before they could close the distance, he executed a powerful slash, cleaving the fire in twain. Enough, if you do not depart soon. You may find it difficult to leave at all. As the two prepared to launch their next assault, it was Shachi below who broke the silence. Her voice reached Katie's ears, prompting Katie to realize the extent of the commotion they had caused. Nearly half of island number 13 had been reduced to ruins of war, and the distance was teeming with onlookers pointing and murmuring. Undoubtedly, their whereabouts had been compromised. Rayleigh, let us resume our battle when next we meet. With those parting words, Katie sheathed her blade and departed, acutely aware that Kizaru's speed was formidable. He could return at any moment, and she could not afford to linger, observing Katie's retreating figure. Rayleigh made no attempt to pursue or respond. What? Must a battle be fought before you are satisfied? Shachi remarked, irritation flashing in her eyes at Rayleigh's inaction. Ha ha, it matters not. I doubt we shall cross paths again in the coming years. Before I depart, however, I must ascertain something. Rayleigh's gaze turned contemplative as he watched the direction Katie had taken. And what was the outcome of your confirmation? I know not. Ha ha. Yet Rayleigh feigned ignorance, inciting further frustration from Shachi. Humph, if you are unaware, then be gone. With that, she tossed a bundle at Rayleigh, urging him to leave. Farewell, Shachi, he replied, casting one last glance at her before slowly retreating, carrying the fallen Luffy. Although the Navy's objective was not them, being discovered would undoubtedly lead to complications, especially considering that Kizaru had previously wreaked havoc at Sabaody Archipelago. Half a minute later, a terrifying battle had indeed unfolded here. So, is there anyone who can inform me where Katie has fled? Clad in golden attire with a white cape and a lewd voice, there was but one man within the Navy who fit that description, Admiral Borsellino. Also known as Kizaru. Admiral, Katie departed half a minute ago, a Navy soldier quickly reported, hurrying to Kizaru's side. Half a minute? Do you know which direction he took? That way, the soldier pointed, but before his finger could fully extend, Kizaru had vanished from sight, his speed so astonishing that the average person could barely register it. Truly, Kizaru was the fastest man in the world. Little did they know, should Kizaru have heard that remark, he would undoubtedly bestow upon the speaker a light-speed kick. 5 minutes later, a small red dot appeared in the distant sky, and before the crowd could discern its nature, it had descended to the ground, the temperature rising sharply around it. Where is Katie? Without delay, the figure that had arrived began to bellow in search of her. Admiral Akainu. Upon recognizing his identity, the atmosphere turned palpable with tension. Admiral Akainu. Katie departed in that direction, and Admiral Kizaru has already pursued her, a soldier stammered, his words punctuated by the overwhelming presence of Akainu. Just as Akainu prepared to chase after her, a flash of yellow light converged around him, transforming into Kizaru's form. No need. I have already pursued him nearly 100 nautical miles in that direction, but found no trace. He is evidently aware that we are hunting him. Chapter 72. The Movements of Blackbeard. You imbeciles. What are you doing? You can't even keep track of one person. Akainu roared, his fury palpable, eyes glinting with malice. Enough, Sakazuki. If that individual truly wishes to escape, these ordinary soldiers cannot contain him. Next time, ensure you assign some officers of a higher rank. Kizaru advised before vanishing in a flash of light, arriving and departing with equal swiftness. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! In the aftermath, wisps of bluish flames continued to smolder, glaringly evident to Akainu, who felt as though they mocked his impotence. A tremendous noise erupted, akin to thunder, as an earthquake suddenly shook the entirety of island number 13. Yet the violent tremors came and went swiftly, and when calm returned, people were astonished to discover Akainu had vanished, leaving behind a scorched expanse consumed by lava, resembling a hellish landscape. The sounds of gulping echoed as they struggled to comprehend how Akainu's seemingly casual display of power could wreak such devastation. One could only wonder how catastrophic it would be if he unleashed his full potential. Would it not spell the end of the world? How could Akainu, so formidable, have been defeated by Katie? Yet, the crowd's thoughts were predominantly consumed by the strength of the individual who had triumphed over Akainu. Unbeknownst to them, were Akainu to overhear their musings, he would surely be driven to fury. As the onlookers speculated, another figure descended, silently positioning themselves amidst the ruins of the battlefield. What a nuisance! It appears he has truly departed. I must make another round. It was Kizaru, returning once more. His heavy-lidded gaze scanned the gathering, only to depart in disappointment. Clearly, this was Kizaru's return gambit. Had Katie revealed herself at that moment, she would have been unable to escape his keen eyes. Alas, Katie remained hidden throughout, rendering Kizaru's efforts futile. Moments later, a figure leapt from the canopy of a lush tree. Fortunately, my extensive reading of spy novels has paid off. Otherwise, you might have truly discovered me. Kizaru. It was none other than Katie, following her contest with Rayleigh. Katie had indeed intended to leave, yet an uncontrollable impulse surged within her at the last moment. Why not seize this opportunity to observe who the Navy would dispatch to capture her? Thus, rather than departing, she returned to her previous location, finding a tree to conceal herself, and then bore witness to both Kizaru and Akainu's appearances. While Katie was not surprised by Kizaru's arrival, Akainu's presence left her genuinely astounded. The Navy was currently under immense pressure. The defeat in the Paramount War had severely diminished its authority, and the number of burgeoning pirates had surged to unprecedented heights, with uprisings erupting everywhere. In such circumstances, even 10 admirals would be insufficient, yet Sengoku had chosen to dispatch 2 admirals to confront her, which was quite the acknowledgement of her significance, observing the molten terrain left in Akainu's wake. Katie's brow furrowed slightly. What had transpired in that fleeting moment? Others might remain oblivious, but Katie understood all too well. Before his departure, in a bid to vent his frustration, Akainu had unleashed a fraction of his fruit's power. Akin to merely flicking a finger, and yet a radius of 100 meters had been transformed into the current devastation before her. Had his fruit awakened? It was no wonder he had pursued her with such urgency. Having battled Akainu before, Katie was acutely aware that he had not possessed such strength previously. Although the specifics of his transformation eluded her, it was evident that Akainu had indeed grown stronger. It seems I too must enhance my abilities, she resolved, casting one last glance at the direction in which Akainu and Kizaru had departed, her figure gradually dissolving into the crowd. The simultaneous emergence of Kizaru and Akainu had instilled a sense of pressure within Katie. Facing a fully realized admiral was daunting enough, but now she faced a 2-for-1 scenario, an encounter that promised to be exhilaratingly perilous at the same time. Within the palace of Dressrosa, a boisterous voice echoed throughout the grand hall. "Ahaha, welcome. I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." The audacious tone reverberated, yet none dared to object, for the speaker was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, the king of this realm. "Ahaha. Thank you for your assistance in this matter, Doflamingo. I never anticipated you held such an esteemed position. Truly remarkable." Blackbeard, known as Teach, acknowledged. His identity as a warlord of the sea being bolstered not solely by his own might but also by Doflamingo's support behind the scenes. A fact that occasionally proved advantageous in his fallen celestial dragon status. Who could have foreseen that amid the impending new era, Blackbeard Teach would meet with the heavenly demon, Doflamingo? It is merely an identity that should have been discarded. It is of no consequence. Doflamingo's smile gradually faded, revealing his aversion to discussing his past. So, what is your answer? Do you agree or refuse? The light-hearted atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a palpable tension. The faint sound of blades being drawn audible in the air. No need to be tense. I have not said I disagree, Teach responded, raising an eyebrow, and upon hearing this, a smile finally broke through Doflamingo's expression. In that case, I shall take it as your agreement. My ally. Regarding this title, Blackbeard did not refute it. No one knows how the underground Emperor Tion Yasha formed an alliance with Blackbeard, marking the first time 2 warlords have joined forces in history. Little do they know that similar events are transpiring across the world. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence understands that the global landscape is on the brink of transformation, perhaps today or perhaps tomorrow. With just a single opportunity paving the way for change, for those endowed with strength and ambition, this represents a monumental chance. Once in a lifetime, should they grasp it, soaring to unprecedented heights will be but a matter of course. Conversely, for the mediocre, this will herald the darkest, most chaotic, and tumultuous of times, where the vastness of the world offers no refuge. Young master, why not ally with Katie instead of choosing this failure? After Blackbeard and his entourage departed, one of Doflamingo's subordinates could not help but inquire. After all, in comparison, Katie's strength was evidently superior, and for reasons unknown, they had felt an unsettling sensation of being watched during their interactions with Blackbeard. Mentioning Katie's name, Doflamingo's expression noticeably shifted, memories of his battle with Akainu surfacing in his mind. That individual, Whether he can survive remains uncertain, and he is far from easy to negotiate with. Chapter 73. The consumption of the blood of the ancestor dragon on an unnamed deserted island. Host, are you ready? Consuming the blood of the ancestor dragon may cause a bit of pain. Come on, I am the man who defeated Akainu. How could I be vanquished by a mere twinge of pain? Ridiculous. Ignoring the system's kind warning, Katie thought it impossible to be bested by a drop of blood. Then please open your mouth, A.S. If anticipating Katie's reaction, the system refrained from further explanation, following the system's instructions. Katie opened his mouth, and suddenly, a drop of golden blood appeared without warning, falling straight into his mouth before he could even process it. Not bad. A bit sweet, he remarked, describing the sensation on his taste buds. Surprised that Katie could offer an evaluation, the system remained silent and did not respond. In the next moment, still savoring the taste of the ancestral blood, Katie suddenly emitted a series of anguished screams. His body collapsing to the ground as he rolled in agony, the sudden onset of pain rendering him incapable of controlling his body. System, you bastard. Is this what you call a bit of pain? How does your bit of pain look like this? I hate you. With only enough time to utter this, Katie's speech faculties became utterly paralyzed, leaving him unable to articulate another coherent thought. Rest assured, host, while this process may be a bit painful, it poses no mortal danger. The intensity arises solely from your frail constitution. The ancestral blood needs to completely overhaul your body, shattering the old and reassembling it. This process will naturally entail some discomfort, but it is a transformative change. Once it concludes, you shall achieve a half-dragon physique, an unequivocal bargain. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Katie felt an overwhelming urge to strangle it. Shouldn't such matters be disclosed in advance? What use is this now? This is clearly consumer deception. I demand to report you to the authorities. The moment the blood of the ancestor dragon entered his mouth, Katie felt as though he had swallowed a bomb rather than blood, which detonated within his body with a resounding boom. In that instant, he felt as if his body had been shattered into countless fragments, even believing he was on the brink of death. However, the ensuing agony made it abundantly clear that he was still alive, albeit in excruciating distress. Yet Katie did not consider this a matter of fortune. Instead, he found himself wishing for death, as the pain was unfathomable. The energy unleashed from a single minuscule drop of ancestral blood was catastrophic. Though Katie could not see the state of his body, he could feel that, in that moment, he had undoubtedly ballooned to the size of a sphere. Yet this was merely the beginning. The omnipresent energy rampaged through his body, assaulting every single part of him. Muscles and skin were torn apart, blood gushing forth like an unbridled faucet, and within a second, the area surrounding Katie was drenched in blood, coalescing into a crimson stream flowing into the distance. Bones too were not spared. The rampaging energy spread throughout his skeletal structure before launching an assault. With neither bones nor marrow escaping the onslaught, the sensation was akin to countless ants gnawing at him, a maddening itch that was unbearable. Katie suddenly began to question why humans possess only 2 arms, as they were utterly insufficient in this situation. With his entire body itching, he lamented, "Where can I scratch?" However, compared to the torment endured by his internal organs, these sensations were trivial, although he could not perform introspection to witness the chaos occurring within. The blood flowing from his mouth clearly indicated the presence of internal organ fragments. At that moment, Katie sincerely doubted whether the system was assisting him or orchestrating his demise. Spewing internal organs was absurdly exaggerated. Why not just kill him and resurrect him? It would be more efficient and faster. The reason Katie remained alive despite enduring such agony was also due to the blood of the ancestor dragon. While the rampaging energy wreaked havoc on Katie's body, it simultaneously repaired and enhanced it. The cells that divided and reformed grew stronger and more vibrant. The newly regrown bones became harder and sturdier, and the muscles, while retaining their original size, now contained several times the strength they once had. The skin, seemingly unchanged, was increasingly tight and elastic. However, Katie's situation did not improve in the slightest. The newly formed cells and muscles were mercilessly torn apart by the ferocious energy, plunging him into an endless cycle of suffering. Previously, Katie had believed that death was the most painful and terrifying experience. However, he now held a fresh perspective. The most torturous ordeal is neither death nor a gradual torment leading to death, but rather a simultaneous torment and restoration, keeping one perpetually teetering on the brink of death. In his agony, Katie failed to notice that radiant golden scales began to emerge from his body at a certain moment. Initially, they were no larger than a sesame seed, but quickly grew to the size of a small palm, diamond-shaped scales interlinking to envelop Katie entirely. Meanwhile, Katie, who had long surpassed his developmental age, began a secondary growth spurt. His height of 6 feet suddenly surged beyond 6.5 feet, continuing to rise until he reached nearly 10 feet before finally halting. Time passed, and Katie suddenly felt the world before him regain focus. His previously blurred vision gradually sharpening, and his control over his body slowly returning, with pain finally beginning to subside, until one moment, Katie regained complete mastery over his form. Roaring, Katie instinctively let out a cry, only to realize that it had morphed into a beastly roar. An ominous premonition washed over him as he looked down at his hands. The sight nearly sent him into a panic. What on earth were those golden scales adorning his hands? When he caught sight of the golden tail swaying behind him, he felt as though he might lose his sanity. What is happening? System, come out. Do not panic, host. This is what I meant by a half-dragon physique. But you didn't tell me it would look like this. How am I supposed to find my sister or pursue romance now? At this moment, Katie found himself by the seaside, witnessing his new appearance. Aside from his eyes, his entire face was covered in scales, rendering him utterly unrecognizable as a human. Host, take a moment to feel. This is merely a state, and you can revert to your original form. Chapter 74. The might of a single fist. Upon hearing the system's words, Katie's mood began to settle, and he attempted to calm himself and silently sense his body. As Katie regained his composure, the golden scales gradually retracted until they vanished entirely. His towering 3-meter frame began to diminish, ultimately stabilizing at 2 meters, not returning to his original height of 1.80 meters. Katie found no issue with this. At 6.5 feet, he might be considered exceptional on Earth, but in this world of pirates, 2 meters could hardly be deemed short. System, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Though his appearance had reverted, Katie would never forget the excruciating experiences he had just endured, a pain that was beyond description. The torment was so intense that it could only be described as unfathomable. It was not my intention to withhold information from the host. I feared you might give up upon hearing it, so I chose to conceal it. However, it is over now, is it not? And just look around you. Upon hearing these words, Katie was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the system's meaning. Nevertheless, she turned away from herself and cast her gaze around, only to be met with a sight that left her utterly astonished. Unbeknownst to her, a myriad of wild beasts had gathered around her, including ferocious large carnivores as well as gentle herbivores. Strangely, these natural enemies, who would ordinarily engage in a deadly confrontation upon meeting, were at this moment coexisting in peace and harmony. Even more perplexing for Katie was the sight of these animals bending their legs and lowering their heads in her direction. Are they bowing to me? Katie wondered uncertainly. Indeed, this is the formidable power of the dragon ancestor's bloodline. The dragon ancestor is a being that stands atop the biological hierarchy, with no entity in this world capable of being compared to it. Although these creatures may not fully understand the nature of your bloodline, they can instinctively sense its overwhelming dominance, compelling them to pay their respects to you. Furthermore, your physical prowess has successfully ascended to the rank of King Level 10. And not just any ordinary King Level 10, possessing the bloodline of the dragon ancestor, your strength, speed, and endurance far exceed those of other beings of the same rank. Once you enter a semi-dragon state, your physical capabilities will surge to the next level, Imperial level. That's enough. I forgive you. But next time, you must inform me in advance, as we are partners. After all, Katie was acutely aware of the magnitude of her transformation, as the system had previously indicated this was a fundamental change. However, this time, the system surprisingly remained silent, which Katie dismissed as mere indifference. Unbeknownst to her, her offhand comment had plunged the system into deep reflection. As a system, Katie was not the first individual it had encountered, but prior to her, no one had ever regarded it as a partner. Most viewed it merely as a useful tool, and at best, as a cooperative entity. Being seen as a partner was a first, leaving the system momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Katie's words. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the sound of cannon fire erupted, as an unidentified pirate ship inexplicably launched an assault on Katie. Her eyes narrowed. Having just endured an inhumane ordeal, she may have forgiven the system, but that did not mean her ire had dissipated. On the contrary, she was now filled with indignation. Bring it on. With a sudden thrust of her legs, her body propelled forward like a human cannonball, launching her into the distance with astonishing speed, so swift that even Katie herself was taken aback. She had only exerted half of her strength, yet had achieved a velocity that previously required near full exertion. This was merely the result of her physical capabilities, should she incorporate her fruit abilities. Katie believed her speed could triple. Ironically, she had intended to leap twice to reach the enemy's deck, but instead found herself catapulted to the bow of the enemy ship in a single bound, nearly tumbling headfirst onto it. However, just as Katie was about to alter her trajectory, a voice rang out, compelling her to abandon her initial plan and instead charge even more rapidly toward the pirate vessel. Charge, ram that naked man. How dare he flirt with my woman, oblivious to his own demise. It was only at this moment that Katie realized she was completely unclothed, her previous attire having vanished after the torment she endured. Accepting the label of naked man was one thing, but being wrongfully accused of flirting with his woman was utterly intolerable. How dare he tarnish her reputation? Gathering her physical strength, Katie sought to test the extent of her newfound capabilities and to discover her limits. With a thunderous roar, the tranquil sea erupted, sending a water column several dozen meters into the air, causing the ocean to boil, while the pirate ship that had previously floated there vanished without a trace. This upheaval continued for a full 10 minutes before finally subsiding. When the sea returned to its placid state, the ship that had attacked Katie reappeared, though it was no longer recognizable, reduced to mere fragments of its rear half. The bow completely obliterated. Had it not been for the debris still floating on the surface, one might have mistaken it for a derelict vessel. Who is he? How could he be so powerful? The pirates, left in shock in the water, remained unaware of whom they had truly provoked. Just a male model. How could he possess such strength? A voice suddenly broke the silence, capturing everyone's attention as they turned to the heavily made-up woman beside the captain. What? Do you know him? The captain was equally surprised that this seemingly inept woman possessed knowledge of their adversary's identity, but she had, after all, been the one to spot him through her telescope. So it was plausible she might recognize him. Captain, you know him too? That's the person who's been making headlines in the newspapers lately. It's no wonder he keeps appearing in them. I never realized he had such a fantastic physique and was so well endowed. The woman remarked with a hint of envy. However, a sense of foreboding flashed through the captain's mind, prompting her to hastily produce the bounty notice for Katie that she kept on her person. Take a look. Is this the person? Yes, that's him. But what does the 10 billion berry mean? Is that the price for a single night? That's truly exorbitant. I could work my entire life and never earn that much. The woman lamented. Damn it. This is Katie, a criminal with a staggering bounty of 10 billion. Have you never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten one? Chapter 75. Summoning his death. Katie was completely unaware of everything that had transpired in her absence. Nor did she have any interest in knowing. They were merely a swarm of ants, and spending even a moment on them was a waste. As she gazed at the solitary island that had vanished from view behind her. The cool sensation against her skin constantly reminded her of her current nakedness. System, do you have any clothing that can be easily adjusted? Please provide me with a set. Exchange successful. 50,000 exchange points deducted. Please check your inventory, host. Before she could select anything, the points had already been deducted. What kind of clothing costs 50,000 points? System, have you lost your mind? Now, I only have 1,340,000 points left. Although she grumbled, her hands moved quickly. Just as the system's voice faded, the clothing appeared in her grasp. She tried it on briefly before hastily putting it on. This material is quite impressive. Unlike ordinary clothing, this set provided by the system felt completely unrestrictive, as if she were not wearing anything at all. Truly comfortable. This is made from nanomaterials, capable of not only adjusting in size, but also withstanding high temperatures. I practically gave it to you for a steal at 50,000. If you dislike it, you can return it. That won't do. It's already mine. After a brief trial, Katie quickly recognized the advantages of this outfit. All its features were secondary. The most important aspect was that it seemed tailor-made for her, perfectly accentuating her figure. Thanks to the enhancement from the dragon ancestor's bloodline, Katie's physique was nothing short of remarkable, achieving a perfect golden ratio. Although her overall appearance might seem somewhat slender, the subtly visible muscles at her neckline demanded respect. The body is the essence, while clothing is the exterior. Katie was uncertain what style her outfit fell under. Possessing the ceremonial elegance of a suit, while also exuding the casualness of leisure wear, she felt she could wear it to any occasion, truly versatile. However, Katie did not dwell too much on her attire. As her attention shifted to a special card within her storage space, System, use the A-Class Exemption Task Summoning card. Are you certain? The system was slightly taken aback by Katie's sudden decision. I am certain. This decision was not made on a whim, but rather after careful consideration. The simultaneous appearance of Akainu and Kizuru had instilled in her a profound sense of pressure. Katie was acutely aware that she lacked the strength to confront the two highest combat powers of the Navy. She needed assistance. Although Shaki had provided her with 3 candidates, she could not guarantee she would be able to persuade any of them. Thus, even with the risk of exposure, Katie resolved to use the summoning card. At the very least, there was a 50% chance of success. Moreover, should fortune smile upon her and she not only summon a top-tier powerhouse but also successfully convince them to join her cause, she would have struck gold, not only gaining a companion but also inadvertently completing a new task. Long before she had even departed from the Whitebeard pirates, the system had already issued a new main quest. Task 1. Remain with the Whitebeard pirates and assist Whitebeard in becoming the Pirate King. Task 2. As a formidable being, why should one remain subservient to others? Wouldn't it be more enticing to establish one's own power and conquer the world? Faced with this choice, Katie did not hesitate for long and decisively opted for Task 2. She truly disliked being relegated to the shadows, since she possessed both the opportunity and the capability. Why not seize the moment and carve out her own destiny? Furthermore, there was another reason. Whitebeard had no intention of becoming the Pirate King, much like one cannot awaken a person who feigns sleep. Katie did not believe she could persuade Whitebeard, who had no desire for the throne, to ascend to the title of Pirate King. It is worth noting that for decades following Roger's demise, Whitebeard was universally acknowledged as the strongest in the world. At that time, he had the strength and resources to claim the title of Pirate King, yet he chose not to. Thus, it was only natural that Katie would reject Task 1. Simultaneously, upon accepting Task 1, the system presented her with a mission description. To establish a faction, one requires manpower. Please recruit talented individuals as soon as possible. Mission requirements. Locate a companion with strength on par with that of an admiral in the Navy. Mission rewards. 20 million exchange points, 100 skill points. It was evident that the system was more concerned with the process than the outcome. Otherwise, simply announcing her name would suffice, as few would refuse her. Making the task exceedingly simple, merely a gift, the A-grade dimensional character summoning card has been utilized, and the dimensional passage is now opening. The summoning task is being randomly selected. At this moment, Katie remained in a state of heightened tension. For who could say what strange entity the system would summon for her? If it were indeed Saitama, the bald hero, she would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. The summoning target has been confirmed. The identity is his death. The female general of the Empire of the Crimson Demon. The passage has been constructed, and the character has descended. The instant the system's voice concluded, a black hole suddenly materialized before Katie, and moments later, a figure fully emerged before her, clad in a pristine white military uniform that impeccably accentuated her figure. The azure hair billowed in the breeze, glistening under the sunlight, leaving Katie feeling almost unable to look directly at her. Want to die? A piercing chill abruptly enveloped Katie, and she realized her lapse in decorum. Throughout, her gaze had not once strayed from the woman's form, which indeed felt somewhat intrusive. Yet, it was unavoidable, for she was utterly enamored with the character of Esteth. If given the chance, Katie would even wish to traverse into the world of the Crimson Demon. If so, she would certainly take up her sword and eliminate that scoundrel named Tatsumi, who dared to pursue her goddess. He truly had no regard for life. Apologies. It is simply because you are so exquisite that I cannot divert my gaze. Katie hurriedly offered her apologies, not wishing to leave a poor impression on her goddess. Esteth, momentarily taken aback, never anticipated such a candid response. Her reputation had spread throughout the empire, and never before had anyone spoken such flattery. Suddenly being met with such unvarnished praise left Esteth at a loss for how to respond. She could not help but reassess the young man before her, suddenly perceiving him as somewhat attractive. As a male, he possessed skin that even she envied, yet it did not carry a feminine quality. Moreover, seasoned from countless battles, Esteth instantly discerned the extraordinary power concealed within Katie's seemingly frail body. It was akin to a slumbering dragon. Once awakened, it would astonish all. You were brought here by me, correct? Where is this place? And who are you? Chapter 76. Esteth's conditions. I am Katie, and I regret to inform you that this is the world of pirates. Not the empire you are familiar with. In fact, you have departed from your original world. What did you say? Clearly, Esteth did not believe Katie's words, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. Observing Esteth's reaction, Katie felt a pang of helplessness. Who could easily accept the notion of traversing worlds? After all, She herself had struggled to come to terms with it when she first arrived. I am not deceiving you. If you doubt me, you may attack me and see for yourself. With that, she spread her arms wide, presenting herself as utterly defenseless. Heh, how amusing. Should you perish, do not blame me. Watching Katie's confident demeanor, Esteth had already begun to believe her. It was known that while the Empire's imperial weapons were formidable and peculiar, they could not disregard her attacks. However, despite her belief in Katie's words, Esteth had no intention of refraining from attacking. She wished to ascertain what this person was truly capable of. In an instant, Esteth's long sword was drawn, and an ice blade coalesced out of thin air, its speed so rapid that Katie was momentarily taken aback. Her extraordinary observation hockey had not even detected the ice blade's presence before it manifested. Nevertheless, despite her surprise, she stood her ground, refusing to evade. Whoosh! The sharp ice blade sliced through Katie's body, cleaving her in two. Yet not a single drop of blood was shed. How can this be? Esteth could hardly believe her eyes as she stared at the halves of Katie. The individual had transformed into flames. Her attack had utterly failed to inflict any damage. How is this? If I recall correctly, while the Empire's imperial weapons are powerful, they do not possess such abilities, do they? To further convince Esteth, Katie transformed her entire being, save for her head, into flickering flames that danced around Esteth. Then what purpose do you have in summoning me? Esteth accepted the reality of her transportation but could not fathom the reason behind her summoning. I need you. Upon uttering those words, Katie anxiously gazed at Esteth, originally intending to express her need for Esteth's strength. For some inexplicable reason, the words morphed into a simple declaration of need, with the mention of strength vanishing without a trace. The absence of those two words altered the meaning entirely. It was akin to a confession of feelings. Esteth stood frozen in place, a blush rising to her flawless face. She truly found herself at a loss for how to react. Despite her legendary status on the battlefield, having faced thousands of foes without defeat, she had never experienced romance, nor had anyone ever professed their feelings for her. In the face of Katie's sudden confession, Esteth recalled the words of her father from her childhood. Esteth, remember, when choosing a man, ensure he is stronger than you. Otherwise, what right does he have to be your man? That phrase had become one of her few cherished memories of her father, one she believed would never come to fruition, until this moment, when she encountered Katie. "Tio, conquer me. You must at least defeat me. Otherwise, what right do you have?" With a sweeping motion of her sword, a powerful aura erupted from Esteth as the blade was aimed squarely at Katie. Very well, I shall give it my all. Fear not, for the flames I wield shall not alter my form. At this moment, Katie was filled with an indomitable fighting spirit. Never before had she craved victory so fervently. No matter the outcome, she was determined to win this battle. Chapter 77. The Song of Ice and Fire. The cerulean flames surged upward with great intensity. At this moment, Katie was as though she were a deity governing fire. However, if Katie was the god of fire, Esteth was the goddess of ice and snow from the far north. Ice spikes materialized from thin air, their sharpness palpable even from 100 meters away, sending shivers down Katie's spine. In the next instant, the innocent deserted island chosen by Katie erupted with two terrifying auras. Towering flames soared toward the heavens, seemingly attempting to break free from the constraints of earth and sky, scorching everything beneath the fiery domain. Nothing could survive the extreme temperatures. Yet, even with Katie unleashing her full power, the cerulean flames could only envelop half the island. The remaining half was dominated by a solid expanse of azure ice, impervious to the encroachment of the flames. Observing the balance between fire and ice, Katie nodded in acknowledgement. Truly, Esteth was the youngest and most formidable general in the history of the Empire. Her mastery over ice was not inferior to that of the Navy's admiral, Akiji. Unlike Akiji, however, Esteth's control over ice emphasized its structure. Compared to Akiji, her ice was far more resilient, though slightly lacking in temperature. The advantage lay in her higher explosiveness and stronger attacks, yet the drawback was her limited range of effect. Flame Fist. At this moment, Katie cast aside any thoughts of gentility. Boundless flames coalesced around her right fist, forming a fiery orb with a diameter of several meters, radiating overwhelming might as it surged toward Esteth, impervious to the frozen domain's attempts to extinguish its advance. Release. In a flash of light, two blades pierced the air, engulfed in flames and transforming into colossal swords of fire. Katie propelled herself forward, following the trajectory of her fire fist toward Esteth. At this moment, Katie was fully committed. Ice Goddess, lament. With those words, the ground erupted with ice spikes reaching heights of 100 meters. The flames, mere infants in comparison, were swiftly pierced and neutralized, simultaneously launching an attack against Katie. Boundary break. The figure flickered, showing no signs of retreat, as the sword blade cleaved directly into the oncoming ice spear. The gathered power erupted in an instant, the radiance of the sword shining brighter than the sun. Slicing through the steel like ice giant, shattering it into two fragments. A glance towards Katie caused a weighty expression to settle in his gaze. He had initially thought this man merely possessed the ability to embody flames, but it became evident that he also wielded remarkable swordsmanship. The long-dormant heart surged once more, ignited by Katie's overwhelming strength. "Come, let us engage in a worthy battle." The blade at his waist was drawn as well, and with a swift motion, countless ice blades surged forth, mercilessly assaulting Katie like a torrential hailstorm. Then, with a resolute spirit, he declared, "Respect must yield to command." A thought surged through him, and a fiery shield materialized before him as his body propelled forward, crossing 100 meters in an instant to strike down upon his death. The clash of blades reverberated, his strike intercepted. "Behold my attack." Leveraging his formidable physique, Katie unrelentingly pressed down with his sword, bending Isteth's form and forcing her to kneel upon one knee. With a swift retreat, he observed the slightly panting Isteth, a flicker of regret passing through his mind. Just as he seemed poised to overpower her, a few glimmering ice needles suddenly emerged before him. Despite their minuscule size, Katie harbored no doubt about their lethal sharpness. Should they strike him while he remained unable to elementalize, they would surely pierce through him, leaving two transparent holes in his body. Though regretful, he had no choice but to relinquish the imminent victory. Onward. Without hesitation, Katie launched another assault, executing his swordsmanship to the utmost, synergizing with rending, vibrations, spatial fluctuations, and various powers to maintain maximum output. Faced with Katie's multifaceted offensive, Isteth could do little more than summon all her strength to conjure ice to counter his attacks. Despite the singularity of her abilities, her astonishing combat experience and innate talent allowed her to hold her ground. Even engaging Katie in a back-and-forth exchange, under her command, the ice transformed into various shapes and forms of attack, consistently neutralizing Katie's strikes with minimal cost. The battle unexpectedly reached a stalemate, as flames in Katie's hands manifested their wild, destructive nature, launching waves of fiery blades toward Isteth, creating a veritable sea of fire. Unlike at the outset, Isteth no longer relied solely on direct confrontation. She crafted a gently ascending slope, directing the majority of the flames skyward, leaving only a minuscule remnant that posed no threat to her. With Katie exerting 120% of his effort, the tide of battle began to shift. The flames gradually advanced, albeit at a sluggish pace initially, yet a breakthrough was evident, and the speed of advance quickened, clearly indicating that Katie had gained the upper hand in their duel. As he felt the boundless power surging within him, Katie couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of the dragon ancestor's blood, valued at 30 million exchange points. The effect was undeniably remarkable. Previously, he would have been incapable of sustaining such intensity for an extended duration. Indeed, the body is the foundation of revolution, a truth that holds universally. With his current physical prowess, he was more than capable of sustaining the attack power that would typically accompany the heavenly fire of war, augmented by the berserk state, all without even invoking his half-dragon form. Should he fully unleash his potential, Katie was confident that even against the awakened capabilities of Akainu, he could still prevail. Half an hour later, the battlefield had become abundantly clear. Isteth's icy domain lay entirely encircled by flames, leaving only a final stretch of 100 meters. Observing the steadfast and unyielding gaze of Isteth amidst the flames, Katie abandoned any thoughts of coaxing her surrender. To fight alongside her until the last moment was the ultimate form of respect. Be cautious. A warning heralded the commencement of Katie's final assault. The flames, nearly engulfing the entire island, swiftly coalesced into a sphere. When all was said and done, a teal-blue sun emerged behind Katie, its searing temperatures of 5,000 to 6,000 degrees transforming the ground into liquid magma. At that moment, the entire island bore no signs of life save for Katie and Isteth, a veritable inferno of flames. Emperor of Flames, Katie resolved to conclude this conflict with his most formidable skill. In that instant, even Isteth, a battle-hardened warrior who had never known defeat, was taken aback by the sight before her. The fireball, with a diameter exceeding a kilometer, would be a formidable challenge to withstand. Even at her peak, she simply could not fathom how this man named Katie had achieved such a feat, seemingly oblivious to fatigue as he fought with unrelenting fervor. Yet, despite this, she sensed no diminishment in his power. an absolute anomaly. However, Esteth was not inclined to concede. She still possessed one final move, uncertain though she was of its efficacy, but she vowed never to give up without attempting it. Chapter 78. I will take responsibility for you. Go. With a command, the artificial sun began to descend upon Esteth under Katie's control. She felt the intense heat approaching. Esteth's body involuntarily trembled, a manifestation of her extreme tension. Such an assault would be anything but effortless. Yet she felt a surge of exhilaration and thrill in the presence of a formidable a battle maniac. Esteth never feared the strength of her adversaries. Rather, she dreaded those who were too weak. Insufficient to serve as a warm-up if she had to choose her method of demise, she hoped to one day engage in a full-throttle battle and perish on the battlefield like a true warrior. As the sun-like fireball drew near, Esteth stood transfixed, immobile, neither dodging nor defending, seemingly resigned to her fate. A flash of insight crossed her mind. Had she not witnessed the Attain kill series, she might have believed she was surrendering. Yet, familiar with each plot twist, she knew well the terrifying super skills Esteth possessed. Her previously relaxed demeanor tensed once more, ready for the unexpected. Flames descended, and the remaining 100 meters of icy realm evaporated in an instant. Even Esteth herself sustaining damage from the inferno, her garments singed to varying degrees. Makoto Kabato. Just as she was about to be engulfed by the flames, the previously silent Esteth finally sprang into action. Her once diminished aura surging to its zenith. A tempest erupted around her, enveloping the entire battlefield. In the next moment, the world fell silent. The air ceased to flow, and the Emperor of Flames' assault halted in its tracks. Including Katie himself, the world seemed to have pressed the pause button, abruptly freezing in that instant. However, within this stillness, Esteth suddenly expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, an inevitable consequence of her frozen realm. She was no longer at her peak, and attempting to freeze Katie and the flames was no trivial task. Her body began to falter under the backlash. Yet, thankfully, everything had come to an end. Gazing at the frozen Katie, a faint smile graced Esteth's pale visage. She had triumphed in this battle. With a slight lift of her hand, she positioned her sword at Katie's neck. However, in the next heartbeat, her smile vanished as the sensation of emptiness traveled up the blade, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. The figure before her was not but an afterimage. The true Katie had vanished without a trace. Her attack had proven ineffective. Simultaneously, the frozen tableau was shattered, and reality resumed its course. Katie's figure reappeared in an instant, the unyielding heat bearing down once more. She beheld the searing flames drawing near. Esteth relinquished her sword, her previous assault having depleted the last vestiges of her strength, rendering her powerless to resist the impending onslaught. Yet suddenly, warmth enveloped her back, an arm wrapping around her waist. And the familiar voice echoed in her ear. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for insisting we determine a victor, causing you to be hurt this way. Esteth turned to see Katie's face before her. The very one that had seemingly vanished. A flush crept across her cheeks. For reasons unknown, she found him strikingly handsome in that moment. Being embraced by him, rather than feeling repulsed, she unexpectedly relished the sensation. Reminiscent of the days of her youth, cradled in her father's arms, yet imbued with an exhilarating difference. Go, as the command from Katie fell. The massive fireball that had been suspended before Esteth instantly soared into the sky and surged towards the distant sea at an astonishing speed. With a resounding explosion, the Inferno Emperor detonated, giving rise to a towering mushroom cloud, causing the entire sea to boil in an instant. With waves rising ever higher, a hurricane swept in, engulfing thousands of meters of ocean, including the deserted island where Katie and Esteth resided. However, the turbulence and chaos were entirely imperceptible to Esteth, who lay in Katie's embrace. No force of nature, be it tempest or torrential rain, could breach the 5-meter sanctuary that surrounded Katie. She was a harbor, a refuge solely for Esteth. Katie's embrace seemed to possess a remarkable enchantment. Even as all turmoil vanished, she found it hard to part from this warmth. It had been ages since she had experienced such a sensation. Reminiscent only of her father's embrace in her childhood, though even that was not entirely the same. This feeling brought her both comfort and unease. Esteth had once believed she was strong enough to face everything alone, needing no reliance on others. Yet now it appeared that was not the case. She merely lacked a figure to lean upon. Feeling the warmth emanating from Katie, Esteth nuzzled closer, seeking a more comfortable position. Unbeknownst to her, Katie's situation was even more awkward. Due to their height difference, Esteth had to look up at Katie, while Katie had to tilt her head down, allowing her to feel the other's breath. Compounding the awkwardness was Esteth's slightly pale complexion from fatigue, yet her inherent tenacity shone through, creating a juxtaposition that stirred an intense restlessness within Katie. However, compared to this last point, everything else felt trivial. The heat from the recent attack had left Esteth's attire in tatters, and the sight before Katie was simply overwhelming. Thus, Katie could no longer restrain herself. Gradually, she lowered her head towards Esteth's alluring crimson lips. Her movement slow and cautious. Unsure of Esteth's feelings, she could only attempt this advance, ready to retreat at any sign of resistance. To her surprise, Esteth did not reject her until the very end. The sensation and warmth of their lips ignited a fire within Katie, an exquisite experience unlike any she had known before. The coolness mingled with a hint of sweetness, the softness enveloping her, plunging her into an intoxicating spell from which she could not escape. Her blood surged. Unable to contain her inner turmoil, Katie's eyes turned crimson, transforming her into a wild beast. I will take responsibility for you, was all that remained of her fleeting rationality, permitting her to utter those 7 words. Once more, battle erupted, fiercer and more spectacular than before. Chapter 79. Arrival at the City of 7 Waters. I apologize, but without an appointment, you cannot meet him or iceberg.is. There truly no way to make an exception. A trace of frustration leaked from Katie, though it was but a whisper, insufficient for the ordinary gatekeeper to withstand, causing him to tremble in uncertainty. Hark, let them in. Mr. Barr, the gatekeeper exclaimed, surprised by the sudden appearance of the man behind him. With him present, these individuals would surely not dare to cause trouble. Unbeknownst to him, the gatekeeper had mistakenly viewed Barr as a pillar of strength, while Barr himself was internally panicking. Having witnessed the battle on Judicial Island, he had seen his share of formidable beings. Yet, the aura that the man in the duckbill cap exuded sent waves of terror through him, placing him in a dimension far beyond anything he had encountered before. Even defeating Luffy would not suffice. Thus, he swiftly instructed the gatekeeper to allow Katie's group passage, for such a person was beyond their capacity to obstruct. Even with the entire island's armed forces combined, a wise choice. As she approached Barr, Katie gently lifted her cap, allowing only him to glimpse her countenance. With a sudden crack, it was as if thunder struck. In that moment, an overwhelming chill enveloped Barr, leaving him in disbelief. What had he just witnessed? How could that individual be here? Mr. Barr, the gatekeeper, noticing Barr's stunned expression, felt compelled to remind him, watching with curiosity as the man and woman entered, eager to uncover the nature of the earlier exchange that had elicited such a reaction from the island's strongest figure. Keep everything concerning these two to yourself. Not a word should escape your lips. Understood? Barr suddenly recalled something and turned to warn the gatekeeper. Why, yes. The gatekeeper, startled by Barr's sudden seriousness, understood the gravity of the situation, knowing his livelihood depended on it. However, he truly had no knowledge of the two, only noting their peculiar and similar attire. Little did he know, it was a set that Katie had painstakingly selected, costing her 400,000 exchange points, for reasons unknown, after Katie and his death had been candid with one another. The system began to create obstacles for her. Take, for instance, Esteth's outfit. It had taken 7 incorrect sets before the 8th was delivered correctly, costing her an additional 35,000 exchange points unnecessarily, having cautioned his subordinates. Barr dared not linger and hurriedly followed Katie, leading the way. Sir, this way, please. President, we have esteemed guests. Upon arriving at Iceberg's office, Barr knocked and announced their presence before ushering Katie inside. Katie chose to selectively ignore Barr's little maneuver. It seemed that their experiences with CP9 had taught them caution. Yet, what use were such tactics in the presence of true power? What could this esteemed guest possibly desire, perhaps due to Barr's warning? Iceberg's demeanor appeared somewhat grave, and Barr stood silently beside him. Greetings, Mayor Iceberg. As she spoke, Katie removed her duckbill cap. Iceberg inhaled sharply, despite having mentally prepared himself. The sight of Katie left him momentarily stunned. His mind blanked. He had never anticipated that Katie would visit him, and merely thinking of her past actions sent waves of unease through him. The prison break at Eni's lobby, the riot at Marine headquarters, the defeat of Akainu. Any one of these events would send shockwaves through the world, yet all 3 had transpired at the hands of this extraordinarily young individual. It was utterly astonishing. Mayor Iceberg. Fret not. I am a friend of Luffy's, so I have no intention of causing you harm. My purpose is quite simple. I merely wish to inquire about a certain individual. Upon hearing Katie refer to herself as a friend of Luffy, Iceberg relaxed slightly. After all, he held a deep impression of Luffy, as his disciple Frankie was now a member of Luffy's crew. However, Katie's subsequent words plunged Iceberg back into panic, an ominous foreboding rising within him. Could it be that there is some misunderstanding, Lord Katie? How could I possibly know your friend? Iceberg hastily denied, his demeanor betraying his anxiety. Katie smiled, finding his eagerness to refute her rather revealing. He was already attempting to deny before she had even asked. His attitude spoke volumes. Does Mayor Iceberg not wish to hear whom I seek? Before Iceberg could respond, Katie provided a name. Fisher Tiger. You should be familiar with him. In an instant, Iceberg's expression shifted dramatically. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he looked at Katie with unease. Witnessing the transformation, Bar stepped forward to shield Iceberg, though he did not comprehend the significance of the name Katie had mentioned. He could, however, perceive Iceberg's tension and reluctance, and he could not stand idly by, even if the adversary was beyond his capacity to confront. That I truly do not know the individual you speak of. Mr. Katie, please forgive me. In that moment, Iceberg faced the pressure that Katie exuded, his body trembling in honesty, yet his words remained a denial. Observing Iceberg's desperate state, Katie felt a twinge of annoyance. She merely sought a simple meeting with Fisher Tiger. Yet this was proving to be an unwarranted hassle. Sensing Katie's growing impatience, Esteth, who had remained silent thus far, suddenly stirred. The temperature in the room plummeted to a chilling -10 degrees before Iceberg and Bar could react. They found themselves encased by countless ice spikes, some piercing their flesh directly. Speak swiftly of that person's whereabouts, or I shall ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension. For the enemy, Esteth, there has always been a lack of patience. Those who fall into her hands either surrender outright or are dragged into the dungeons to face execution before eventually capitulating, feeling the bone-chilling cold and the stark aura of murderous intent. The Iceberg finds itself plunged into despair, even neglecting to ponder how the opponent possesses the power to command ice. Yet, even in the face of death's threat, the Iceberg remains resolute, unwilling to relent. Very well, Esteth, perhaps it is time to withdraw. Since Mr. Iceberg refuses to assist, we shall devise our own means. That I believe that if we slaughter half of those on this island, that person will emerge to meet us of his own accord. With that, she turns to leave. However, the Iceberg, now agitated, is in no doubt that Katie can accomplish all of this. If he so wishes, not a single soul would remain on the island. Katie, how can you be so callous? They are innocent civilians. Because of you, they are no longer innocent. Katie's final words linger in the air as she departs. Yet, before Katie can reach the door, it swings open of its own accord. Ah, what's the big deal? The fact that this esteemed individual is concerned is a small honor for little Talon. Iceberg, you should arrange for them to meet. Chapter 80. Abandoned Dock 1. Granny Kokoro. What brings you here? The Iceberg gazes in astonishment at the entrance of Kokoro. Despite her words, he hesitates, the matter concerning Frankie compelling him to ensure the safety of his young apprentice. You fool. How can you be growing more foolish by the day? Do you truly believe that if you do not inform this esteemed individual, she will be unable to find little Talon? Moreover, do you not recall what his lifelong wish has been? Though I may be old, my eyesight remains clear. If anyone in this world can help him realize his dreams, it is undoubtedly her. You wish to see your youngest apprentice forever trapped in that dark place, guarding a ship that cannot set sail. Kokoro's words strike the Iceberg like a heavy hammer, leaving him in silence. I apologize. I was mistaken. Lady Katie, please follow me. I will take you to find Talon. Observing the Iceberg's renewed determination, Katie's gaze flickers slightly, as Kokoro's words seem to have sparked a realization in him, improving his demeanor significantly. Katie is not at all surprised by the fact that Fisher Talon is the Iceberg's apprentice. All information regarding him, except for his current whereabouts, was provided by Shaki. According to Shaki's intel, Talon was last sighted here in the water capital, which is why Katie specifically came here. Fisher Talon, a male member of the Fishman tribe, is the youngest disciple of the legendary shipbuilder Tom. Due to the uniqueness of his background, his existence has been kept hidden from outsiders. His special status arises from having a remarkable older brother. Fisher Tiger, that infamous fishman who single-handedly ascended the Red Earth continent 13 years ago to rescue countless slaves. It is precisely for this reason that Fisher Talon must conceal his movements. Unlike Tiger, Talon, while inheriting formidable combat prowess, prefers shipbuilding, thus seeking Tom as his mentor with the aspiration of crafting the world's strongest warship for his brother. However, Before Talon could fulfill his wish, news of Tiger's demise reached him first. Years later, when Tom departed from him once again, Talon's aspirations shifted. "Boss, I shall take my leave now." Clearly, the forthcoming events are not suited for his involvement. Before the iceberg can caution him, Barry prepares to depart. "Wait," the iceberg calls out. "You should join us. We will need your assistance." "All right." After a brief pause, Barry nods in agreement. Thus, the five of them quietly depart from the Carrera Company, heading toward Dock 1 on the island. The finest dock under Carrera's management, where countless ships set sail for the vast sea every moment. Barry, lead us to the abandoned site. Upon arriving at Dock 1, the iceberg issues a command to Barry. The foreman here, who is best suited to guide them, understood. Despite his myriad of questions, Barry wisely opts for action over inquiry. After a series of lefts and rights, they arrive at the entrance of the so-called abandoned site. The iceberg steps forward, producing the key that only he possesses. Curiously observing the door before him, Barry, having worked here for nearly a decade, does not possess this key himself. He typically leaves unused items outside. And the next day, someone would naturally organize them. An inexplicable oddity. Chapter 81. Talon's wish. What lies before them is not the chaotic scene they had imagined, but rather an unexpectedly neat and orderly space. With various parts and equipment meticulously categorized, from small nuts and bolts to grand motors and ship frames. Surprisingly, the entire abandoned site is vast, and they can faintly hear the roaring sound of the distant sea crashing against the shore. The rhythmic clanging of metal gradually draws closer. Following the sound, Katie is filled with curiosity about the person they are about to meet. The Fishman tribe boasts a history of unparalleled grandeur. Approximately 1,000 years ago, they held dominion over both sea and land, with Fishman Island still above water, reigning as undeniable sovereigns. Yet, for reasons unknown, one day Fishman Island suddenly sank beneath the waves, causing the entire tribe to fade from the public eye, allowing humanity to ascend as the new dominant force. Interestingly, adult fishmen possess strength 10 times that of adult humans, granting them an inherent advantage. However, the troubling reality is that for nearly a millennium, there have been no reports of particularly exceptional fishmen, not even the former warlord of the sea, Jinbei, whom Katie encountered previously, who, despite his prowess, is still leagues away from the pinnacle of strength. The legendary Tiger's fate was equally unexpected. He was grievously injured by a naval lieutenant, leaving one to wonder how he managed to ascend the Red Earth continent and rescue so many slaves from the celestial dragons. There is no evidence to suggest they possess strength exceeding humans. In fact, they seem to be weaker by comparison. Nevertheless, one detail in Shockey's intel piques Katie's interest. It states that Fisher Talon has demonstrated a particular power. Having, at an unripe age, defeated pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, this intrigues Katie, for perhaps the secrets of the Fishman tribe may be uncovered through Talon. As they round the final corner, the five finally lay eyes upon the source of the clanging sound. The massive figure is awe-inspiring. Even seated, he towers nearly 2 meters tall, his crimson skin unmistakably marking him as non-human. Little Talon, stop fiddling with your things and come over to meet a friend. Kokoro's voice rings out. Granny Kokoro. Iceberg, you all have arrived? Upon hearing Kokoro's call, Talon promptly sets aside his work, his gaze sweeping across the 3 figures behind the iceberg. Upon seeing Katie, his pupils noticeably constrict. Talon, I trust you've seen the newspaper I sent a few days ago? This is the person featured on the front page, the master of transformation, Katie. The outcome of the recent war left countless individuals astounded. With Katie's outstanding performance cementing her place in the memories of many, the title Master of Transformation has spread like wildfire, quickly becoming a household name. Talon does not deny this. From the moment he laid eyes on Katie, he recognized her identity and has not diverted his gaze since, eager to understand how this young individual has achieved such feats. Likewise, as Talon looks at him, Katie's gaze remains fixed upon Talon. Feeling an inexplicable strangeness about him. On the surface, there appears to be nothing remarkable, yet an instinctive awareness warns her that this individual is far from ordinary, as if a formidable beast lies dormant within him. Katie chooses to trust this instinct. Ever since her physique was enhanced by the blood of the ancestor dragon, her sixth sense has grown increasingly accurate, at times surpassing her observational skills. Greetings, I am Katie, and I wish to invite you to join me as a crew member. Katie directly states her intention upon arrival. The directness of her approach catches everyone off guard. While they anticipated that Katie's purpose was to recruit Talon, Hearing it articulated still comes as a surprise. After all, this invitation comes from Katie, whom many speculate will become the fifth emperor of the seas, with some asserting that she might even usurp one of the existing four emperors. Should Katie publicly announce her search for crew members, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world, as countless individuals aspire to join her ranks. Oh, what makes you think I would leave with you? Talon inquires, intrigued by Katie's confidence. Because of strength that I overheard the wise words of Granny Coco, who mentioned that you seem to harbor a desire you wish to fulfill, and she implied that perhaps I alone possess the ability to assist you in this endeavor. Though I remain unaware of the specifics of your aspiration, I cannot help but concur with Granny Coco's assertion. I am indeed capable of aiding you in its realization. Yes, Katie spoke these words. Her tone was resolute, her unwavering confidence radiating so powerfully that it inspired those around her. In the eyes of the onlookers, Katie's stature seemed to swell, as if nothing were beyond her reach. Haha, what if I were to declare that my wish is to overthrow the celestial dragon's dominion over the world government? Do you still believe you can accomplish that? In response to Katie's self-assuredness, Talon posed the most perplexing of challenges, his gaze fixed intently upon her, eager to gauge her reaction. To topple the rule of the celestial dragons, I had thought it an overly common ambition. As for myself, while I have yet to ascertain my future path, I harbor no objections to their overthrow. I do not doubt my capabilities in this regard. An oppressive silence enveloped the desolate grounds. For Talon's desire was already formidable enough, and to voice such ambitions in a public setting could be deemed a capital offense. However, in comparison to Katie's proclamation, Talon's wish paled in significance. How many in this vast world would dare utter such audacious claims against the celestial dragons? Even the four emperors reigning over the new world might hesitate to voice such sentiments. What astonished Talon further was the unwavering conviction in Katie's eyes as she spoke. She genuinely believed in her ability to bring about such change. The onlooking Ice Mountain group was equally shaken, for while they had faith in Katie's strength, they had merely considered the possibility of her success. To their surprise, Katie's self-assurance was far more profound than they had anticipated. Ice Mountain and Coco were at least aware that Talon's ambition was merely shocking in the context of Katie's confidence. However, for Barry, the impact was monumental. It is crucial to note that the world government, under the Celestial Dragon's rule, commands over 170 allied nations, with countless subordinate departments, wielding a terrifying influence. Even the Revolutionary Army remains in the shadows, striving to develop without provoking direct confrontation. Katie's words struck them with considerable force. You don't genuinely believe that defeating a Kainu renders you invincible, do you? I have little patience for braggarts. The previously light-hearted demeanor vanished in an instant, as a palpable aura of intimidation began to emanate from Talon, transforming the atmosphere into one of tension and unease. Shall we engage in a contest then? Chapter 82, Isteth takes action. Oh ho, let us indeed test our mettle. Naturally, Talon would not decline Katie's challenge, for it was precisely his intent to ignite her desire for battle. This arena is hardly suitable for a battlefield. Observing the meticulously arranged tools and equipment surrounding them, Katie inquired. Of course, our battleground shall be upon the sea. With that, Talon took the lead, striding forward. However, after merely 2 steps, he was interrupted by a voice from behind. I wish to fight. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Isteth, who had been silently standing beside Katie. It was only at this moment that they truly acknowledged her presence. Although she had previously demonstrated her prowess in Ice Mountain's office, the suddenness of the event had not drawn much attention from Ice Mountain or Barry. But now, Isteth's declaration plunged them into contemplation. They were baffled as to why she possessed the ability to manipulate ice, a power synonymous with Admiral Akiji. Yet, given Katie's precedent, they reluctantly accepted the situation. Despite their confusion, I do not engage in combat with women. However, Talon, having never witnessed Isteth's capabilities, promptly declined, his disdain unmistakable. In his view, she might possess some degree of strength, but she could hardly rival him, as one's prowess is often equated with their renown, and he had never heard of her before, thus doubting her might. Nonetheless, Ice Mountain felt a pang of concern upon hearing Talon's words. Isteth's temperament was notoriously volatile, and she could resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Even now, he bore a few injuries that still ached from their last encounter. Talon, this individual. Yet before Ice Mountain could finish, Isteth had already made her move. Hee. Isteth laughed, but her mirth was laced with an ominous intent. That's odd. In the next moment, Talon sensed an impending danger, exclaiming in alarm as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Countless sharp ice spikes encircled him in an instant. Boom! The close-range assault erupted violently, causing the ground to tremble and the surrounding space to fill with icy mist. Talon. Ice Mountain watched anxiously, his concern palpable. Do not worry. Young Talon is not so easily defeated by such an attack. In contrast, the elder Coco remained composed, unperturbed by the unfolding chaos. How intriguing, truly fascinating, to possess the same abilities as Akiji. Katie, this is your doing, is it not? Instinctively, Talon attributed the spectacle to Katie. Who can say? Katie neither confirmed nor denied the assertion. Let me handle this battle, Esteth. It is a matter of principle for the captain. Otherwise, how could I command respect? Very well. Reluctantly acquiescing to Katie's request, Esteth stepped aside. Falling silent. Follow me. With that, Katie took the lead, and though he understood her implication, Talon said nothing further. Strength is best demonstrated through action. Let us see what you are truly capable of. As they traversed the abandoned grounds, the briny sea breeze began to waft toward them, the roar of the ocean growing deafening. In a matter of moments, the vast expanse of the sea came into view, gazing at the pitch-black night sky above. Katie felt a sense of satisfaction. This way, their movements would not be easily detected. Hurry, let us resolve this swiftly. I cannot linger here for too long. Hee. I hope your strength matches your bravado. Chapter 83. The fisherman who cannot enter the water. Ripples began to form, and the once tranquil sea under the moonlight was now engulfed in turmoil and unrest. Come now, let me witness the strength of one who has bested a canoe. At that moment, Talon's eyes brimmed with fierce determination. He could not recall the last time he had fought with all his might. His blood, which had lain dormant for years, surged with fervor once more, and he eagerly anticipated the impending clash. As you wish. Katie could certainly sense Talon's fighting spirit. From the outset, this battle was inevitable to earn Talon's willing allegiance. She must defeat him with her own hands. Otherwise, how could she claim leadership? Shave. In an instant, she vanished, crossing over 100 meters to stand before Talon, her dark fist raised high to strike down upon him. The next moment, the sea erupted with fury, the waters roiling violently around the two of them. Even those thousands of meters away could feel the reverberations. Incredible, simply incredible. Apart from his death, the other three watched in awe as the scene unfolded before them. They knew this was just the beginning. What would transpire if both combatants unleashed their full power? They dared not imagine. Ice Mountain, alert the island's residents. The sea gods are about to return, Coco declared gravely, her eyes fixed on the tumultuous waters. The sea gods? That cannot be true, Granny Coco. They were just here a few months ago when Luffy and the others were present. How could they return so soon, despite Coco's extensive sailing experience? Barry could not fathom the possibility of the annual sea gods appearing unexpectedly outside their usual timeline. However, Ice Mountain wore a solemn expression, deep in thought as he observed the chaotic battleground. Barry, return with me. I have a foreboding feeling that this time, the sea gods will not only return but with greater ferocity than ever before. With that, Ice Mountain turned on his heel and departed without a moment's hesitation. Understood. Though Barry remained somewhat perplexed, he chose not to voice his thoughts further. He had always offered unwavering support for Mayor Iceberg's decisions, for that man had transformed his previously dismal existence. Otherwise, he would likely still be languishing at the gambling tables, squandering his time. Casting a glance at the departing duo, Esteth refrained from speaking. Although she was unaware of what the two referred to as the gods of the sea, she regarded it with indifference. She had never believed in the existence of deities. If they did exist, they were merely beings of extraordinary power or other forms of life. In any realm, strength remained the singular, unchanging truth, with fervent eyes. She gazed at Katie on the battlefield, captivated by the man's prowess. Esteth sensed that the Katie she had fought previously was not his full potential. Even so, he had already proven to be her superior. She could scarcely fathom what kind of spectacle his complete power would unleash. Fixating intently on the combatant, Esteth had gradually discerned Katie's circumstances and the general state of the world over the past few days. Therefore, she understood that Katie was currently unable to utilize the so-called fruit abilities, compelling him to draw upon the strengths he had not revealed during their previous encounter. This would allow her to gain a clearer insight into the true extent of his power. Come now, let me witness your true strength. Feeling the sting of pain radiating from his fist, Talon furrowed his brow slightly, compelled to acknowledge that the individual before him possessed considerable strength, surpassing his own in sheer physicality. Is that all you've got? However, for Katie, Talon's display of power was somewhat disappointing. If this was indeed his full strength, it was comparable to a pirate like Jinbe, worth a bounty of 200 to 300 million. While that was impressive, it fell short of Katie's expectations. Don't be hasty. That was merely a warm-up. The true battle is only just beginning. At that moment, Talon's aura surged dramatically. I forgot to mention, I am a strengthened human who has consumed a power-enhancing fruit. With a resounding boom, the air shattered as Talon transitioned from defense to offense, launching an attack on Katie. Receiving Talon's punch head-on, Katie was astonished by the overwhelming force, causing him to stagger backward significantly. Well, how does that strength feel? Seeing his attack succeed, Talon felt a sense of pride. The power was indeed formidable, but the price he paid was steep. As a fisherman, he could not swim. Was it truly worth it? This single statement shattered Talon's moment of pride. What does it matter to you? Talon exploded in anger. Those who consumed devil fruits could never hope to swim again, while this was bearable for a human. For a fisherman like Talon, it was the greatest torment. In fact, Katie had never seen anyone other than Talon consume a devil fruit. Enough talk. Prepare to die. Talon resolved to end their banter, realizing that conversing with Katie had been his gravest error over the past year. Ha ha ha. Unleash whatever techniques you have. This time, Katie was determined to give it his all. A resounding explosion echoed from afar, awakening countless residents of Water 7 from their slumber. The sight visible through the glass jolted them into immediate awareness. The gods of the sea have arrived. Instantly, chaos engulfed Water 7, as cries and shouts resonated throughout. Is this truly humanity? The tumultuous sea in the distance left Barry in shock. The towering waves, nearly 100 meters high, were merely the aftermath of the battle between two individuals. He began to question whether he and Katie belonged to the same race. In that moment, Barry finally understood why Mr. Iceberg and Granny Kokoro firmly believed that the gods of the sea would undoubtedly come. The sheer force generated by the two's clash rivaled that of the gods themselves, and such residual power could very well attract their attention. Even worse, if the gods of the sea merged with the battle's aftermath, the scale would be unimaginable. Mr. Iceberg, what should we do? Faced with the impending disaster, Barry was at a loss, turning his gaze to Mr. Iceberg, who was the only one capable of making a decision at this critical juncture. Barry, find someone to notify everyone to evacuate as far from the coast as possible. Then, wake Lulu and the others. If it comes to that, we may have to activate the backup plan. Mr. Iceberg's brow furrowed deeply, uncertainty clouding his expression as he contemplated whether they could survive this crisis. Yet that backup plan was not yet fully operational. Activating it suddenly could lead to unforeseen complications. There's no choice left. It's better than annihilation. Hurry. Chapter 84. Instant step. Understood. Fully aware of the urgency, Barry turned without hesitation to execute Iceberg's orders. Left behind, Mr. Iceberg remained with his brow tightly knit, anxiously observing the towering waves. Granny Kokoro, are you not leaving yet? Isteth inquired, watching the elderly woman still spectating on the shore. Haha, this old body can endure for a few more days. It's you, young lady, who should be wary of catching a cold from the sea breeze. Rest assured, I can manage without your concern, Granny. Ignoring Kokoro's provocation, Isteth knew the current situation was not favorable for Katie. How curious. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Talon, dodging Katie's attack, found time to taunt him, reveling in Katie's helplessness. Silently observing Talon, Katie had not anticipated that this battle would expose his own weaknesses. His aerial combat style was overly simplistic and direct. It was only then that Katie realized his agility relied solely on the Sara technique of the Marine 6 styles, a skill he had only mastered through continuous combat, having initially copied it from Luffy, who had only demonstrated a mastery level. How about it? Shall I go easy on you and let you have a few moves? The more silent Katie became, the more excited Talon felt, relishing the opportunity to return the humiliation he had endured from Katie. Unbeknownst to him, Katie's focus was entirely elsewhere, and he had not heard a word of Talon's taunts. As Katie contemplated his shortcomings, he considered two potential paths before him. One was to replicate Talon's extraordinary sorrow, while the other was to redeem the extraordinary level LV1 skill instant step from the system shop, a highly advanced movement technique from the Death God anime. The reason he hesitated to decide immediately was that the instant step skill required 10 million more points than the former, totaling 20 million points. That I will redeem the extraordinary level LV1 skill instant step. After a brief moment of contemplation, Katie resolved to proceed. As Death confirmed her intention to follow him, The task's rewards were promptly credited. After deducting the expenses for selecting clothes for his death, Katie still had 33 million points remaining, sufficient to bear the cost of 20 million. Moreover, the Soru technique had become increasingly inadequate in true battles among the powerful. Since he was destined to enhance his abilities, why not make a significant leap and acquire something superior? After a long interval, the familiar warmth surged within him once more, flooding his mind with a torrent of information. In the blink of an eye, he had mastered the instant step skill, had he not experienced it firsthand. Katie would never have believed such a phenomenon possible. It defied all scientific logic. Why so silent? Have you been awestruck by my strength? Ha ha ha. The more Katie remained silent, the more elated Talon became. What have you been prattling on about since the beginning? Are we still fighting or not? Idiot! Watching Katie feign ignorance, Talon seethed with frustration, feeling as though he had struck air with no impact whatsoever. Sorrow, he charged at Katie once more, determined not to utter another word until he had bested him. Observing Talon's swift approach, Katie felt no trepidation. He only acted when Talon's fist was about to connect. Instant step, his body vanished from its original position. Impossible. Shocked, Talon stared at the vacant space before him, never having anticipated Katie's sudden surge in speed. Chapter 85. Talon's transformation. What's the matter? Can't handle it already. I was just warming up. Katie's nonchalant voice rang out once more. Hearing Katie's words, Talon felt an inferno burning within his chest. Just moments ago, he had said the same thing, and now Katie echoed it back at him, a blatant slap in the face that left him utterly humiliated. Katie, I will not let this go. With a thunderous roar, Talon charged toward Katie, his eyes ablaze with fury. He was on the verge of exploding with rage, the only thought consuming him being to stitch Katie's mouth shut with a needle. If Katie had inflicted 100 points of harm upon him, 99 of those points were attributable to her incessant chatter. Alas, was this rage morphing into humiliation? Observing the nearly frenzied Talon, Katie's lips curled into a sly smile. Only by provoking him to unleash his full fury could she hope to elicit a reaction, albeit through somewhat dubious means. Talon's possession of fruit abilities had indeed taken her by surprise. Yet it was still insufficient. The enhancement of his powers could not possibly allow him to defeat a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million while still in his youth. The amplification of his abilities merely doubled his physical prowess, a strength that was far from what Zaki's intelligence had indicated. Thus, Katie was certain that Talon was still holding back. Shuanpa, 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 as she felt the rush of wind from Talon's fist narrowly missing her. Katie felt a surge of relief at her earlier decision. Had she attempted to replicate Talon's 6 styles, she would not have achieved such an effect. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The ancient spoke true. Here I am. Where do you intend to strike? Once more evading Talon's assault, Katie seized the opportunity to land a punch squarely on his face. While the blow lacked force, the effect of inciting enmity was profound. As the saying goes, do not expose weaknesses when hurling insults, nor strike the face when engaging in combat. Yet, Katie chose to act contrary to this wisdom, not only verbally humiliating Talon, but also delivering a physical slap to his pride. The dual torment of body and soul led Talon to unleash his full potential without reservation. You bastard. Just wait. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, his frame suddenly swelled with muscle, presenting a fearsome sight akin to a mountain of flesh. In the next moment, mysterious golden patterns erupted upon his crimson skin, spreading until they adorned nearly a third of his body. At that instant, the aura emanating from Talon was more potent than ever before. Feeling the violent and tumultuous energy radiating from him, Katie's brow furrowed in concern. She could sense the terror he now embodied without even engaging in combat, from the moment his transformation began. Her instincts had been on high alert. Moreover, she noted that the sea beneath the battlefield seemed to be agitated by some unseen force, with a multitude of sea kings gathering nearby, nearly 100. And their numbers were still rising. Clearly, all these changes were incited by Talon. Katie, you have successfully provoked me. I hope you can fight alongside me until the end, for I will not board your ship otherwise. With his formidable strength backing him, Talon delivered this declaration with conviction. So, if I defeat you in this form, you will join us, correct? If you can manage to defeat me, what then? Despite the escalating tension, Talon had already ignited his true fire. Although he acknowledged Katie's power, he felt no fear of defeat. Shuanpa. Without further ado, Katie charged at Talon. Despite his fearsome appearance, she remained undeterred. No one had ever instilled fear in her thus far. However, The astonishing force delivered through Tai Long's fist made her acutely aware of his true strength. The impact felt not like flesh against flesh, but rather as if she were striking the world's toughest metal. Even though she had initiated the attack, her fist and arm felt as though they had shattered from the pain. There was no time for lamentation. Tai Long's next strike was already upon her. She twisted her body to evade the direct blow. Yet, the searing pain radiating from her abdomen threatened to plunge her into unconsciousness. Her body flung away like a leaf caught in a tempest. But the ordeal was far from over. Taking advantage of your weakness to claim your life, Tai Long pressed forward for a second assault. His overwhelming strength afforded him incredible speed, and in an instant, he was above Katie. Although she could not see him, her observation haki clearly indicated the source of the danger. However, at that moment, she had only just regained her footing. She had no time to resist, let alone evade. Armament. Crossing her arms above her head, the haki enveloped her limbs, turning them as dark as the deepest shadows. A thunderous crash resounded, reminiscent of a planet's explosion. The gods of the sea had arrived. Yet, for the inhabitants of Water 7, this signified the arrival of those very gods. A colossal wave over 100 meters high surged forth, threatening to obliterate everything in its path, having already submerged the shore for dozens of meters. Mr. Iceberg, everything is ready. Gazing at the endless expanse of titanic waves, even Barry found it hard to believe that such devastation stemmed solely from the conflict between Katie and Tai Long. Before this, he could never have imagined a single person could possess such overwhelming power, a walking calamity. Stay vigilant. Be ready to act at a moment's notice if anything seems amiss. Understood? At that time, Iceberg felt an immense pressure. His instincts warned him that the colossal wave had yet to reach its peak. However, the magnitude of the current situation had already surpassed that of the gods of the sea. If it were to swell even further, Iceberg could not guarantee that the island beneath his feet would endure. Sensing the volatile energy in the air, Iceberg regretted allowing the two to meet, as it had led to this perilous scenario. Yet, now that it had come to this, stopping them was no longer an option. Though he was not adept at combat, he understood the profound disrespect it would entail to interrupt a duel already in progress. Your little man appears to be nearing his limit. Are you not the least bit concerned? Surprisingly, even at this juncture, Kokoro remained by Esteth's side, watching the battle unfold from close proximity. He does not require my concern. While she did not outright deny Kokoro's statement, Esteth felt no doubt about Katie's potential for victory. Though his current predicament seemed dire, she observed that throughout the ordeal, there was not a trace of panic in Katie's eyes. Despite not knowing what cards he held, Esteth firmly believed that Katie would ultimately emerge victorious. Chapter 86. The half-dragon form revealed. Haha, Katie, is this all you can muster? A bounty of 1 billion, and this is your strength? Tai Long taunted as he wiped the crimson blood from his fists. Draw your sword, or you will have no chance. Seeing the blood staining his fists, Tai Long could not resist mocking Katie once more. Now in his current state, she was no longer his equal. However, Tai Long was aware that, for various reasons, Katie was unable to unleash her full power at this moment, such as her inability to control the flames of her fruitability. Nonetheless, he had also heard whispers of Katie's exceptional swordsmanship, which was why he had provoked her, hoping to elicit a display of even greater strength before he ultimately triumphed. Apologies, but as a swordsman, I shall never draw my blade against an unarmed opponent. It is my principle. Despite being drenched in blood, Katie stood tall and unyielding as she spoke. Upon hearing Katie's response, Tai Long's gaze shifted, and he could scarcely believe that Katie possessed such a steadfast resolve. He found himself disliking her a little less. Yet, before this fleeting change of heart could last a minute, Katie's next words shattered it completely. Moreover, I do not believe you possess the merit to compel me to unsheath my sword. Witnessing Katie's ever-casual demeanor, Tai Long felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. Bastard, can you not keep your ego in check? After all I've done to you, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Just a mere scratch. Now it's my turn to transform. With that declaration, Tai Long's aura shifted dramatically, the surrounding air becoming dense and oppressive. Observing Katie's sudden silence, Tai Long inexplicably felt a tightening in his chest, as though something terrifying were approaching, causing his heart to skip a beat. The next instant, a flash of golden light darted past. In the pitch-black night, that gleaming gold was so dazzling that Tai Long rubbed his eyes repeatedly, ensuring he was not hallucinating. Yet, he began to question his own senses, for where Katie had once stood, now loomed a creature covered in gleaming golden scales and sporting a tail. There was no trace of Katie to be seen. What bewildered Tai Long even further was that, For reasons unknown, he felt an uncontrollable sense of dread emanating from this being, a primal fear that he could not suppress. The next moment, a thought crossed his mind, an impossible possibility. This was an instinctual terror, a suppression born of bloodline power. Impossible. How could there exist a bloodline stronger than that of the sea god? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Tai Long immediately dismissed it. He could not fathom that a bloodline could surpass that of the sea god, who once ruled the entire world. Who are you? No. What manner of race do you belong to? The sudden turn of events left Tai Long utterly bewildered. He could scarcely believe his own conjectures, yet his mind could conjure no alternative possibilities. I am Katie. How could you not recognize me? Were you taken aback by my handsome appearance? After uttering this, he struck a pose he deemed quite dashing, failing to fully address Tai Long's inquiry. Katie was acutely aware that Tai Long's astonishment stemmed entirely from the blood of the ancestral dragon. Indeed, beings at the pinnacle of the pyramid exhibit formidable effects. Although the source of Tai Long's transformation remained unclear, the strength he possessed was undoubtedly formidable, yet it paled in comparison to the might of a single drop of ancestral dragon blood. Chapter 87. 1 against 2. Whoever you are, I shall emerge victorious. At that moment, Tai Long let out a roar reminiscent of a wild beast. It was a declaration of war against Katie, as well as a rallying cry for himself, a means to temporarily suppress the fear that gnawed at his heart. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to meet Katie's gaze, let alone engage him in battle. Determined to prove his superiority over Katie, Tai Long initiated the attack. A surge of ferocious power erupted instantaneously, accompanied by a series of sonic booms as Tai Long transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards Katie. Within Katie's slit pupils, Tai Long's form was mirrored. From this instant onward, every movement Tai Long made was inescapably captured by Katie's perception that I in his half-dragon state. Katie's awareness of the external world reached an astonishing level, surpassing even the perceptive capabilities of the observation Haki. The world before him appeared as if time had slowed, allowing his eyes to discern every detail with clarity. In the face of Tai Long's assault, Katie exhibited no inclination to evade, standing calmly in place until the final moment, when he raised his left hand to shield himself, effortlessly grasping Tai Long's fist, which was nearly the size of a basin. Tai Long's imposing size provided him no advantage. He was simply too slow. As he spoke, the strength in Katie's left hand erupted, yanking Tai Long into an embrace. Following this, he bent backward, his right fist coiling tightly, and struck Tai Long's abdomen with tremendous force. In the next instant, Tai Long was sent flying at supersonic speed, transforming once more into a meteor streaking across the pitch-black night sky, disappearing from sight. Gulp, gulp. Gazing at the radiant figure beneath the night sky, Coco couldn't help but swallow hard. What is this? Coco was well aware of the immense strength Tai Long wielded upon awakening his bloodline power. He would dare to confront even a marine admiral. Yet, before Katie, he appeared feeble, akin to an infant sent flying by a single blow, as if they were not even of the same dimension. What perplexed Coco further was her inability to comprehend how Katie possessed bloodline power surpassing even that of the sea god. Despite being situated thousands of meters away from the battlefield's edge, she could still keenly sense the oppressive aura emanating from Katie, an unsettling sensation that evoked a sense of reverence within her. Coco also noted that the Sea Kings, who had gathered around Tai Long, now displayed expressions of sheer terror, frozen in place, unable to move. Clearly, Katie's unknown bloodline power utterly suppressed Tai Long's sea god bloodline, leaving the Sea Kings in a state of confusion. In contrast to Coco, who was taken aback, Esteth exhibited no surprise upon witnessing Katie's transformation. Although she had previously been unaware of Katie's capabilities, she was unconcerned with such details. She simply recognized that Katie had grown stronger. Sensing the volatile energy in the air, Esteth's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, her body trembling slightly, an expression of exhilaration at its peak. A battle fanatic, Esteth would never concede defeat to Katie after a single encounter. Rather, it only intensified her desire to fight and conquer him. Having arrived in this world half a month prior, Esteth had gleaned insights into its power structure from her conversations with Katie. Since she had already manifested the demon god form essence of demons, she temporarily set aside thoughts of the demon fruit's power. However, she was quite intrigued by the concept of Haki that Katie had mentioned. Under Katie's personal tutelage, Esteth had adeptly mastered the power of armament Haki in just half a month, and now she yearned to challenge Katie once more. This battle includes me. In the next moment, Esteth's figure materialized at the center of the battlefield, her radiant eyes reflecting Katie's form. her blade aimed directly at him. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival of his death, Talon was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she supposed to be Katie's ally? How could she possibly assist him? However, before Talon could fully comprehend the unfolding scenario, Katie's voice rang out once again. Come, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Isteth's involvement, while unforeseen, was not entirely surprising, ever since she learned armament hockey. She had intended to spar with him. As a battle enthusiast, how could she endure remaining a mere observer? Yet Katie felt no trepidation in facing two opponents once he entered his half-dragon state. Talon alone could not pose a threat to him to test the limits of his half-dragon form. Katie refrained from concluding the battle too hastily. After all, if he could not master his own abilities, it would be better not to possess them at all. Isteth's presence provided him with increased pressure. Perhaps only by contending with both Talon and Isteth simultaneously could he fully extract his potential. Ice Thousand Swords. Without hesitation, Isteth made the first move, conjuring countless icy blades that filled the sky. A veritable storm of weapons. Go, she commanded, sending all the blades hurtling towards Katie, shaking his head in resignation. Katie could only marvel at Isteth's insight. She had accurately discerned his current predicament, clearly aware that he could not, nor was he willing, to employ other abilities at this moment. Hence, ranged attacks represented his greatest vulnerability, which Isteth expertly exploited to counter him. Meanwhile, Talon also recognized the significance of Isteth's assault, grinning as he evaded the icy blades and charged towards Katie, intent on flanking him for a decisive strike. Take this punch. At that moment, Talon and Isteth's attacks converged. Each icy blade possessed the power to shatter stone and split metal, while the force behind Talon's fist was indisputable. Not even a mountain could withstand it. Fixing his gaze on Katie, Talon eagerly anticipated how he would respond. A commendable tactic. However, in the face of absolute power, all is futile. Energy coursed down his spine, and the long, golden tail behind him lashed out with lightning speed, striking Talon before his fist could land. Simultaneously, Katie's right arm swelled with explosive muscle, harboring the strength to obliterate worlds. That hero's spear. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud slowly ascended. The world was engulfed in an eerie silence. Even Coco, who had remained calm as an observer, found it impossible to maintain her composure in the face of this cataclysmic strike, turning to flee without a moment's hesitation. Bali, Initiate Tom Carrera. At that moment, the iceberg's palms were slick with cold sweat as he looked up to behold the colossal wave approaching swiftly from the distance, praying it would arrive a moment later. The scale of the wave dwarfed even that of the sea gods, and the iceberg harbored no doubts about its capacity to annihilate the entire Water 7. Chapter 88. Katie emerges help. Faced with the towering wave hundreds of meters high, the residents of Water 7 could no longer maintain their composure. The entire sky was obscured by the overwhelming tide, an experience that evoked a sense of despair in them. At this moment, some chose to flee desperately, while others opted for silence, remaining still as they lit a cigarette for themselves. They were not calm nor brazen. They had simply chosen to surrender, awaiting the arrival of death. Clang, clang. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the very ground beneath them, a disturbance so vast it encompassed the entire island. What is happening? The abrupt change left them at a loss. The all-consuming wave had already plunged them into despair. Why must other phenomena visit this island fated for obliteration? Attention, all residents of Water 7. This is Mayor Iceberg. I wish to inform you that we have a means to escape the threat posed by the sea gods. Time is too short for a detailed explanation, but I urge everyone to grasp onto nearby objects to stabilize yourselves. In that moment, Iceberg's voice brought a glimmer of hope to the countless souls engulfed in despair, akin to the first ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds. People instinctively followed Iceberg's instructions, discarding their cigarettes and clinging tightly to stable objects around them. Just then, the tremors that had just ceased returned with even greater intensity, persisting without any sign of stopping. The island was moving. Those with a keen eye were astonished to discover that the ground beneath them was indeed shifting. Bali, what is the situation? At this moment, the iceberg was intently monitoring the various circumstances on the island. Although this plan had been in effect for decades, beginning with Master Tom and continuing to the present day, its purpose was to withstand the impending arrival of the sea deities by transforming the entire island into a vessel, allowing them to depart before the gods of the sea could arrive. Despite the near completion of the various tasks, the iceberg remained uneasy, for it had never been tested before. Consequently, this became its inaugural trial. The vessel was named Tom Carrera to honor both Tom, who had made countless sacrifices for the Seven Waters, and the diligent employees of Carrera Company. Everything was proceeding smoothly. The Tom Carrera was faring even better than anticipated. However, at this juncture, Barry's voice suddenly faltered, causing a pang of anxiety in the iceberg's heart. Although the Tom Carrera was operating normally, it seemed improbable to evacuate before the arrival of the sea deities. At this rate, it was feared that half of the Seven Waters city might not escape the onslaught of the sea gods. Faced with this grim news, the iceberg fell silent. The potential loss was far too immense for him to bear. Yet, he felt powerless in the face of such a catastrophic disaster, truly at a loss for what to do. Just as despair enveloped the iceberg, a voice suddenly resonated, reaching the ears of all present. A figure emerged before the colossal sea deities, radiating a golden light. In that moment, every gaze converged upon this diminutive individual. They were uncertain why this person could levitate in the sky or what their intentions might be. But an inexplicable tension gripped their hearts, as if something extraordinary was about to unfold. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Katie plunged her hands into the waves, her arms unleashing a surge of power in an instant. Then, the onlookers beheld a scene they would never forget. Boundless waves were altered in their forward trajectory by a single individual, who redirected the entire ocean away from the Seven Waters city. As if a deity had descended from the heavens. Chapter 89. The iceberg's decision. It was only at this moment that the iceberg finally comprehended the last instructions given by his master before departing. Iceberg, you must take good care of Talon Point one day. You will understand why I implore you to do so. As time rewound, Tom stood once more before him. Master, it has been 13 years, and I finally grasp your meaning. I once believed you urged me to care for Talon solely because of his status as a merman. It now seems that you were reminding me never to underestimate the personal strength of the powerful, to recognize the chasm between machinery and individual prowess. His eyes fixed intently on the still tumultuous sea in the distance. The iceberg lapsed into silence before continuing. Yet, this cannot be the entirety of your intent. Otherwise, the designers from 8 centuries ago would not have exerted themselves to create the underworld warship. Furthermore, when you held the design of the underworld, you were not merely its custodian. Although I am but an unworthy disciple, I can still discern your handwriting. Additionally, I have observed that not only you, but each successive custodian of the underworld design has, to some degree, infused their own ideas into it, gradually enhancing the performance of the underworld warship. Each of them has been among the finest designers of their era. After 8 centuries and the contributions of over 1,000 top-tier designers, the current underworld bore little resemblance to the version familiar to people 8 centuries prior. Ironically, you resolved the final issue left on the underworld design, addressing the conflicting perspectives of countless designers. It can be said that whoever grasps this blueprint will be capable of constructing an unprecedentedly powerful underworld warship. At this point, the iceberg paused and turned his gaze toward Tom, eager to hear his master's perspective. And then, what do you think I intend to do? Or rather, what do you believe I expect from you? Tom did not answer the iceberg's inquiries. Instead, he countered with a question. Anticipating that Tom would not divulge his thoughts, the iceberg continued. If I am not mistaken, you wish for me to construct it. You have long recognized Talon's combat potential. His existence is meant to clarify the might of top-tier warriors for me, enabling me to create the underworld warship even better. In response to the iceberg's conclusion, Tom fell silent, his weathered eyes gazing into the distance as if lost in recollection. Creating the underworld warship is a responsibility shared by every designer. Its very existence symbolizes a profound meaning. As for what it represents, that is for you to explore. Even I do not possess that knowledge. Your path is yours to decide, and I have neither the right nor the reason to dictate your actions. As the familiar words and tone of his master echoed in his mind, tears shimmered in the corners of the iceberg's eyes. Master, you have not changed at all over these years. Do you remember what you once said? To contribute to a man like Roger is a source of immense honor for me. You were truly magnificent back then. His fragile eyelids could no longer contain the flood of tears, which streamed down his cheeks unabated. As your first disciple, if I cannot construct the underworld warship while this blueprint lies before me, how could I ever face you again in the future? The design I entrusted to Frankie 3 years ago was merely a small fragment of the entire blueprint, and it was a mere copy of the original, which I have kept in pristine condition. Rest assured, Master, I will indeed construct the underworld warship. At that time, I shall ensure that the world government sees the folly of their ways, that you have always opposed our vengeance against them. How can we find solace without you? The wheels of time had already begun to turn. This time, I shall see if the foolish celestial dragons can still sit upon their thrones, having ceased weeping. The iceberg's eyes shone with the sharpness of a hawk, brimming with resolve. This battle, I have lost. Once everything concluded, Talon admitted his defeat. Although the fight had not reached its conclusion, there was no longer any need to continue. From the outset, he had been in a state of passive defense, especially since Katie had not unleashed her full power. Otherwise, he might have crumbled long ago. His reluctance to admit defeat stemmed from the last remnants of his competitiveness. Yet after witnessing Katie's ability to dissipate the immense waves, he was truly convinced, I can also perform the water hard, shoulder throw. However, I could never achieve such an effect, Talon conceded. Indeed, I acknowledge your strength. Do the words I spoke earlier still hold weight? Katie inquired, her gaze expectant, not belittling him for his defeat. Through this battle, Katie had gained a clear understanding of Talon's capabilities, in his fully unleashed state. His physical attributes were akin to that of a half-step emperor-level warrior. Even when facing an awakened Akainu, he would be able to hold his ground for a time. Such strength qualified him as a formidable vice-commander. And not just any vice-commander. He was certainly stronger than Jack, one of Kaido's calamities that of course it counts. Despite his eyes momentarily flickering with hesitation, Talon ultimately nodded in acknowledgement of his promise. That I asked there a problem? Katie noticed Talon's hesitation and instinctively inquired that I. He stammered for a moment, but could not articulate a reason. In the next instant, the iceberg's voice suddenly cut through the air. You don't intend to linger here, do you? Hurry up and take your ship and leave. You've occupied my storage for 10 years now. Are you planning to keep it forever? No one wanted you before, but now that there's someone willing to take you in, you should swiftly depart with them and spare me the trouble. Observing the iceberg's impatient demeanor, Talon was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the gentle elder brother he knew? If Talon had read Journey to the West, he would have exclaimed, Monster, return my elder brother. Ew. The poor Talon was at a loss for words, his finger trembling as he pointed at the iceberg, clearly infuriated. What do you mean you? In the absence of the master. My words are orders. Hurry up and pack your things and leave. The iceberg's tone showed no sign of softening. In fact, it grew increasingly fierce. Fine. I didn't want to stay in this wretched place anyway. An angry Talon stormed off, striding toward another location. Watching Talon's figure vanish into the distance, Katie turned to the iceberg and said, He's gone. There's no need to put on a brave face. Upon hearing that Talon had departed, the iceberg finally turned to gaze in the direction he had left, his eyes revealing an indelible sense of longing. Why go to such lengths? With a gentle sigh, Tyron momentarily failed to react. Yet Katie was well aware of the implications of parting. Chapter 90. Tyron's ship. Unlike others, Tyron had seldom ventured outside over the past decade. He remained predominantly in that dim, abandoned yard, exhibiting a strong dependence on this place and on me. If I did not adopt a more resolute demeanor, I feared he would lack the courage to leave. His tone was somewhat somber as Tyron reluctantly departed, and how could the Ice Mountain bear to part with him? As the eldest disciple, Ice Mountain constantly cared for his 2 junior brothers, and due to Tyron being the youngest, Ice Mountain even regarded him as a son. The sudden prospect of separation weighed heavily on him. He could not help but feel sorrowful, for in being harsh with Tyron, he was also being harsh with himself. He was afraid that he would be unable to let Tyron go. Yet reason told Ice Mountain that he could not act thus. The city of 7 Waters could not provide Tyron with the stage for growth, and keeping him bound to his side would yield no benefits, only detriments. Hence, despite his reluctance, he could not impede Tyron's departure. Lady Katie, I entrust my junior brother to you henceforth. With this, he bowed deeply to Katie. In accepting this bow, Katie did not refuse. It implied her commitment to do her utmost. To shy away would signify her inability to fulfill this promise. And how could Ice Mountain rest easy then? Rest assured, I shall take good care of Tyron, Katie said, hastily assisting Ice Mountain to his feet. Yes, Captain. This was the only promise she could offer at that moment. In truth, Katie held a deep admiration for Ice Mountain. The hours spent in his company revealed him to be a responsible and capable mayor. The commotion that had transpired in the city of 7 Waters had not escaped her notice. The entire island had begun to shift like a vessel. Such feats would be unparalleled even in the earth of my past life, showcasing Ice Mountain's remarkable abilities. For Tyron's sake, Ice Mountain had bent his noble spine. And Katie was acutely aware that had it not been for Tyron, he would never have lowered himself due to his status. As they conversed, Tyron's previously vanished figure reappeared, this time accompanied by a substantial object. A 100-meter-long vessel. The instant it emerged, Katie's gaze was irrevocably drawn to it. Thanks to the crew under Blackbeard, Katie possessed master-level mechanical expertise, although she had yet to board the ship for a tour or hear Tyron's introduction. She could discern at a glance that this vessel was distinctly unlike any ordinary ship. Unlike most vessels, the ship's frame was predominantly constructed of metal, exuding a unique silvery sheen. However, it was not devoid of wood. Katie also noticed large swathes of dark red mahogany. Although she could not identify the species, it was evident that it was anything but inexpensive. Yet, these were merely external observations. What truly piqued Katie's interest was the sound emanating from within. It resembled that of a generator. It is worth noting that in this peculiar world, virtually anything could serve as a source of energy. Luffy's pirate ship, the Going Merry, was even powered by cola, yet none had harnessed electricity as an energy source until now. Thus, discovering a generator aboard Tyron's ship astonished Katie. Mr. Katie, do you also comprehend the ship's structure? Noticing Katie's emotional fluctuations, Ice Mountain inquired curiously, never having anticipated that this battle-hungry individual was also an intellectual. Which was somewhat disconcerting. A little, just a little, Katie replied. The ship's streamlined shape significantly reduced water resistance, and with its predominantly metal framework, it indicated that powerful machinery was undoubtedly housed within, necessitating high-strength metal for support. However, the absence of any visible cannons on either side led me to speculate that there must be one or more unique and formidable weapons concealed within, thus eliminating the need for external artillery. Chapter 91. The Emperor Without. Unlike a typical three-masted sailing ship, Tyron's vessel had enlarged the area of its two auxiliary sails, meaning that it could attain greater speed when sailing against the wind. This also implied that its speed would be somewhat diminished when sailing with the wind. At this point, Katie paused, her brow furrowed, seemingly confronted with some difficulty. Is there a problem with this ship? Lady Katie, despite maintaining the same address, Ice Mountain's tone had shifted considerably. This time, his respect was genuine, for Katie's observations were entirely accurate. Merely by glancing, she could articulate so much, demonstrating her profound understanding of mechanics, which was undoubtedly worthy of Ice Mountain's respect. Indeed, there is an issue. It is essential to recognize that most vessels navigate primarily in favorable winds. Solely increasing the auxiliary sail area to enhance the ship's speed against the wind is not, in the grand scheme, a prudent choice. I trust that Mr. Tom's apprentice would be aware of this. To design it this way, knowing the implications, suggests that there must be an underlying issue. Clap, clap. Mr. Katie, what can we say? Not only do you possess unmatched strength, but you also harbor an astonishing reservoir of knowledge. Before you, I find myself lacking in every regard. Tyron, why don't you introduce your ship? By the time Katie had finished her exposition, Tyron had already disembarked from the ship, equally startled by Katie's words. In fact, this ship was completed and launched a decade ago, yet due to my circumstances, it has never set sail. Tyron's gaze upon the vessel was tinged with guilt and self-reproach. For a completed ship to remain unlaunched was its greatest sorrow. Strictly speaking, this ship was the final masterpiece of my master, although the design was a collaborative effort between my master and me. The crucial power system was solely completed by him. Even now, I could not replicate such a device. It is not an exaggeration to say that its existence surpasses this era by decades, if not centuries. An extraordinary vessel, it operates on electricity. It can generate power manually or harness lightning during rainy weather. When fully charged, it can sustain high-speed travel for at least 2 weeks, with speeds reaching double that of standard naval vessels. And in critical moments, it can even unleash bursts of speed that are dozens of times greater. As you mentioned, this ship indeed possesses unique offensive capabilities. As for what they are, allow me to keep you in suspense. You will discover them when you board. This time, it was Katie who was astonished. Upon realizing the presence of a generator aboard, she had sensed that this vessel was exceptional, yet she never anticipated it to be so formidable. Incredible! Does it have a name? Katie eagerly inquired, wishing to know the title of such an impressive vessel. Surely, it deserved a name of grandeur. It has yet to be named. I am waiting for it. And for the person who will take us away, Tyron replied, his gaze fixed intently on Katie. Then let us call it the Emperor Without. How does no emperor under heaven sound? Although naming was not Katie's forte. For some inexplicable reason, the moment Tyron entrusted her with this task, the words the Emperor Without slipped from her lips. The Emperor Without, no emperor under heaven, repeating the name Katie had chosen. Ice Mountain's gaze towards her transformed. The weight of the phrase no emperor under heaven was immeasurable, for there was nothing in existence that could quantify its significance. All present could not help but collectively glance at Katie once more. Having anticipated that her chosen name would be formidable, yet they were taken aback by its profound implications. This name could be seen as a declaration of war against the prevailing powers of the world, a challenge to the royal aristocracy, and an affront to the world government and the celestial dragons. Should this name be adopted, it would irrevocably position them in opposition to the world government, ensuring a conflict to the death. Katie, are you serious? Given the gravity of the matter, Ice Mountain could not help but seek confirmation once again. He did not doubt Katie's strength, yet this issue was not solely hers to bear. Even the mightiest individual encounters limitations. I am certain, and I do not believe my companions would disagree. With a slight smile, Katie glanced at her side where Esther stood and then at Tyren, who was not far off. That I will unconditionally support all of Katie's decisions, Esther's declared the moment Katie finished speaking. She had never cared for the royal aristocracy prior to her arrival in this world. Her singular desire had been for war and battle. Even if the world were to be destroyed, it mattered little to her, let alone concerns of royalty. Like the others, Esther's gaze lingered on Katie. Yet unlike the others, her eyes revealed a tenderness that was difficult to discern. As a former imperial general, Esther's understood better than anyone present the power of royalty and could better imagine the challenges and setbacks Katie would face. Nevertheless, she chose to support Katie, for he was her man. I have no objections either. Following Esther's, Tyren also expressed his agreement. Brother, forgive my recklessness. I cannot forsake the vengeance for my master and brother. I have waited a full decade, 10 long years, until I finally encountered someone brave enough to challenge the celestial dragons. I cannot simply stand by and watch this opportunity slip away. As he spoke, Talon's eyes were reddened with emotion. The world government had taken from him the two most significant people in his life, a hatred he would never be able to relinquish. Captain Katie, if it pleases you, I hope to find a place aboard your ship. Might that be possible? At this moment, Talon, disregarding all else, formally requested an invitation from Katie. This was a desire long yearned for. With a broad smile, Katie stepped forward and patted Talon on the shoulder. Decades later, when Iceberg reminisced about this moment, he would be grateful for Talon's unwavering resolve. Of course, such reflections were mere afterthoughts. At last, I have a name. I quite like the name Emperor Wu. While everyone was still reeling from the shock brought by Katie, a voice suddenly emerged, its youthful tone suggesting a child no older than 7 or 8. Astonished by the ship Talon had brought, Katie could hardly believe the surprises it continued to deliver. Talon, you didn't mention that this vessel had birthed a ship spirit. Gazing at the Emperor Wu under the moonlight with a radiant smile, Katie vaguely sensed a pulse of life that was entirely different from the carbon-based existence of humans. The distinction between a ship with a spirit and one without was monumental. For instance, without a ship spirit, Luffy would have perished long ago under the onslaught of the Navy's demon-slaying decree during the battle at CP9 headquarters. The Straw Hat Pirates survived solely because the ship spirit of the Mary had exerted every ounce of its being to rescue them from the Navy's wrath. Chapter 92. Departure. I had intended to explain later, but who knew this little fellow couldn't resist making an appearance? With a smile directed at the Emperor Wu, the tenderness in Talon's eyes shone like the sunlight of spring, capable of melting the frost that had gripped the entirety of winter. It must have been arduous for you to care for the Emperor Wu alone for a decade. From now on, I shall share this responsibility with you. Across the world, the number of ships exceeds 100,000, yet ship spirits are exceedingly rare. To give birth to a ship spirit requires the love of every crew member, which explains why Talon's gaze towards it was so peculiar, like that of a friend. Talon, gather your things. It's time for us to depart. At that moment, the distant sky began to brighten, leaving no room for delay. The residents of Water 7 had undoubtedly noticed all that transpired the previous night. Although no one could see his face, the commotion had been rather significant, and should it draw the attention of a Navy admiral, his cover would be blown. While he possessed the strength to confront 2 admirals from the Navy headquarters directly, now was not the time for open warfare. What he needed most was time. As long as he had ample time, Katie was confident she could rally a force that would astonish the world. Despite being well prepared, when the moment arrived, Talon felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. After the recent moments of reflection he had seen through his senior brother's clumsy performance, the thought of leaving this place, where he had lived for nearly 20 years, filled him with sorrow. As all his memories resided here, observing the hesitation and reluctance in Talon's eyes, Iceberg's stance grew increasingly firm. Get out. If you don't leave now, I will no longer recognize you as my junior. With eyes wide open, the veins at his temples bulged menacingly. A single roar sent Talon trembling. With a thud, Talon knelt before Iceberg. Thank you. I am truly grateful for your care over the years. Today, I shall depart. I will fulfill my promise and never bring shame upon you or our master. With those final words, Talon turned to leave, not an ounce of hesitation in his stride. He nodded back at Iceberg, while Katie pulled Esters aboard the Emperor Wu. Moments later, the roar of the ship's engines broke the silence of the early morning as the Emperor Wu slowly sailed away from the port. Only after it had completely vanished from sight did Iceberg finally move. Let us go. We have our own tasks to attend to. The Navy is likely to come looking for us, so everyone must remember to keep their lips sealed. Barry, remember to summon all company executives tomorrow. I need to hold a meeting. Chapter 93. Destination Sky Island. Captain, where are we headed next? After a few days of adjustment, Talon had begun to overcome the pain of leaving home and was striving to serve as a formal shipwright and part-time navigator. Talon, have you heard of the legends of the Golden Homeland and Brandy? In response to Talon's inquiry, Katie not only refrained from answering but posed a question of her own. If you were referring to the swindler Brandy, then I am familiar with that tale. Talon's reply came without hesitation, as swift as a flash. Indeed, that is the one I speak of. However, there is one thing you are mistaken about. Brandy is not a swindler. Everything he claimed is true. The Golden Homeland does indeed exist, but he arrived a moment too late. With a sigh, Katie expressed her sympathy for Brandy's plight. That poor soul toyed with by fate. Surely not. Captain, the legendary Golden Homeland is said to be Kaya Island in the Kaya Sea. Countless individuals have ventured there, yet none have ever witnessed a trace of gold. You cannot truly believe such an absurd legend. Despite Katie's words, Talon remained unconvinced. The tale of Brandy had persisted for 4 centuries. Throughout those years, innumerable people had set sail for Kaya Island in pursuit of the Golden Homeland, only to meet with failure each time. This had cemented Brandy's reputation as a swindler, forever etched in the annals of history. Then let me ask you, have you heard of the sky-high current in the Kaya Sea? Katie tossed another question Talon's way. I've heard whispers. It is said to be a perilous route that could spell life or death. Are you implying? Suddenly, a thought struck Talon, and he looked at Katie in disbelief. Are you suggesting that the sky-high current destroyed the true Golden Homeland? But what does that have to do with us? Talon had yet to grasp the significance of Katie's words. Whether the Golden Homeland existed or if Brandy was indeed a swindler seemed irrelevant to him, prompting him to ask directly. The Golden Homeland was indeed attacked by the sky-high current, but it was not destroyed. Rather, it was transported to a height of 10,000 meters above sea level, becoming a new home for a different group of people. It is now known as Sky Island, which is precisely where we are headed next. Katie's words struck Talon like a thunderclap, as he had never anticipated that his first stop after leaving Water 7 would be a place straight out of a story. What? Do you lack confidence in the Emperor Wu? Katie could easily see through Talon's thoughts. This journey had not been part of her original plans. Her sudden decision to head to Sky Island was motivated by a desire to find someone, a user of the natural type rumble fruit, the thunder god Enel. When she first learned that the Emperor Wu could absorb lightning during rainstorms, the image of Enel had immediately appeared in her mind. With him aboard, would the Emperor Wu not be free from concerns about power? Later, upon witnessing the internal power system of the Emperor Wu, Katie resolved to try, even if Enel was residing far away on the moon. Katie discovered that the power system of the Emperor Wu was astonishingly robust. Its instantaneous burst speed could reach close to 300 kilometers per hour, remarkable for a vessel at sea, where ordinary ships typically only reach speeds of a few dozen kilometers per hour. Once paired with Enel, this unlimited power source would allow the ship to maintain a speed of 300 kilometers per hour.